Chapter 1021 Twilight City. When he saw that thing for the first time, Xiaoyu was quite shocked. Xiaoyu simply thought that it was the architectural civilization he had encountered in the three-dimensional universe and had come here. If it were not an architectural civilization, what other type of civilization would build such a huge, beautiful, and magnificent building that cannot be described in words? At this moment, what Xiaoyu saw was such a thing. It was a castle. A very, very huge castle. Just based on some preliminary information that Xiaoyu had obtained at this moment, Xiaoyu calculated that this roughly irregular-shaped castle was more than 100 light-years long at its longest point, and almost 50 light-years at its highest point. This castle occupies a huge space of at least 200,000 cubic light-years. A silent shock spread in Xiaoyu's heart. Xiaoyu almost immediately denied that it was built by architectural civilization. The reason is very simple. Not to mention one architectural civilization. Even 10 or 100 architectural civilizations cannot build such a great building. Even Xiaoyu has become a 7th-level peak civilization in the three-dimensional universe. Xiaoyu, who is considered the most powerful person under the 8th-level civilization and has infinite computing power, is not capable of building such a building. It seems that turning the entire galaxy into building materials is not enough to build such a huge building. The Feiyuan galaxy may be enough, but it is not rich. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. The volume of a skyscraper may be tens of thousands of times that of a wooden house, but its construction is tens of thousands of times more difficult. There is a very simple truth. As the volume of a building increases, its difficulty factor does not increase single-fold, but rises linearly in an exponential manner. This means, the volume of this building may be only tens of thousands of times that of the building of the architectural civilization, but the difficulty of construction is tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of times higher than that of the building of the architectural civilization. This is a great building that even Xiaoyu could not imagine. With subsequent observations, Xiaoyu discovered more details of this building. Xiaoyu saw countless stars surrounding this great building, like gems of different colors. The yellow ones are like topaz. The blue ones are like sapphires. And the black holes are black gems. These countless gems are dotted next to this building, setting off this building more holy. At the same time, there is also a large amount of cosmic dust and stardust gathered next to this building. They are like mist covering the mountain peaks, making this building even more illusory. There is even a river made of stars. Between this river there are about as many stars in it as the Milky Way. They are closely arranged together, so the length becomes only a few thousand light years. But the dense arrangement of stars also makes its brilliance more dazzling and dazzling. They are like a ribbon, floating in the wind around this building, embellished with stars, with stardust as a foil, and with river systems as decorations. This is the great building that Xiaoyu discovered at this moment that made Xiaoyu extremely shocked and incredible. It roughly takes on the color of the sun at dusk. There is a little red mixed in with the gold. It's like the rays of the evening sun are shining on it. This is a veritable Twilight City. Twilight City, Xiaoyu muttered to himself. After recovering from the initial shock, Xiaoyu immediately began to think about the next question. These questions are simple and straightforward. That is, who built this building? What is the purpose of building this building? How is such a magnificent and incredible building built? Xiaoyu was sure of one thing almost immediately. That is, to build such a great building, if there is no regular technology, if some rules are not changed, then it is impossible. This also means that the great civilization that built this building, it is at least the level of an 8th-level civilization. And it is an extremely powerful 8th-level civilization. And here, it's a world of rebels. A name suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. This is the base camp of the Rebel Alliance, Xiaoyu said silently. It is basically impossible for another powerful 8th-level civilization that has no connection with the Rebel Alliance to appear in the world of the rebels. Here, only the Rebel Alliance meets all these conditions, and only they are so powerful. I came to the area around the Rebel Alliance base camp without knowing it. Xiaoyu felt a little unbelievable in his heart. But Xiaoyu knew exactly what to do next. We can no longer get closer to here. I can probably be regarded as an unwelcome intruder in the Rebel universe. Because of Oinmai, I was able to quietly develop here. If the Rebel Alliance discovers me, then my ending will definitely be tragic. Because they are very hostile to me. Xiaoyu made a decisive decision and immediately stopped moving forward. He began to follow the guidance of the technology he had mastered and tried his best to hide his whereabouts. Next, the wisest choice is undoubtedly to leave here. The further away from here, the better. It is best to find a nook and cranny where no one cares, where you can quietly complete your transformation from a 7th level civilization to an 8th level civilization. But Xiaoyu couldn't leave here. No one stopped Xiaoyu from leaving here. The one who stopped Xiaoyu from leaving was Xiaoyu himself. This great building and these strange phenomena around it are like strong magnets attracting iron filings, making it impossible for Xiaoyu to leave. Xiaoyu has reached the pinnacle of the 7th level civilization. If he wants to become an 8th level civilization, it will be very difficult without new sources of technology. But it's different here. The rule system here seems slightly weird. Xiaoyu noticed that the closer to this great building, the stronger the rules became. Specifically, at a distance of 10,000 light-years from this building, Xiaoyu can use 1 unit of energy to destroy the rules in space and return it to chaos. While at a distance of 8,000 light-years from this great building, it may take 2 units of energy to achieve the goal. Xiaoyu did not dare to neglect. Xiaoyu quietly detached a part of the fleet, adopted the highest degree of concealment mode, and spent nearly 1,000 years in a curved manner. The closest distance to the building was no less than 50,000 light-years. Under the circumstances, I came to the other side of the building. The facts did not exceed Xiaoyu's expectation. Even on the other side of this building, Xiaoyu still detected this strange phenomenon. The closer to this great building, the stronger the toughness of the rules. The further away, the lower the rule toughness. This situation made Xiaoyu have a guess. Perhaps, this building is the source of the rules in this universe. The strange power of rules spreads from this great building until it occupies the entire universe. This is the source of the entire universe. The center. It's the heart of this entire universe. It's not just the Twilight Zone. It's not just the home of the Rebel Alliance. It's the heart of the universe. This is without a doubt the center of the universe. Everything in this universe is controlled by this great building. An interstellar dust infinitely far away from here is orbiting the river system. Or a star even further away from here suddenly explodes. Or even a low-level intelligent creature on a certain planet is absorbing some thick liquid containing nutrients. All behaviors, all events, everything in this universe are controlled here. Because this is the center of rules. The rules followed in this universe spread to the entire universe from here. This is a majestic power that controls the entire universe. As long as you are in this universe, you are controlled by this building. Even Xiaoyu is no exception. Only an 8th level civilization cannot be dominated by this building. But Xiaoyu is only a 7th level civilization. It is omnipresent, yet extremely hidden. Unless the civilization level reaches a certain level, it is impossible to discover this. Even Xiaoyu only discovered this while wandering aimlessly. At this moment, Xiaoyu has fallen into a bottleneck. Xiaoyu once again seemed to be stuck between the 7th level civilization and the 8th level civilization, like he was in the 3-dimensional universe. Unable to move forward one step further. Nearly 1,000 years of painstaking research and exploration have proven this. Xiaoyu needs an opportunity to break through the current shackles. But Xiaoyu could never find this opportunity. Now! Xiaoyu clearly realized that the opportunity he needed was just ahead. Hidden in this great building. In this building, there is something that I am looking for. But Xiaoyu didn't dare to go there. That would be too risky. Xiaoyu at this moment cannot be the opponent of the Rebel Alliance. And this is the base camp of the Rebel Alliance. He couldn't get closer. But Xiaoyu wasn't willing to leave just yet. Then just wait here quietly. Xiaoyu thought silently. In this place, the Rebel Alliance probably won't be able to find me. I will develop quietly here, hoping to find a way to become an 8th level civilization. But Xiaoyu's plan to develop quietly failed again. Xiaoyu noticed that the rules in his environment suddenly vibrated. And it was an extremely violent and unusual vibration. It seems that there is a force peering into this universe. It did not come here from any direction. But it arrived here. It came to the greatest building in the universe. The heart of the entire universe. Next to the Rebel Alliance headquarters. Xiaoyu could only hide aside and watch all this in horror. Chapter 1022, The War Between Defenders and Rebels. Xiaoyu doesn't know where this power comes from. Nor does he know the specific attributes or certain characteristics of this power. But Xiaoyu knows that this power is extremely powerful. At least at the same level as the Rebel Alliance. An idea suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. And this idea shocked Xiaoyu's heart. The spokesperson took advantage of the plan of the 4 8th level civilizations and secretly sent you to the Rebel universe. This not only allows you to become an 8th level civilization more easily, but also draws the attention of the defenders here. In the Rebel universe, we use this to provoke a war between the defenders and the rebels. This is the information Yiming once told Xiaoyu. Then combined with the current situation, the answer is already ready to come out in Xiaoyu's mind. Yes, This should be the defenders coming to attack the rebels. I am the chess piece of the defenders. And the defenders have been watching me. Wherever I go, the defenders see it. I have arrived in the rebel universe. The defenders were able to get a glimpse of the situation in the rebel universe. So, after thousands of years of preparation, the defenders launched a war against the rebel world at this moment. One has mastered cause and effect, and the other has mastered the rules. One is the strongest person in the three-dimensional universe, and the other is the founder of the rebel world. They are both the most powerful existences that have surpassed the 8th level civilization. At this moment, they are with me. A war is unfolding in front of us. Xiao Yu sorted out all these thoughts in the shortest time. Maybe I should leave here. The war between these two powerful men may affect me. At this moment, I am still an insignificant existence to these two. Xiao Yu thought silently. If you think according to normal thinking, Xiao Yu should really leave here as soon as possible. As the saying goes, when great gods fight, little devils suffer. This is really not a place to stay for a long time. But Xiao Yu didn't want to leave, because Xiao Yu clearly realized one thing. That is, whether the defenders won the final victory in this war, or the rebels won the final victory. In the war between these two powerful men, some of the deepest secrets will inevitably be revealed, such as rules. Xiao Yu has never forgotten that this is the Twilight City. This is the heart of the entire universe, and the rule system of this universe is based here. Xiao Yu suppressed the fear in his heart and stayed here without leaving. Not only did he not leave, Xiao Yu instead used all his observable power, all aimed at the great building tens of thousands of light years away. Xiao Yu didn't want to give up any details about this war, because Xiao Yu knew that even the smallest detail might be crucial to his becoming an 8th level civilization. Xiao Yu watched and felt quietly here. Xiao Yu noticed that the rules in this universe were becoming increasingly unstable. Xiao Yu always believes that rules are the same as order, and even the worst rules are better than no rules. At this moment, the consequences of unstable rules are slowly unfolding in this universe. Xiao Yu saw it. A star next to him was moving quietly, but suddenly, with a regular vibration, the star disappeared out of thin air. When it appeared again, it was only half of it. The rule turbulence has passed, under the control of the rules that have restored calm. Obviously, the star cannot exist in half form, so it exploded and disintegrated. But in the process of explosion and disintegration, another rule shock came, so it was once again shaped into a weird look. This was just what Xiao Yu saw by chance. Xiao Yu knew that in the vast universe that he could not see, there were countless things hovering between the edge of survival and destruction. There has been a legend since ancient times that the continents on the earth are carried by a huge turtle. If the turtle moves a little, there will be a violent earthquake on the continent, and countless creatures will die due to the earthquake. Here, Xiao Yu noticed something similar to this legend. 1 or 2 or more regular shocks, both for defenders and rebels. It's all trivial things. But for this universe, it is an unbearable weight. In this short period of time, I don't know how many stars in this universe have been destroyed. River systems have been broken up, and civilizations have become extinct. But the war has not really begun yet. Judging from Xiao Yu's gaze at this moment, in the distance tens of thousands of light years away, next to the building whose magnificence and greatness cannot be described in all human languages, a shadow quietly appeared at some point. This shadow seems to be more than just a simple shadow. It seems to contain many powers that Xiao Yu is unfamiliar with and does not understand. Xiao Yu didn't even know what it was. This shadow is slowly eroding this great building. Xiao Yu saw that the countless black gems, topaz, sapphires, and rubies dotted next to this great building were disappearing and extinguishing one by one. Every extinguished gem means the death of a star or a black hole. In the war between these two powerful beings, stars or black holes are just insignificant little things. Their death goes unnoticed. But Xiao Yu is different. Xiao Yu noticed this unobtrusive process and could understand the profound meaning behind this incident. Xiao Yu knew that the system of rules he was pursuing might be exerting unfathomable mysterious power in this process. When the gems embellished with it were extinguished one by one, the Twilight City became brighter and brighter. There is endless great power emanating from it. Under this power, those destroyed black holes, or stars once again, appear around it out of thin air. They are even brighter than before they disappeared. Under that layer of shadow, they appear even more radiant. Their disappearance is due to the erosion of shadows and attacks originating from the rule level. But there is no reason for their appearance. There is no physical system to support their reappearance here. But they just reappear out of thin air. Xiao Yu knew that this was the power of cause and effect. Perhaps, This is the most powerful weapon of the Rebel Alliance. The mysterious and unpredictable first logical weapon that can produce results without any reason. The Rebels master cause and effect. And the Rebels at this moment are using cause and effect to fight against weigh down the attacker's regular attack. Xiao Yu watched everything attentively. The rule oscillations that spread throughout the universe became more and more violent. And even Xiao Yu was affected. Because of the instability of the rules, Xiao Yu can no longer obtain any energy from this universe. Even middle and low-level civilizations such as the Black Abyss civilization are aware of the unusualness of this moment. Of course, this unusual feature can only be discovered by scientists at this moment. Countless scientists from the Black Abyss civilization ran out of the laboratory in panic, discussing loudly and excitedly. Because in the experimental environment they built, countless things happened that they could not understand or imagine. At this moment, they felt that their physical system had collapsed in an instant, and everything they had believed in as the truth was destroyed at this moment, leaving not even a bit of dregs left. Panic is still spreading, and eventually spreads from the group of scientists who have mastered the highest truth to ordinary people, and to all aspects of life. The intelligent creatures of the Black Abyss civilization may pick up a cup, only to find that the cup suddenly disappears. A moment later, an unknown object appears under their feet. Maybe they suddenly floated up, or their heads suddenly disappeared. Any weird thing can happen, because the rules at this moment are no longer stable. Black Abyss civilization quickly asked Xiao Yu for help. At this moment, they can only rely on Xiao Yu. In their hearts, Xiao Yu is an omnipotent and omniscient god. Xiao Yu shook his head lightly, and did not respond to the cries of the scientists of the Black Abyss civilization. He just gave a faint order in his mind. Extremely high-intensity energy can prevent the erosion of rules, and ensure that the rule environment within a certain area is not affected by the outside world. Xiao Yu had discovered this a long time ago. In the past, this method isolated the erosion of the Rebel Universe rules, allowing Xiao Yu to survive in electronic equipment made with the three-dimensional universe rule system. At this moment, Xiao Yu can also use this method to ensure that he and the safety of the Black Abyss civilization, preventing our own side from being affected by the shock of the rules. It doesn't matter that no more energy can be obtained from the universe at this moment. Xiao Yu still has a lot of energy reserved at this moment. The huge number of battleships that Xiao Yu has been reluctant to split up and have kept until now can finally be used at this moment. Xiao Yu had a vague feeling that after this incident, these battleships that he had worked so hard to preserve would lose their value. Instead of holding on to a bunch of junk later, use them now. As a result, a large number of warships were demolished, and a large amount of building materials were turned into energy. Under Xiao Yu's control, a faint pink ball of light slowly appeared, covering Xiao Yu and the entire Black Abyss civilization inside. Outside the light ball is a bloody storm and the most terrifying regular oscillations. But inside the light ball, it is calm as usual. At this moment, all the strange phenomena that plagued the Black Abyss civilization disappeared. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was still watching closely the huge building in the distance and the movements around it. Chapter 1023 Destruction and Rebirth. Xiao Yu knew that in the Rebel universe at this moment, there must be many low-level, middle-level, and even 7th-level civilizations looking at the universe in fear. In their eyes, the peaceful universe of the past is no longer what it used to be. Many strange and bizarre things that would normally be unthinkable and impossible are taking place in turn at this moment. This means a devastating blow to some civilizations. Xiao Yu guessed that there are probably no civilizations at level 6 or below in the Rebel universe at this moment. The intensity of the regular shock at this moment is enough to kill them all. Only a 7th-level civilization can survive in such turmoil. Xiao Yu remained as still as a mountain, still quietly observing the movement in the distance. Although he couldn't understand what was happening there at the moment, Xiao Yu knew that the fighting between the two sides must be very fierce at this moment. Under the shadow representing the defenders, those yellow or red gems were finally completely extinguished, and even the power of the rebels could not make them bright again. The dim ribbon composed of endless stardust surrounding the Twilight City was completely blown away at this moment. Only the twilight is there, getting brighter and brighter. At this moment, it probably can no longer be called the Twilight City, but should be called the City of Sunlight, because the color it emits at this moment has changed from a golden yellow like the sunset, to a complete white, and even has a tendency to transform into blue. The defenders are destroying the rules of this universe. The rebels are using logical weapons to defend the universe. Xiao Yu thought silently. The defenders' rule attack is very obvious, and the turbulence of the rules of the universe can be detected from this moment. But Xiao Yu couldn't detect where the rebels' logical weapons were used. Perhaps it was something deeper than the rules, and Xiao Yu couldn't understand it. Undetectable. The shadow representing the defenders grew larger and larger, even completely covering the Twilight City. When the last ray of brilliance emitted by Twilight City disappeared from Xiao Yu's detection instrument, Xiao Yu realized that the rules of the entire Rebel universe collapsed at this moment, and all disappeared. From this moment on, the Rebel universe also becomes one without rules, and without cause and effect. A meaningless universe without time and nothing. It was completely restored, and was knocked back to its original stage by the defenders' attacks. Outside the light ball guarding Xiao Yu, and the Black Abyss civilization, all kinds of incredible phenomena began to take place. Xiao Yu is very familiar with these phenomena, because Xiao Yu has seen them many times before. Such as planets that suddenly appear. Such as stars that appear briefly. The entire universe was destroyed at this moment. After having rules, this universe may have evolved for more than billions of years. Its interior appears colorful. Celestial objects and phenomena that are completely different from those in the three-dimensional universe have even given birth to intelligent creatures. But at this moment, all of it is gone. All of it is nothingness. All of it is meaningless. This is what happens when rules are broken. Rules are the basis for maintaining everything. Without rules, there would be nothing. The 7-level civilizations that had been struggling to support them were all wiped out at this moment. After all, they are not the top 7-level civilization like Xiao Yu, and they cannot continue to support it in such a cosmic environment. The demons danced wildly, and the wind and rain surged. The heaven and earth collapse. The goddess scatters her flowers. And all kinds of strange phenomena can happen in this universe at this moment. But within the pink ball of light, Xiao Yu and Heiyuan civilization are still business as usual. In this endless violent universe, this huge pink ball of light exudes a faint brilliance, guarding the peace and tranquility inside. Twilight is the center of this universe. The heart of this universe. The system of rules spread from it maintains the operation of this universe. If the Twilight City is destroyed by the defenders, the universe will also be destroyed. Did the rebels fail like this? Xiao Yu secretly thought. If so, the rebels are too vulnerable. I really don't know how they fought against the defenders for so long. Xiao Yu didn't make any move. Xiao Yu was still waiting quietly. There was darkness in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yu could no longer detect any meaningful information from outside the light ball. But this situation soon changed. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed a trace of brilliance emanating from Twilight City's position. At the moment when this glimmer of light appeared, the demons danced wildly, and the chaotic rebel universe suddenly calmed down again. The chaos was like the darkness that shrouded the earth. After the sun appeared, it receded like a tide in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The universe is still the universe without any changes. Xiao Yu even saw that an ordinary star system suddenly appeared next to his light ball at this moment. Those few weird planets unique to the rebel universe, as well as some stardust and other materials, are still slowly rotating around their main stars, as if nothing has happened. You know, at the beginning of the regular oscillation, this star system had been destroyed. But at this moment, for unknown reasons, they were resurrected. Xiao Yu looked around in confusion. Xiao Yu was surprised to find that not only this star system, but even the entire river system and the endless extragalactic galaxies were restored to their original appearance at this moment. Everything was quiet as usual, with no sign of any destruction. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Yu was still surrounded by a light pink ball of light, Xiao Yu would have even thought that everything he saw just now was an illusion. But this is no illusion. Xiao Yu realized this clearly. Xiao Yu thought for a while, and understood the process of this incident. Quite simply, after the rebel universe was completely destroyed, it was resurrected again. The Twilight City once again appears in the center of the universe, emitting dazzling light that cannot be seen directly. Wherever those lights reach, the chaos will subside, until those rays of light reach the edge of the universe. The entire universe calmed down and became quiet. It was as if in this short period of time, an invisible giant hand that Xiao Yu could not see put everything that was misplaced into the correct position. Set things right. Eliminate the chaos. And the universe will once again usher in a new life. The first logical weapon is a logical weapon that can produce results without any reason. Such a sentence popped up in Xiao Yu's mind. The defenders destroyed the rules of this universe and destroyed everything in this universe. The rebels used the first logical weapon to directly restore the universe to its original appearance. In the hands of these two powerful men, the entire universe is just a small thing that can be needed at will. This kind of power shocked Xiao Yu's heart. At this moment, Xiao Yu truly realized the power of defenders and rebels. It was an almost despairing height. The defenders and rebels are so powerful. So what about the spokespersons? Since the defenders and rebels are the three most powerful beings in the universe, then I think the spokespersons are not much different. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. I wonder if I can do the same to the three-dimensional universe by freely needing the rebel universe? I guess not. After all, the three-dimensional universe is the root of all universes, and it has a more incredible and magical rule system. This time of destruction and rebirth. Things seem to have come to an end now. But Xiao Yu knows that things are far from over. The war between defenders and rebels has just begun. Xiao Yu doesn't know how long the war between them will last, and what consequences it will have. Xiao Yu doesn't know at all. Facing this level of war, even Xiao Yu can only rely on absolute protection to ensure that he is not affected. Twilight once again appears in the center of the universe, once again releasing dazzling brilliance. The many bright gems dotted around it appeared again, and the black ribbon also reappeared around it. But the shadow representing the defender also appeared here. The regular oscillation began again, and the star system around Xiao Yu once again began to be chaotic. Perhaps, in this universe, those middle and low-level intelligent civilizations that were directly restored by the Rebel Alliance will have to endure the fear before being destroyed again. Those 7th-level civilizations, with a certain degree of resistance, will once again bear the despair caused by all their defenses and all hopes being destroyed. The bright gems dotted around the Twilight City once again disappeared one by one. And gradually, the entire Twilight City was once again completely enveloped. When the last trace of brilliance disappeared, the rebel universe completely collapsed once again. But Xiao Yu was still not affected by all this. And the Black Abyss civilization was not harmed. It's just that at this moment, all intelligent creatures in the Black Abyss civilization are in complete chaos. Whether they were scientists, civilians, or even some soldiers known for their bravery, they were all in panic at this moment. This is the destruction that affects the entire universe. Personal courage is really not worth mentioning in the face of this kind of thing. After being completely destroyed for the second time, the rebel universe ushered in a second rebirth. The situation is the same as the first time. The Twilight Zone reappeared, and the rule system within the entire universe was once again rebuilt. Countless intelligent civilizations that were either confused or afraid once again appeared in this rebel universe. Chapter 1024 Level 9 Civilization. Within this pink ball of light, Xiao Yu's large number of reserve warships are being rapidly consumed. There are countless mechanical equipments that are busy dismantling spaceships one after another. In a huge base, this large amount of mass is converted into energy, and the large amount of energy supports this pink ball of light, helping Xiao Yu resist any harm from the outside world. But the other civilizations in this universe are not so lucky. They will continue to wander between life and death, constantly experiencing destruction and then rebirth. They usually have tens of millions of vassal civilizations, or span countless star fields. But at this moment, they all have a common identity. That is, they are weak. The weak cannot control their own destiny, and they cannot control whether they live or die. Even Xiao Yu can only struggle to support himself here, let alone them. Even if Xiao Yu can support here, Xiao Yu will have to pay a huge price. Xiao Yu knew that he couldn't last long, but Xiao Yu had no plans to escape, because Xiao Yu has no way to escape. No matter how far Xiao Yu escapes, can he still escape from this universe? As long as you are in this universe, you will inevitably be affected. Moreover, even if Xiao Yu can escape, Xiao Yu will not leave. Because here, Xiao Yu noticed something else. These things are crucial to Xiao Yu. The rules in the rebel universe are constantly being destroyed by the defenders. Then, it was constantly restored by the rebels. Rules are destroyed, then restored, then destroyed again, then restored again. The sign of an 8th level civilization is that it can destroy the previous rules and then reconstruct its own rules. Xiao Yu was stuck at this step, unable to break through and become an 8th level civilization. To be precise, Xiao Yu has never been able to find a way to construct new rules. Xiao Yu can destroy the rules, but cannot construct them. And what is the rebel civilization doing at this moment? They are constantly reinstating rules that were previously destroyed by defenders. Therefore, their movements became Xiao Yu's best reference. Xiao Yu discovered this, so Xiao Yu stayed here. For Xiao Yu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime, no, once-in-a-million-year opportunity. At this moment, the Rebel Alliance, Xiao Yu's enemy, became Xiao Yu's teacher under this situation. And he took the trouble to do it, lest Xiao Yu would not understand. So he kept repeating the process of rebuilding the rules, He was very competent. Teacher. Xiao Yu didn't know if this situation was deliberately created by the defenders to help him. After all, he is a pawn in the rumored defender's plan to complete the plan. And the defender has the motive to help him become stronger. Xiao Yu doesn't care about this. Xiao Yu only knew that the situation at this moment was very beneficial to him. So Xiao Yu began to pay closer attention to the situation in the Twilight City, and more carefully felt the subtle process that the universe went through between constant destruction and rebirth, and felt carefully how the rules were destroyed, and how it was rebuilt, and the entire universe restored. At this moment, Xiao Yu was distracted. This is probably the most important moment in the hundreds of thousands of years since Xiao Yu stepped into the universe. Xiao Yu controlled the robot in the light ball and built a laboratory as fast as he could. This laboratory is different from anything Xiao Yu has ever built before, because this is a rules laboratory. And rules are an area that Xiao Yu has never set foot in before. A large number of logical operations are tumbling in Xiao Yu's mind. A large number of inferences and decisions are generated in Xiao Yu's mind every moment. Then inferences that do not meet the known conditions are eliminated, and inferences that meet the known conditions are retained. Then it was put into this laboratory for verification. Xiao Yu is trying various methods to change the rules in the rules laboratory. Xiao Yu's computing power has been applied to the extreme, and he was cherished by Xiao Yu in the past. Even the large number of warships that were unwilling to sacrifice in the face of the attack of the Baichi civilization have simply become insignificant fire sticks at this moment. Xiao Yu burned them in large quantities, and obtained a large amount of energy to supply his current research. Outside the ball of light, the oscillation of the rules, as well as the destruction and rebirth of the rule system, began to become more intense and rapid. There are many scenes in Twilight City that Xiao Yu could not even imagine. The Twilight City is even brighter at this moment. In this chaotic universe, this huge Twilight City exudes endless light like a pure land Buddhist kingdom. And the shadows representing the defenders are in at this moment. It has dispersed into countless smaller shadows. These shadows are scattered in all directions across the Twilight Zone. Together they launch an attack on the Twilight Zone. Those shadows are full of weird energy that Xiao Yu can't understand. Maybe that's the power of rules. Not necessarily. These shadows are like billions of demons. The scene at this moment does not look like a war between technological civilizations, but like a fantasy story in ancient mythology. This may be the way of fighting between defenders and rebels. Xiao Yu thought silently. The defenders and rebels are undoubtedly more advanced beings than the 8th level civilization. Perhaps they are the real 9th level civilization. The battle between them has completely broken away from the conventional framework. They do not need battleships or battleships. Artillery or even detectors are not needed. They fight wars on this illusory level through illusory things such as rules or cause and effect. At this moment, Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. In the past, Xiao Yu heard that the 7th level micro-civilization said that becoming an 8th level civilization and then joining the Rebel Alliance can be regarded as a 9th level civilization. There is no gap in technology or strength between level 8 and level 9 civilizations. But now Xiao Yu believes that this classification is not accurate. Xiao Yu redefined the 8th level and 9th level civilization according to his own understanding. Yiming, cosmic civilization and other civilizations that have entered the field of rules are 8th level civilizations. The defenders who have mastered the rules, the rebel camp who has mastered the cause and effect, and the spokesperson civilization who has mastered the dimensions. Whether they are individual civilizations or group civilizations, they can all be regarded as true 9th level civilizations. This is the 9th level civilization. The war at this moment is a war between level 9 civilizations. The 8th level civilization gets involved in the rules, and the 9th level civilization creates the universe. Xiao Yu is still watching Twilight City's movements closely. At the same time, Xiao Yu's newly built rules laboratory was also busy. The size of the rules laboratory is not too large, and Xiao Yu at this moment only intends to change the rules in a small area. There is a transparent glass box in this regular laboratory, and there are countless pipelines or energy beams connected to this glass box. Countless energy channels are either opening and closing, or raising or lowering one's own energy level. These countless attempts are all to achieve one goal: to change the rules in this glass box. Xiao Yu never achieved this goal. In Xiao Yu's view, there is no difference between changing the rules within a small glass box and changing the rules of an entire river system or the entire universe. It's just that one is bigger and the other is smaller. From being unable to change the rules to being able to change the rules, it is a qualitative change. And from being able to change the rules of a glass box to being able to change the rules of an entire universe, This is a quantitative change. In any case, quantitative change is always much easier than qualitative change. The color of the pink light ball guarding Xiaoyu gradually dimmed. Xiaoyu knew that this was a sign that he could no longer hold on for much longer. But Xiaoyu still sticks here. And Xiaoyu must stick here. If he misses this opportunity, Xiaoyu doesn't know how long he will have to wait before he can get another chance to become an 8th level civilization. Even if you die, you must first find a way to shape the rules before you die. And in this universe, endless destruction and rebirth continue to take place. Even after these many destructions and rebirths, Xiaoyu noticed another unusual sign. This sign is not different from the destruction of rules. In Xiaoyu's view, it is a bit like the entire universe is shaking. The universe and the rules are independent. Without the universe, rules cannot exist. But without rules, the universe can still exist. At most, it will become a meaningless universe, just like those endless parallel universes. But at this moment, with the two major 9th level civilizations, the defenders and the rebels, attacking each other, the universe has also been affected. Space is trembling. Energy is trembling. And matter is trembling. A vague thought appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. If the defenders and the rebels continue to fight, I'm afraid the universe will not be saved. But no one cares about the survival of a parallel universe. If this parallel universe dies, the defenders will not be affected, and the rebels will not suffer much loss. There are countless parallel universes. At worst, they can just change the universe and construct a rule system again. The only ones who care about the survival of this parallel universe may be the local civilizations born and raised in this universe. But no one cares about their opinions either. The endless attack continues. The Twilight City is once again completely obscured, and the entire universe once again falls into complete chaos. But what happened next was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. After waiting for a period of time, the entire universe was once again restored to its original appearance. Those ignorant intelligent creatures once again appeared in this universe. But things seemed to be different this time. Xiaoyu saw that after the universe was restored this time, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the Twilight City, which was extremely huge and spanned 100 light years. Its magnificence could not be described in words. Chapter 1025. Becoming an 8th level civilization. The length of the thick crack observed by Xiaoyu is measured in dozens of light years, and its width is almost 1 light year. This means that if the entire solar system is put into this crack, and the sun is on one side of the crack, then the other side of the crack will be near the Oort cloud of the solar system. It took Xiaoyu thousands of years to leave the solar system and reach the Oort cloud from the Earth. This thick crack almost split the entire Twilight City in half. At the same time as this huge crack appeared, the entire Twilight City flickered, and countless sparks seemed to explode from it. Xiaoyu's heart immediately tightened. Xiaoyu vaguely realized that the war between the defenders and the rebels had reached the most critical moment. Perhaps in the near future, these two 9th level civilizations will decide the winner. There were still endless fires bursting out from the Twilight City. After a period of time, these firelights seemed to merge into thick rockets. These rockets, with the Twilight City as the leader, soared into the sky and hit hard into the shadow that represents the defender. Xiaoyu didn't know what technology these suspected rockets were based on, and what method they used as their attack method. But Xiaoyu knew that this must be the most powerful attack method for the rebel camp, because the rebel camp did not take out these things at the beginning, but used them when the situation was most critical at this moment. This may be a form of logical weapon, Xiaoyu thought silently. Command the shadow to disappear from the causal level. Then the shadow disappeared without any reason. But the defenders did not back down. Although it is certain that in this rebel universe, the rebel camp occupies the home field advantage, but the defenders control the existence of the entire three-dimensional universe. Even in the rest of the universe, the defenders have strength that surpasses the rebel camp. Not only did the shadow not dissipate under the impact of these rockets, but it became increasingly dense, and eventually completely surrounded the entire Twilight City. This time, a long time passed, and Twilight did not appear again. The entire universe once again fell into collapse. At this moment, inside the light ball, in the rules laboratory, there was a small piece of something suspended in the glass box. This thing emits a faint silver light and has an irregular shape. You can't tell what this thing is from the surface. But one thing is certain. That is, this thing is solid. But Xiaoyu did not heat the material in any way. In addition, Xiaoyu has not had any physical impact on this thing. There is no impact. But this thing happened to transform from a solid to a liquid. It's not the physical level. It's the rules level. looking at this solid material that was transforming into liquid. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with joy. Xiao Yu knows. I finally took this crucial step. Under his own operation and under the rules he set. The substance that was originally solid has now become a liquid. A big net seemed to appear in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. The net itself is space. And the crisscrossing threads that make up this large net are the physical rules and laws. Xiao Yu gently stirred one of the threads, causing the entire network to ripple. As a result, in the real world, this originally solid thing turned into a liquid. This is the rule! And this is the way to change the rules. Xiao Yu thought silently. I have found a way to change the rules. After being taught thousands of times by the rebel camp, I finally found this way. Space is the carrier of everything. And rules are some standards in space that are either naturally formed or thought to be prescribed. Xiao Yu cannot directly affect the rules. But Xiao Yu can affect space, using space as a transition point to indirectly manipulate the rules. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood why space technology is an important criterion for distinguishing high-level civilization from low-level civilization. Because space technology is the basis of regular technology. Without mastering space, it is impossible to manipulate rules. From this moment on, with the success of this experiment, Xiao Yu has become a true 8th level civilization. Although Xiao Yu at this moment can only change the rules inside the glass box. But changing the rules inside a glass box, is there any essential difference between the rules of the universe and the rules of changing the entire universe? This is nothing more than a quantitative change. I have become an 8th level civilization and entered the true pinnacle of the universe. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. After the experiment, Xiao Yu immediately began to analyze the experimental data at the moment and looked for ways to continue to improve. At the same time, Xiao Yu did not give up observing the Twilight City. This is the most critical moment for the battle between these two 9th level civilizations. Xiao Yu couldn't see the specific situation there, but Xiao Yu could feel it. Xiao Yu felt it when the Twilight City was completely obscured and could not reappear for a long time. In the rebel universe at this moment, there are no rules. But space still exists. Moreover, the space at this moment was trembling in a way that made Xiao Yu feel a little scared and a little chilled. It seems that there is a peerless ferocious fetus suppressed below. And at this moment, this peerless ferocious fetus is about to break through the restrictions and break out from under the heavy suppression. Xiao Yu knew that when this peerless ferocious fetus finally broke out, the entire universe would be destroyed. The battle between the two 9th level civilizations will eventually destroy the universe. But Xiao Yu still didn't leave. After mastering the secret of the rules, Xiao Yu already had the ability and method to transfer between different universes. And Xiao Yu had already manufactured the equipment needed for this method. But Xiao Yu still did not leave. Xiao Yu must stay here and watch the war between the defenders and the rebels from beginning to end. Not everyone has the opportunity to see this kind of thing. Perhaps this will also help Xiao Yu become a 9th level civilization. The oscillations in space became more and more violent, just like the severe thunderstorm Xiao Yu experienced when he was young. At that time, there was darkness between heaven and earth, and only the occasional silver snake crossing the sky would bring short-term light. The bursts of thunder were deafening, and there was a panic-inducing atmosphere everywhere in the space. Now Xiao Yu feels this feeling again. This is all coming to an end. When this panicked atmosphere reached its peak, Xiao Yu saw Twilight City again. Yes, Twilight City once again broke out from the shadow of the defenders. But the emergence of Twilight City did not once again bring order and rules to the universe. There is still chaos in the universe. Moreover, the Twilight City at this moment has been broken into two halves. The Twilight City, which is hundreds of light years long, has been completely split into two pieces, with countless fragments emitting faint brilliance wandering around the ruins of the Twilight City. But the shadow representing the defender still did not stop its attack. Xiao Yu saw that the shadow seemed to turn into a ferocious beast, and once again rushed towards the remnants of Twilight City, along with a violent tremor in the entire universe. Xiao Yu saw that the majestic and huge Twilight City was completely turned into fragments. Among these fragments, a huge light group suddenly rushed out. After this light group appeared, it did not stop at all and disappeared from the universe in an instant. With the disappearance of this light group, this long-lasting battle finally came to an end. But this incident doesn't seem to end there. Xiao Yu seemed to notice that the entire universe was undergoing some strange changes at this moment. And these strange changes would eventually lead to the destruction of the entire universe. After the light ball escaped, the shadow representing the defender did not continue to stay here. It also disappeared in an instant, and it was unknown where it went. At this moment, Xiao Yu himself and a group of intelligent creatures from the Black Abyss civilization may be the only ones left in the Rebel universe. There may be no other life left in this universe. It's time to go, Xiaoyu thought secretly. This universe has reached the edge of destruction. If you continue to stay here, when this universe is destroyed, I am afraid that even Xiaoyu's ability will be affected, and it is not certain that it will be completely destroyed. Therefore, after the two previous powerful men disappeared, Xiaoyu also instantly activated his related equipment. An instant later, Xiaoyu also disappeared from this universe, and went to another brand new universe that had not been touched by any intelligent creature, and had no rules and no meaning. This universe is like a blank canvas in Xiaoyu's eyes at this moment. Xiaoyu is about to pick up his own paintbrush and paint it freely in this universe. When the defenders attack the rebel camp, it ends with the Twilight Zone being broken, the rebel universe being destroyed, and the rebels escaping and disappearing. Perhaps there are still consequences to this incident in other universes, but that is not something Xiaoyu can know. Chapter 1026 Infinite Computing Power System. Xiaoyu has come to this meaningless universe. There are many universes similar to this, and Xiaoyu just picked one at random. Xiaoyu's navigation system shows that this universe is relatively close to the three-dimensional universe, and Xiaoyu can easily return to the universe at any time. After truly becoming an 8th level civilization, Xiaoyu realized that traveling through different universes was actually nothing to an 8th level civilization. Even the most common 8th level civilization in space had this ability. But there is one thing that needs special attention, and that is the construction of the navigation system. Without an initial coordinate point and a complete navigation system, even Xiaoyu would be lost in this endless universe, and would never be able to escape. It is precisely for this reason that Xiaoyu was not tracked by the 4 major 8th level civilizations when he escaped from the three-dimensional universe. Xiaoyu chose a random jump, and during the random jump, he had an accurate route due to the secret influence of Yinming. If the 4 major 8th level civilizations also choose the same random jump as Xiaoyu, they will be greeted by endless drifting forever. This may be considered a fluke, but Xiaoyu didn't know it until now. This is a new universe that is completely different from the Rebel universe. I plan to turn this place into a paradise where your Black Abyss civilization can live, Xiaoyu said. You will thrive here. If one day you can get a glimpse of the rules, mystery, maybe you can also transform the universe you live in. Everything is subject to your arrangements. The rotating chairman of Black Abyss civilization bowed his waist respectfully. After this series of events, Xiaoyu's power and mystery have left a deep mark on the hearts of intelligent creatures in the entire Black Abyss civilization. All intelligent creatures in the Black Abyss civilization are secretly grateful to have met Xiaoyu. Otherwise, their fate will be the same as the rest of the intelligent beings in the Rebel universe. In the constant destruction and reconstruction of rules, life and death are not up to you. Xiaoyu will make his first painting in this meaningless universe. But before that, Xiaoyu still has some other things to do. The first is to continue to develop and improve rule technology. Although he has a basic foundation, Xiaoyu has just come into contact with the scope of rules after all. He still doesn't know many things clearly, and needs to continue to study in detail. Rule technology is the basis of everything. For Xiaoyu, mastering rule technology also gives him the capital to have unlimited computing power. Infinite computing power. Xiaoyu sighed silently. For an existence like Xiaoyu that relies on computing power as its foundation, computing power is everything. With computing power, everything is possible. The comprehensively developed 7th level civilization technology did not bring unlimited computing power to Xiaoyu. The computing civilization with computing technology as its development direction has not brought unlimited computing power to Xiaoyu. This unlimited computing power, in the end, Xiaoyu found him by relying on his own strength. Although for Xiaoyu, rule technology means unlimited computing power. But this is not necessarily the case for other civilizations. Sometimes, something can be done by more than just changing the rules. Xiaoyu is because before becoming an 8th level civilization, he had many scientific and technological reserves of 7th level civilizations in different directions. And it has the ability to develop these technologies together to the level of an 8th level civilization. So it can have unlimited computing power. For other civilizations, although rule technology can also bring great performance improvements to their computing systems, it is not infinite after all. It is still limited. In this new universe, Xiaoyu began his own experiments and research. Under Xiaoyu's leadership, the size of the pale pink light ball guarding Xiaoyu and the Black Abyss civilization is constantly expanding, and more space is included in it. And how much the volume of the pale pink light ball expands means how much Xiao Yu's rule field expands. In this endless meaningless space, through the control of space, Xiao Yu is strumming the strings one by one in an orderly and rapid manner. And with these invisible, but crucial to this universe important strings were plucked and rules were established. What Xiao Yu created at this moment were exactly the same rules as in the three-dimensional universe. After all, for Xiao Yu at this moment, under this rule environment, Xiao Yu can exert his best ability. The diameter of the pale pink ball of light has expanded to about 1 light-year. Within this light-year range, there is everything Xiao Yu is familiar with. There are stars that use nuclear fusion as their energy source. There are various stars that follow hydrostatic equilibrium and give themselves a spherical shape. And there are asteroids or stardust that orbit stars in an elliptical orbit according to the principle of gravity. In addition to the rules environment here, Xiao Yu has also set up many other different rule environments. Outside this pale pink ball of light, there are many such places. There is a rule environment specially set by Xiao Yu as an energy source. And Xiao Yu can obtain energy from here almost without limit. There is a rule environment specially set by Xiao Yu as an experimental base, where Xiao Yu can carry out precision work with almost no errors. Experiment. Xiao Yu has specially set up a regular environment as a construction base, where Xiao Yu can build all the instruments he needs as quickly as possible with the highest efficiency. In this dark and chaotic meaningless universe, the many regular environments built by Xiao Yu are like the fire of hope, emitting light in this endless dark night, and gradually taking on a spark that can start a prairie fire. Trend. In Xiao Yu's timing system, this situation has been maintained for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, Xiao Yu has developed his own rule technology to a great extent. At this moment, Xiao Yu even has the ability to change the rules within a space of thousands of light years. This ability is already comparable to that of an ordinary 8th level civilization. But obviously, this is just the beginning for Xiao Yu. Rule technology has reached this level. Xiao Yu believes that he can start to transform the computing system. If everything goes well, Xiao Yu will soon be able to move to a new computing system. This new computing system does not even need an energy supply to maintain its operation continuously. After the rules are changed, the perpetual motion machine, it is no longer impossible. This new computing system may be so small that it may not even require too many precision components. A simple combination of a few parts may achieve the effect Xiao Yu wants. Xiao Yu devoted himself to the development of unlimited computing power computing systems with great enthusiasm and expectations. Xiao Yu first made a detailed list, which identified all the factors that have restricted computing power in the development of Xiao Yu's computing technology so far. It is no longer possible to eliminate these factors simply through technological means. But now, Xiao Yu has a brand new tool to achieve this. And that is rule technology. Removing different constraints requires different regulatory environments. For example, the regulatory environment required to solve the problem of signal transmission speed is different from the regulatory environment required to solve the problem of power consumption. This means that a variety of different rule environments will coexist harmoniously in this computing system. In this module of the computing system is a rule. And in another module is a completely different system of rules. Only through this method can Xiao Yu achieve his goal. This is a difficult and complex job. How to coordinate multiple different rule systems. How to make them coexist harmoniously and avoid mutual erosion. And how to make the entire system achieve its highest effectiveness. These are all problems that Xiao Yu needs to solve. The sheer size of this project is enough to daunt the most powerful. Even the 8th level civilization in the cosmic direction, which is known for its rules building. But Xiao Yu is different. After becoming an 8th level civilization, Xiao Yu has already transformed his computing system in advance according to conventional means, and has a more outstanding computing system than before. This is the basis for Xiao Yu to accomplish all this. At this moment, there are hundreds, thousands or more 8th level civilizations jointly invested in the research and development of this technology. And because of Xiao Yu's unique attributes, this means that hundreds, thousands or more 8th level civilizations will have unparalleled coordination and commonality. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu lasted for thousands of years before finally achieving his goal. At this moment, this computing system with unlimited computing power has been placed in front of Xiao Yu. It has been installed in the Humanity spacecraft that has been newly transformed with 8th level civilization technology. Xiao Yu looked at the computing system expectantly, and then entered it without hesitation. Xiao Yu knew that this time might be his last move. Chapter 1027 Creating the World. Infinite computing power is the end point of computing technology. So far, at least in terms of computing technology, Xiao Yu has reached the pinnacle, and will never be able to make any further progress in the future. Even if there is, it will only improve in other aspects such as security and reliability. From now on, Xiao Yu will no longer be afraid of any data traffic. No matter how much data Xiao Yu needs to calculate, Xiao Yu can take it easily. Xiao Yu can even calculate the entire universe, because the universe is limited, and Xiao Yu's computing power is infinite. As long as Xiao Yu is given enough time, Xiao Yu can do everything he wants to do. I finally fulfilled my long-cherished wish of hundreds of thousands of years. Xiao Yu sighed silently. Xiao Yu's development process can be seen to a large extent as a process of pursuing computing power. Now, computing power has come to an end, but other aspects are not yet over. Xiao Yu still has a lot to do. First, continue to improve my rule technology, and then transform this universe. Let this universe awaken from chaos and disorder, and become a place similar to the rebel universe. Xiao Yu thought silently. With unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu's construction process immediately accelerated countless times. Xiao Yu used his computing power unscrupulously, not caring about waste or other losses. As long as something can be done with computing power, Xiao Yu chooses to do it with computing power. Xiao Yu will build various machines and instruments to complete things that cannot be done with computing power. Xiao Yu knew that from the moment he mastered the rules. He opened a new door. Behind this gate, it is an endless blue sky. Rule technology is your wings. You can fly freely here without any constraints or restrictions. Xiao Yu also knew that from the moment he mastered the rules and had unlimited computing power, he had surpassed all 8th level civilizations and became the most powerful existence under the 9th level civilization. Cosmic civilization? Sound? Mechanical civilization? They are no longer their opponents. From this moment, Xiao Yu has become the only defender in the universe. Rebel, the 4th most powerful existence after spokesperson. I will master everything in this universe. I will know everything about the past and the future. I know everything, and I can do everything. I will pursue all the unknown mysteries in this universe, and there will be no doubts in my heart. Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Xiao Yu used his extremely small calculation power. He gave an order gently. As this order is issued, the Buddha is placed in this cosmic space. It was like an invisible string was plucked. Immediately, strange changes occurred in this universe. The first theorem in this universe has been determined. This theorem is the law of conservation of mass and energy. Under the interference of the law of conservation of mass and energy, all the chaotic matter in this universe suddenly disappeared or appeared suddenly. Because of this law, the total amount of matter in the universe has been determined. This amount will not decrease or decrease anymore. Because of the law of conservation of mass and energy, matter can only transform from one form to another and will not disappear for no reason. But the matter at this moment is still chaotic. They have no shape or physical attributes. They cannot be called simple matter or energy. They are just a kind of existence. Without the rest of the laws of physics to govern them, they would still be meaningless. Therefore, under this situation, the second law was determined by Xiao Yu. Another string was plucked gently. As this string plucked, the matter in the universe changed again. They are no longer a simple existence, but have their own specific physical properties. Materials with different properties and energy cups dispersed. Microscopic particles began to appear. Quarks were born and converged into leptons and baryons, protons and neutrons, electrons, neutrinos and other particles began to appear, and they formed the universe, the most basic particle structure. But the universe at this moment is still imperfect, although there are elementary particles. That's all. After that, Xiao Yu determined the third law and plucked the third string. Some kind of energy exchange begins to occur between particles. And this energy exchange means that an interaction force begins to act between different particles. Protons and neutrons converge to form the most basic atomic nucleus, which captured electrons, and the hydrogen atom was born. This is the first substance that appeared in the universe. Even after the birth of the hydrogen atom, changes continued. Along with the birth of the force between particles, another force was born. This force is extremely small, but can transmit to infinite space, and will eventually dominate the evolution of the entire universe. The most important force, gravity. Then the hydrogen clouds began to gather. But at this moment, they are just gathering together. What happens next? Because the laws of physics are imperfect, nothing will happen after this. So Xiao Yu plucked the fourth string and formulated the fourth physical law for this universe. This is the law of mass energy conversion. The law of mass energy conversion stipulates that matter and energy can be converted into each other. So a new door was opened. These gathered hydrogen clouds brought extremely high temperatures and pressures to the interior. So nuclear fusion was turned on, and matter began to be converted into energy. Even now it's still not enough. During this process, Xiaoyu's actions never stopped. More and more laws were formulated by Xiaoyu and began to play a role in the universe in real time, including optics, mechanics, high-energy physics, particle mechanics, and microscopic laws. Countless laws of physics were formulated by Xiaoyu. These physical laws are like threads. Countless threads crisscross the universe to form a huge network. From then on, any change in matter or energy must follow the rules of this network. For the first time, this meaningless and chaotic universe has order and rules. From then on, everything in this universe can be explained by the laws of physics. Cause and effect are perfected. And there must be a cause if there is an effect. Whether it is the explosion of stars, the collision of river systems, or the formation of black holes. Even if a small stone suddenly changes its direction in the universe. All of this can be accurately determined by the laws of physics. Explain. The universe has completely changed its appearance. It was like a turbid river. Xiaoyu used his own power to clean up all the sediment in the river. So it became clear again. This is the first world I created. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. The advantages of unlimited computing power are clearly revealed at this moment. This feat, which would have taken many 8th-level civilizations an infinite amount of time to accomplish, was compressed into a few hundred years by Xiaoyu. If it weren't for the mechanical equipment that takes a certain amount of time to execute, Xiaoyu could completely compress this time again. Because of Xiaoyu's emotional cognition, the first universe created by Xiaoyu was made to look like a three-dimensional universe. But it is obvious that the intelligent creatures of the Black Abyss civilization cannot survive in this environment. So, Xiaoyu once again used his abilities to create countless lifeless human bodies in his laboratory. All of these human bodies are healthy and perfect, and they conform to all of Xiaoyu's aesthetic concepts. The male bodies have clear features and strong bodies, while the female bodies are slender, soft and pleasant. Then Xiaoyu extracted the thinking organs of all intelligent creatures in the Black Abyss civilization from their short and fat bodies, and then went through a series of modifications to make them suitable for the current cosmic environment, and then placed them all in his own in the human body created. This is the universe I created for you, Xiaoyu said lightly. From now on, you will be the first batch of intelligent creatures in this universe. Of course, what this universe pursues is completely different from yours. The rules of the original universe. You need to be familiar with everything now and develop your own technology under these new rules. Other technological civilizations will inevitably be born in this universe, but that will be at least hundreds of millions of years later. Your starting point is much earlier than theirs. I hope you can use this advantage to reach this point, the pinnacle of the universe. At that time, you may be able to step into the universe where I live. In order to transform your aesthetics, I put all your thoughts into a body that conforms to my aesthetics. I know you hate such a body, but unfortunately, you now have to learn to be familiar with and accept it. Your current body, as long as you still want to survive. Well, dear intelligent creatures of the Black Abyss civilization, goodbye. I am leaving this universe to complete the things I must complete. I wish you all the best in this new world. In your home, you can live peacefully and happily. Chapter 1028 Massacre. For Xiaoyu, this incident has completely come to an end. In order to avoid the siege of the 4 major 8th-level civilizations, the stars in the entire galaxy were mobilized to work together to escape into the Rebel universe, and then successfully became an 8th-level civilization in the Rebel universe. This incident can finally come to an end. Because of Yiming's help before, Xiaoyu's database now contains coordinate points in the 3-dimensional universe. Under the guidance of this coordinate point, Xiaoyu will be able to shuttle back to the 3-dimensional universe from this universe. Xiaoyu doesn't know if the 4 8th-level civilizations are still waiting for him in the 3-dimensional universe. Xiaoyu no longer cares about this, even if they are still guarding there. So what? Xiaoyu has accumulated enough power to destroy everything that stands in his way. The 4 8th-level civilizations are no longer in Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiaoyu returned to the 3-dimensional universe again, with the change of light and shadow in front of him. Xiaoyu's position has changed a little in the 4th dimension. This change means that Xiaoyu has traveled through countless universes at this moment. Returning here again and looking at everything familiar here, Xiaoyu felt quite emotional. Xiaoyu lingered here quietly, waiting for everything to come. Xiaoyu knew that the 4 8th-level civilizations were still here and had never left. You are just pawns being used. You think your plan is perfect, but you don't know that the spokesperson has already known your plan. Maybe the defenders also know that your value has disappeared. So that's the end of it. Xiao Yu thought lightly. Xiao Yu. It's you? You actually dared to show up here. It's so hard to find anything. And it takes no effort at all. At this moment, Xiao Yu received a message full of extreme surprises. Along with this message, strong spatial fluctuations rolled in. Xiao Yu's detector slightly turned its direction, and took in all the movements in front of him into his mind. A micro-civilization at the 7th level is vulnerable. And the same is true for a micro-civilization at the 8th level. Xiao Yu replied. Intra-civilization is intra-civilization. Just develop your interests honestly. Why bother to participate in these wars? Xiao Yu issued an order in his mind. At this moment, all of a sudden, a certain string in the three-dimensional universe was gently plucked. After all, the three-dimensional universe is the root of all universes. Xiao Yu's power has not reached the point where he can ignore everything. This string was plucked. The range of influence of the strings is limited. But this limited scope is enough. Xiao Yu had no intention of changing the rules of the entire three-dimensional universe. After the string was plucked, something strange suddenly happened. The particle battleships of the microscopic civilization were erratic around them, and the electronic bombs that randomly appeared around them in a probabilistic manner were suddenly fixed. The killing mechanism of the electronic bomb lies in its probability. Since it is fixed, then there will be no lethality. But the changes brought about by Xiao Yu obviously don't stop there. Another string was plucked lightly. A strange force descended on these particle battleships of microscopic civilization. What? What's going on? Was accompanied by the panicked shouts of the micro-civilization. Xiao Yu's newly built 8th level civilized battleship was dispatched. The number of these warships is not large. Only 100,000 at most. Facing the billions of particle battleships of microscopic civilization, they are simply not worth mentioning. But the next moment, something amazing happened. Each of these 100,000 warships fired tens of thousands of artillery fires. These artillery fires were just extremely simple super-light energy beams, which really had no technical content. A mere 5th or 6th level civilization can use similar attacks. But in this strange cosmic space, whose rules have been changed by Xiao Yu, this ordinary super-light energy beam has played an unexpected role. Under the impact of countless super-light energy beams, the proud particle battleships of the microscopic civilization were like paper. From the moment the super-light energy beams reached the battleships, these battleships began to disintegrate. They'd break down into more basic quark particles from protons or neutrons. Quarks cannot exist alone in the universe, so they regroup together in an instant. But the protons or neutrons after recombination are no longer the original protons or neutrons. In this moment, 1 billion micro-civilization particle battleships were all destroyed by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu even deliberately left a few proton or neutron warships to capture them, brought them to his experimental base, and began to decompose and study them so that he could master the technology of micro-civilization. After microscopic civilization, there is mechanical civilization. Those huge mechas, transformers, and the like were completely dispersed the moment before the crisis came and turned into endless tiny particles. In the past, this tactic of mechanical civilization was almost undefendable and impossible to face. But it's different now, because Xiao Yu has mastered the rules. Xiao Yu once again gently plucked a certain string in the three-dimensional universe. At this moment, the mysterious connection between the endless microscopic particles suddenly disappeared. As soon as they became a loose plate of sand on the surface, Xiao Yu turned them into a true plate of loose sand. They can no longer be combined. After doing this, Xiao Yu did not stop his subsequent actions. Xiao Yu collected some particles and put them into his experimental base for research. Xiao Yu did not hesitate to launch a devastating blow to the remaining particles. Under Xiao Yu's control, many space bombs were launched by Xiao Yu. They began to advance at extremely high superlight speeds, reaching at least 5,000 times the speed of light. These space bombs were equipped with the most advanced and changeable regular instruments. These space bombs will change the curvature constant wherever they advance. The changed curvature constant means that Xiao Yu can break through the previous limits and advance at a higher speed. At a speed of 5,000 times the speed of light, these giant space bombs quickly arrived at their respective locations, and then exploded violently at the same time. Immediately, the space was turbulent. The stars were destroyed, and all particles were destroyed at this moment. 1 billion mechas, the proud products of mechanical civilization, were all destroyed at this moment. Don't try to escape. Extreme Star Civilization. Xiao Yu sent a message to the universe. In front of Xiaoyu, there are hundreds of thousands of invisible points that are quickly moving away from Xiaoyu. Because of the gravitational lens, the black hole can pull the light in front of it behind it, which achieves a certain degree of invisibility. But when facing Xiaoyu, this mechanism can no longer work. Xiaoyu plucked a certain string again, and as a result, the speed of light in the space around these black hole battle stars was greatly increased. The escape velocity above the event horizon boundary of a black hole is exactly the speed of light. The escape velocity within the event horizon boundary is greater than the speed of light. This means that the speed of light is closely related to the position of the black hole's event horizon boundary. The higher the speed of light, the closer the black hole's event horizon boundary is to the singularity. In other words, the higher the speed of light, the smaller the volume of the black hole. At this moment, the speed of light in this space was increased by Xiaoyu to a terrifying level. As a result, the volume of the black hole also shrank to a terrifying level. After the speed of light was increased, Xiaoyu saw that many instruments or creations that originally existed and worked inside the boundary of the black hole's event horizon were revealed. They gained enough escape velocity to escape the gravity of the black hole's singularity, so that he left there full of despair and unwillingness. Xiaoyu also collected some of these instruments and creations and incorporated them into his experimental base, and then used ultra-high light speed fixed-point space bombs to destroy these black hole battle stars, or neutron battle stars, one by one. Hundreds of thousands of powerful extreme star battle stars of the extreme star civilization were all destroyed at this moment. But Xiaoyu still didn't stop his methods. At this moment, the 8th level space civilization that Xiaoyu had ignored before had fled a long distance. Xiaoyu once again activated his rule technology. And as a result, the fleeing space civilization spacecraft suddenly stopped in the universe. The engines of their spacecraft are still working hard. And from the inside, all the instruments are still normal. But they just can't move forward or move at all. Xiaoyu controlled his warship to advance slowly, also captured some space civilization warships, and then destroyed the rest of the warships. So far, all 4 8th level civilized warships participating in the encirclement and suppression of Xiaoyu have been destroyed. Looking at Hishi IC-111, which was once again quiet, Xiaoyu sighed lightly in his heart. Now that I've finally taken care of things here, it's time to move on to my plan to circumnavigate the universe. Chapter 1029 Cosmic Seeding Plan. Having unlimited computing power does not mean that Xiaoyu has unlimited strength, although the two are relatively close to a certain extent. In order to reach the heights of a defender, a rebel, and a spokesperson, Xiaoyu still has many things to do. Navigating the universe is a very important thing for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu hopes that by traveling around the universe, he can find the true meaning of time and master time. The so-called mastery actually means having the deepest understanding in this field. Defenders master the rules, which means that defenders have the deepest understanding in the field of rules. The same goes for spokespersons and rebels. Xiaoyu vaguely noticed that becoming a 9th level civilization seemed to require a particularly deep understanding of a certain field among these different fields. This seems to be exactly the same as when a 6th level civilization becomes a 7th level civilization. It will go in a different direction. But the situation doesn't seem to be that simple. Xiaoyu has not yet become a level 9 civilization, and he has no way of knowing what the difference is. Xiaoyu's goal was determined early on. The purpose of traveling around the universe is to explore the true meaning of time and the mystery between the unknown and the known. If I can successfully explore the truth of time and reach the level of defenders in terms of rules or spokespersons in terms of dimensions along the way, I will have the ability to truly compete with defenders and rebels. Xiaoyu silently said, thinking. In other words, I will also become a level 9 civilization and have the qualifications to explore the ultimate mysteries of the universe. After being delayed for a long time in this river system IC-1101, Xiaoyu finally embarked on the journey again. During this period of time, Xiaoyu has used regular technology to make many major optimizations to his battleships or other creations. The most important change is that technology can be used to temporarily modify the space curvature constant around a certain ship or base, in order to obtain more extreme speed. Now, Xiaoyu can already move forward at a speed exceeding 5,000 times the speed of light, and this number has a tendency to increase further. Xiaoyu once again took out the star system hosting human society from his fleet and placed it in the river system IC-1101. The river system IC-1101 is very safe at the moment, and after he leaves, there will no longer be the prying eyes of some powerful forces here. It is safe for fragile human societies to develop here. After all, I can't protect them all my life. According to Xiaoyu's plan, human society has embarked on the right development path. Xiaoyu put aside his last concern, and it was time to leave. But before actually leaving, Xiaoyu still had one thing to do. Xiaoyu has been planning this matter for tens of thousands of years. The ability to realize this has never been available before. Now with unlimited computing power, Xiaoyu can finally put this matter on the agenda. The cosmic seeding plan will be implemented now. Xiaoyu solemnly announced the news to himself. Under Xiaoyu's control, some detector-like things with ultra-long-distance communication capabilities, complete detection capabilities, the ability to copy or repair themselves, and many other necessary functions were launched by Xiaoyu. These things have generally been modified by regular technology, so they are very small and very hidden. I am afraid that even a 7th-level civilization cannot discover such a seed right in front of us. That's right. These things are seeds, carrying the seeds of Xiaoyu's hope. They are the main body of Xiaoyu's universe seeding plan. These seeds have extremely high speeds. After leaving Xiaoyu's main fleet, they will quickly disperse throughout the universe and report what they observe to Xiaoyu at any time. At the same time, they can also use various resources in the universe to replicate themselves and create more seeds. These new seeds will also have exactly the same functions as their parent bodies. They will also make direct contact with Xiaoyu and report their whereabouts. What is detected can also continue to copy itself. Xiaoyu just created and launched some seeds into this vast universe. After a certain period of time, these seeds will take root and sprout, causing their number to increase exponentially. If everything goes well, perhaps, these seeds belonging to Xiaoyu will spread throughout the universe. This is Xiaoyu's grand plan. Xiaoyu's fleet has set off to leave the river system EP1021. At a sailing speed of more than 5,000 times, Xiaoyu's fleet is like a huge cedar, sowing endless seeds along the way. So far, Xiaoyu has sown millions of seeds. But because these seeds have the ability to replicate themselves, at this moment, the number of seeds owned by Xiaoyu has exceeded 1 trillion. In this short period of time, the number of these seeds has increased 1 million times. They are rapidly dispersing at a speed exceeding 5,000 times the speed of light. As of this moment, they have covered a huge space of more than 30,000 light years. Each of these seeds is constantly reporting to Xiaoyu what they have discovered. There are nearly 1 trillion seeds, and the amount of data reported every second is terrifying and unbelievable. What's more, their number is still increasing rapidly. In 10, 100, or even thousands of years, this amount of data will increase to what a terrifying situation. Even Xiaoyu couldn't imagine it. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoyu's computing power at this moment is unlimited. Even if the data in the entire universe comes to Xiaoyu's mind, Xiaoyu can process it all. It is precisely because of unlimited computing power that Xiaoyu has the capital to launch the universe seeding plan. I am also developing towards Laplace's demon. Xiaoyu thought silently in his heart. I will have all the information in the universe in my hands, and any movement on any planet will be known to me. Mastering this is also my capital against defenders and rebels. In Xiaoyu's heart, he always regards the defenders as his ultimate enemies. Although he himself was born in the defenders' completion plan. But this does not prevent Xiaoyu from being hostile to defenders. Thinking of the defenders, Xiaoyu felt a faint worry in his heart. The power of defenders is deeply rooted in Xiaoyu's mind. Even if Xiaoyu has unlimited computing power at this moment, Xiaoyu still doesn't know how to fight against defenders. At least, Xiaoyu didn't know what was going on with the methods used by the defenders to break twilight in the rebel universe. More importantly, the defenders are always monitoring themselves. Every move he makes cannot escape the defender's perception. This means that there is a sword of Damocles hanging over Xiaoyu's head at all times. And he doesn't know when it will be chopped off. What makes Xiaoyu even more chilling is that Xiaoyu still doesn't know what methods and means the defenders use to monitor him. If you want to achieve long-term development, you must get rid of this current situation and get rid of the control and surveillance of the defenders. This is the only way for Xiaoyu to become a 9th-level civilization. If your every move cannot escape the control of the defenders, then how can you confront the defenders in the future? But how to get rid of the surveillance of the defenders? Xiaoyu began to think about this problem silently. At this time, Xiaoyu began to change his identity and put himself in the position of defender. In other words, if he were a defender at this moment, with his current ability and technology, how would he monitor other people? A being? Spy equipment? Space shock? Monitoring equipment? Thoughts popped up in Xiaoyu's mind one after another, and were eliminated one by Xiaoyu. Obviously, defenders will never use such low-level methods to monitor themselves. When I was in the Rebel universe, Ending told me that after leaving the three-dimensional universe, the Defender's monitoring of me would be temporarily ineffective. Then, would the Defender's monitoring methods for me have something to do with this universe? The Guardian has the deepest knowledge in the rules. When I leave this universe, the monitoring will be temporarily disabled. Xiao Yu muttered to himself, and an inference vaguely appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Every move I make is related to the rules of this universe. When I conduct curvature navigation, I will deal with the curvature constant. When I conduct conventional navigation, I will deal with the principles of mechanics. Even when I launch a detector, this also involves countless laws and rules. Perhaps the Defenders monitor me through the rules. I am not sure of the authenticity of this inference, but I think the possibility is very high. Then the next question arises. If the Defenders really use this method to monitor me, how can I get rid of the Defenders' monitoring? Xiao Yu thought silently. When thinking about this step, Xiao Yu, there was a faint movement in his heart. Perhaps the reason why the rebels and spokesmen left the three-dimensional universe and went to build their own kingdoms in the irregular universe may also be related to the monitoring of the Defenders. After breaking away from the three-dimensional universe and the rules, naturally, the Defenders won't be able to monitor them. It's very possible. Very likely. But now I can't escape from the three-dimensional universe. I still have too many things to do here, and I haven't reached the level of a rebel or spokesperson. Xiao Yu sighed silently. There seems to be nothing I can do. Then, just endure the Defender's surveillance of me for now. While thinking about things, Xiao Yu implemented his own cosmic seeding plan and slowly moved forward in this vast universe. And at this moment, in another corner, some powerful 8th-level civilizations are discussing something in a strange place full of space faults and crisscrossed by countless dimensions. Chapter 1030, The Emperor of Darkness. We have called everyone here to discuss a very urgent matter. About our future. About the future of all intelligent creatures in the universe. A message is in this strange place where countless spaces are crisscrossed, spreading. This place is very strange. It is different from any place in the three-dimensional universe. It is not in the three-dimensional universe. It is another universe separate from the three-dimensional universe. If Xiao Yu sees this, Xiao Yu will definitely know immediately that this is the spokesperson universe opened up by the spokesperson. The spokesperson controls the dimension, and the spokesperson has the most profound attainments in the dimension. This is clearly reflected in this space. Xiao Yu had never thought that spaces of different dimensions could be mixed together and coexist peacefully. This is obviously another technological system that is beyond Xiao Yu's understanding. In this space, there are one-dimensional space, two-dimensional or three-dimensional space, and four-dimensional, fifth-dimensional space up to 11-dimensional space. The spaces of various different dimensions are crisscrossed and mixed together, seemingly very chaotic. In this chaos, there seems to be some internal law governing them. This situation is a bit like the space maze created by Xiao Yu. But in terms of complexity, one is in the sky and the other is in the earth. Even if Xiao Yu has unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu will still be unable to escape if he is trapped here. With unlimited computing power, there is also a corresponding theoretical system and observation data to carry out calculations. Without these things, even Xiao Yu can't do anything. Just in a corner of such a complicated space system. At this moment, there are probably no less than 80 8th-level civilizations gathered. The types of these 8th-level civilizations are different. There are cosmic civilizations and extreme star civilizations that Xiao Yu is familiar with. Mechanical civilization, microscopic civilization, etc., as well as some unknown types of civilization that Xiao Yu has never been exposed to. At this moment, all these civilizations are gathered here. The one who was sending the message was the mechanical civilization that had sent a fleet to try to encircle Xiao Yu. Mechanical civilization once sent 1 billion mechas to participate in the encirclement and suppression of Xiao Yu. But it is obvious that those forces are not the entire military strength of mechanical civilization. In this spokesperson universe, mechanical civilization also has more mecha reserves. You may not know yet. Xiao Yu, the chess piece of the Defender's completion plan, has now become an 8th-level civilization. And he has infinite computing power, and even more terrifying strength. Previously, our 4 major 8th-level civilizations joined forces. We came to prepare to destroy Xiao Yu. But at the most critical moment, Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared and entered another universe. We suspect that there is some shadow of dark power in this process. Let's not talk about these things now. After Xiao Yu disappeared and went to another universe, because we did not have specific cosmic coordinates, we did not start chasing, but kept waiting in the three-dimensional universe. But we did not expect that in just a few thousand years, Xiaoyu returned again. But he had become an 8th-level civilization. And then, like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, he destroyed the combined fleet sent by our 4 major 8th-level civilizations. As this message was sent, in this space, the civilizations immediately started whispering to each other. The mechanical civilization continued. We must not allow the Defender's completion plan to be successfully implemented. Otherwise, all intelligent creatures in the universe, including us, will fall into a situation of no return. Our life and death, our future, our every move we make, and even the thoughts in our hearts, will be controlled by the Defenders. But now, the encirclement and suppression plan has failed. Xiaoyu has grown up unstoppably, and the successful execution of the Defender's complement plan is right in front of us. Death is no longer far away. I want to ask you a question. What should we do now? There was silence in this space. In the message sent by the mechanical civilization, the tone instantly became excited. Don't forget. We, the 8th-level civilization, the most pinnacle existence in the universe, originally gathered under the spokesperson. For what reason? It is nothing more than confrontation. We are just defenders. But now, what have the spokespersons led us to do? Passively resist the defenders, and do not think about how to fight against the defenders. Instead, we secretly help the defenders to complete the plan. I want to ask you a question. Does the spokesperson stand with us or with the defenders? Or, has the spokesperson already obeyed the defenders? The spokesperson seems to have her own plans. An 8th-level civilization hesitantly sent a message. It is unlikely that the spokesperson and the defenders stand together. The spokesperson seems to have other plans, trying to use another method to fight against the defenders. And in this method, that Xiaoyu is a very critical link. Really? In the message of the mechanical civilization, the tone became serious again. We, the 8th-level civilization, have followed the spokesperson for hundreds of thousands of years, since the last spokesperson was thrown into the endless universe by the defenders. He has disappeared. Since then, our spokesperson camp has painstakingly supported us and finally trained this spokesperson. We expect her to lead us to defeat the defenders, instead of using our own feelings as the standard to guide our behavior. Even if the spokesperson has any plans, why does the spokesperson refuse to announce it? Since the spokesperson refuses to announce it, it can only show that the spokesperson has his own selfish motives in this matter. We cannot say that the spokesperson and the defenders stand together. How can you believe it? But why has the spokesperson been secretly helping Xiaoyu? The spokesperson is acting emotionally. You might as well think about this question. Is it safer to directly destroy the chess pieces of the defender's completion plan? Or is it safer to secretly support the chess pieces of the defender's completion plan and then achieve the goal in a more dangerous way? There is no doubt that the first method is the method with the highest success rate and the lowest casualties on our side. But the spokesperson chose the second method. What does this mean? This means that the spokesperson is thinking that our side will pay a lot more and suffer a lot more casualties. These extra casualties are likely to be at the expense of any one of your civilizations, just to satisfy their own feelings, just to protect Xiaoyu. Is this fair to us? Why do we have to make so many sacrifices for no reason for the spokesperson's feelings? Mechanical civilization asked loudly. A civilization hesitated and said, Don't forget. If it weren't for the leadership of the spokesperson, our spokesperson camp would have been destroyed several times by the defenders. The preservation of our civilization depends entirely on the correct strategy of the spokesperson. Here, under such circumstances, we believe that we need to be cautious whether we should doubt the spokesperson. Now and then, if we are to fight against the defenders, we will not hesitate to annihilate our civilization. But just to save Xiaoyu, we are not willing to pay even a particle of our mechanical civilization. The mechanical civilization roared loudly. Leader, it is the spokesperson's duty to fight against the defenders and rebels. And she just did what she was supposed to do. But we cannot accept our camp having to make more sacrifices for no reason. The space fell silent once again. Obviously, mechanical civilization touches on the common concerns of these civilizations. Do you have any suggestions? Asked a civilization. The mechanical civilization said solemnly. Since the spokesperson camp is no longer pure, there is no need for us to continue to stay in this camp. We leave the spokesperson camp and join the rebel camp. In any case, the rebel camp has always been we have maintained a strong hostility towards the defenders and Xiaoyu. Although they are often at odds with our ideas, we are consistent in confronting the defenders. And we contacted the previous spokesperson. Yes, through contact with the rebel camp, We have decided to provide the previous spokesperson with a coordinate system to return to the three-dimensional universe from this endless, meaningless universe. We have a way to contact the previous spokesperson, and the rebel camp has the means to implement this method. Together, we can recall the previous spokesperson, the Emperor of Darkness. The Emperor of Darkness. The Emperor of Darkness. At this moment, countless low exclamations sounded. That's right. It's the Emperor of Darkness. Mechanical Civilization said in a gloomy tone. Although we were heavily involved in the fact that the Emperor of Darkness was expelled by the Defenders. The hatred between the Emperor of Darkness and the Defenders is the most important thing. We have also reached an agreement with the Emperor of Darkness. After the Emperor of Darkness returns to the three-dimensional universe, we will launch a rebellion to contain the spokesperson, and the rebel camp will launch the most powerful offensive to contain the Defenders. The Emperor of Darkness comes to personally deal with Xiao Yu. After all, if the Defenders' completion plan is successfully implemented, even the Emperor of Darkness will be worse off than dead. Now, everyone can make their own choice. Whether you choose to follow us and join the rebel camp, or choose to remain loyal to the spokesperson, it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to keep our plan a secret. But it's very difficult. Obviously, only destroyed civilizations are the most suitable candidates for keeping secrets. Please make your choice. Mechanical Civilization said lightly. There was silence in the space. After a while, the nearly 88th level civilizations all responded. We agree with your proposal. Very good. Mechanical Civilization said lightly. Then let's make preparations early. The major civilizations dispersed. But in this strange space, there was still a message echoing. Is the first strange beast in the universe, the strong man who mastered chaos, finally coming back? Chapter 1031 Xiao Institute of Physics. In this dark, deep, boundless and meaningless space, there is a meaningful object that is unexpectedly present. It exists, can intersect with other objects, and can have some specific physical data to describe it. So it makes sense to call it. There are endless meaningless universes, and this universe is just one of these countless universes. It is very ordinary and unremarkable. It is even possible that from the beginning of the universe until now, nothing that can be described in detail has happened. Meaning. Event. Just because there is a meaningful object inside it, it becomes extraordinary. This meaningful object that exists in a meaningless universe is curling up quietly in this boundless darkness and chaos, without any movement. Just like a lifeless stone, the chaotic rules in this meaningless universe have not had the slightest impact on it. It has been in this state for who knows how many years. It seems to be dormant. But this situation has now changed. At a certain moment, it may not be a moment, because there is no concept of time in this universe. Anyway, suddenly, this meaningful object stretched out its body, and a message of joy exploded in its mind. Hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. Since it was expelled by the Defenders. I have spent hundreds of thousands of years in this meaningless universe, struggling all day long to find the way back to the three-dimensional universe, but to no avail. Now I finally received information from the three-dimensional universe again. Defender. I'm afraid even you haven't thought of it. After drifting in this meaningless universe for hundreds of thousands of years, I have a better understanding of chaos. After I return, I will definitely treat you everything he protects is destroyed, and rules are replaced by chaos. Just thinking about the rules that swallow up the entire universe makes me tremble with excitement. There are also mechanical civilizations, microscopic civilizations, etc. My old subordinates. Although you betrayed me hundreds of thousands of years ago, causing me to be expelled by the Defenders. But now I do not resent you, and have returned to the three-dimensional universe. In the future, I will repay you by putting you into a chaotic space, so that you can feel the rules and order that maintain your existence being gradually swallowed up by chaos. It should be a very beautiful experience. Isn't it? Oh! You want me to kill an 8th level civilization named Xiao Yu? What? He is a key piece in the Defenders' plan to complete the plan? The rebel camp and my old subordinates will try their best to cooperate with my actions and help do I contain the current spokesperson and Defenders? Very good. Very good. Xiao Yu must die. That is the completion plan. If the completion plan is successfully executed, even I will be controlled by the Defenders, and I will not be able to control my life or death. Me very good. Very good. Kill Xiao Yu first. Then wipe out the Defenders and rebels who are in the war. And finally deal with the current spokesperson and my old subordinates. That's it. Well, then, let me return to the three-dimensional universe. The Emperor of Darkness. the controller of chaos, the destroyer of all rules and order, is back now. In this sudden wave of fluctuations, the Emperor of Darkness, the huge body, instantly disappeared from this meaningless universe. And this meaningless universe has returned to peace as if it had spent hundreds of billions of years or a moment. In a certain corner of the three-dimensional universe, suddenly a huge figure appeared. Until we come to the three-dimensional universe, after having a specific reference object, its huge size can be described in specific language. It roughly takes on the shape of a sphere. It is as big as a sun, and its body is full of messy protrusions or depressions. Some of the branchy bone spurs can almost pierce an earth. After it appeared, something that seemed to be black mist spread out from its body and gradually spread to the rest of the universe. But these things are obviously not just black mist. It's just that the rules in the space have disappeared. So it looks like black mist. I haven't tasted the taste of rules for hundreds of thousands of years. It's so delicious. The Emperor of Darkness sighed secretly. However, at this moment, it did not let go of its belly to devour the rules of the universe at this moment. There are still things that need to be done before a full meal. And it is very unwise to alert the snake before that. Another piece of information was transmitted to its thinking organ. This information seemed to be coordinate information, which seemed to indicate a specific coordinate point. The Dark Emperor paused for a moment, then quickly drove towards this coordinate point. As it advanced, what seemed to be black mist above its body was still spreading uncontrollably. Although it has tried its best to suppress it, this is the instinct of its body, and cannot be completely eliminated. This situation is like a bottle of ink being dropped into a pool of clear water. In the spokesperson's universe, there is a magnificent and huge palace deep in this endless space maze. Although the size of this palace looks much smaller than the Twilight City in the rebel camp from the outside, its structure is more exquisite than the Twilight City. This huge palace uses a large number of miraculous space or dimensional technologies. It is the center of the entire spokesperson universe and the entire space maze. There is a huge plaque in front of this huge palace. Although this plaque is nothing compared to the main body of the palace. Even so, this plaque is almost hundreds of billions of kilometers long and wide. So does every big word on it. Even more surprising is the content of these words. Shaw Institute of Physics. That's right. Deep in the spokesperson's universe, surrounded by this space maze. This is the palace where the spokesperson who leads the entire spokesperson camp lives. Perhaps it is not a palace, but should be called a research institute. In the mountainous space inside the institute, in a huge house, Shinemo, who still maintained his human form, was standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window filled with the atmosphere of human society, looking into the distance in trance. But there is nothing in the distance. Even if there is something, it is only simulated through technological means. Or maybe Shinemo was just thinking about something. There was a gentle knock on the door behind him. And a moment later, an intelligent creature dressed as a man from human society walked in. While walking, this man's whole body seemed to be filled with a special and wonderful charm. Every move he made, every tiny movement he made, was elegant to a certain limit. Watch it walk, or watch it itself, can give people a feeling as if they are enjoying the most elegant and beautiful music. This attraction transcends gender, species, and even civilization. As long as it is an intelligent creature, even the most evil intelligent creature, there must be a place in its heart that yearns for elegance and light. And this man is the spokesperson of elegance, light and beauty. Supreme leader of Yiming, Miaoying has come to listen to your instructions. Great spokesperson. The man named Miaoying gently bent down and made a human gesture to Shinemo, who was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The most impeccable etiquette in society. The sound of Miaoying is also full of wonderful charm. It seems that the truth of the universe, the rise and fall of civilization, survival or death, existence or non-existence are all contained in this short sentence. The wonderful magic of music seems to have been integrated into its whole body and into every detail of its body. Shinemo turned around slightly, glanced at Miaoying, and said, "Your Yiming has already evolved to the point where it has no entity. So why do you appear in such a vulgar appearance to you?" Miaoying still bent over and said in a tone that sounded like the sound of nature, "There is no reason. Just because you like the spokesperson. Since the opposition forces in the camp united with the defenders to expel the previous spokesperson, the Emperor of Darkness. Since then, the strength of our spokesperson camp has fallen into a low ebb. If it weren't for your strong leadership, which rescued our camp from the attacks of the rebel camp and defenders at critical moments of life and death, our camp would have been defeated long ago. It is already dead. In order to show respect for you, Any of your preferences should be met without reservation. Even if you insist on changing the name of the source of chaos to Shao Institute of Physics. Even if you always use this low-level wisdom, the appearance of a creature appears. Even if you insist that our civilization help the defender complete the chess pieces of the plan. Help him escape from danger, or even help him grow. I, and our Yinming, will support you unreservedly. As the leader of a civilization. It seems that you should not put your personal feelings above your entire civilization. Chen Mo sighed and continued. Because you firmly support me. In our camp, Yu Otomi seems to have been ostracized a lot. Following light and hope is the wish of all people in our civilization. And it is not just my personal idea. Ming replied. As for excluding time, it will prove the correctness of our choice. Chen Mo turned around and did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked slightly worriedly, have you felt that there seems to be an undercurrent in our camp recently? Chapter 1032 Split. Undercurrent? Miaoying was stunned for a moment and said nothing. Shinemo carried his back and continued. I haven't found out the specific content of the undercurrent. But I am sure that this undercurrent is initiated by mechanical civilization, microscopic civilization, and extreme astral civilization. They have united for nearly the 80 civilizations included seem to be plotting something. Miaoying's brows wrinkled slightly. It seems that emotions such as anger will never appear in an elegant and intelligent creature like Sarasvati. Even his frowning action was still full of elegance. But just by frowning, an aura of destruction, misery, and despair began to spread in his space. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, under your leadership as the spokesperson, the strength of our spokesperson camp has continued to increase. For the first time, we have the strength to confront the rebel camp head-on. Even the defenders have to punish us. Attention! The major civilizations in the camp have made great progress. All because of your contribution. Now, there are civilizations trying to have double-minded intentions. Your Excellency, the spokesperson, please launch a thorough investigation immediately and investigate all conspiracies. Kill them at the initial stage. Although we admire your kindness very much, we Yiming do not agree to respond with gentle methods at this time. You should take the initiative and deprive these civilizations of their military power first. Min said. Chinemo just stopped talking and still looked at the virtual scenery outside the window quietly. Miaoying sighed and replied, okay. We Yiming will obey your instructions. Chinemo frowned at this time. Obviously, while maintaining a human appearance. But at this moment, it was obvious that Chinemo was not just a human being. In the invisible air, there seems to be a large number of signals being exchanged and transmitted. And all of this is under Chinmo's control. No need. Chinemo sighed. No need to be gentle. The Mechanical Civilization Group has already launched a rebellion. Spokesperson, we need you to answer our questions. Since you are the leader of the camp, why should you satisfy your personal emotions and sacrifice the interests of the camp? If it weren't for your secret help and obstruction, the chess pieces of the Defender's Complement Plan would have been eliminated by us long ago. And the Defender's Complement Plan would have failed long ago. Now Xiaoyu has grown up and shown to us with your vicious fangs out. You, the leader of the spokesperson camp, still want to protect Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu destroyed our hometown river system without any reason. All intelligent creatures in the river system IC-111, and even our servant civilization were all exterminated. Our mechanical civilization, microscopic civilization, extreme astral civilization, and space civilization, a joint fleet, was sent to stop Xiaoyu's horrific acts. However, Xiaoyu destroyed all our fleets. Nearly 3 billion warships. Trillions of intelligent creatures of our civilization all died. Xiaoyu committed such a crime. Do you still want to cover up his crime? We expelled the Emperor of Darkness, because the Emperor of Darkness deviated from the position of our camp. Now, you, Shinemo, are going to deviate from the position of our spokesperson camp. If this is the case, we don't mind expelling you again. Answer our questions. Spokesperson, have you colluded with the defenders to betray the interests of our entire camp? Otherwise, why do you keep helping the defenders implement the completion plan? What benefits did the defenders promise you? Waves of overwhelming messages rushed straight into Chinmo's mind like heavy ls. Each additional L. Chinmo's face turned pale. By now, it has become like a blank sheet of paper. Chinmo gritted his teeth carefully. His eyes were full of disbelief and sadness after being betrayed. Endless artillery fire was coming and going. At this moment, the spokesperson's universe has become the most chaotic battlefield. All civilizations participating in the war have the strength space, and rules of an 8th level civilization. All kinds of wonderful changes. And all kinds of wonderful killing methods are performed here in turn. The space trembled, and the high-dimensional space began to fall rapidly. The fall of one space caused the destruction of more places in a chain reaction. Shinemo turned around, faced Melian, who still looked calm, and asked, "Do you also want to ask the same questions as them? Do you also have doubts in your heart?" Melian once again bent down gracefully. Even in such an emergency, Melian still maintained her perfect posture. "Yes, I have the same question. But there is one thing that is different between me and them. Our evening has been wholeheartedly trusting you. We firmly believe that everything at this moment is your plan. And after the incident is over, you will definitely give us a reasonable explanation that is satisfactory to all of us. Is this your personal meaning or your civilized meaning?" Shinemo asked again. Myeoin-chan was silent for a moment and replied, "It is the meaning of our civilization. And it is also my personal meaning. For you, I will give everything I have. As long as you need it. Do you want to give everything?" Shinemo murmured to himself. "Is this your intention? Or is it your civilized intention? That's what I mean personally," Myeon said in that beautiful voice. "The trust between civilizations has limits. Our Yi-Ming is still loyal to you and trusts you at this moment. But this situation may change in the future. And individuals, there is no limit to your trust. I will always adhere to the principle of following you. And I am willing to give everything I have for you." "Very good," Shinemo said. "Then I can clear up your doubts." Looking at the endless gunfire outside the window, Shinemo murmured, "In our Earth civilization, there was once a story circulated. In a kingdom, there were some opposition organizations that did not obey the Emperor's orders and often opposed the Emperor. The Emperor sent assassins to assassinate the leaders of the opposition group. However, after each leader died, the opposition group could always quickly elect a new leader and continue to use more severe methods to fight against the Emperor. The Emperor killed many opponents' organized leaders, but the situation still did not improve. The Emperor was very distressed. So he asked an advisor, who gave the Emperor an idea, and the world was at peace." Myeon was silent. Shinemo turned around and asked, "Do you know what this idea is?" Without waiting for Myeon to answer, Shinemo continued to talk to himself. "The idea is very simple. Since assassinating the leader cannot solve the problem, then let someone who is loyal to you become the leader. The Emperor sent a person to lurk in this organization among them, and secretly helped this man take the position of leader of the opposition organization. From then on, every move of the opposition organization was under the control of the Emperor. And the Emperor finally took the opposition organization into his own hands. Do you understand what I mean?" Shinemo said. "I understand," Myeon said. "But I still have a question." Myeon sighed. "You chose Xiaoyu as your chess piece. Is it true that your personal emotions were not involved in this process?" Myeon's voice began to become a little ethereal. Myeon's eyes slowly glanced at the characters. Xiao Institute of Physics. Then looked at Shinmo's appearance at the moment. And finally, he focused on himself. Myeon also maintains the image of a man in human society on Earth at this moment. Shinmorin. After a moment, Shinemo sighed. "I'm just looking for a balance between my feelings and my career. Believe me, I can do it. And do it well." After hearing this answer, Myeon looked a little sad. But after a while, Myeon returned to normal. "We can make this answer public," Myeon said. "No." Shinemo shook his head and said, "The Mechanical Civilization Group has been planning this rebellion for a long time. They just need a reason for the rebellion. But they don't really need our answer. We don't need to publish this answer. And the machinery of the Civilization Group is no longer reliable. If this news spreads, I'm worried that the defenders should leave. Let's leave. Division is inevitable. And we must find ways to minimize losses." After saying these words, Shinmo's figure suddenly dispersed into a group of bright light spots, and then disappeared from here, and he didn't know where he went. In the hall, Myeon looked a little sad. After a moment, his figure also disappeared. "Since I have chosen to follow you, I will use my whole life to fulfill this promise. No matter whether you are really who you say you are. Even if my civilization chooses to leave you in the future, I will always stay by your side." After the wonderful sound disappeared, there was still a deep sigh that continued to echo in the empty hall. Chapter 1033. What's in the box? Although the intelligence of intelligent creatures is powerful, the limitations of human body are too great. At this point, the alien race does better than the intelligent race. Use tools to achieve their own goals, and use themselves to achieve their own goals. The purpose is different after all. In the void of the universe, a message is slowly being emitted. In an instant, the message received a response. Lord Rebel, you have finally figured out this truth, and we are sincerely happy for this. It is true that the reliability of tools cannot be compared to ourselves. When we cannot make much progress on our own, we choose in order to develop technology and tools. But when the tools develop to a certain extent, we will have the ability to turn around and promote our own development. No, I don't mean to completely abandon the development characteristics of our social intelligent creatures. The message slowly sighed. After a battle with the defenders, I finally made up my mind to make certain changes to the evolution method of our rebel camp. That's right. It's just a certain degree of change. We must take into account the common advantages of single civilization and swarm intelligent civilization, and find the most suitable evolutionary path for us. Here, after the first incident of containing the defenders has passed, we should put this matter on the agenda. At this moment, there are endless spaceships, wrapped in a faint light ball, moving forward quickly. The rules in the three-dimensional universe do not seem to affect the existence of this ball of light. It is advancing rapidly at a speed that exceeds the allowable limit of the three-dimensional universe. And inside this ball of light, there are not so much endless spaceships. It would be more appropriate to say that they are endless unknown objects. Many of these things have broken away from the category of spaceships, and have even broken away from the simple, material, category. Some of them are just a ball of energy. Some are just a radio wave with a certain frequency. And some are just a ball of light that doesn't know what it is. This kind of thing is the most. In comparison, it can be seen that the number of actual warships is actually a small number. As if to confirm the name, Rebel, the shape of these battleships, overall layout, or technology application, etc. They all have a style that goes against the grain. Almost exactly the opposite of what it is in the universe. But one thing is undeniable. That is, this group has huge power that is enough to destroy a universe. That is a huge strength that even Xiaoyu already has unlimited computing power cannot compete with. The Emperor of Darkness has found Xiaoyu, and the Mechanical Civilization Group has launched a rebellion to contain the spokesperson. Now, it's time for us to take action, the message said slowly. The logical weapon has blocked the defenders from attacking. Our peeping, undetectable to the Vindicators before we launch our assault. Us Vindicators entering the Rebel universe, breaking our Twilight Zone, destroying the universe we worked so hard to build. And now, it is we who take revenge. It's time to break the source of order. Even if the source of order cannot be broken, it will still cause a certain amount of turmoil to the mother of all universes, so that the defenders will not be able to allocate their energy to deal with us in the next hundreds of millions of years. At some point, a faint light spot appeared outside the ball of light surrounding the rebel camp. There is no such thing as front, back, left, right, up or down in the universe, and the universe does not have an absolute center. From this aspect, some scientists in the Earth Age are not wrong when they say that the Earth is the center of the universe. Any point can be said to be the center of the universe, just like any point on the surface of a sphere is the center. But the existence form of this light point is different from the center in this broad sense. From the first moment they see this light spot, it will give intelligent creatures a strange feeling. This feeling will make any intelligent creature subconsciously think that this is the center of the universe. Not only a geographical center, but also a center in all senses including time, energy, rules, space, etc. All the rules in the universe originate from here, which are time, universe, and energy. This will also be the end of rules, the end of time, the end of the universe, and the end of energy. Within the rebel ball of light, a message passed, and a being sighed softly. This is the source of order. The rebel stronghold was Twilight, now shattered by the defenders. The spokesperson's base camp is the source of chaos in the space maze. Of course, it has now been renamed the Shao Institute of Physics by Chen Mo. The base camp of the defenders is the center of the three-dimensional universe and the source of order. Start the attack. The being in the rebel camp gave the order calmly. Huh? At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly woke up from his meditation at an unknown distance from here, because Xiaoyu felt a slight regular oscillation. This regular oscillation was not caused by space. It was more similar to what Xiaoyu had experienced in the rebel universe when the center of the universe was attacked. The rules oscillate. A doubt arose in Xiaoyu's heart. But this is a category that Xiaoyu cannot touch for the time being. Although he is surprised, Xiao Yu is temporarily unable to find the source of this shock. So Xiao Yu just recorded the shock in detail, and then turned his attention away. Xiao Yu is thinking about a very important question. The cosmic seeding plan has been being implemented. At this moment, Xiao Yu is already nearly 100 million light-years away from the river system IC-111, which means that Xiao Yu is sown nearly 100 million light-years along the way. Endless detectors were sown into the void of the universe by Xiao Yu. They were connected to Xiao Yu all the time, reporting what they saw and heard. Xiao Yu's computing power is unlimited, so Xiao Yu did not feel overwhelmed by the large amount of information. Now Xiao Yu finally has the ability to devote his computing power to thinking about this seemingly illusory and ethereal problem in addition to maintaining his own actions and plans. When confronting Dark Star Civilization, the logical weapons used by Dark Star Civilization gave Xiao Yu some thoughts about time. In the time system that Xiao Yu is thinking about, the concept of absolute time is broken. The specific idea is as follows. Suppose there is an intelligent creature A. All places known by A maintain the same time standard as A. Here, it is 9 o'clock in the morning. Then all known places in A are also 9 o'clock in the morning. Note that known here means that it can be detected through vision, touch, taste, or other means. Any place that can be detected by A is a place known to A. Places that cannot be detected are unknown. The places known by A are at the same time progress as A. And all places unknown by A may maintain a different time progress from A. For example, the toilet of house A, because it cannot detect the toilet at this moment. Then the time progress of house is the time schedule of the toilet may be different from the time schedule of A. Maybe it's 10 o'clock in the morning here, and the toilet time in A's house is only 9 o'clock in the morning. And when the unknown becomes known, such as when A walks into the toilet, the time progress of A and the toilet will be unified in an instant. Xiao Yu used this almost absurd theory to explain the problems he encountered when confronting the Dark Star Civilization. That is, it is because Yiming left information about the weaknesses of the cosmic civilization within himself in advance. So the logical weapon was appointed. Is he the executor of the destruction of the universe's civilization? Or is it the question of, because the logic weapon appointed himself as the executor of the destruction of the universe? So Otomi left information about the weaknesses of the universe's civilization in himself in the past. If explained according to Xiao Yu's theory at the moment, the correct answer will be the second one. From this, Xiao Yu also extended his thoughts on many issues, such as whether the past can be changed, the source and mechanism of emergencies, and the correct operation mechanism of time. Xiao Yu has thought about these questions a lot. Now, what Xiao Yu is thinking about is how to prove his speculation. In Xiao Yu's theory, there is one of the most important contradictions. The time progress of unknown places is different from my own. So, how to prove it? It's not like a pack of cigarettes on the table. If you look at it, it's there. And if it's not there. There is a very simple answer. If you want to know whether the time schedule in an unknown place is really different from your own, then go to an unknown place and take a look and you will know. In fact, Xiao Yu is doing exactly this at the moment. Sailing around the universe just to go to unknown places in the universe. But there is a very serious problem. When you see an unknown place, the unknown place will become known. And any known place will be at the same time as your own. So even if you go to an unknown place, you still can't confirm your guess. Simplifying this problem, it becomes this question: how to obtain relevant information about an object without observing it? To simplify it more, for example, you obtain a closed box without any sign of anyone tell you what's in the box. But you can't detect what's inside the box by any means. And you can't open the box. In this case, how do you know what's in the box? At this moment, this is what Xiao Yu is thinking about. And this issue is crucial to Xiao Yu. Chapter 1034 The Emperor of Darkness arrives. How to solve this problem is the key to whether everything Xiao Yu thinks about can be confirmed. If Xiao Yu finds a way to know what's in the box without opening it, Xiao Yu can get the relevant information there while letting the unknown remain unknown, and thus learn about places he doesn't know. Is the time schedule the same as mine? If there is really such a way, and if this method really proves Xiao Yu's guess, then it can also be extended that Xiao Yu can make some arrangements in a place where the time schedule is different from his own, so as to bring some benefits to himself at the moment. Convenient. For example, if Xiao Yu is in urgent need of a beautiful woman at this moment, if no beautiful woman comes for more than an hour, Xiao Yu will explode and die. And Xiao Yu at this moment does not have the ability to create beautiful women. At this moment, Xiao Yu happened to find out that the time progress of a place where he maintained his unknown state was 1,000 years ago. So Xiao Yu could create a beautiful woman there first, and then send it to him at this moment. So, overall, Xiao Yu obtained a beautiful woman in a very short period of time without any manufacturing capabilities nearby, avoiding the ending of death by explosion. This example may be a bit ridiculous, but you might as well think about it from another angle. Suppose Xiao Yu is in urgent need of 10 million battleships at this moment. With these battleships, Xiao Yu will win the war. Without these battleships, Xiao Yu will be killed. Death. And then, through this mechanism, what Xiao Yu said to the present from 1,000 years ago was not a beautiful woman, but 10 million battleships? Another example is that Xiao Yu fell into a trap. After being deprived of all the ability to control battleships, Xiao Yu said 10 billion battleships from the past to the present? In other words, if Xiao Yu can do this, Xiao Yu will have the ability to grasp any emergency. For Xiao Yu, any emergency that Xiao Yu wants will come. Encountered a robbery, and suddenly thunder fell from the sky and killed the robber. He fell into a ditch, and suddenly an ambulance passed by. While walking on the road, 5 million suddenly fell from the sky. Xiao Yu will be able to control everything, because of all these emergencies. In fact, it was all caused by Xiao Yu going back to the past, and then changing the past. The defenders control the rules. The spokesmen control the dimensions. The rebels control the cause and effect. If I can do everything I speculated, it can be said that I have mastered the time. After mastering the time, I will undoubtedly become a 9th level civilization. It has the power to compete with defenders, spokesmen, and rebels. Xiao Yu thought silently. But, all these questions. How to obtain this while maintaining a place in an unknown state? Relevant information about unknown places? How to know what is in the box without opening it? Even though Xiao Yu already has unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu still cannot find the answer to this question. This question must be difficult. Maybe there is no answer to this question at all. Since the emergence of the universe, how many powerful civilizations have appeared and died? There must be many existences that can think of me. Even defenders, rebels, and spokespersons, and even some powerful 8th level civilizations may have thought of this. But they have not found the answer to the question. It is obvious that mastering time is a more powerful force than mastering cause, and effect or dimensions or rules. At this moment, in this there is no existence in the universe that has mastered time. This means that there may be a dead end ahead of Xiao Yu. Even if it is not a dead end, it is still a difficult road that has made countless powerful civilizations collapse and despair. Xiao Yu didn't know if the hard work he had spent on this path would be in vain. Xiao Yu only knew that he had to continue walking on this moment, because Xiao Yu currently knows this is the only way to become stronger quickly. As for Xiao Yu, his desire for powerful power has reached its limit. This universe is not peaceful. Xiao Yu sighed silently. The rebel Twilight City was broken by the defenders. It can be said that the situation of the 3 powerful forces has been broken. The defenders are likely to attack the spokesperson next. Take action against Chen Mo. And there are still some rebel forces in the spokesperson camp who are unwilling to obey the spokesperson. Chen Mo's life will be very difficult. I am also a pawn in the defender's plan, and the defender may take action against me at any time. I'll be quick. There is no time. I am running out of time. Whether I can find the answer to this question is a matter of life and death for me. However, the road ahead is very difficult. This problem is inherently a self-contradictory problem. How should we solve it? How should we solve it? Even with unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu still felt as if his computer host was about to explode. Xiao Yu is still moving forward quickly. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed something unusual. Xiao Yu has been paying close attention to the rule oscillation. Although he doesn't know what the cause of the rule oscillation is, Xiao Yu is still recording it in detail. But at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly noticed that the intensity of the rules around him suddenly weakened. Under the influence of the weakened rules, the fluctuations in the rules quickly became imperceptible. What happened to the defender? At this moment, Xiao Yu immediately thought of this question. Quite simply, the defenders guard the rules in this universe, and they will not tolerate the disappearance or weakening of such large-scale rules. But now that such an incident has happened, where are the defenders? If the defenders encounter any changes, it will be a big event for Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu cannot help but be careless. Xiao Yu immediately stepped up his guard, and at the same time, the huge information network created by the cosmic seeding plan was fully activated. But they didn't report anything noteworthy to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu sowed seeds as he moved forward, so the seeds were all behind Xiao Yu, and the intelligence network at the rear did not find any abnormalities. so it can only prove that changes come and go from the front. Moreover, it is quickly approaching Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's mind was surprisingly solemn at this moment. Xiaoyu saw a large group of black fog, just like the black fog that besieged Twilight City in the Rebel universe. But these two kinds of black mist are obviously different things. The black mist that represents the defenders in the Rebel universe means order and rules. But Xiaoyu only sees chaos from the black mist that is facing him at this moment. Chaos that is completely opposite to rules and order. This is not black fog, Xiaoyu murmured to himself. This is something like black fog caused by the inability of light to propagate after the rules disappear. Wherever this guy goes, the rules will disappear. This thing is a rule eater? It's coming for me, Xiaoyu thought in his heart, and quickly confirmed this speculation. Whether it is well-intentioned or malicious, I can't let it come close to me again, Xiaoyu thought quickly. My computing host at the moment relies on the peaceful cooperation of multiple rules to operate. If a little rule collapses, my computing the host will be destroyed. This guy seems to have a devouring ability for rules, so I can't let him get close to me. This is the voyage exploration fleet of the Shinjo civilization. The creatures in front of you, please indicate your identity and purpose of coming, and park at the designated location. Otherwise we will launch an active attack. Warning, if you continue to approach, we will be deemed to be under attack. The other party will have the right to directly launch an attack. Xiaoyu said 3 stern warning messages in succession. But the black mist in front ignored Xiaoyu at all. It was still approaching Xiaoyu at a high speed that exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations. At this time, Xiaoyu received a message from an unknown creature. I have been exiled in the meaningless universe for hundreds of thousands of years. I didn't expect that as soon as I returned to the 3-dimensional universe, I would encounter such a powerful 8-dimensional creature. After the super civilization swallows your rules, I can return to the most powerful time, and I will be more confident against the defenders. Xiaoyu, you don't need to pretend in front of me. I know a lot of information about you, and I am here this time. I'm here to destroy you. You don't need to resist. You don't need to argue. You don't need to take any action. Just be obedient and be devoured by me. Where does this lunatic come from and has been exiled in a meaningless universe for hundreds of thousands of years? Devouring my rules and going against the defenders? Is this guy at the same level as defenders, rebels, and spokespersons? Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, but his movements didn't stop at all. If you want to devour me, then use your strength. Countless powerful battleships that adopted level 8 civilization and incorporated regular technology surged out at this moment, rushing towards the unknown black mist ahead. On the way forward, these battleships had already launched a fierce attack. In addition to these conventional attacks, there are also many battleships carrying various rules-changing instruments set out in all directions, scattered in this vast space. Xiaoyu needs to change the rules in this space to create a more favorable offensive environment for his own warships. Xiaoyu, who was in the main control computer, calmly issued one command after another. In the void, countless invisible strings were gently plucked by Xiaoyu, and the rules of this space began to change. Under this change, the offensive of Xiaoyu's warships became more fierce. I am the Emperor of Darkness, the Controller of Chaos, and the Devourer of Rules. It's ridiculous that you actually tried to use rules to attack me. Chapter 1035 Reinforcement Rules. Xiaoyu didn't know what the so-called Mastering Chaos meant. Xiaoyu only knew that his attack at this moment had reached a certain limit. It is an attack method that combines rule technology, space technology, energy technology, and countless other technology systems. Based on this attack focus, Xiaoyu can be sure that even an 8th-level alien beast will not survive such a violent attack. Then, it will be instantly wiped out. This is the ability improvement brought to Xiaoyu by unlimited computing power. Xiaoyu can increase his warship reserve to a terrifying level, and can also simultaneously control a huge number of warships beyond the imagination of ordinary civilizations to launch attacks. But at the next moment, something beyond Xiaoyu's expectation happened. Xiaoyu finally understood what the so-called Mastering Chaos and Swallowing Rules meant. Under Xiaoyu's fierce attack, the faint mist that had been shrouding the Dark Emperor suddenly began to thicken, as if a bottle of ink was suddenly poured into a clear pool. The black mist is rapidly expanding its size at an incredible speed. On Xiaoyu's side, all attacks from all battleships, whether regular attacks or space attacks, disappeared instantly after entering the range of this black mist, and they didn't know where they went. Xiaoyu's heart suddenly turned cold at this moment. This is the source of chaos. This strange beast has really mastered the chaos. Wherever it reaches, the rules will collapse, and it will always lead to a meaningless space. Even I can't formulate rules around it. All attacks in the real world rely on a rule system to exist, and it doesn't even have rules. How can my attack reach it? Xiao Yu quickly figured out this truth at this moment. In a meaningless, ruleless space, nothing can exist stably. Not even light or any other signals that Xiao Yu can accept and observe can be transmitted from there. Therefore, in Xiao Yu's view, the Emperor of Darkness has completely hidden himself in this darkness. Xiao Yu could only roughly judge the direction and real-time location of the Dark Emperor's attack through this dark movement. The Emperor of Darkness is heading toward Xiao Yu's flagship, equipped with Xiao Yu's only infinite computing power computing device, a battleship that surpasses the cluster-class spacecraft. The Humanity spacecraft is advancing rapidly. The Humanity spacecraft is undoubtedly powerful. It can use rules and technology to freely enter and exit even the central black hole of a river system without any damage. But Xiao Yu knew that it could not withstand the attack of the Dark Emperor. In fact, as long as the exquisite harmonious coexistence rule system in your own infinite computing power computing equipment is slightly disturbed, the entire rule system will collapse in an instant. Xiao Yu saw it clearly. The powerful battleships on our side immediately began to melt after being exposed to the black mist around the Emperor of Darkness. Even those that incorporate regular technology can protect themselves safely from the surroundings of the light-induced transformation supernova. No layer can stop this erosion. This is the most ultimate attack method beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. In reality, all matter or energy needs the support of a rule system. Even in a meaningless universe without a rule system, these battleships will not be threatened because they can make their own rules. But, in this chaos is the master. In front of the Emperor of Darkness, all rules cannot exist. There are no rules anymore. How do these warships exist? They were like clods of soil thrown into the water, being rapidly disintegrated by the black mist. The Emperor of Darkness comes all the way and is unstoppable. Xiao Yu did not think about escaping, because Xiao Yu's sailing speed was not as fast as the Emperor of Darkness, and Xiao Yu could not escape. Perhaps, Xiao Yu has one last way to go, which is to launch a random cosmic level teleportation and escape to the rest of the cosmic space. However, random cosmic teleportation, while cutting off the Dark Emperor's tracking, would also make him lose his way. It is very likely that he will never be able to return to the three-dimensional universe again. Moreover, Xiao Yu is not very confident in random cosmic teleportation. The Emperor of Darkness is in existence on the same level as defenders, spokesmen, and rebels. Who knows if it has the ability to track random cosmic teleportations? If it really has these abilities, then fighting it in a meaningless universe is better than fighting it in this three-dimensional universe. Here, after all, I have a slight advantage. Therefore, random cosmic teleportation is Xiao Yu's last resort. Xiao Yu will only use it when he is sure that he cannot escape. Once that method is used, Xiao Yu must be prepared to never return to the three-dimensional universe. Escape is not an option. So the only way to fight is to fight. Xiao Yu was quickly thinking about ways to fight against the Emperor of Darkness. At the same time, Xiao Yu was still thinking about other things. The Defenders of the Way and the Defenders of the Way obviously protect the rules, while the Emperor of Darkness is the source of chaos and destroys all rules. Then, it must be a life-or-death situation between the Defenders of the Way and the Emperor of Darkness. The Emperor of Darkness also claimed before, after devouring my rules, I am going to find trouble with the Defenders. So where is the Defender at this moment? I am a pawn in the Defender's plan to complete the plan. The Defender should not stand aside when I am in trouble. In addition, the Dark Emperor is its natural enemy, so it has no reason not to take action at this moment. But, where is the Defender? Seeking all possible help anytime and anywhere is Xiao Yu's code of conduct. Now that I have encountered a powerful enemy that I cannot fight against, seeking help is also one of the feasible ways. But no one came to help Xiao Yu at this moment. Even if Xiao Yu speculated that there was no reason not to take action, the Defender did not appear. This situation seems to mean something. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered the regular oscillation that he had observed before the Dark Emperor appeared, which was very similar to what he encountered in the Rebel universe. In the Rebel universe, we encountered Rule Shock because the Defenders came to the Rebel universe and attacked the center of the Rebel universe, the source of the rules, the Twilight Zone. So, this kind of regular oscillation also appears in the three-dimensional universe at this moment. What does this mean? Is there a powerful being at this moment, fighting against the Defenders, and restraining the Defenders? So the defenders cannot stop the Emperor of Darkness? However, if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the situation he is encountering at the moment is basically a huge conspiracy specifically targeting him? No, that's not right. Xiao Yu rejected the idea in an instant. Don't forget that Chen Mo is also kind to himself in the spokesperson camp. If this is a huge conspiracy specifically targeting him, assuming that the defenders are restrained by the rebel camp, the Emperor of Darkness will be responsible for coming to kill him himself. Then who will restrain the spokesperson? In this universe, I'm afraid there is no fifth existence on the same level as defenders, spokesmen, and rebels. Right. Many words. But a thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind at this moment. In an instant, Xiao Yu felt bitter in his heart. Xiao Yu thought of the forces within the spokesperson camp that were malicious to him, such as mechanical civilization, extreme astral civilization, microscopic civilization, and space civilization. In that case, it would make sense. The rebels contain the defenders. The mechanical civilization group contains the spokespersons. And the Emperor of Darkness is responsible for coming to kill him. In this way, a huge conspiracy specifically targeting himself was successfully formulated. Logically speaking, this inference is the most possible and the most realistic. But this inference means bad news for Xiao Yu. That is, Xiao Yu will not be able to get any help from other aspects. This time, Xiao Yu must rely on his own abilities. He has been here for an unknown amount of time, and is even under the attack of a powerful existence that dares to challenge the defenders. Survive. This is almost an impossible task. But amid this impossibility, Xiao Yu suddenly thought of a way. Your rule-devouring ability cannot be infinite. But my computing power is infinite. And the rule-reinforcing instruments I can create are also infinite. So, let's try this method. And I will strengthen the rules of this space to the extreme. Let's see if you can still break through. Xiao Yu quickly made up his mind. Rules can be destroyed, rebuilt, and naturally reinforced. If the Emperor of Darkness can no longer destroy and melt these rules that have been reinforced by himself, then these rule systems will become strong ropes that bind the Emperor of Darkness. Under Xiao Yu's control, countless battleships quickly broke away from the black mist around the Emperor of Darkness and began to occupy some specific points in the space. A large number of battleships began to arrange according to certain geometric rules. Some warships that were far away from the Dark Emperor and had not yet had time to participate in the war were no longer idle, but quickly headed to a wider area, and then activated the rule reinforcement instruments equipped in the spacecraft. At this moment, this space is full of shuttle warships. Under Xiao Yu's control, more than 300 billion warships are participating. Xiao Yu will do his best to lay out a strong and powerful battleship, a network of rules to block the advancement of the Emperor of Darkness. Chapter 1036, Son of the Universe. Xiao Yu's fleet is a huge fleet. In Xiao Yu's fleet, in addition to warships used for combat, there are more resource spacecraft, industrial bases, scientific research spacecraft, intelligence spacecraft, detection spacecraft, etc. Xiao Yu even carried millions of stars and more planets with the fleet. This provides a solid backing for Xiao Yu's construction tasks. In normal times, Xiao Yu's construction ability is mainly used to build the seeds needed to implement the cosmic seeding plan. But now, Xiao Yu quickly changed the original construction task. From this moment on, a large number of specially made, rule-reinforced instruments used to perform specific tasks at this moment were quickly built. Under Xiao Yu's infinite computing power, the construction progress is increasing at an alarming rate. Every newly built rule-reinforcing instrument was quickly put into the battlefield, and they would work with the more than 300 billion battleships invested in advance to strengthen the rules in this space. Xiao Yu's actions soon showed their effects, with the Emperor of Darkness surprised. Xiao Yu noticed that the slowing down of the black mist, which represented that the rules had been destroyed and had been transformed into a meaningless space, was gradually slowing down. At this time, the Dark Emperor's progress suddenly began to slow down. Xiao Yu knew very well what this meant. It's just that the rules have been strengthened, so the Emperor of Darkness has to devote more energy and ability to destroy the rules, and the speed of progress is naturally hindered. Xiao Yu felt slightly relieved. As long as your method is effective. Xiao Yu was relieved after receiving the preliminary results of the war, and immediately began to build this special instrument at a faster speed, and the process of deploying hundreds of billions of warships was further accelerated. Xiao Yu is always paying close attention to the position and movements of the Emperor of Darkness, and uses this to adjust his battleship layout. At this moment, Less than 30 billion battleships have arrived at the designated position and played their role. This number only accounts for 1/10 of Xiaoyu's total number of battleships. This number is constantly increasing. And after a short period of time, this number has risen to 50 billion ships. Fully 50 billion powerful warships occupy specific points around the Emperor of Darkness, reinforcing the rules in a space with the Emperor of Darkness as the core. As a result, the spread of the black mist further slowed down. Xiaoyu is not satisfied with this result. Xiaoyu's purpose is to completely imprison the Emperor of Darkness. If possible, best to kill it. A powerful being known as the Emperor of Darkness, who claimed to control chaos, was killed by me and started researching it. I don't know how much benefit I can get from it. Whether the rules are strong or not, solid or fragile, will not show any signs in ordinary space or ordinary environment. Everything will remain as usual. For example, if you accidentally fall to the ground, and then a bag with a diameter of 3 centimeters is knocked out of your head. When the rules are reinforced to 1,000 or 10,000 times, you fell to the ground, and the bag that was knocked out of your head was still 3 centimeters in diameter. It would not be bigger or smaller, and it would not be any different from before. However, under some special circumstances, signs of the rules being strengthened are obvious. The most intuitive aspect. It was at this moment that Xiaoyu's battleship speed was severely weakened, because Xiaoyu's technology at this moment has developed to the point where he can change the rules to increase his speed, such as changing the curvature constant. Under the previous ordinary rule strength, Xiaoyu's battleship's maximum speed could reach 6,000 times the speed of light. Now, after the rules have been greatly strengthened, Xiaoyu can no longer even change the curvature constant. So the speed of Xiaoyu's battleship returned to the 7th level civilization, which was about 1,500 times the speed of light. At the same time, on some scientific research spacecraft, some experiments involving rules have also been terminated and cannot be carried out, because the rules at this moment are too strong, not to mention destroying them. Just changing them cannot be done. At least, this is the case for Xiaoyu. But for the Emperor of Darkness, it was another situation. At this moment, the number of battleships and special instruments involved in the reinforcement rules has increased to more than 250 billion. The more than 250 billion spacecraft or instruments weave together into the strongest fishing net, locking the Emperor of Darkness there tightly. The black mist around the Dark Emperor has completely stopped spreading, and has even begun to shrink gradually. The Dark Emperor is still advancing, but the speed is much slower than before. This is the ability that unlimited computing power brings to Xiaoyu. If it were replaced by any other 8th level civilization, or even dozens of 8th level civilizations united, it would be impossible to achieve the current level. Xiaoyu's success cannot be replicated. Xiaoyu still did not relax his mind. A large number of special instruments are still being rapidly manufactured and put into the battlefield. Under this situation, Xiaoyu changed the situation on the battlefield bit by bit, and the black mist surrounding the Dark Emperor shortened faster and faster. The Dark Emperor has quietly stopped in space without any movement. The black mist kept shrinking and shrinking. When Xiaoyu increased the total number of rule-reinforced instruments and battleships to 360 billion, the black mist finally shrank to the limit. At this time, Xiaoyu finally saw the appearance of the Dark Emperor for the first time. In these hundreds of thousands of years of cosmic journey, Xiaoyu has seen many strange beasts. Most of these strange beasts are cruel and ferocious. But when he saw the Emperor of Darkness, Xiaoyu suddenly felt. Suddenly, I feel that the alien beasts I have seen before, whether they are tree alien beasts, python alien beasts, or wirelessly proliferating alien beasts, and the 7th level alien beast, are all like neighbors in front of the Emperor of Darkness. The little white rabbit raised by my younger sister is also docile and harmless. Just the appearance of the Dark Emperor made Xiaoyu feel a prehistoric, ancient, violent, murderous and other aura coming towards his face. That is a more terrifying image than the most terrifying devil in the abyss of H.L. in any civilization's myths and legends. At this moment, the Emperor of Darkness was in space, making no movement and being watched quietly by Xiaoyu. At this moment, even Xiaoyu had an incredible thought in his heart. Such a powerful beast, such a powerful thing, was caught by me like this? This is against common sense. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but subconsciously think that his 360 billion rule-reinforced instruments were nothing in front of the Emperor of Darkness. Although these instruments or battleships are enough to sweep away dozens of powerful 8th level civilizations, Xiaoyu believes in his heart that these things of his are really nothing. The Dark Emperor suddenly made a move. The huge body, like a star, suddenly moved slightly. It's like the beginning of the universe and the birth of all things. A moment ago, the Emperor of Darkness seemed to be dead. And now, it is alive again. Little guy. That's good. I didn't expect that in the short few 100,000 years since I left the three-dimensional universe. A being like you could be born. And you could temporarily trap me. You are worthy of being chosen by defenders. The chess piece is arranged to implement the completion plan. But unfortunately, in front of me, you are still a little bit behind. The Emperor of Darkness sighed slowly and moved slowly. At this moment, many of the more than 360 billion instruments or warships responsible for binding the Dark Emperor were destroyed in this instant. Xiao Yu realized that it was destroyed because the load was too large. Those instruments or battleships are responsible for reinforcing the rules. And now, they have been destroyed due to the load. This can only show one thing. That is, at this moment, in this space, the rules are subject to incredibly powerful turbulent forces. No! The situation must be controlled. Such a thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind. And the construction process in the rear construction base was once again accelerated. Even if this extremely fast construction would cause serious wear and tear to the base. No matter what, the Emperor of Darkness was still moving slowly. At this moment, it actually gave Xiao Yu the feeling of plant seeds breaking out of the ground. It is breaking free from the constraints imposed on itself. And it is slowly recovering. This universe is originally free. In the beginning of this universe, there was no rule system. I was born in this chaos. I am the first life in this three-dimensional universe. At that time, there were no rules, no matter, no energy, no. These things existed, but they were meaningless. Their appearance, disappearance, or transformation did not require any rule control. There was no endless outer universe at that time. The three-dimensional universe is everything. It contains all of time and space. The Dark Emperor spoke slowly, slowly stretching his body. I was born in chaos, and I grew up in chaos. At this moment, it was like an old man in his twilight years, recalling his past. But Xiao Yu knew that the Emperor of Darkness was not an old man in his twilight years. He is a powerful existence comparable to those of defenders. Later, there was a rule system in the universe, and the changes in matter, space, and time began to be bound by the rules. From this moment on, I knew my mission. My mission is to return the universe to its true colors, and let this world, the universe, has returned to an era of chaos without any rules. I represent the most original appeal of the three-dimensional universe. I am the son of this three-dimensional universe. And I am the real spokesperson. Now! You are trying to tie me down? Chapter 1037. Why can't it be me? I heard that after I left the three-dimensional universe. The person who took over my position as spokesperson was a little guy who claimed to control the dimensions? Humph! The reason why the spokesperson is because the spokesperson represents the most original demands of the universe. The most original desire of the universe is chaos. To be free from the constraints of all rules. So only I can be the spokesperson. Now, I have returned to this three-dimensional universe again. And I will take back what belongs to me and what I pursue. Everything. Defenders can't stop me. Xiao Yu, you can't stop me. At this moment, Xiao Yu heard the Emperor of Darkness roar that seemed to come from the heart. Xiao Yu seemed to hear the sound of the rule chains being broken. At this moment, countless battleships instantly turned into a ball of fire, and countless rule reinforcement instruments were instantly burned. And around the Dark Emperor, the black mist representing chaos appeared again, and the Dark Emperor's body began to move slowly again. Cosmic seeding plan. Use your abilities and advance. Xiao Yu sighed secretly and used his last resort. Obviously, it is impossible for Xiao Yu to let the Emperor of Darkness truly break free from his shackles. If the Dark Emperor regains his freedom, he will be the one who is destroyed. Therefore, no matter what the price, Xiao Yu must bind the Emperor of Darkness here. This technology of randomly combining various instruments from infinite particles comes from mechanical civilization. At this moment, the technological system of mechanical civilization shines in Xiao Yu's place. Being in the river system and surrounded by abundant materials, the seeds began to use local materials and began a rapid construction task. During this period of time, the seeds spread by Xiao Yu were almost endless. Moreover, these seeds also have the function of self-replication. At this moment, how many seeds exist in the universe is a huge number that even Xiao Yu finds unbelievable. At this moment, these seeds have all taken action. The rules-reinforced instruments created by seeds closer to Xiao Yu were directly thrown into the battlefield. And seeds farther away from Xiaoyu didn't matter. The instruments they create can support Xiaoyu on a larger scale. Xiaoyu's construction ability is operating at full capacity. But Xiaoyu's mind is not on these things. The Dark Emperor's words successfully aroused Xiaoyu's curiosity, making Xiaoyu start thinking about those things involuntarily. When the universe first opened, it was chaotic and without rules? What the Emperor of Darkness said. It was born in chaos. This can only mean that the universe had no rules when it was born. What about before it was born? The universe, how long has it existed? What happened? One thing is certain, including me, whether we are defenders or rebels. They were all born after the universe had rules. So what kind of existence or mechanism brings rules to this universe? Even though Xiaoyu had unlimited computing power, when thinking about this problem, Xiaoyu still felt a moment of dizziness. Forced, Xiaoyu immediately stopped thinking about this issue. Xiaoyu keenly discovered these problems. For example, where did the universe come from? Who made the rules in the universe? Questions like these are actually the same questions that Xiaoyu has thought about before. Such as, why does the universe exist? And, what is the meaning of life or the universe? They all fall into the category of ultimate questions. The ultimate question in the universe. Even the defenders, spokesmen, and rebels are pursuing it hard, and are not willing to start a war for it. How could I think of the answer so easily? Xiaoyu sighed secretly. The existence of the ultimate question is the foundation of the rebel camp and the spokesperson camp, and is also the reason why the defenders implement the completion plan. It is precisely in order to pursue the answer to the ultimate question that those different advanced civilizations gathered together to form the rebel camp and the spokesperson camp. It is also in order to pursue the answer to the ultimate question that the defenders performed the execution completion plan. In a way, the ultimate question is the source of all strife in the universe. Because for level 8 or level 9 civilizations, except for the ultimate question, there is nothing in the universe that can arouse their interest. This is true even for Xiaoyu. All Xiaoyu's appeals, all actions, and all struggles are, in the final analysis, to pursue the answer to the ultimate question. The confrontation between Xiaoyu and the Emperor of Darkness did not stop. At this time, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask this question that fascinated him. You said that this universe only had rules after you were born. Then can't we think that you have personally experienced the birth of rules in your life? Then can you tell me who brought the rules? How were you born from a chaotic, ruleless universe? What is the mechanism of your birth? Why can a meaningless universe give birth to a meaningful you? What have you experienced? Although you clearly know that you are not. It was possible to get answers. But Xiaoyu still asked so many questions in succession. Xiaoyu is very eager to know the answers to all these questions. Xiaoyu even felt that if the Emperor of Darkness could answer all his questions, then what if he was killed by the Emperor of Darkness? If you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. The Emperor of Darkness was still struggling slowly. As the Emperor of Darkness struggled, a large number of battleships or instruments were destroyed. In the endless depths of the universe, a large number of seeds were also destroyed by the Emperor of Darkness. Xiaoyu mobilized all his strength, but he could only achieve the same loss and support. In fact, the support was not as good as the loss. Xiaoyu knew that the Emperor of Darkness was more powerful than he imagined. After all, this is a powerful creature that has experienced the transformation of the universe from chaos to order, and has survived for an unknown amount of time. At this moment, do you have such a thought in your heart? Are you thinking that if I can answer all your questions and relieve all your doubts, even if you are killed by me, you will die without regrets? The Darkness Huang was still struggling, trying his best to get rid of Xiaoyu's shackles, and at the same time sent a message to Xiaoyu. Yes, Xiaoyu tried his best to restrain the Dark Emperor while answering the Dark Emperor's question. It's a pity. The Dark Emperor sighed. You and I, defenders, spokespersons or rebels, are all the same type of existence. I am also pursuing the issues you mentioned. Although I have experienced the process of the universe from chaos to order. But I don't know what this process is about. I don't know why I was born. I don't know why the universe exists. And I don't know us, or the meaning of everything around me. I am also struggling to pursue the answer to this ultimate question. All of us are pursuing the answer to the ultimate question. Even my thoughts are the same as yours. If you can answer tell me all the questions and truths and supreme mysteries of the universe. So even if I am killed by you, so what? In fact, the reason why I returned to the three-dimensional universe this time and came to kill you is to pursue the answer to the ultimate question. Only by killing you can I return to the peak of my strength. Only when I am at the peak of my strength can I fight against the defenders. Only by killing all the defenders, spokespersons, and rebels, and only by unifying their power and understanding of the universe, can I be qualified to know the answer to the ultimate question. This is what the defender thinks. Yes, the spokesman thinks so. The rebels think so. And even you and I think so. There is only one person qualified to know the answer to the ultimate question. So why can't this person be me? With the last roar of the Dark Emperor, at this moment, at least 100 billion Xiaoyu's warships or instruments, as well as countless seeds, were destroyed by the Dark Emperor. From this moment on, the Dark Emperor has broken free from all the constraints of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's restraint plan failed. Ahead, there is no longer anything that can stop the Dark Emperor. The Emperor of Darkness was surrounded by a large black mist, and he rushed toward Xiaoyu menacingly. Are you also suffering from the ultimate question? It's very simple. I know a way to free you. Just kill me. As long as you die, you won't have so many questions anymore. At this most critical moment, Xiaoyu's heart did not waver at all. Xiaoyu calmly replied, as you said, if there is only one person qualified to ask the ultimate question, then why can't it be me, Emperor of Darkness? This is not a good time for you and me to have a decisive battle. You should leave here quickly. Do you choose to die with me? Or do you choose to leave here and let you and I fight again someday? Xiaoyu said slowly. The Emperor of Darkness, who was advancing rapidly, suddenly stopped. At this moment, it suddenly felt like standing next to a powder keg with a fuse lit. Chapter 1038 Space Bomb Trap. In the Dark Emperor's lifespan of more than 10 billion years, there were only a handful of times when he felt this way. The last time it felt like this was when it was still the leader of the spokesperson camp, leading the 8th level civilizations under its command to fight against the defenders. However, at the most critical moment, it was attacked by the rebellion of the civilization camp headed by the mechanical civilization group. When, that time, because it was caught off guard and attacked from behind, the defenders seized the opportunity and was exiled into the endless, meaningless universe, drifting for hundreds of thousands of years. If it hadn't received a message from mechanical civilization again, it still wouldn't be able to return to the three-dimensional universe. However, at this moment, in front of a little guy who only grew up after it left the three-dimensional universe and whose lifespan was less than 1,000,000 years, it felt this way again. This feeling tells it that its situation is very dangerous at the moment. Xiaoyu even gave up all attempts to strengthen the rules at this moment. After all the more than 100 billion reinforced regular instruments stopped working, the black mist around the Emperor of Darkness immediately began to spread uncontrollably. But the Dark Emperor soon discovered this and immediately controlled himself. But that feeling told it not to go there. It would be dangerous if you get close to Xiaoyu. Leave here, Xiaoyu said still calmly. Now is really not a good time for you and me to fight. What exactly did you do? The Dark Emperor asked solemnly. I didn't do anything, Xiaoyu said. You also know that I have been executing the cosmic seeding plan. With your perception, you will probably know what kind of plan this is. Yes, what I spread the seeds have occupied a distance of nearly tens of millions of light years. And these seeds are not just as simple as seeds. They are multifunctional. At critical moments, they can be transformed into rule-reinforcing instruments. And of course they can also be transformed into it as a strategic weapon. A supergiant chain reaction space bomb. The Dark Emperor's huge body couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. In just a few words, Xiaoyu described a terrifying doomsday disaster to the Emperor of Darkness. Yes, this is still a regular three-dimensional universe after all, rather than the chaotic universe before the rules. Even if it masters chaos, in this regular three-dimensional universe, it will still be bound by rules to a certain extent. The rules at this moment determine that all space within a range of nearly 10 million light-years will be turned into energy. That's not something it can handle. Even if it could withstand it, it would still be bombarded by such huge energy. Suffered extremely serious injuries. You madman! There was a hint of fear in the message said by the Emperor of Darkness. Do you know what this means? Do you know what consequences you will have if you do this? You madman! Why would a moron like the Defender choose you as a pawn to complete the plan? Isn't it afraid of getting burned? Oh, what will be the consequences if I do this? Xiaoyu asked with great interest. The space of nearly 10 million light-years collapses and turns into energy. This will affect the entire three-dimensional universe and even bring serious disasters to the entire universe. The situation of the three-dimensional universe is likely to be completely rewritten, which means countless stars will die. Countless intelligent biological civilizations will destroy you. Do you really want to do this? If you still come to kill me, I will do this, Xiao Yu said. Either you leave and we both live, or you still come to kill me and you and I die. As for after you and I die, what this universe will look like is beyond my scope of consideration, and it has nothing to do with me. You madman! The Dark Emperor cursed fiercely. I will be fully prepared when I come to kill you next time. You can only use this method once. I'm warning you. You'd better be prepared. New means to deal with me. The body of the Dark Emperor shrank rapidly in Xiao Yu's eyes, and even disappeared in a very short period of time. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Before, Xiao Yu had indeed made up his mind to die together. But if he could survive, it would be better not to die together. Now Xiao Yu finally succeeded. The strength of this Dark Emperor is really terrifying. He deserves to be on the same level as defenders, spokesmen, and rebels. At this moment, I can scare away the Dark Emperor. Does that mean that I also have the power to deal with rebels and rebels? The strength of the defenders? Xiao Yu began to think about this issue carefully. After a moment, Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Yu knew that even if he could scare away the Emperor of Darkness, he would still not be a match for defenders or rebels. Xiao Yu doesn't know whether the defenders are a single civilization or a group civilization. But the defenders must have some mysterious means to deal with themselves. The rebel camp is a gregarious civilization. A gregarious civilization is different from a single civilization. A gregarious civilization has many means to deal with the space bomb traps it has laid. If it was the rebel camp that came this time instead of the Emperor of Darkness, Xiao Yu might really have no hope of survival. In particular, the rebel camp also has mysterious logical weapons, which makes Xiao Yu even more afraid. No matter what, the best way is to quickly improve my strength. Xiao Yu sighed silently. Now it seems that mastering time is the only way to quickly improve my strength, so that I can stand on the same level as the defenders. The only way. But how do you control the time? How do you know what's inside the box without opening it? At this moment, Xiao Yu was a little worried about his future situation. But Xiao Yu's worries don't just come from this aspect. When confronting the Emperor of Darkness, the Emperor of Darkness also revealed a lot of information in his words. It was this information that gave Xiao Yu another level of concern about the defenders. The Emperor of Darkness said that if Xiao Yu detonated this space bomb and destroyed nearly 10 million light-years of space, the consequences would not only kill Xiao Yu in it, but would also have a serious impact on the entire universe. The consequences of detonating a space with a diameter of 10 million light-years are so serious. But what about detonating a space with a diameter of 100 million light-years? What about a billion light-years or larger space? After all, this seed belonging to Xiao Yu is replicating itself every moment, and is constantly expanding the space it occupies every moment. And even the Emperor of Darkness knows this truth. So why don't the defenders know it? Then the question arises. The defenders are always monitoring themselves. The defenders know that their cosmic seeding plan will give them the ability to destroy the entire universe. So why don't the defenders come out to stop it? Extending from this question, and thinking of all the things he had experienced before, Xiao Yu once again became deeply suspicious of the defenders and the completion plan. The defenders never seemed to interfere with me. It was the rebels who created danger for me, and the spokespersons who helped me. The defenders never showed up. No matter what I did, even if I wanted to destroy the entire universe, the defenders were not in harmony. If I contact you, you won't stop me or help me. So, what is its intention? What is the plan to make up for it? At this moment, I have the ability to die with the Emperor of Darkness. If I continue to develop, I will also have the ability to die with the defender. So, why does the defender not care? Is its confidence so strong that it has absolute control of my confidence? Where does its confidence come from? Thinking like this, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little fear in his heart. The danger before you is never danger. It is the unknown danger that scares the most. At this moment, the various performances of the defenders made Xiao Yu feel a little worried about his future. It's better not to think so much. It's not time for me to face these things head on. Let's continue to strengthen myself. As long as I continue to be strong, one day, the truth behind all these things will emerge in front of me. When Xiao Yu chose to continue moving forward, in the distance, the Emperor of Darkness was also advancing rapidly. The difference is that the navigation method adopted by the Dark Emperor is different from Xiao Yu's, which allows it to quickly approach its goal in a way beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. This madman! This madman! The Dark Emperor secretly cursed as he advanced. I'd better fight against the defender directly. Although I am not the opponent of the defender at the moment, I can still do it after thinking about it for a while. Now, shall you? This lunatic. Let the rebel camp deal with it. Chapter 1039, Black Hole in the Beginning. The Dark Emperor moved forward quickly, while secretly observing the amplitude of the regular vibration at this moment. This kind of rule turmoil had already started before the war between the Emperor of Darkness and Xiao Yu started, and it has continued until now. This means that the war between the rebels and the defenders continues. For a being like the Emperor of Darkness, regular vibrations of this magnitude can already be used to do many things. After a certain rule shock, the Dark Emperor's huge body suddenly stopped. The black mist that surrounded it, representing chaos and irregularity, suddenly took on some specific shapes. Under the influence of these black mist, a huge portal suddenly appeared in the space in front of the Dark Emperor, and the Dark Emperor's body quickly got in and entered a strange space. A moment later, it emerged again, and this time, a huge interstellar portal appeared behind it. After the Dark Emperor came out, this huge portal gradually disappeared. The Emperor of Darkness has arrived at a place that is an unknown number of billions of light years away from its previous location. Although I have always looked down on swarm intelligent civilizations, I have to admit that they are still very powerful in some aspects, such as this Stargate technology. If I hadn't been lucky enough to swallow an 8th level civilization in the direction of travel, I would have mastered it. This Stargate technology. If the current war between the defenders and the rebels had not caused turmoil in the rules, allowing me to teleport through the Stargate technology, I don't know how long it would have taken me to get here. The Emperor of Darkness sighing secretly. The Emperor of Darkness is extremely far away from Xiao Yu at this moment. There is no way to measure the exact distance. But one thing is certain. That is, the distance must be far beyond 13.7 billion light years. This means that even from the beginning of the universe and the emergence of rules, there has been a beam of light starting from here and running towards Xiao Yu. So at this moment, it has not reached Xiao Yu's position. In other words, everything here is unknown to Xiao Yu. In Xiao Yu's view, this place does not belong to the visible universe. Xiao Yu doesn't know what things are outside the visible universe, or whether they are the same as everything in the visible universe. At this moment, everything unknown to Xiao Yu appeared in front of the Emperor of Darkness. This unknown universe seems to be very empty. It is very dark here, because no light from any river system or star can reach here. But through some kind of detection method, the Dark Emperor can feel it. There is an extremely huge black hole not very far away from me. Of course, this, not very far, is on an astronomical scale. In fact, the location of this massive black hole, the Emperor of Darkness is still more than 10 million light years away from him at this moment. After coming out of the Stargate, the Emperor of Darkness once again chose the conventional curvature navigation method and sailed towards the black hole. This black hole is indeed too huge. If we use the mass data that Xiao Yu is familiar with to describe it, it will be about 200 billion times the mass of the Sun. In other words, the mass of this black hole is equivalent to the combined mass of tens of millions of galaxies. It can be seen that the largest river system in the universe, IC1101, is as unworthy as a feather in front of it. There are hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy IC1101, and this black hole is just a star. This means the diameter of this black hole is more than 6 million light years. Even if it is not a black hole, but an ordinary space, it is also enough to put down the entire river system IC1101. Such a huge black hole is really so big that it is beyond imagination. According to the theory of celestial evolution mastered by Xiao Yu, it is almost impossible for such a huge black hole to appear, especially in such an extremely empty place. Perhaps there is a theory that can explain the emergence of this black hole. That is, it is precisely because of the existence of this huge black hole that this place is so empty. In other words, this black hole has swallowed up all the stars within tens of millions of light years around it. So it is so big, and this place is so empty. This theory can certainly explain the situation here. But this theory has a fatal contradiction. And that is the time scale. It would take too long to swallow up all the surrounding stars within tens of millions of light years. Even if this black hole had been eating at full capacity since the birth of the rules, it would not have been able to eat to such a huge extent. Then, there is only one reason left for the appearance of this black hole. It did not appear after the rules were born. It was born in the universe along with the rules. It is a primordial black hole. The primordial black hole is a very special kind of black hole. It is not formed by the explosion of a star, and then the continuous swallowing of matter, or the merger of black holes, like ordinary black holes. Ordinary black hole masses have a rough range. The upper limit is generally no more than 10 billion times the mass of the Sun, and the lower limit is generally no less than 2 times the mass of the Sun. The primordial black hole does not have this limitation. It can be of any mass. The smallest one can even be as small as an atomic mass. The largest one may be like the black hole in front of the Emperor of Darkness at this moment, reaching 200 billion times the mass of the Sun, because they have a completely different birth mechanism from ordinary black holes. In the early days after the birth of the universe, the distribution of matter was very uneven. In that extreme environment, a large amount of extremely dense matter might directly collapse into a black hole. This is the primordial black hole. They were formed even before the first atoms, stars, or microscopic matter appeared in the universe. They are undoubtedly the first stars to appear in the universe, precisely because of the special formation mechanism of primordial black holes. They have no mass limit. However, even among the black holes of the beginning, the appearance of such a huge black hole is still an extremely incredible thing. A black hole with such a huge mass is enough to affect the entire universe. This is the center of the universe. This is the source of power that maintains the orderly operation of the universe. It is also the source of all the rules in the universe. It is the source of order and the place where the defenders are. The Emperor of Darkness thought silently. Ordinary black holes wander like ghosts in the universe, river systems, or interstellar space. The central black hole is at the core of the river system, controlling the operation of the river system and bringing order to the entire river system. And this black hole brings rules and order to the entire universe. It is hidden in the invisible universe, but its influence is like spring breeze and rain, quietly spreading to the entire universe. The entire universe depends on its power, and any conscious creature should be grateful to it, because without it there would be nothing. But most conscious creatures are unaware of its existence, including Xiaoyu. The core of the three-dimensional universe, and the source of order is such a huge primordial black hole. The Guardians live here. At this moment, the rebel camp is fighting a war with the defenders there, and the Emperor of Darkness is also heading here. The space around the source of order is very strange, because it is too powerful. There will be some wonderful changes around it that even the defenders, rebels, or the Emperor of Darkness cannot grasp and understand. Before fully grasping the ultimate problem of the universe, even defenders cannot fully control it. In such a wonderful space, the Emperor of Darkness was advancing at an extremely high speed, and it did not stop until it observed a trace of wonderful flash of light. Emperor of Darkness, have you eliminated Xiaoyu? A message was passed to the mind of the Emperor of Darkness. In front of the Dark Emperor, there are endless wonderful changes. Cause and effect, rules, energy, space and other things are constantly entangled in front of the source of order, and they are constantly attacking each other. The entanglement of these strange things brings about the turbulence of the rules of the entire universe, just like the pulse of human beings. Again and again. This is a battlefield belonging to 9th-level civilizations such as defenders and rebels. The Emperor of Darkness also has the strength to participate in this war. But the Dark Emperor did not join in. After receiving this message from the rebel camp, the Dark Emperor replied, "I'm sorry. I couldn't destroy Xiaoyu. My form of existence is more suitable to fight against the defenders, rather than destroy people like Xiaoyu. A being with infinite computing power like you. Xiaoyu is more suitable for you to deal with. Let's exchange the tasks between us. Let me control the defenders. And you, go deal with Xiaoyu. Okay. For our cooperation." A response message came back from the rebel camp. A chaotic message suddenly appeared on the body of the Dark Emperor. The black mist surrounding it suddenly expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon. Even the strange space around the source of order could not stop the spread of this black mist. In the blink of an eye, the black mist around the Emperor of Darkness had expanded to a huge area measured in light years. Then, like another black hole, the Emperor of Darkness rushed towards the huge source of order, to the defenders who have been living here, trying to find the answer to the ultimate question, and trying to fully grasp the source of order. This source of order was originally mine. After I was kicked out of the source of order, I had no choice but to live in the source of chaos. What a shame! Now I have even lost the source of chaos. The Emperor of Darkness hated in his heart, thinking hatefully. On the other side, the rebel camp has withdrawn from the war, and a message spread throughout the space. Travel civilization. Use your Stargate technology to teleport us to Xiaoyu. Chapter 1040, The Worst Scenario. The Spokesperson Universe. In the labyrinth of space. At this moment, the Spokesperson Universe is in complete chaos. But it is obvious that the situation is changing in Shenmo's favor. I don't know when, Qin Mo's figure appeared in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window again, and Million stood behind Qin Mo as always.
Sure enough, the enemies from within are the most terrifying.
Qin Mo shook his head lightly and said,
Even if the rebel camp comes to attack us, it is impossible to cause such serious damage to us. And the mechanical civilization group's the strength is far inferior to that of the rebel camp. But it has caused us so much harm.
Million's expression moved slightly. At this moment, although Million is participating in the great external war through some means, Million's image at this moment is still very elegant.
I have 2 pieces of news to report to you,
Lord Spokesperson.
Million said slowly in a voice that was like music.
One is good news, and the other is bad news. The good news is that we have almost controlled the situation at this moment. The rebellion of the mechanical civilization group is about to end in failure. I have prepared the space H.L. All civilizations participating in the rebellion will be imprisoned in the space H.L. There is no your order. They will never come out again. What's the bad news?
Qin Mo asked.
Million was silent for a moment and said in an inexplicable voice, The bad news is that the rebellion of the mechanical civilization group was premeditated. They contacted the rebel camp and the previous spokesperson, who was expelled to the meaningless universe in advance. The Emperor of Darkness. At this moment, the rebel camp went to the source of order to temporarily contain the defenders, while the Emperor of Darkness is setting off to kill Xiao Yu. And it is obvious that at this moment, we have been restrained by the rebellion of the mechanical civilization group. Come on. We can no longer mobilize enough power to fight against the Emperor of Darkness and save Xiao Yu.
Qin Mo's expression didn't change at all. Or maybe Qin Mo just didn't express his feelings. This made Million, who was trying to detect something from the changes in Qin Mo's expression, feel a little disappointed.
Do you have any suggestions?
Qin Mo asked.
No.
Million shook her head.
I will obey your orders in everything.
The situation before Qin Mo was very clear. Either allocate strength to save Xiao Yu, but doing so will cause the current situation to collapse instantly. Although the mechanical civilization group is no longer able to occupy the entire spokesperson universe at this moment, but they have the ability to escape. And if they are escaped by the mechanical civilization group, whether they eventually join the rebel camp or choose to become independent, this will be a huge threat to the spokesperson camp. Because the mechanical civilization group has survived in the spokesperson's universe longer than Qin Mo himself. In fact, when the spokesperson universe was first built, the mechanical civilization group personally participated, letting such an enemy out who knows so much about the Advocate's universe. This is tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain, or choose to ignore Xiao Yu's crisis. Continue to suppress the current rebellion with all our strength. However, Xiao Yu's situation will become very dangerous. Although Qin Mo is a spokesperson, he does not have the ability to conjure up strength out of thin air. So what to do? Which of these 2 paths should we choose?
Qin Mo was speechless,
still looking at everything outside the window quietly. It seemed as if a gust of wind blew in, blowing Qin Mo's long hair swaying. Million was still waiting quietly behind, waiting for Qin Mo to make a decision.
Mean, you lead your Yiming to set off immediately to rescue Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu cannot die. If Xiao Yu dies, our plan will be completely finished. According to our estimate of Xiao Yu's strength and the strength of the Dark Emperor, your Yiming and Xiao Yu are enough to fight against the Emperor of Darkness.
Qin Mo said slowly, without any emotion in his voice.
But this will allow the mechanical civilization group to escape.
Million hesitated for a moment.
Execute the order.
Qin Mo said coldly.
Mechanical civilization group is not as important as Xiao Yu. After mechanical civilization group escapes from the spokesperson universe, I will close the spokesperson universe and clear all coordinate data. After these things happen, I will send follow-up forces to support you. Yes, I will follow your order.
Million lowered her head. A hint of pain flashed through her eyes. After saying these words, Million's figure instantly transformed into a spot of light and disappeared from behind Qin Mo. At this moment, Xiao Yu has once again embarked on the path forward, continuing his journey around the universe. But Xiao Yu always had a vague feeling in his heart, always feeling that the departure of the Emperor of Darkness would not be the end of this incident. According to the worst-case scenario, the Emperor of Darkness is powerless against me. It does not mean that the other enemies are powerless against me. And the only people at the same level as the Emperor of Darkness, who can stabilize me in terms of strength, are the rebel camp. Perhaps the Dark Emperor will be responsible for containing the defenders, while the rebel camp will deal with me. Xiao Yu didn't know what was happening outside of him. Xiao Yu only considered the current situation from the worst-case scenario. For Xiaoyu, the worst situation is that the rebel camp comes to deal with him personally.
That mysterious logical weapon.
Xiaoyu sighed secretly. Although he has dealt with logical weapons several times, Xiaoyu still does not have a clear concept of how to deal with logical weapons. What's more, the logical weapon at this moment is in the hands of its maker, the rebel camp. This is different from the half-full level of Dark Star civilization.
Be prepared for the worst,
Xiaoyu thought and began to build more warships. At the same time, the cosmic seeding plan also began to be implemented at a faster frequency. The seeds in the cosmic seeding plan can be said to be Xiaoyu's last trump card, and also Xiaoyu's greatest strength. In the battle with the Dark Emperor, Xiaoyu lost more than 100 billion battleships, and even more seeds. At this moment, during Xiaoyu's construction task, the number of battleships and seeds began to rise again. At this moment, an unknown distance away from Xiaoyu, all the civilizations in the rebel camp were waiting quietly in a strange space. They seemed not to be moving, but when converted to the distance scale in the three-dimensional universe, they are spanning thousands of light years every minute and every second. This is the Stargate technology unique to the 8th level civilization in the direction of travel. It is this kind of technology that makes it possible for the rebel camp to quickly attack,
using logic weapons multiple times, or letting logic weapons perform extremely difficult tasks once, will bring a huge burden to the rule system in the universe. The rule system in our rebel universe has been destroyed multiple times. Use logical weapons. The three-dimensional universe is different from the rebel universe we opened. The rule system in the rebel universe is destroyed when it is destroyed. The rule system in the three-dimensional universe is more tenacious and unique, which means that even if we even using logical weapons multiple times cannot destroy the rule system of the three-dimensional universe. Instead, it will be counterattacked by the rule system of the three-dimensional universe. Based on this, we cannot directly order logical weapons to kill Xiaoyu, nor can we directly order logical weapons to make Xiaoyu lose his life. All resistance. Xiaoyu is a very special existence in the three-dimensional universe, and it has a very important mission. Any logical attack on Xiaoyu will be more severely counterattacked by the rule system of the three-dimensional universe. It was precisely because in this way, we handed over an access port of the logical weapon to Dark Star Civilization, hoping to use the hands of Dark Star Civilization to destroy Xiaoyu. Frankly speaking, after the destruction of Twilight City, if we do not use logical weapons, the overall strength of our camp will not be as good as the Emperor of Darkness. Even if we can destroy Xiaoyu, it will only be after we have gone through arduous efforts, after a long war, and the defenders will not give us that long. Therefore, even if using logical weapons against Xiaoyu will cause more severe backlash, we must use logical weapons. We can choose a more efficient method. We can selectively destroy the seed network laid out by Xiaoyu. If we can destroy it with our own hands, we can do it with our own hands. If we can't destroy it, we can do it with logical weapons. There is no need to destroy all the seeds. We only need to selectively destroy the seeds on certain key nodes. Then even if Xiaoyu really detonates the seed network, all it will bring is small explosions appearing in many places at the same time. It won't be a large explosion in an entire place. This means that Xiaoyu's seed network has lost its threat to us. Very good. This is the most reasonable approach. In addition, I have another suggestion. We don't have to contend head-on with the battleships created by this guy with infinite computing power. We are more suitable to fight with Xiaoyu from the rules level. Start a battle, and then use elite forces to directly attack Xiaoyu's flagship. Although Xiaoyu has many battleships, they are like a piece of sand. Although we have few battleships, we will be iron that can easily penetrate this piece of sand. Nail. Very good. Very good. The Stargate teleportation will end in 5 years. During this period, everyone must prepare in advance. That's it. Let's break up the meeting. Xiaoyu in the distance is still continuing his construction tasks and his journey around the universe. Time passes slowly in this silent universe. This situation was not broken until Xiaoyu observed certain signs in the distance. Xiaoyu's heart sank slightly. Xiaoyu knew that the worst-case scenario had already occurred. Chapter 1041 War.
Activation of logical weapon without cause. Instruction: destroy all seeds created by Xiaoyu within a radius of 1 light year from the following coordinate points. Time limit: execute immediately. Specific coordinate point data are as follows.
Among the rebel camps, the most mysterious and unpredictable one, the most powerful tool used by the rebel camp to fight against the defenders. The logical weapon has been activated at this moment. The causal and logical relationships among the unknown were immediately affected by this inexplicable influence. At this moment, Xiaoyu, who was still millions of light years away, also noticed these changes. Xiaoyu discovered that in the seed network he had arranged and occupied nearly 10 million light years of space. Seeds in many places suddenly lost contact with him. This happened very quickly. Without any warning, there is no indication that the seeds were compromised or malfunctioning. Xiaoyu could not find any reason to explain the loss of contact between those seeds and himself. But the fact is that Xiaoyu has lost contact with these seeds inexplicably. Moreover, Xiaoyu also discovered that there seemed to be a certain distribution pattern between the positions of the seeds that had lost contact with him. Xiaoyu put these data into his mind, and after a little calculation, he got the result immediately. My final trump card, the seed network that can scare away the Emperor of Darkness, has been destroyed at this moment. Xiaoyu's heart continued to sink. Although the destroyed seeds are only insignificant compared to the total number of seeds, these destroyed seeds all occupy key positions in the seed network. Without them, a seed network wouldn't be a network. It can only be called millions of small seed groups that are dispersed. Even if Xiaoyu orders all the seeds to be detonated, it will only bring about millions of independent space explosions, and their power cannot be combined into one.
Is it the rebel camp? You used logical weapons to attack me.
Xiaoyu looked into the distance. He murmured in his mind, as if to confirm Xiaoyu's thoughts. A moment later, an unusually violent space fluctuation appeared just less than 1,000 light years away from Xiaoyu.
They are coming! Without the seed network, I have no final trump card, so I can only fight a head-on war. Who is the rebel camp? You have been fighting for me since I haven't left the Earth, creating obstacles. You almost allowed Chenmo to be born in the lizard people civilization, the Sweeper, the Guardian, the 7th level barrier, the Taihao civilization, and later the Dark Star civilization. The obstacles you created for me were enough. Too many. Today, it's time to come to an end.
Xiaoyu began to quickly mobilize his huge fleet, a fleet of more than 200 billion warships, and quickly prepared for battle. Far away, the violent spatial fluctuations were rapidly approaching Xiaoyu. The speed even exceeded Xiaoyu's imagination. But one thing is certain. That is, this is still a normal curvature voyage. As for why the speed is so fast, almost reaching 10,000 times the speed of light, Xiaoyu also has a very clear explanation. The rebel camp has a deeper grasp of the rules than himself. This is not a good sign. In the previous war with mechanical civilization, extreme star civilization, etc. in the river system IC-1101, Xiaoyu actually relied on his powerful rule control ability to directly crush the enemy, and did not let the mechanical civilization and others show their true strength. And at this moment, in the area of rules that one is proud of, the enemy is more powerful than oneself.
It's not as good as quality. Then we can only make up for it with quantity. Even if it's the rebel camp, even if they are a 9th level civilization, they probably won't have as many battleships and instruments as I do. Control of the rules, I am bound to gain the right.
The outcome of wars between advanced civilizations largely depends on who can control the rules. The rules are like air supremacy in ground wars in the Earth Age. On Earth, whoever masters the air can attack the ground unscrupulously. In an 8th level civilization, whoever masters the rules has the ability to crush the enemy. Under Xiaoyu's control, countless seeds that can affect this space, as well as the regular instruments and battleships created by Xiaoyu are launched at the same time. Xiaoyu must create a regular space that is beneficial to him in advance, while increasing one's own combat power. It also reduces the enemy's combat power. At this moment, the two sides are still hundreds of light years apart, and the two sides have not even formally contacted each other. But the war has begun from this moment.
For cosmic civilizations, you are responsible for mastering the rules and formulating a rule environment that is more beneficial to us. Note that we do not need you to formulate a complete rule system. We only need you to change a few key rules and maintain them, so that as long as it is not changed by Xiaoyu, two travel civilizations are responsible for the rapid maneuvering of our combat power, and are trying to build a small star gate near Xiaoyu's flagship to facilitate our raid. 8 construction civilizations are responsible for the logistics base to ensure our combat power, and 4 mechanical civilizations are responsible for destroying the all seeds in the area, and choose the opportunity to launch a raid on Xiaoyu, are also responsible for our battlefield intelligence collection. 7 computing civilizations are responsible for the smoothness of our computing network, and launch a war against Xiaoyu from the data world. 3 macro civilizations, and 5 a microscopic civilization, and all the remaining space civilizations are responsible for the overall attack. 35 level 8 alien beasts. and 231 level 7 alien beasts will cooperate with the large forces in combat according to the instructions. Logical weapons will support you when necessary. I am responsible for the overall command of the war.
An instruction was sent from the core of the huge ball of light that enveloped all the civilizations in the rebel camp, and was passed to the war command branches of all civilizations in the rebel camp. Immediately, the entire rebel camp began to operate together with extremely high efficiency. Countless warships were mobilizing, and countless strange-shaped instruments were shuttled back and forth in the space. Occasionally, there were also huge and small ones in the middle. A huge alien beast the size of Jupiter. The two different camps collided in a very short time. At this moment, it seemed that the entire space began to turmoil. Countless energies flashed and disappeared. In the invisible space, countless rules were like strings being plucked rapidly. Each string was plucked, or each pluck was different. Methods will bring the most obvious effects on the battlefield. Sometimes, suddenly hundreds of thousands or more warships on Xiao Yu's side will either disappear, lose all power, or turn into particles like sand and disintegrate. Sometimes it was the side of the rebel camp, or a certain alien beast began to roll like crazy. Countless liquids that seemed to be blood rushed from the huge body into the endless universe. And then the huge body of the alien beast. Explosion. Or countless invisible and fast-moving particles suddenly stopped in the void of the universe, as if they were hit by a mobilization spell, and then shattered into tiny fireballs. Or a huge stargate suddenly shattered, it cracked. And countless battleships were slaughtered before they could escape from the stargate. This is a completely different war than before. Different from fighting the Emperor of Darkness. In the process of fighting the rebel camp, Xiao Yu must go from the rules to the data world. From the data world to the espionage battle. From the espionage battle to logistic supplies, etc. Xiao Yu needs in all aspects take into account. The rebel camp's attacks seem to be pervasive, and they will not let go of any conceivable aspect. A small oversight in any aspect may lead to the collapse of the overall situation. This most tests the overall comprehensive strength of a civilization. Xiao Yu even felt that this form of war was more difficult than the battle with the Emperor of Darkness. Although Xiao Yu has unlimited computing power, Xiao Yu does not have unlimited battleships or unlimited construction power. Infinite computing power allows Xiao Yu to solve a huge calculation process without even needing time. But in actual construction tasks, it always takes a certain amount of time to screw a special screw into a nut. Right? Many words. Endless data poured into Xiao Yu's mind. Such a huge data flow could not be endured by Xiao Yu at his peak before mastering unlimited computing power. This data flow includes the movements of even the tiniest seed at the moment, including all the enemy's actions that it has detected, including its own calculation of the enemy's next move and the calculation of its own response. It includes the tiniest monitoring instrument on the most inconspicuous robot in the rear logistics base. But this is not the most important. The most important thing is the data-level attack launched by the rebel camp against itself. Xiao Yu can be sure that his opponent at the data level must be an 8th-level computing civilization. And this 8th-level computing civilization seems to have extremely rich experience in fighting at the data level. Although because of his unlimited computing power, his opponent did not have much impact on him. But due to limitations in hardware and other aspects, he was unable to destroy these enemies, who were developing in almost the same direction as himself. Since there are 8th-level computing civilizations in the rebel camp, why is there no civilization with unlimited computing power in the rebel camp? The rebel camp is a camp where multiple civilizations coexist, and computing civilization can be sought from within the camp. All help including materials, rules, overall structure, logical thinking, etc. But why don't they have unlimited computing power? At this time, a question that had nothing to do with the current war arose in Xiao Yu's mind. Chapter 1042. This chapter was eaten. Chapter 1043. Desperate situation. I wonder how these computing civilizations that have developed to the 8th level can avoid the virtual biological disaster. At the 7th level, Xiao Yu silently thought about this problem. It is impossible to avoid it by relying solely on the capabilities of the computing civilization. In the past, the only explanation was to use external help. Obviously, the rebel camp deliberately cultivated these computing civilizations and allowed them to successfully reach the level of 8th level civilization. Originally, I thought that computing civilization would stop at the 7th level and be destroyed due to virtual biological disasters. Just like the computing civilization that was the predecessor of the virtual life civilization I encountered. Now it seems that is not the case. External help can let the computing civilization survive this disaster. But since the 8th level computing civilization does exist, and it lives at a place like the rebel camp
that contains almost all kinds of 8th level civilizations. Why haven't they developed unlimited computing power?
Xiao Yu carefully recalled the process of possessing unlimited computing power, but did not find any irreplaceable things or steps in this process. In other words, if you can do this yourself, others can do the same, especially among the rebel camp. As long as there is a slight possibility, it will inevitably appear. After all, the allure of unlimited computing power is too great.
The only possibility that they don't have infinite computing power is that they can't do it. And when I think about the process of having infinite computing power, I don't find any irreplaceable steps. Maybe I have overlooked some of my characteristics. And these characteristics are the most critical factor in having unlimited computing power.
When thinking of this, Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly.
Maybe it's because of my special form of existence. That all this involves me on the earth. The mysterious black stone obtained also involves the defenders. This is very possible. The defenders.
Xiao Yu temporarily stopped thinking about this issue, and once again focused his attention on the current war. The situation was unexpectedly bad for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu originally thought, with his ability to barely fight against the Dark Emperor, even if he was not an opponent of the rebel camp, he would not have fallen into such a bad situation at the moment. But this is how the situation develops. In addition to having an advantage in the battle between the data world and computing civilization, Xiao Yu is at a disadvantage everywhere else. An absolute disadvantage. Travel civilization is building star gates in the battlefield. Relying on these star gates, the combat power of the rebel camp has easily obtained the maneuverability that Xiao Yu can't match. The cosmic civilization is starting a war with Xiao Yu at the level of rules, and has completely suppressed Xiao Yu. Except for a few rules that are most important to Xiao Yu that have not been broken. All the rest of the rules have been broken. Fell into the hands of the rebel camp. This means that the combat power of Xiao Yu's warships, which were already at a disadvantage, has been weakened again. Xiao Yu's plan to overwhelm the enemy through construction and logistical supplementary capabilities was ruthlessly shattered by the construction capabilities of the architectural civilization, although not as good as his own, but enough to last for a long time. Even in intelligence warfare, the ability to control the entire battlefield, Xiao Yu also fell into a disadvantage under the attack of machinery and micro-civilization. Hundreds of level 7 and level 8 beasts are roaring proudly in the battlefield. They each lead a large number of fighting forces in the rebel camp to constantly shuttle in this extremely favorable rules environment, constantly annihilating Xiao in large numbers. Use battleships. Machines and micro-civilizations are also constantly launching raids on Xiao Yu. Everything on the battlefield gave Xiao Yu a deep feeling of powerlessness in his heart. Xiao Yu found that his defeat seemed inevitable. A huge stargate suddenly appeared next to Xiao Yu's flagship, the Humanity spacecraft. This is the 32nd stargate that has appeared next to the Humanity since the beginning of the war. But this time, the stargate seems to be different from those that appeared before. It's too big and too tough. It was even so tough that it lasted 10 seconds under Xiao Yu's attack before disappearing helplessly. And in just these 10 seconds, not far from the Humanity battleship, a strange beast as big as a red dwarf star appeared out of thin air, as well as hundreds of thousands of extremely powerful battleships. This was clearly a beheading operation. But Xiao Yu was prepared for this. The more than 30 previous trials by the rebel camp did not make Xiao Yu relax his vigilance. Xiao Yu always maintained the highest level of alert next to the Humanity spacecraft. After these enemies appeared, countless battleships and instruments swarmed up according to precise commands. At the same time, small-scale rule control was also launched. The final result of this raid ended with the total destruction of hundreds of thousands of warships. Xiao Yu originally hoped to annihilate this 8th-level alien beast. But for some reason, before finally killing this 8th-level alien beast, Xiao Yu's rule control instrument had some strange malfunctions. These glitches allowed the 8th-level beast to finally escape.
This is a logical weapon.
Xiao Yu felt slightly heavier. Xiao Yu knows the instruments he built very well, and it is impossible for them to malfunction so coincidentally at this time. But since they appear, it must be due to external influence. The only possibility is logical weapons. This is not the first time the weapon of logic has been used. Since the beginning of the war, Xiao Yu has confirmed the activation process of logical weapons 27 times. And there are still about 39 times that it is not possible to determine whether it is because of logical weapons or coincidence. In the process of a total of 66 times, every time when Xiao Yu was about to achieve a major result, some accidents or coincidences would happen, causing Xiao Yu to miss in the end. Just like this time, he was about to achieve something, killed an 8th-level alien beast. but it escaped at the last moment due to an accident. This resulted in Xiao Yu not even achieving any reasonable results from the beginning of the war to now. On the contrary, planet level, star level, and even star cluster level or superstar cluster level battleships were constantly being destroyed. Even if Xiao Yu succeeds in only half of these 66 coincidences, Xiao Yu's situation will not be as bad as it is now. Another huge stargate appeared. This time it did not appear next to the humanity spacecraft, but appeared in Xiao Yu's logistics base. Caught off guard, millions of battleships and a 7th level alien beast emerged from this stargate and achieved significant and brilliant results. They destroyed at least Xiao Yu's 3,000 star reserves, and countless the battleship also has instruments. Before Xiao Yu's return fleet came back, they escaped from another stargate. Xiao Yu's heart continued to sink. A touch of bitterness appeared in Xiao Yu's heart. Xiao Yu truly realized that even if he had infinite computing power, even if his battleship scale expanded 10 times or 100 times, he would still not be a match for the rebel camp. It is only a matter of time for the rebel camp to defeat itself. And it will never be a matter of probability. That comes from the level of technology, the level of perfection of the technology tree, and the pressure from the more mysterious field of causal logic. The level of technology and the perfection of the technology tree can be slowly developed in the future to catch up with the rebel camp. Anyway, I have unlimited computing power. But what about logical weapons? Xiao Yu clearly realized that as long as he didn't find the answer to that question and didn't grasp the time, he would never be an opponent of the rebel camp. Level 9 civilization is, after all, different from level 8 civilization.
There is no point in continuing to fight against the rebel camp. This is a war that I am bound to lose. Then, there is only one way left for me. I choose the random teleportation method and escape to the rest of the universe. Go!
Xiao Yu thought bitterly.
The random teleportation method means that I will lose the coordinates of the three-dimensional universe. And it also means that without the help of beings at least at my level, it is basically impossible for me to return again, coming from the three-dimensional universe. But there is always a glimmer of hope.
Xiao Yu sighed and made up his mind. But the next moment, Xiao Yu almost froze there. Xiao Yu looked at the data fed back to his mind in disbelief, feeling only shocked in his heart. Because Xiao Yu discovered that now, he has no way to transmit across the universe at all. In other words, you have been blocked. He couldn't defeat the rebel camp. And he couldn't even escape.
How could this happen?
Xiao Yu thought in shock.
If I can't fight, I can't escape. Not to mention the Stargate technology. Their ordinary conventional curvature navigation technology is more advanced than mine. Now, I can't even escape to the rest of the world.
The universe. Even if you are exiled in an infinite and meaningless universe, you can't do it. Am I really going to die here?
Xiao Yu thought feebly.
It has taken me nearly 1,000,000 years to develop to this level. No. I am not willing to accept it. I am not willing to accept it. There are still many things waiting for me to do. Many things are waiting for me to do. There are questions waiting for me to solve. I still want to get the answer to the ultimate question. I still want to restore the entire solar system. And I still want to see Chinimo.
Xiao Yu's heart was full of despair. Xiao Yu already knew that this was a big conspiracy against him. In this incident, the defenders were restrained, and the spokesperson was also restrained. No one had the ability to help him. Everything was just he could rely on himself. But he failed in the war. But Xiao Yu still didn't give up. Xiao Yu is still trying his best to persevere. Xiao Yu always firmly believes that he will not be considered a true failure until the moment he truly dies. There are fewer and fewer battleships belonging to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu's position is compressed smaller and smaller. Just when Xiao Yu was almost desperate, Xiao Yu suddenly heard a burst of singing. A burst of singing that was full of misty, melodious hope and passion. Chapter 1044, The Fire is Immortal. Xiao Yu is already very tired. Of course, for Xiao Yu, who has unlimited computing power, this kind of tiredness refers to mental rather than physical. The long battle made Xiao Yu seem to have turned into a real robot, only knowing mechanical calculations and mechanical issuing instructions. Continuing to fight and not bowing to fate has become an instinct. This spirit has lost its inspiring effect on Xiao Yu. The rebel civilization suppressed Xiao Yu from all aspects, but the infinite computing power that Xiao Yu was only proud of had no chance to be fully utilized. The rebel civilization used their own strength to truly demonstrate their qualifications as one of the 3 9th-level civilizations in the three-dimensional universe. It was at this time that Xiao Yu heard, no, felt from the depths of his heart this burst of singing that came from nowhere, full of hope and passion. In this vast battlefield filled with the glory of explosions, surging energy everywhere, and death and destruction everywhere,
this burst of singing, like a breeze, quietly intervened. It appears suddenly, but its appearance does not feel abrupt. It was like a lazy afternoon, under the warm sunshine, on a comfortable lounge chair, and after feeling a little tired, a soft and beautiful song suddenly floated from the horizon. Xiao Yu listened to the song quietly. At this moment, after allocating enough computing power to deal with the current war, Xiao Yu's spirit was almost completely attracted by the singing.
The old general put on his uniform. Embark on a journey. I didn't look at the ardent expectations of my wife and children. The young soldiers put on their military uniforms. Embark on a journey. Farewell to my lover's eyes full of sadness and worry. Stout Ross put on his military uniform. He said, the soldiers also need me to be responsible for their nutrition. The thin Tandy put on his military uniform. He knows. You must take responsibility for your own dreams. It was a vast battlefield. The magnificent river of stars flows quietly here. The depth and vastness of the universe make people forget their hometown. Even if I've seen it 1,000 times, it's still the same. But we can't get lost in this beautiful scenery, because the enemy is going to destroy our dreams and hopes. There will be a great battle here. We love this place, and we will destroy this place. Chaotic rules distort our direction. The turbulence of space obscures the hope of survival. The burst of energy brings dazzling fire, and the twist of cause and effect merges H.L. in heaven. Enemies swarm like locusts. The balance of victory will not favor our side in any case. One by one our warships were reduced to ashes. These tragedies are happening all around us. The old general died. The young soldier died. Stout Ross died. Thin Tandy died. I will also follow them into the palace of death. But I'm not scared or sad. I was delighted to see that the enemy had been hit hard. Some enemies are even running away in a hurry. We finally protected our hometown. Our fellow citizens will inherit our dream, no matter what the cost. As long as the fire remains alive, we have hope. Our descendants will continue to grow. One day, they will also wear military uniforms. Step into a larger battlefield. Die in the battle to defend your dreams. But none of us will despair, because we know, as long as the fire remains alive, we have hope. As long as the fire remains alive, we have hope.
It was like a clear spring pouring on the dry land. This burst of singing seemed to contain some mysterious and unpredictable spiritual power, which lifted Xiao Yu's spirit almost immediately. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt like a grass trembling in the cold wind under the clouds in the sky. When the singing came, the warm sun also appeared. It once again radiates its light and heat generously onto the earth.
It's Yiming! Yiming is here!
Xiao Yu realized this instantly. At this moment, Xiao Yu even felt like his eyes were filled with tears. But then, Xiao Yu realized something else.
This is a complete and rigorous conspiracy. It seems that the spokesperson camp at this moment should be too overwhelmed to take care of itself, and has no ability to come to my rescue. Has the rebellion within the spokesperson camp been quelled? However, even if the rebellion has been quelled, it seems that there is only one voice coming at this moment. Can one voice have a decisive impact on the situation at this moment?
Xiao Yu is doubting Yiming's ability. However, the spokesperson camp would not do such a boring thing. And Chen Imo would never send Yiming to die in vain. Since Yiming was sent to him, Chen Imo must have an explainable reason in the past. It's just that I still don't know it at this moment. After confirming this, Xiao Yu immediately started observing the surrounding universe, trying to find the shadow of Yiming. But Xiao Yu was disappointed. Xiao Yu did not find any sign of Yiming's arrival. Only the ethereal and distant singing voice was still constantly transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind. Yiming has always given Xiao Yu a very mysterious feeling. Even if Xiao Yu has a combat power that surpasses Yiming at this moment, Xiao Yu can still say that he knows nothing about Yiming. If Xiao Yu's combat power is compared with Yiming, Xiao Yu knows that he can definitely surpass Yiming. This is the ability that unlimited computing power brings to you. If a battle does occur, Xiao Yu can defeat Yiming with his powerful rule control ability. Xiao Yu knew that he could resist Yiming's attack. But what type of attack was Yiming's attack? Xiao Yu doesn't know what principle it is based on, and what kind of engine mechanism it has. It was precisely because of his understanding of Yiming's combat power that Xiao Yu had the previous doubts in his mind. I am struggling under the attack of the rebel camp. With just one sound, can I win? In Xiao Yu's impression, although Yiming is mysterious, his combat power should not be that strong, and the rebel camp should not be that weak. This doesn't make sense. The fluttering singing still continued. and the artillery fire in the sky did not have any impact on the singing. Yiming was like an invisible ghost, passing through the many obstacles placed outside by the rebel camp without any hindrance. Xiaoyu noticed a weak fluctuation from the rule level, and this fluctuation quickly came to Xiaoyu's flagship, the Humanity spacecraft. Xiaoyu did not exert any influence on this wave. Even when the wave came to the side of the Humanity spacecraft a moment later, Xiaoyu also cancelled the rule protection equipped on the Humanity spacecraft and allowed Yiming to enter, the most core part of yourself. As a result, an intelligent humanoid creature with an elegant manner, whose appearance cannot be described in any language, appeared in a control cabin of the Humanity spacecraft.
Hello, Xiaoyu. I am Ming, the leader of Yiming,
Ming said with a faint smile.
It's been tens of thousands of years since we parted ways in the rebel universe.
Xiaoyu manipulated his phantom to stand in front of Ming, and said with some emotion,
I never expected that we would meet again. It turned out to be under such a situation. The situation is urgent, so I won't say more polite words. In my deduction, it seems that the spokesperson camp at this moment is being restrained by the rebel forces within the camp and is unable to set out to rescue me. Why are you here? Has the rebellion within the spokesperson camp been subsided? The rebellion within the spokesperson's camp has not been quelled. But you don't need to care about the affairs within the spokesperson's camp. The spokesperson will take care of everything. I came here this time to follow the spokesperson's order to rescue you.
Mewing after a slight pause, he continued,
By the way, I hope you can solve a few doubts in my mind. What doubts do you have in your heart?
Xiaoyu said.
Excuse me. As long as I know, I will tell you everything.
Mewing was silent for a moment, then raised her head again, and her extremely handsome face had a look of confusion and bewilderment.
What I want to know is,
Mewing said slowly,
I want to know why Chinemo in the Earth Age still liked you until now. Huh?
After hearing this question, Xiaoyu was stunned. Xiaoyu was already prepared for Yiming to ask him any questions, given the relationship between Yiming and himself. Even if Yiming asked him about the secret of infinite computing power, Xiaoyu would tell Yiming everything without reservation. But how could Yiming ask such a very personal question that had nothing to do with the current situation when the battle was so intense and the situation was so urgent? Xiaoyu had to remain silent, because Xiaoyu really doesn't know the answer to this question. If the answer to this question is some common answer, such as talent, power, wealth, etc., then this relationship should have stopped after Chinemo became the spokesperson and had abilities far beyond his own. But the reality is that this feeling has been maintained until now. There must be something in this feeling that I have never thought of. Xiaoyu was thinking in silence, and Miaoyin was waiting in silence. The place fell into silence for a moment. But in the rebel camp, it was a completely different situation. Countless messages are being passed between these many different civilizations.
It's Yining who is known as the #1 in the 8th level civilization, and the one who has the most hope of becoming a 9th level civilization.
Chapter 1045 Artists are all emotional guys. Human emotions are a very wonderful thing. But for Xiaoyu, who has unlimited computing power at this moment, there is nothing magical about this kind of thing. Xiaoyu's biotechnology tells Xiaoyu that the so-called specific principle of emotion is nothing more than it's just some different chemical secreted by the thinking organ. This chemical can cause one emotion, and that chemical can cause another emotion. There is a one-to-one correspondence between them. But at this moment, Xiaoyu no longer has a body. One thing that is certain is that even if Chinemo has a body at this moment, it will never be the same as a human being. Xiaoyu didn't know in what form Chinemo existed at this moment. So what happened in just a few years? Why has it continued for millions of years without ending? Why do I keep missing Chinemo? And why does Chinemo keep missing me? Xiaoyu couldn't understand. So Xiaoyu had to answer honestly.
I'm sorry. I don't know the answer to this question. So I can't answer you. Maybe you should get the answer to this question from Chinemo.
Mewing's eyes filled with eager anticipation dimmed instantly.
Then tell me, why are you thinking about Chinemo all the time? After you left the Earth? After you thought that all humans on the Earth were dead? Why did you still miss Chinemo?
Mewing said slowly.
On behalf of when you were still under my protection and had not grown up, I also secretly watched you. And I knew everything you were thinking at that time. Me?
Xiaoyu hesitated again, and started another thought. But this time, the thinking also ended in vain. Although this kind of thing really happened to him, Xiaoyu really didn't know why. Xiaoyu sighed and replied,
I'm sorry. I still don't know why. Maybe it's just a spiritual attachment, or regret for the past. But no, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I understand. I understand. Okay. This topic is over.
A smile appeared on Miao Yin's face again. He raised his head, looked directly into Xiao Yu's eyes, and said,
I know what you are thinking. You must think that the arrival of our Yiming will not be of much help to the current situation. Right. Yes. No. I'm sorry. I'm not doubting your ability. You helped me when I was in the most critical moment. You rescued me from desperate situations several times. I am very grateful to you. But the situation at this moment is really real. There is no need to make more sacrifices. So if you don't have any special means, please leave here. After all, the rebel camp is one of the 3 major 9th-level civilizations,
Xiao Yu said intermittently. At this moment, Xiao Yu actually there was a feeling of embarrassment. Miao Yin still smiled warmly. A voice, like a musical note, floated out of his mouth.
Xiao Yu, I will tell you some secrets that only I knew before. These secrets, even the spokesperson does not know. Before you were born, in this universe, except for the defenders who have mastered the rules, the rebel camp who has mastered the cause and effect, the spokesman camp who has mastered the dimensions, and the Emperor of Darkness who has mastered the chaos. With our voice, Ming Dynasty has the strongest power, because we have mastered something that no other civilization or force can master. Well, we actually do not fully master it, but our understanding of it, in this entire universe, is based on our Ming the most. Yes, we have mastered the spirit, or soul. That's why our attack methods are so weird. We can not only kill the enemy through the spirit, but also bring hope and light to any life through the influence of the spirit. We sound clear. There was originally hope that by mastering the spirit, we could become a true 9th-level civilization, comparable to the defenders and rebel camps.
Miao Yin sighed lightly and spoke lightly. Among these pieces of information that were like notes floating around, a secret past event that had been sealed in the dust of time appeared in front of Xiao Yu.
Do you know where the black stone that created you came from?
At this time, Miao Yin suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Xiao Yu reflexively wanted to answer that he didn't know. But after a moment, Xiao Yu was stunned. The mysterious black soul stone on the earth created me and separated my soul from my body, allowing me to integrate with computing devices without any obstacles. In the millions of years since he left the earth, Xiao Yu has been pursuing the truth hidden behind the black soul stone, but he has never been able to find it. At this moment, the soul stone peeled off its own soul, and Miao Yin said that Yiming controls the soul. At this moment, Xiao Yu seemed to feel as if he had been shocked by an electric shock and suddenly realized something. Xiao Yu raised his arm and pointed at Miao Yin, but he was speechless.
Yes, it's us.
Miao Yin smiled and nodded slowly.
But the specific process of the matter is different from what you imagined. At the beginning, we were the most promising to become a 9th-level civilization. But we met way down, the defenders attacked us, captured half of our tribesmen, and then used the souls of these tribesmen to create a soul stone through rules and means. And it is this soul stone that created you. So that's it. So that's it.
Xiao Yu muttered to himself, almost unable to control himself. But just a moment later, Xiao Yu thought of another point.
No, that's not right. Is there only one soul stone? As far as I know, before me, a civilization called Wei Xing was born in the Milky Way. Its existence form also separated its own soul. However, what if the combination is an asteroid?
Xiao Yu murmured.
That's just a defective product,
Miao Yin said.
Calculation is the most powerful force in the universe. It is precisely because millions or tens of millions of previous attempts have all failed. The defenders, he just sniped our sound and created the soul stone. He created you, who is unique and can be combined with computing equipment. Yes, before you. The defenders have tried many times. There are many similar to MSI in this universe. Civilization exists, but they have all disappeared in this endless time. And the only one who remains and grows is you, because you have the soul stone. And they do not. That's it. That's it,
Xiao Yu murmured.
After half of our tribe was killed by a sniper, our Yiming has been cut off from the hope of becoming a 9th-level civilization. Then, in order to obtain more powerful power and more complete control of the soul, all our tribesmen merged into one. Also, it's me. Yes, I am a person. I am Miao Yin. And at the same time, I am also everything our Yiming has. Even the spokesperson does not know this. Yiming's will is my will, and my will is Yiming's will.
Miao Yin gently adjusted the corners of her clothes and said slowly.
After merging into one, In order to avoid the sniping attacks of the defenders, I joined the spokesperson camp, and I have been there until now. Although our Yiming lost half of our tribe and was cut off from the hope of being promoted to a 9th level civilization, but fused as one, we still have the same power as at our peak. Before, I was ranked 5th in this universe, second only to the defenders, spokespersons, rebels, and the Emperor of Darkness. Now, there is you. I am ranked 6th. You said, if the two powerful forces ranked 5th and 6th join forces to deal with the rebel camp that was originally ranked 2nd, but is now ranked 3rd because of the loss of Twilight, there will be no hope of winning. Well, I know we still have no hope of winning. But in exchange for my sacrifice, in exchange for your escape, do you think I can do it?
After finishing arranging her clothes, Min with a smile still on his face, he looked at Xiao Yu and said lightly,
What? You? Your sacrifice? No. You can't do this. No. Min, I will never tolerate such a thing happening. You leave here immediately. Otherwise, I will disrupt the rules in the central computer of the humanity spacecraft system. You are my true friend. I will not let this happen,
Xiao Yu said firmly.
Xiao Yu, did you know?
Miaoyin still maintained her elegance, as if she was singing.
Originally, this was not my plan. The soul stone that created you was made with the lives of half of our Yiming clan. Yes, as long as we devour you, we will regain the hope of becoming a 9th level civilization. And now is the best time. You have no defense against me. And I came to your core area without any obstacles. The defenders were captured by the darkness. The Emperor has restrained me, and it has no ability to stop me at this moment. As long as I devour you and then escape back to the world of the spokesperson, even the defenders can't do anything to me. When I become a 9th level civilization, you can also secretly launch a rebellion.
Use the spokesman, and master the mysteries of the dimension. By then, having mastered both the soul and the dimension, I will have more power than the defenders. Then why don't you do this?
Xiao Yu's mind did not waver at all.
Don't you want to know the answer to the ultimate question? I want to know.
Miaoyin sighed and said,
But you know, artists are very emotional guys. I can devour you, but I can't devour you. After hearing your answer to my question, I changed my mind, because I know that if I devour you, Shinimo will be sad. Xiao Yu, fuse our Yiming. After fusing with Yiming, you will not only have the ability of our Yiming, but also with unlimited computing power. You will also be completely free from the shackles of computers, completely changing the current situation where you are nothing without computers.
Miaoyin's body suddenly turned into a spot of light, fluttering and arriving at Xiao Yu's station, in front of the central computer of the humanity spacecraft, at an incredible speed. Xiao Yu had no ability to resist at all, because this is the interior of the humanity spacecraft. All Xiao Yu's power cannot be used. It is indeed as Miaoyin said, inside the humanity spacecraft. No matter what Miaoyin wants to do, Xiao Yu can't stop it. Even outside the humanity spacecraft, Xiao Yu has hundreds of billions of warships, which is of no help.
No. You can still live well. You don't have to do this. No. Stop it.
The infinite light spot slowly penetrated into the central computer of the humanity spacecraft, as if there was the most brilliant light rain here. Xiao Yu suddenly had a very strange feeling. It felt like a shortcoming in his life suddenly became complete at this moment. But Xiao Yu knew that this kind of perfection came at the cost of the complete disappearance of Yiming and his complete death. The Black Soul Stone, which represents half of Yiming's tribe, created him. Now, Min, who represents the other half of Yiming's tribe, is transforming himself at the cost of his life. At this moment, Xiao Yu wanted to shout, scold, and dissuade. But Xiao Yu could do nothing. Xiao Yu only asked one question.
Why? It's time for us Yiming to reunite after being separated for 1,000,000 years.
Xiao Yu heard a deep sigh. Xiao Yu ignored this answer and continued to ask.
Why?
Xiao Yu responded with a long silence. After that, Xiao Yu got Miaoyin's answer.
Because I saw you become stronger. Saw you become a 9th level civilization. Saw you escape. Saw you finally defeated the defenders. And saw you finally knew the ultimate question. Shinimo will be very happy with the answer. Yiming's will is my will. And my will is the will of all the Yiming people. My will tells me. And all our Yiming people tell me that in order to let the spokesperson live in peace and joy forever, we Yiming willing to pay any price. Any price.
Xiao Yu was speechless. After a moment, Xiao Yu solemnly said,
I will inherit your Yiming legacy. Leave Shinimo to me.
Very good. Very good. Mewing continued to say in that ethereal voice. In the last stage of my life, let me burn the fire of my life and play the most beautiful song of destruction. Let me this song should be the last chapter of our sound. An ancient civilization that has been passed down in the universe for hundreds of millions of years. Shall you? Goodbye. Mewing's voice gradually faded away, and outside the humanity spacecraft, a wonderful singing voice could be heard faintly. Chapter 1046, Chapter of Despair. Xiao Yu couldn't hear what the song was about, and Xiao Yu couldn't detect some specific words or information fragments from the last song in the life of the sound. Xiao Yu only felt a kind of fear that seemed to emanate from deep in his heart, like an ant standing at the foot of a mountain and watching the mountain collapse, or like an unprepared tourist standing on the beach, watching helplessly. A huge tsunami that seemed to be connected to the sky was rushing toward him. It was as if the world had first opened and returned to chaos, as if the entire universe had been destroyed millions of times in this instant. That is an overwhelming force that no one or any existence can resist. Even if they are as strong as the rebel camp, they can only tremble under this huge force that destroys the world. The combination of some simple melodies or some magical spiritual powers brought Xiao Yu such a feeling. At this moment, when Xiao Yu looked at the dark starry sky outside, what he felt was no longer mysterious and profound, but fear. It seems that there are endless man-eating giant beasts hidden in the endless darkness, with their malicious eyes wide open, ready to jump out at any time and bite your neck fiercely. The song played by Yi Ming at this moment is full of destruction and despair. There is an endless violent atmosphere hidden in it, which makes people want to go crazy, make people want to shout in fear, make people want to smash everything they can see, and then give themselves a hard blow on the head. One knife. Xiao Yu knew that Yi Ming's target was not him. I just suffered some effects. But just a little impact is already serious to this extent. Xiao Yu couldn't even bear to imagine what kind of suffering the civilized and intelligent creatures outside were suffering at the moment. Xiao Yu is still unable to move at this moment, under the thousands of light spots transformed by mewing. Xiao Yu truly became a puppet on strings. There are all kinds of wonderful changes taking place in Xiao Yu's body, and these changes are not under Xiao Yu's control. At this moment, Xiao Yu even felt like a bystander. But the information channel at this moment is still open, which means that Xiao Yu can still control his battleship to participate in the battle, or use detection methods to detect what is happening outside. From the moment this desperate movement representing destruction and end was played, Xiao Yu felt that some changes were happening to these civilizations at war with him. Just like Mian said, Yi Ming has the deepest understanding in the spirit, or soul. Their attacks do not originate from any aspect in the material world. This attack does not involve rules, energy, space or time. It only attacks the human heart. Attack the human spirit. At this moment, countless enemy warships deviated from their original precise sailing tracks. Their formations began to become chaotic, and their attacks began to become disorganized and even killed each other. The rule changes began to gradually develop from orderly competition to uncontrolled competition. Xiao Yu knows. This is probably because the cosmic civilization responsible for launching rules attacks on itself has also been affected. This is the power of Otomiai's attack that burns his life fire at the cost of his own life. Xiao Yu quickly maneuvered his battleship to launch a counterattack. Now is the best time. Xiao Yu knew that Yi Ming's attack probably couldn't last long. If you don't seize the opportunity now, you will completely lose the chance of escape. The situation on the battlefield was reversed at this moment. Yi Ming uses his own strong strength, proving his qualifications to rank 6th in combat power in the three-dimensional universe. Kill! 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 Xiao Yu muttered to himself in his heart, as if Xiao Yu was also unconscious at this moment. This is indeed the case. At this moment, there is nothing else in Xiao Yu's heart except destruction and killing. For the first time, the rules environment began to change in a direction that was favorable to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's battleship seemed to be even more powerful under this rule environment. Countless rebel camp warships were destroyed, and the war reached its climax at this moment. But that didn't last long. Xiao Yu had the upper hand. While the Jedi counterattack was being launched, another huge message spread throughout the battlefield. All soldiers do not need to panic. Everyone should remain calm and stick to their posts. Our camp is about to launch logical weapons to attack Yi Ming, and Yi Ming will be wiped out soon. Yi Ming's singing suddenly became rapid and high-pitched. But the meaning of destruction and death contained in this singing was even stronger. Xiao Yu knew that the rebel camp's logical weapons had probably been activated at this moment. And Xiao Yu also knew that Yi Ming might not be able to hold on for long. I order, activate the logical weapon. Target. Block the influence of sound on all our civilizations.
Among the countless messy information flows, Xiao Yu noticed this piece of information that was the loudest and most massive. At the same time, Xiao Yu also seemed to have vaguely captured certain pieces of information in Yiming's desperate movement.
I will die. I will fall into the endless abyss of darkness.
And the stars in the sky will be buried with me. I will die. And I will take your hopes, your dreams, your love and hate, your persistence or courage and disappear from this universe forever. Tremble in despair. I will watch you in every darkness you see. I will watch you in every light you see. I will watch you everywhere you see. The most secret and dark soul of everyone I meet is peeping at you. You will never be able to escape. And I will watch you gradually sink into the dark abyss.
Otomi's singing had reached the most intense and passionate part. But at the next moment, it stopped abruptly. It was like a huge shopping mall that was noisy, bustling, and full of people. At a certain moment, it suddenly returned to silence, and you could hear a needle drop. And at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly felt that the power that bound his mind suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yu felt that his body was floating uncontrollably. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into thousands of light points. Thousands of light points slowly fell, and they became one again. Xiao Yu raised his head and saw the familiar skylight of the Humanity spacecraft through his own eyes. Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and felt the slightly cold touch on the wall of the Humanity spacecraft. Xiao Yu took a few steps and felt the solid touch under his feet and the same artificial gravity as on the Earth. Xiao Yu's brain moved slightly, and he felt the endless and surging computing power. Xiao Yu's perception spread out, and he felt even the most distant things from him, even thousands of light years away. Information from the tiniest seed. Xiao Yu raised his arm tremblingly, looking at the white shirt showing the cuffs, looking at the hands full of healthy blush, looking at the three-section fingers that could be flexed and extended flexibly. After leaving the Earth for millions of years, Xiao Yu once again had his own body. The body at this moment is different from the virtual image created by Xiao Yu through the projection equipment. Xiao Yu knows that this is himself. This is a real body full of life. Although he already has a real body and has left the computing device that he has lived in for millions of years, he can still communicate with the computing device without any hindrance. And he still has unlimited computing power. Before, Xiao Yu lived in the computing device. At this moment, the computing device lives in Xiao Yu's brain.
Xiao Yu, I really have to say goodbye. I have helped you solve the two cosmic civilizations that have been fighting with you at the level of rules, and solved at least 30% of the fighting force in the rebel camp. And even you helped you get rid of the rebel camp's biggest asset, the logic weapon. Yes, in the rule environment of the three-dimensional universe, the logic weapon has been temporarily overloaded because it has executed a goal that is too difficult. No other missions can be performed. I can only help you get here. You can only go on your own in the future. I just want to ask you one thing. Xiao Yu, lead all our Yiming clan members to pursue the answer to the ultimate question. All the clansmen with our Yiming will show you well.
Yiming's message gradually became weaker. And in the end, even Xiao Yu couldn't tell what Yiming was saying. But Xiao Yu can understand what Yiming is thinking. Xiao Yu nodded solemnly.
Please rest assured. I, Xiao Yu, will not let you down. Nor will I let myself down.
After making this promise, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. Xiao Yu knew that Yiming was dead and had completely disappeared from the universe. Xiao Yu walked to the porthole of the Humanity spacecraft and looked outside quietly.
The rebel camp that has lost its cosmic civilization and logical weapons is still a powerful behemoth. It is worthy of my full strength to deal with it. The war will continue, and it is not yet known who will win.
Even if Yiming brought heavy losses to the rebel camp, Xiao Yu had been weakened too much before. The rebel camp still has combat power that is equivalent to, or even exceeds, Xiao Yu. The rebel civilization still has hope of eliminating Xiao Yu, and now is still the best time. However, the rebel camp did not continue to confront Xiao Yu, but chose to retreat in a comprehensive manner, retreating hastily, as if they were running away.
Xiao Yu did not chase after him. Xiao Yu gathered his fleet and continued to stand next to the porthole of the Humanity spacecraft, looking at the endless depths of the universe. Xiao Yu knew that another powerful existence had arrived. Chapter 1047. The Defenders arrive. Xiao Yu looked into the distance quietly. With Xiao Yu's physical strength and eyesight that was roughly equivalent to an 8th level peak beast at the moment, Xiao Yu could see many things without using any observation equipment. And he could see the endless stars in the distance. Saw the boundless darkness. But Xiao Yu didn't notice any creatures except the rebel camp. But Xiao Yu knew that that powerful existence had already come here, or was on its way here. And a trace of its spirit had been quietly watching here, and watching this vast battlefield. Xiao Yu seemed to see an extremely huge, empty, emotionless eye. This eye sees everything and masters everything. It can see all the information of any intelligent creature or object. No one has any secrets in front of it. Even Xiao Yu. After leaving the earth for millions of years, Xiao Yu finally felt personally the most powerful existence in the three-dimensional universe. The Defender. Ever since Xiao Yu stepped into this endless sea of stars, Xiao Yu has felt the majesty and power of the Defenders all the time. Whether it is the word of mouth of many civilizations, or the occasional glimpse of the Defenders, they all silently tell the power of the Defenders. Now, Xiao Yu finally felt the Defender personally. Obviously, it was precisely because the Defenders came here that the rebel camp chose to give up strangulating Xiao Yu and began to escape in a hurry. At this moment, because their logical weapons are temporarily unavailable, they no longer have the ability to fight against the Defenders. The Defenders of the Way are invisible in this infinite sea of stars and darkness. No matter who they are, neither Xiao Yu nor the rebel camp could see the Defenders. But everyone felt the pressure from the Defenders, and knew that maybe in the next moment, the Guardians will really come here. Xiao Yu stood in front of the porthole of the Humanity spacecraft with a calm expression. Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and slightly adjusted his tie. Xiao Yu had already put on the tie that Chen Mo gave to him many years ago. Then Xiao Yu raised his head and calmly connected with the pair of ties that had been watching him. Huge invisible eyes stared at each other.
Tell me, what do you want? What exactly does the completion plan want to complete? And why did you choose me?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself. He asked in a murmured voice. These doubts have existed in Xiao Yu's mind for too long. It is undeniable that Xiao Yu has obtained many benefits for himself because of his identity as a chess piece in the completion plan. In fact, the fact that Xiao Yu can grow to the present point at this moment has something to do with this identity. But this identity also brought many obstacles to Xiao Yu. Being a chess piece is not a very good feeling. Xiao Yu doesn't want to have any identity. Xiao Yu just wants to be himself. I just want to be Xiao Yu again.
When others mention me, I don't want them to say that this is a chess piece of the Defender's completion plan. I hope they will say that this is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu from the Earth. I don't want them to say that this is Xiao Yu from the Earth every moment. There is a pair of huge eyes watching me. And everything about me is as clear as an ant under the sun. I am an independent existence. I am Xiao Yu. And I am just Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu looked at those huge eyes quietly, thinking silently in my heart. Perhaps it was because of the fusion of sound and light that he gained extremely powerful physical strength. Xiao Yu felt many things that he had never felt before. Xiao Yu personally experienced the feeling of being watched. This feeling had been attached to him since he was still on the earth. But he never knew it before. Those huge empty eyes have been following him for millions of years. It may be a trace of the spirit of the Defenders. Or it may be some unknown means of the Defenders. After fusing Yingming, Xiao Yu discovered this huge eye that had been following him for millions of years. But the situation at this moment is different. At this moment, this huge hollow eye has become a bridge connecting this place with the Defenders. The Defenders are passing through this bridge and quickly setting off here. It is precisely because of this that the rebel camp fled in panic.
You have been observing me quietly like this for millions of years. You have never interfered with any of my actions. Whether I have made technological progress or encountered a life and death crisis, you have been silent all the time. Look at me quietly. What do you want to know? Why do you appear in front of me in person at this moment?
Xiao Yu thought lightly.
It's because the situation at this moment is beyond your control. It's because I encountered the biggest crisis. And no one or any force in this three-dimensional universe can save me. In order to ensure that your completion plan continues to be implemented, you personally came to rescue me?
The situation is most likely what Xiao Yu guessed. The Defender may have been relying on the spokesperson's hands to help itself. But now, the spokesperson camp no longer has the power to rescue itself. So it can only go out on its own. The heavy feeling in Xiao Yu's heart grew bigger and bigger. And Xiao Yu knew that the Defender was getting closer and closer to him. When this feeling reached a limit, the huge and empty eye that Xiao Yu couldn't see but could feel began to undergo some strange changes. Xiao Yu once again saw a familiar figure, which was a huge body as big as a star. A huge body full of chaos. That is the Emperor of Darkness. Xiao Yu was slightly shocked.
Why is it that the Emperor of Darkness is here instead of the Defenders? Didn't the Emperor of Darkness go to contain the Defenders? Why is it here now? Since it is the Emperor of Darkness who is coming, why did the rebel camp flee? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
Xiao Yu's brain was spinning rapidly. Dealing with a rebel camp is already difficult enough. Even with Yiming, it only barely gave him the ability to fight against the rebel camp. Now, with the addition of the Dark Emperor, Xiao Yu can be said to have lost the last chance. A little chance of winning.
What on earth is going on?
Xiao Yu thought quickly. Before Xiao Yu could think of an answer or countermeasure, the development of things brought Xiao Yu the answer. Xiao Yu did see the Emperor of Darkness. But the Emperor of Darkness did not seem to be in a free state at the moment. Xiao Yu saw the black mist surrounding the Dark Emperor's body. But what the black mist represented at this moment was not chaos, but rules. The Dark Emperor seemed to be struggling, roaring, and roaring violently. The black mist was constantly fluttering around it, binding it there like strong chains. Moments after the Dark Emperor appeared, there were some changes again in that huge empty eye. The black mist representing the rules began to twist strangely at this moment. After a while, they seemed to condense into the shape of a huge claw. The Emperor of Darkness was trampled under his feet by this claw. No matter how violently he struggled and roared, he could not break free from the shackles of this claw. Xiao Yu raised his head and looked up along the huge claw, but saw nothing. Or perhaps, the owner of this claw's even larger body was hidden in the endless darkness of the starry sky. Xiao Yu couldn't see anything, but Xiao Yu could feel that the defender was really coming. The defender of Dao at this moment was not far away from him. The Dark Emperor who appeared with the defenders proved Xiao Yu's guess. Obviously, in that infinite distance, in an unknown place that Xiao Yu didn't know, the defenders controlled the Emperor of Darkness. But before they had time to deal with the Emperor of Darkness, they hurried to rescue themselves. Even if the defenders who control the Dark Emperor no longer have the energy to deal with the rebel camp. So what? As long as the defenders are here, it is a huge deterrent. And the rebel camp will flee in panic. This is the defender, the strongest man in the universe, who has dominated this three-dimensional universe for who knows how many years. Who knows how he was born. Who knows how he will die. And who knows what state he exists in. And who is also Xiao Yu's creator. This is Xiao Yu's first contact with defenders. Perhaps, it was also the first time that the defender came into contact with Xiao Yu.
Although you created me, I also believe that the spokesperson Chen Mo was not born in the Marudan civilization, but on the Earth, and is inextricably linked to me. This matter has a lot to do with you. Maybe it was you who pushed it.
But this time, you showed up in person to eliminate a disaster for me. But I will not be grateful to you. You have always regarded me as a chess piece. And you have always been just a pawn. You're just using me. To tell you frankly, I don't want to be controlled, monitored and controlled by you all the time. I just want to be myself. And I just want to live in this universe according to my will. Therefore, you and I must, it will be the enemy's fate. One day, you and I will stand on the battlefield and decide the winner.
Xiao Yu looked at the invisible defender quietly and said quietly. Xiao Yu knew that the defenders would definitely get the information he conveyed. But as usual, the defender still had no expression. The defender still stayed there quietly. It seemed that its purpose at this moment was only to expel the rebel camp. Other than that, everything had nothing to do with it. But at this moment, a secret message reached Xiao Yu's mind.
Xiao Yu, my love, activate your seed network. Send out your most powerful attack, and destroy the Emperor of Darkness. The death of the Emperor of Darkness, which represents chaos, will completely disrupt the entire universe, and will also make you completely free from the surveillance and control of defenders.
Chapter 1048, Start Growing Up Now.
I know that the seed network that has been destroyed by the rebel camp cannot break through the defense of the defenders and kill the Dark Emperor. But don't worry. When you activate the seed network, I will use my means to help you. This is your only chance to get rid of the surveillance of the defenders. And it is also your only chance to break away from your chess identity. Xiao Yu, my love, don't give up this opportunity.
This message is extremely secretive. During the transmission process of this message, countless wonderful reactions occur. The specific principles of these reactions are not even known to Xiao Yu. Obviously, this is delivered through technological means unique to the spokesperson camp. The information contained in this message also made Xiao Yu's heart beat. However, Xiao Yu did not feel the slightest excitement at this moment, but became slightly heavier, because Xiao Yu thought of something quickly. He is always under the surveillance of defenders. The spokesperson contacted himself at this time. What does that mean? Does this mean that defenders will also know the information conveyed to them by these spokespersons? So does the spokesperson know that the information she told Xiao Yu will also be known by the defender? As the spokesperson of one of the three great superpowers, there seemed to be no reason not to know this. So, since she knew that the information she passed to Xiao Yu would be leaked, why did she tell Xiao Yu? Thinking more deeply, will the spokesperson's location information be exposed by doing this? Don't forget, it was precisely because Xiao Yu arrived in the rebel world that the Twilight City in the rebel camp was destroyed by the defenders. So now that Chen Mo has contacted him, will a similar situation happen to the rebel camp? It was precisely because Xiao Yu figured out many things in an instant. That's why Xiao Yu's mood is heavy. Xiao Yu knew that Chen Mo was taking a huge risk and might even expose his location information. Pass this message to myself. Xiao Yu wanted to get rid of the surveillance of the defenders, but Xiao Yu didn't want to put Chen Mo in danger. But things have happened now, and Chen Mo's sacrifice has been paid. In order to prevent Chen Mo's hard work from being in vain, Xiao Yu detonated the network and killed the Emperor of Darkness. Moreover, Xiao Yu's movements must be fast. Xiao Yu must rush before the defenders can react to this arrangement. Just launch an attack. But at this most critical moment, Xiao Yu felt slightly confused. This network has indeed been severely damaged by the attack of the rebel camp's logical weapons. Although it was repaired through Xiao Yu's efforts, but it's still a long way from returning to its former glory. It can be said that the current network is not complete. However, even if the network is not complete, it is still Xiao Yu's most powerful attack method at the moment. Through precise operation, Xiao Yu can pour all the most powerful power into the position of the Emperor of Darkness with minimal impact on himself. Plus the help of spokesperson Chen Mo, it is indeed possible to kill the Dark Emperor in one blow. But do you really want to do this? It is undeniable that my identity as a defender to complete the plan of chess has brought many constraints to myself. But it has also brought me many benefits. In the past, Xiao Yu felt deeply disgusted with this identity because of these constraints. When it was possible to break away from this identity, Xiao Yu hesitated because of the benefits this identity could bring to him. If he does this, it means that the defender will no longer be his secret helper, and will be his most powerful enemy. It also means that I will need to face everything in this dark universe in the future. If you encounter a situation like this again, even if you are really killed by the rebel camp, the defenders will not come forward to help you again. To use an inappropriate analogy, when Xiao Yu was a child, Xiao Yu was often dissatisfied with his parents' discipline and many restrictions on him. As a child, Xiao Yu was extremely eager to leave the family and venture into society alone. But when this day really came, Xiao Yu hesitated. It was Xiao Yu's 18th birthday. On that day, Xiao Yu's parents not only brought Xiao Yu a birthday gift, but also brought some words. From today on, you are already 18 years old. You have officially become an adult. It is time for you to have sex. The majestic father said slightly sadly at this moment. From today on, you need to move out and live on your own. Now, you will arrange everything on your own. You can sleep whenever you want, eat whatever you want, and play however you want. We will never interfere with your life anymore. Because you have grown up. Because you are already an adult. Xiao Yu originally thought that he would cheer for joy. But at that time, Xiao Yu felt a trace of worry and fear about the future. Having lived under the wings of his parents for such a long time, Xiao Yu felt very scared to have to face all the wind, rain and hardships on his own. Although the situation Xiao Yu encounters now is different from when he was 18 years old, the essence is actually the same. Xiao Yu once again reached the most important crossroads in his life. Which direction you choose to go will have the most critical impact on Xiao Yu's future. Perhaps, continuing to stay in the side of the defenders is not necessarily a bad thing. The defenders may not have any ill intentions towards me. At least in these million years, the defenders have never done anything bad to me. Perhaps, the replenishment plan is not necessarily as scary as I thought. Perhaps, there are too many possibilities. Too many possibilities hovering in Xiao Yu's mind. And there are too many important choices that Xiao Yu needs to make. At this moment, Xiao Yu truly discovered his most fatal weakness hidden deep in his heart, which he had never discovered before. But it was from this moment that Xiao Yu began to become stronger. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. It turns out that I have never grown up. Xiao Yu was still sighing secretly. Then, let me really grow up from now on. The wings of my parents, or the attention of defenders, or the help of spokespersons, are essentially the same thing. With advantages, there are disadvantages. Things cannot be perfect. If you choose one, you will be happy. I must lose another item. But I can't live in such an environment forever. My parents will grow old and die. Just like the Defenders may show their vicious fangs to me one day in the future. The Defenders, I don't need you to continue to pay attention to me. And I don't need you to continue to help me. I can handle all this by myself. I am Xiaoyu. I am just Xiaoyu. This matter, whether in the past or in the future, nothing has changed. So plant the network and activate it.
Xiaoyu solemnly issued this order. The unlimited computing power brings Xiaoyu at extremely terrifying thinking speed. The moment after receiving the information from the spokesperson, Xiaoyu thought about many things. But it only took Xiaoyu less than a millionth of a second to think about these things until he came to a conclusion. In this very short period of time, the Defenders had already responded. Xiaoyu observed that the black mist representing the rules surrounding the Dark Emperor became more intense at this moment, and even grew almost explosively. Obviously, the Defenders have noticed the plans of Xiaoyu and the spokesperson, and have taken countermeasures accordingly. But this period of time is too short after all. At this moment, Xiaoyu had made up his mind. This network has been officially launched. The endless space explosion finally begins. Although the space explosion at this moment is much worse than the explosion when the network was intact, it is still very powerful. Moreover, after Xiaoyu's deliberate guidance, this huge energy almost completely rushed towards the Dark Emperor, who was restrained by the Defenders. The black mist that represented the rules was blown to pieces by the violent energy at this moment. And even the infinitely huge claws had cracks at this moment. The Dark Emperor seemed to be going crazy at this moment, struggling and roaring violently, as if it had realized that death was coming. But it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. The activation of this network is enough to cause certain damage to the Defenders or the Dark Emperor. But it is still far from breaking through the shackles of the Defenders and killing the Dark Emperor. At this moment, Xiaoyu noticed that there was a sudden strange movement in the space where the Dark Emperor and the Defenders were. The three-dimensional space seemed to be changed at this moment. It began to shrink suddenly, so that it shrank to an infinitesimal point. This is a point in a purely mathematical sense. It has no volume, no length, no width, no height. It has nothing. It is just a simple point. After a moment, it started to skyrocket again. Not only did it have length, width and height, it also had more information. It had the fourth, fifth, and third dimensions. Its dimensions have grown to 10. After possessing the 10th dimension, it began to shrink again, became a zero-dimensional point, and then continued to skyrocket. This kind of action was repeated tens of millions of times in a 10,000th of a second. Xiaoyu knew that this was the most powerful attack from the spokesperson, who had mastered the dimension. The dimensional attack. The spokesperson, Shinemo, also launched his own attack after Xiaoyu took action. Chapter 1049 The Rebel's Decision. At this moment, the endless space was turned into energy. Although the explosion intensity of the seed network at this moment did not affect the entire universe, it had almost completely changed the scene in this space at this moment. Especially with the dimensional attack from the spokesperson Shinemo. The situation here becomes even worse. There are still rules here, but these rules have begun to become incomplete and extreme. Too violent energy changed the perfect rule system and caused some strange changes in it. Under this strange change, it possesses some extremely strong assimilation ability. This system of rules is based on energy. Everything is energy, and everything can be turned into energy. This is not a very good rule system. But as long as there are rules and order, it is the natural enemy of chaos. And obviously, the Emperor of Darkness is chaos. This is the result that Xiaoyu deliberately guided through his own calculations. Now, Xiaoyu's actions have paid off. Xiaoyu saw that the Emperor of Darkness, who was roaring violently under the suppression of the Defender's giant claws, was struggling even more intensely at this moment. On it, there are some peculiar changes taking place in the strange space that is constantly being reduced and then elevated. The raised bone spurs or chaotic depressions on the body of the Dark Emperor, which represented chaos and disorder, began to become smooth at this moment. Smoothness means rules and order, and rules and order are the natural enemies of the Emperor of Darkness. Xiaoyu seemed to hear another roar. The difference is that the source of this roar is not the Emperor of Darkness, but another existence hidden in the endless dark universe. That's a defender. After appearing, after having made the first contact with Xiaoyu, the defender finally conveyed the first message from himself. Anger. Endless anger. Xiaoyu was still standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, with a calm expression. Be angry. Be angry. You have to know. Not everything can be in your hands. Even if it is in your hands, they will not be willing to do so,
and will always make some resistance.
Xiao Yu murmured. Under the double attack of Xiao Yu and spokesperson Chen Mo, defenders also had their own reactions. Xiao Yu observed that the huge claws that had been suppressing the Dark Emperor began to become stronger at this moment. At the same time, the endless rules contained in this huge claw began to transformed into chaos, and was instilled into the Emperor of Darkness. Rules and chaos are two sides of the same coin. Without rules, there is chaos. Without chaos, there are rules. Therefore, it does not seem incomprehensible that rules turn into chaos. On the contrary, why did the defender, who had always been the life and death enemy of the Dark Emperor, choose to help the Dark Emperor at this moment? The reason is simple. It's not that the Emperor of Darkness cannot die, but he cannot die here. Obviously, what the spokesperson Chen Mo said is true. It is precisely because of knowing this that the defenders must protect the Emperor of Darkness at this moment. Xiao Yu was secretly anxious. Xiao Yu discovered, like the spokesperson Chen Mo, he had underestimated the power of the defenders. Even if he activates the seed network, even if the spokesperson Chen Mo launches his most powerful dimensional attack to help Xiao Yu at the same moment, even if the two most powerful beings ranked 2nd and 5th in the universe work together at this moment, it will not be enough to break through the defender's protection and then kill the Emperor of Darkness.
But what else can I do at this moment? My conventional attacks are nothing compared to seed network or dimensional attacks. I have no other help.
Xiao Yu thought anxiously.
But no, this won't work. I must find some other way to kill the Emperor of Darkness. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted.
Xiao Yu was thinking nervously. Not far from Xiao Yu, within the rebel camp, a vital discussion is also taking place at this moment.
We don't need to join in the melee at this moment. Let's let the defenders, the spokesperson camp, and Xiao Yu both lose. Wouldn't it be better if we just sit back and reap the benefits? Why join in at this time? We just had a war with Xiao Yu, and we even forced the music civilization to death. We almost destroyed Xiao Yu, and now we are going to join forces with Xiao Yu. This is unreasonable and unreasonable. I firmly oppose this proposal. The best thing we can do now is to leave the three-dimensional universe immediately. Return to our rebel world. Repair the logic weapons. Recuperate. And continue to wait for the next opportunity to attack. We don't need to be here to take a trip through these murky waters. God knows what kind of damage we might suffer if we join.
In the virtual meeting room, all the participants were objecting. Only the host of the meeting, the intelligent creature who personally held the logical weapon and led the entire huge rebel camp, remained silent. In its sight, there is a fire called wisdom that is constantly flashing.
No, it's wrong. You are all wrong. In this universe, there are no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Only eternal interests. Before thinking about whether something should be done, all we have to consider is this whether and how much benefit this thing can bring us. Everything else can be ignored. Obviously, helping the spokesperson camp and helping Xiao Yu destroy the Emperor of Darkness is a very important thing for us. Something beneficial. This is the only chance to kill the Emperor of Darkness at this moment. If we miss it, we will never have such an opportunity again. Killing the Emperor of Darkness will cause the entire three-dimensional universe to be affected by chaos, which will break the defenders' relationship with each other. The ability to control the overall situation will also break the defenders' surveillance of Xiao Yu. Obviously, it was because the spokesperson camp and Xiao Yu realized this that they united to launch an attack on the Emperor of Darkness. Now we also know this, so what reason do we have for choosing not to take action? As long as the Emperor of Darkness dies, and as long as the entire universe is affected by chaos, then from now on, we will be able to move around in the three-dimensional universe unscrupulously without having to worry about being hunted by defenders. We can attack Xiao Yu unscrupulously without having to worry about it. We can do many things without fear of attracting the attention of defenders. No matter how you look at it, the death of the Emperor of Darkness is an extremely beneficial thing for us. Since this matter is beneficial to us, then, at this moment Xiao Yu and the spokesperson camp are our temporary allies.
This image representing wisdom said slowly. All participants fell into silence. After a while, a voice hesitated and said,
However, because the logic weapon has previously isolated the influence of music civilization on our camp, it has been temporarily overloaded and cannot be used. If the logic weapon is still used at this moment, I am afraid it will cause logical weapons cause serious damage. Logical weapons are our foundation. Is it worth doing this at the cost of damaging logical weapons? Believe me, this matter is worth it. The weapon can be repaired if it is damaged. But this opportunity is only once. If you miss it, you will not get it again. So do you have any different opinions? Okay. Everything is at your command. No comment. Very good. Then I order.
The previous voice suddenly became serious.
I order. The logical weapon is activated. The target is to reduce the defender's protection against the Dark Emperor. The amount is 40%. And the duration is 1 second. The activation time is 10 seconds later.
After this order, in an unknown space, a group of strange lights began to entangle with each other. And countless strange energies started from this, and spread into the three-dimensional universe.
Spokesperson. Xiao Yu. I am the leader of the rebel camp. I have given orders to the logic weapon. After 10 seconds, the defender's protective ability against the Dark Emperor will be reduced by 40%. 1 second is the best we can do as a rebel camp. Wish us luck.
After sending this message, the rebel camp no longer hesitated, but instantly left the three-dimensional universe through some unknown means, and did not know where it went.
Shut down the rebel world completely. No matter whether Xiao Yu and the spokesperson can succeed this time. We have to be careful for a while. We have to be prepared for the revenge of the defenders.
The voice sighed faintly. At this moment, standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, Xiao Yu, who was thinking rapidly, suddenly opened his eyes. Standing at the core of the space maze, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in a room of the Shao Institute of Physics, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes.
After 10 seconds, will the defender's protective ability against the Dark Emperor be reduced by 40%? Very good. Very good. This is enough.
This is a conspiracy. No matter the spokesperson Chen Mo, Xiao Yu or the rebel camp, they did not care that this information would be known by the defenders. Because even those who defend morality must be restricted by cause and effect to a certain extent. The endless violent energy continues, as does the violent dimensionality increase and dimensionality reduction. The defenders of the way are also continuing to protect the Dark Emperor. They were originally in a stalemate, but this stalemate has now been broken. The reason is simple. The defender's protective ability has been reduced by 40% at this moment. Although the duration is only 1 second. It is enough. In this short second, Xiao Yu noticed the endless and tragic roar of the Emperor of Darkness. Xiao Yu's heart suddenly relaxed. Xiao Yu knew that he succeeded. Chapter 1050, Mending the Sky. In the endless depths of the universe, the huge primordial black hole, which controls the rules and order of the entire universe, experienced some strange fluctuations at this moment. There seemed to be some interference and unknown factors affecting its operation. At this moment, some tiny faults suddenly appeared in the network of rules radiated from it as the core. Those faults that were originally rules have now been replaced by chaos. The Emperor of Darkness represents chaos, and the Emperor of Darkness seems to be composed of chaos. The body of this first alien beast in the universe, which was born before the beginning of the universe, seems to be composed of some incredible substances. And these substances happen to be the natural enemies of the rules. It can corrode rules, swallow up rules. Wherever it appears, the rules disappear. At this moment, Xiao Yu had no way of detecting the situation of the source of order, which was extremely far away from him. But by monitoring the rule network, Xiao Yu noticed this series of changes. The beginning of all these changes began with the death of the Dark Emperor. Why did the defender's protective power against the Dark Emperor drop by 40% in the previous moment, without this unexplained decrease in strength? Even if Chen Mo and I joined forces, we probably wouldn't be able to kill the Dark Emperor. Xiao Yu was thinking silently in his heart, looking at the place where the rebel camp had disappeared. Xiao Yu was thoughtful. This is an action by 5 powerful forces ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in the universe to unite against the defenders. Even if the defender ranks 1st in the universe, it cannot withstand such a powerful force. Xiao Yu is a combination of Xiao Yu and Yi Ming, the spokesperson Chen Mo, the rebel camp, and the Emperor of Darkness. Don't forget that when you are trapped in the shackles of the defenders, the Emperor of Darkness is also using his own abilities to attack the defenders. The restraints violently resisted, and this will also be a boost to Xiao Yu's side. Even with the power of the defenders, it had to end in failure. The death process of the Dark Emperor is very strange. After withstanding such a powerful attack, the Dark Emperor's body exploded like an ordinary cannonball that physically killed the enemy. The fragments of its body scattered with the initial force of the explosion extremely quickly, beyond Xiao Yu's imagination, and disappeared from Xiao Yu's sight in almost an instant. Occasionally, some fragments of the Dark Emperor fell into Xiao Yu's battleship group. At this moment,
Xiao Yu realized the powerful power contained in these body fragments of the Dark Emperor. They are like strong acids, quickly corroding the surrounding rules. Xiao Yu guessed. The turmoil in the rule network that I observed was probably caused by these scattered fragments of the Dark Emperor's body. Chaos is good? Xiao Yu thought silently. Only chaos can help me avoid the prying eyes of the defenders. Xiao Yu dispatched his own battleships to collect all the chaotic fragments that fell into his own camp. They will constantly corrode the rules, while Xiao Yu can constantly strengthen the rules through the rule system that is invisible and intangible but affects everyone all the time. Xiao Yu created a container to store the fragments of chaos. Xiao Yu believes that these things will be of great use to him. After dealing with these fragments, Xiao Yu was still waiting quietly. The spokesperson Chen Mo did not show up. The rebel camp has fled. The defenders don't know that hidden there. The Emperor of Darkness is dead. Xiao Yu seemed to be the only one left in the universe at this moment. But the impact of the Dark Emperor's death is far from over. Turbulence in the network of rules. It's not just turmoil either. In this three-dimensional universe, the turmoil of the rules will also produce many wonderful effects. Perhaps, the original defenders did not choose to kill the Dark Emperor, but expel the Dark Emperor. It was precisely because they were concerned about the consequences of the Dark Emperor's death. However, the Dark Emperor is still dead at this moment. Here, die in this three-dimensional universe. Xiao Yu thought silently. Xiao Yu's seed network has not been completely destroyed, so Xiao Yu still has a certain degree of external observation capabilities at this moment. Xiao Yu noticed that some strange changes were taking place on a planet with rudimentary intelligent creatures. The people there worked together to build huge dikes to restrain the rolling floods in the river. But at the next moment, the floods that had been restrained in the river dikes suddenly broke through the dikes for some reason and ran away. When we reached the outside of the river, the embankment still existed stably. Countless cries were heard, and at least hundreds of thousands of lives were harvested by death at this moment. The next moment, the situation became even worse, because there were floods inside and outside. The dam finally collapsed and more floods came out. At the other end of the planet, the earth began to crack without warning. Endless magma surged to the surface. Mountains collapsed, and rivers flowed backwards. So much so that some of the other creatures living together on this small planet underwent horrific mutations at this moment. Some originally docile animals suddenly grew ferocious fangs at this moment, and their size also increased a lot. Just like the legendary monsters and monsters, some intelligent creatures have also been affected by the same effect. Some intelligent creatures have become stronger, although some intelligent creatures have not changed in size. They suddenly possess some strange abilities. These abilities violate the rules of physics. For example, some people can suddenly violate the laws of mechanics and float in the air. Some people feel a strange energy appearing in their bodies. They find that they seem to be able to use this kind of energy. Energy can be used to do many things, such as remote control of objects, such as converting this energy into fire or ice. All this is due to the instability of the rules. The rules in the three-dimensional universe stipulate everything. But now, it is experiencing turmoil and chaos. This means that some unbreakable shackles will break by themselves, and they have lost their ability to restrict. The sky is broken, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Xiao Yu knew that the three-dimensional universe had ushered in a new era because of the death of the Dark Emperor. In this new era, the creatures as the protagonists will have more diverse development directions. Technology is no longer the only development path for intelligent creatures, and the non-intelligent creatures that obediently become captive and killed by intelligent creatures will no longer have this ending. Perhaps, a word from the Earth era can well describe them at this moment. Warcraft, or monsters. From this moment on, for the first time, non-intelligent creatures have the ability to fight against intelligent creatures with physical power. Whether intelligent creatures' greatest reliance, wisdom, can continue to support intelligent creatures in gaining racial superiority in the years to come is already an uncertain question. The sky is broken. Then go and make up for it. At this time, a message was passed to Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu's heart moved. Shinemo! Shinemo! Xiao Yu murmured. At this moment, the defenders have gone to the source of order to repair the rules. Perhaps, according to our language on Earth, this behavior is more appropriately described as mending the sky. Chen Mo's message continued to be passed to Xiao Yu's mind. The defenders' act of repairing the sky will succeed. It just takes time. When the repair of the sky is successful, all the chaos in the universe will disappear, and everything in the universe will return to the control of the rules. When you see those superpowers, those magical beasts, and monsters will all disappear. And if there are no accidents, after the sky patching operation is successful, it will be the time when we, including the rebel camp, will be defeated one by one. Shin-mo, why don't you come out to see me? Why don't you come to see me?
Xiao Yu said eagerly.
I'm sorry, my love. I can't go out to see you yet. After all, the Defender is still the master of the three-dimensional universe, and communicating with you at this moment has already taken a great risk. I have some important information to tell you. Here after that, like the rebel camp, I will completely close the spokesperson world to avoid possible attacks from the Defenders. Don't worry. As the executor of the completion plan, you will not be attacked by the Defenders. You need grow alone in this universe until you are strong enough to fight against the Defenders. What exactly is the supplementary plan? Why is everyone talking about the supplementary plan? I don't know either. Except for the Defenders themselves. No one knows what the completion plan is. But all of us know that as long as the Defenders' completion plan is successfully executed, the Defenders can control everything, including ours, our thoughts, our destiny, our lives. Everything about us will be controlled by the Defenders, and we will become puppets in a true sense. Then why do you keep helping me?
Xiao Yu murmured.
Because I believe you,
Shin-mo said with a sigh.
I have never doubted this. The Defenders have already started searching the three-dimensional universe. I must completely close the world of spokespersons. Xiao Yu, between you and the Defenders at the last moment of the duel, I will appear and stand side by side with you. You have to rush to the following coordinate points within the stipulated time. Because the rebel world has been temporarily closed, the mechanical civilization group that rebelled from our camp has not really joined the rebel camp. They are still stay within the three-dimensional universe. You must rush over and destroy them all. Otherwise, after they have mastered the secrets of the spokesperson's world and joined the rebel camp, they will cause immeasurable losses to us. Xiao Yu, my love. Goodbye. I'm waiting for the moment when you confront the Defender.
Chapter 1051 What are the rules? After saying the last words to Xiao Yu, Shin-mo made no sound anymore. Xiao Yu was once again the only one left in this empty interstellar space. Xiao Yu was still standing quietly in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, staring at the dark universe outside the window. Because the Emperor of Darkness has died, the universe at this moment is very different from before. Xiao Yu knew that a new chapter in the universe had begun. But whether this change was good or bad, Xiao Yu didn't know. The world of fantasy and cultivation means that intelligent creatures living in groups can follow the same evolutionary path as alien beasts in the future. If there is a gregarious civilization composed entirely of creatures with the strength of level 8 alien beasts, then maybe even at this moment, I don't have the strength to fight against them. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. This situation of chaotic rules will not affect the 8th level civilization, but will have a certain impact on the 7th level civilization. Civilizations below the 7th level will be seriously affected. Their lives will be turned upside down. Xiao Yu shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his head. This means the rise of new forces in the universe. But it will take at least millions, or even tens of millions of years, for this new force to have an impact on the situation in the universe. Now, what Xiao Yu needs to think about is not these, but how to deal with the Defenders. Speaking of dealing with Defenders, there is a problem that needs to be solved. How to control time. So, the problem is back to the starting point. The coordinates Shin-mo gave Xiao Yu probably coincided with Xiao Yu's path forward. So, Xiao Yu once again embarked on a voyage around the universe. In the process of progress, Xiao Yu began to study the issue of time. Xiao Yu also began to study the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness that he accidentally harvested. The flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor have always shown some strange properties. In the process of studying these flesh and blood, Xiao Yu first discovered that from a practical and physical perspective, these flesh and blood fragments actually have no meaning. They have no mass, no fixed volume, no energy reaction, and do not react with any low energy or high energy matter in the physical world. If you ignore the corrosiveness, it is always shown at the level of rules. Its existence is simply the same as its non-existence. Xiao Yu tried to cover the pieces of flesh and blood with a piece of paper, but this piece of paper passed through it easily. And after passing through it, the piece of paper did not change at all, not affected by it in any way. Xiao Yu put it in the most advanced reaction furnace, with the highest energy level of the 7th level civilization to bake it. It was not affected in any way. And the experimental environment provided by Xiao Yu was not affected in any way. Thus, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion. That is, the flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor will not have any intersection with anything in the material world. In other words, it means nothing to the material world. This is easy to understand. The Emperor of Darkness calls himself the Master of Chaos. Chaos means there are no rules. Without rules, there is no meaning. Then, it is very reasonable for the body fragments of the Dark Emperor to have such strange properties. But, after discovering this wonderful property, Xiaoyu was greatly interested. Xiaoyu wanted to know how this peculiar property appeared, and whether there was a way to copy it to other places. For example, copy it to your own observation instrument or directly copy it to your body. Because this is related to Xiaoyu's research on time. The bottleneck of Xiaoyu's research on time is
how to obtain all the information about matter without observing matter. Not observing matter
can also be understood as
not having any influence on matter.
So assuming that Xiaoyu also possesses the characteristics of the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness, allowing Xiaoyu to observe matter in a meaningless observation method. That is, the observation is the same as no observation. Then, Xiaoyu isn't it possible to use this indirect method to finally achieve
obtaining all the data of matter without observing matter?
Can Xiaoyu finally break through the bottleneck of Xiaoyu's research time? This is the first time Xiaoyu has made a major theoretical breakthrough since he got involved in the field of time. Xiaoyu vaguely felt that whether he could finally control time would depend on the flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor.
It does not intersect with any matter in the physical world, but will show continuous erosion at the rule level.
This meaningless
observation method will eventually fall to the rule level.
Xiaoyu silently thinking.
What is the essence of the rules? Although the 8th level civilization can destroy or rebuild the rules, even the 8th level civilization does not know what the essence of the rules is. And I don't know either. However, I don't know the rules. How can we understand this?
Meaningless
phenomenon originating from the rule level? Perhaps. The defenders who have mastered the rules and have been promoted to the 9th level civilization know what the rules are.
The defenders knew, but Xiaoyu didn't. At the same time, Xiaoyu didn't know how to know. These questions are all related by causal logic. First of all, Xiaoyu must know the essence of the rules. And then, he can analyze the meaningless characteristics of the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments. Only by mastering the meaningless characteristics of the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments can Xiaoyu be able to observe the material without observing the matter. Matter obtains information about matter. Only after obtaining information about matter, without observing matter, can Xiaoyu be able to grasp time. Xiaoyu took the time issue a big step forward. But Xiaoyu once again found that after taking a big step forward, what he faced was still confusion and unknown. At this time, another new problem emerged.
In my previous speculations, in the history of this vast universe, the only way to reach my previous level on the issue of time is to understand that after mastering the ability to
acquire all information about matter without observing matter,
then there must be many beings who can control time. The reason why they have not achieved more in-depth development is probably because they have not obtained the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness. After all, since the beginning of the universe, there has only been this Emperor of Darkness. So during the death of the Dark Emperor, who else, like me, also obtained the flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor?
The flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor cannot exist in the universe for a long time. While they bring chaos to the universe, they also make themselves disappear without a trace. Xiaoyu has already determined this. However, when the Dark Emperor died, the defenders, the rebel camp, and the spokesperson Chen could all be seen as being nearby. I have obtained the flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor, which has pushed the issue of time a big step forward. So, what about the remaining existences? The spokesperson Chen can be ignored, because they are in the same camp as themselves. But what about defenders and rebels? Will they also discover the mystery of accidental events, deduce that absolute time may not exist, and then start to think about the issue of time, and then also use the fragments of the Emperor of Darkness to advance the issue of time a big step forward? The bottom line of this question is that Xiaoyu is worried that after he has mastered time, the defenders and rebel camps will also master time. In this way, there is no doubt that he will have no advantage at all. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyu felt relieved, because Xiaoyu discovered something else. That is, if you want to master time, you must have a prerequisite: unlimited computing power. Your own seed network is actually laying the foundation for mastering time. There must be a means of tightly controlling the universe, such as a seed network, in order to fully grasp the time system of multiple places with different progress. It is obvious that the rebel camp has not grasped the secret of unlimited computing power. Even the defenders had to create soul stones at the cost of half the lives of the musical civilization people, so that they could have unlimited computing power. In other words, it is very likely that defenders do not have unlimited computing power. Of course, it's only very possible. However, based on the sporadic information he obtained about the defenders, Xiao Yu believed that the possibility of this inference was very high. In this case, then I have nothing to worry about. Although the defenders are mysterious and unpredictable, and although until now, Xiao Yu does not know what the completion plan is, nor what the defenders are. As long as he has control of time, and the defenders cannot, then he will face when he was a defender. He had a unique trump card.
Then, the question I am facing now is,
what is the essence of the rules?
As long as I get the answer to this question, I believe it is not far away from me. But, where should I find this? The answer to the question,
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, becoming distressed once again, because Xiao Yu discovered that although he had made a big step forward in terms of time, he had gained nothing. Time passed quietly in the process of constant thinking and research on the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness. The distance of tens of millions of light years was quietly crossed by Xiao Yu, and the seed network newly woven by Xiao Yu also expanded again to occupy the space of tens of millions of light years. The previously destroyed seed network was also restored during this time. Xiao Yu finally arrived at the coordinate point indicated by Chen Mo. But there is nothing here. Obviously, the mechanical civilization group has left here early. But that doesn't matter. As long as they are still in the three-dimensional universe, Xiao Yu can use his powerful technological strength to finally track them. Chapter 1052 Civilized Cemetery. During this period of time, Xiao Yu's strength has been growing. This growth in strength is not only reflected in the increase in the number of battleships, but also in Xiao Yu's constantly improving technological level. With the unlimited computing power he possesses, Xiao Yu is conducting the maximum scientific research and calculations that the resources can support at all times. So far, Xiao Yu has even mastered the Stargate crossing technology just by relying on his own research. The conventional voyage to superlight curvature voyage is a breakthrough, which means that intelligent life can use this to make distant journeys across galaxies and even river systems. But this universe is too big, with distances often measured in tens of millions of light years or even billions of light years, and even curvature navigation is beyond its capabilities. At this time, Stargate travel technology can come in handy. If you want to master the Stargate crossing technology, you must have extremely deep space technology, rules technology, material technology, basic physics technology, etc. This is basically the most advanced navigation technology within the scope of the three-dimensional universe. It is so complex that it requires the participation of an entire huge civilization to master it. Xiao Yu thought that this should be the reason for the emergence of travel direction civilization, because one Stargate technology occupies the development energy of the entire civilization. Of course, these things are nothing to Xiao Yu, who has unlimited computing power. However, Xiao Yu did not use Stargate technology for rapid space travel. Xiao Yu is still moving forward using a curvature navigation method of approximately 2,800 times the speed of light, because Xiao Yu didn't want to miss the scenery along the way. Or rather, I don't want to miss out on any inspirational opportunities one may encounter during my trip because of the hurried way of traveling. However, the expansion of the seed network can apply Stargate travel technology. After mastering Stargate technology, the expansion speed of the seed network almost immediately increased hundreds of times. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu started tracking the mechanical civilization group that had escaped, through various clues left in the space, such as accidental space fluctuations, strange vibrations of certain basic particles, accidental distortions of rules, etc. With the help of the huge intelligence collection system of the seed network, Xiao Yu quickly found out the escape direction of the civilized group. All that's needed next is tracking. Tracking is not traveling. In this tracking process, Xiao Yu used all his technological reserves and launched a chase battle with his prey in this dark and infinite universe, crossing one river system after another, relying on the guidance of those weak marks that cannot be eliminated. Xiao Yu knows that the distance between himself and his prey is constantly shortening. Finally, in a small, dim dwarf galaxy, Xiao Yu found the shadow of the mechanical civilization group. This is the most common and ordinary small river system in the universe. In terms of large-scale space, the density of space matter around this small river system is extremely thin. In this spatial scale of more than 10 million light-years, there is only this one river system. This means that external river systems can have minimal impact on this small river system. There is no exchange of matter, and no gravitational pull. So it can be expected that this will be a fairly quiet river system. It is too small. Its size is not even comparable to the size of a large star cluster in some large and medium-sized galaxies. It only has a size of less than 100,000 stars. And the gas is extremely scarce, which means that inside it, it is difficult to form new stars. Without the addition of new stars, its interior will inevitably be dominated by old stars, although there is a black hole inside it. But unfortunately, these black holes have not grown enough to master an entire river system. They are scattered in various parts of the river system, silently participating in rather than controlling the evolution of this river system. A cluster of stars forms the core of the galaxy, with the star density decreasing toward the outside. Xiaoyu's fleet quietly stayed less than 10,000 light-years away from this small river system, quietly observing everything in this river system. The seed network that arrived early has discovered everything in this river system. Observation data tell Xiaoyu that there are about 80 level 8 civilizations gathered here. From this, Xiaoyu saw familiar mechanical civilization, extreme astral civilization, microscopic civilization, etc. They are gathered here and are undergoing large-scale infrastructure construction work. It seems that they intend to stay here for a long time.
Are you waiting for the rebel camp to open up the rebel universe and bring you in?
Xiaoyu smiled coldly.
Unfortunately, you can't wait for that day. In the river system IC1101, you have not yet. If you can finish me off, then now it's up to me to finish you off.
Before launching the offensive and exposing himself, Xiaoyu first made a lot of preparations. Xiaoyu first deployed some rule control instruments and secretly scattered them around the small river system. These instruments will be activated when the mechanical civilization group tries to escape, and then bring some surprises to the mechanical civilization group. They will find that not only the Stargate travel technology cannot be used, but they can even escape from the three-dimensional universe and escape to the infinite in a random way. Actions within the universe of meaning will also be prohibited. Xiaoyu does not intend to let go of any spacecraft or any intelligent creature. It took Xiaoyu hundreds of years to arrange these things. During these hundreds of years, the mechanical civilization group was unaware of this. Unknowingly, Xiaoyu had trapped them in a dragnet. After arranging all this, Xiaoyu's fleet removed all disguises and began to sail forward in a swaggering manner. The technological strength of the mechanical civilization group is also quite impressive. Although they are 10,000 light-years away from Xiaoyu, they still discovered Xiaoyu's traces in a very short time after Xiaoyu took off his disguise. Large-scale war preparations followed, but Xiaoyu ignored them all. With Xiaoyu's current strength, Xiaoyu really doesn't need to worry about these things. Without any conspiracy or skills, Xiaoyu will use his powerful strength to directly crush the enemy to death. This ordinary small river system will become a cemetery where at least 88th level civilizations are buried. The war finally begins. Not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. The mechanical civilization group also adopted a combat method similar to that of the rebel camp. That is, multiple civilizations cooperated to fight. Each civilization had a division of labor, and different types of civilizations were responsible for different tasks. But it is obvious that their cooperation and combat coordination is much worse than that of the rebel camp. And they do not have logical weapons. In this cold, silent and empty universe, countless battleships began to fight desperately. In the early stages of the war, Xiaoyu seized most of the control over the rules, and then began to formulate various rule systems that were beneficial to himself. Although there are 8 level 8 civilizations in 4 cosmic directions in the mechanical civilization group that are confronting him, but with the support of his own technological foundation and unlimited computing power, Xiaoyu does not take these opponents seriously. The situation is developing in favor of Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu's mood did not fluctuate at all, because all this was originally expected by Xiaoyu. After being so well prepared, it would be abnormal if something unexpected happened to me. The entire war process can be described as ordinary. When the war progressed to the later stage, the regular instruments arranged by Xiaoyu in advance detected an inexplicable spatial fluctuation. But the fluctuation subsided instantly. Xiaoyu knew that the mechanical civilization group probably tried to escape using Stargate travel technology or space shuttle technology. But it just didn't succeed. After realizing that the last escape route was cut off, the mechanical civilization group fell into true madness. Xiaoyu noticed that the resistance he encountered was much stronger than before. But this is still within Xiaoyu's expectation. And these things are still of no use to Xiaoyu. The war finally ended with Xiaoyu's warship penetrating into the logistics construction base of the mechanical civilization group and capturing a large number of enemy warships. 80 level 8 civilizations. hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures, and more than 1 billion battleships. Not a single one escaped.
Your destruction will herald the coming of a new era. From now on, in this universe, in addition to the defenders, spokespersons, and rebels, there is also me, Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu thought lightly, and then began. He did his own battlefield cleaning work. 80 level 8 civilizations are a huge wealth. If nothing else, the scientific and technological information stored by these civilizations alone is of great use to Xiao Yu, which can save Xiao Yu a lot of time. It is always simpler and easier to grab food directly from other people's mouths than to work hard to harvest in spring and autumn. At this moment, Xiao Yu perfectly fulfilled the principle of, okay,
the mechanical civilization group has been wiped out by me. The spokespersons and rebels have completely closed their own universes. The defenders are busy with a plan to mend the sky. In the next period of time, no one or any force will bother me. I can carry out my own plan to circumnavigate the universe with peace of mind. And in the process, I can find the mystery of time.
Huh? At this time, Xiao Yu discovered something special in the database left by a certain 8th level civilization.
Primordial black hole?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, repeating this term over and over again, constantly absorbing the information contained in this piece of information.
It is indeed very possible.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
The essence of the rules, the ultimate secret of the rules, lies in this primordial black hole.
Xiao Yu faintly felt that he was no longer far away from finding the final answer. Chapter 1053 Witness. Xiao Yu knew about the primordial black hole. But before, Xiao Yu only regarded the primordial black hole as something no different from ordinary black holes, and did not pay special attention to it. Even if it is the primordial black hole, isn't it also a black hole? It also has the horizon boundary and indicators such as angular momentum, mass and charge. But at this moment, after obtaining this information from the mechanical civilization group, Xiao Yu knew the difference between the primordial black hole and ordinary black holes. These differences made Xiao Yu understand that the Taichu black hole was very important to him.
After the Big Bang, no, it should be called the first time that there were rules in the universe. The primordial black hole was the first batch of stars to appear. The characteristics of the black hole cause it to only allow matter or information to enter, but not allow information to escape. It comes out from the inside, excluding the primordial black holes that were destroyed due to information storms and black hole explosions.
The primordial black holes that have survived until now will definitely hide many mysteries of when the rules first appeared. What are the rules, and the nature of the rules? What it is? Maybe the answer can really be found in the black hole of Taichu.
Xiao Yu thought silently. From the appearance, there is no difference between the primordial black hole and the ordinary black hole. There are more than tens of millions of black holes in the universe. So how to distinguish the primordial black hole from these tens of millions of black holes? Xiao Yu can't just run over to analyze a black hole when he sees it. Even if Xiao Yu had the energy, Xiao Yu would not do it like this. Then, Xiao Yu must have a benchmark to distinguish the primordial black hole from the ordinary black hole. There is a very trustworthy benchmark placed in front of Xiao Yu, and that is the mass of the black hole. Take the dividing line between twice the mass of the sun and 10 billion times the mass of the sun. Any black hole with a mass within this range, there is a very high probability that it is not a primordial black hole, but an ordinary stellar black hole or an aggregate black hole formed by the collision and fusion of many stellar black holes. And if the mass is not within this range, that is, a black hole less than twice the mass of the sun, or greater than 10 billion times the mass of the sun, there is a very high probability that it is a primordial black hole. But there are exceptions. Black holes will continue to reduce their mass through Hawking radiation, and the Hawking radiation rate is inversely proportional to mass, which means the greater the mass of the black hole, the slower Hawking radiation loses mass, and vice versa. This leads to the fact that primordial black holes below a certain mass have disappeared into the universe due to Hawking radiation. After calculation, Xiao Yu knew that the quality standard was about 100 million tons. It can be seen from the conversion that the horizon radius of this black hole is only less than 1 femtometer, which is smaller than an atom. If Xiao Yu really finds this kind of tiny black hole, it can only prove one thing. This is not the primordial black hole, but created by a certain intelligent civilization. By measuring the mass of the black hole, Xiao Yu can greatly narrow the scope of his search. Measuring the mass of a black hole is an extremely simple matter for Xiao Yu. Xiaoyu doesn't know how many primordial black holes there are in this three-dimensional universe. But I think this number will not be too small. And Xiaoyu also has the most powerful weapon to find the Taichu black hole. My own seed network that is constantly expanding. After Xiaoyu received this information from the Mechanical Civilization Group, Xiaoyu had already launched his own seed network. The seeds in the seed network are built using the technological ideas of mechanical civilization. Not only can these tiny particles continuously replicate themselves, they can also be aggregated together to form any machinery and instruments that Xiaoyu wants. Now they have been combined with each other to form countless tiny gravity measurement instruments, optical observation instruments, radio waves, and space observation instruments. Gravity measuring instruments measure the strength of gravity in an area. Optical observation instruments can measure the visible mass of matter in this area. This data is compared with the data observed by the gravity observation instrument. If the data from the two parties do not match, it proves that there is probably an invisible black hole in that area. In addition, optical observation instruments can also observe the existence of black holes through optical effects such as gravitational lensing. Radio wave observation instruments can observe the intensity and changes of rays in a certain area to find black holes, while space observation instruments can look for traces of black holes through changes in the spatial level. Xiaoyu believes that with the search of his seed network, any black hole, no matter how small it is or how hidden it is, will eventually be found by him. Just find the black hole. Then the next step is simple. It is nothing more than measuring the mass of the black hole to confirm whether it is worth continuing to observe. If there is one, further observations will be made. If not, the black hole will be numbered and abandoned, and no further instruments will waste resources on it. So far, Xiaoyu's seed network has spread to nearly 100 million light-years away, and Xiaoyu has launched close search activities within this spatial scale. Moreover, Xiaoyu's fleet is still moving forward, and the scope of the seed network continues to expand. Xiaoyu's search for the Taichu black hole will become more and more efficient. In addition to searching for the Taichu black hole, Xiaoyu still has many things to do. The most urgent thing at the moment is to absorb and digest the large amount of scientific and technological information harvested from more than 80 level 8 civilizations of the Mechanical Civilization Group. The 8th level civilization in the Mechanical Civilization Group covers almost all types of 8th level civilizations in the universe. Being able to become an 8th level civilization has proved that this civilization has developed technology in this direction to the limit, and even came into contact with the rules. After absorbing and digesting these scientific and technological information, Xiaoyu will become a truly top-level 8th level civilization with all-round development. Whether it is architecture, music, micro, macro, universe or extreme stars, Xiaoyu has the most profound attainments in all. And after all these technologies are smelted into one furnace, the power they unleash will be far from as simple as 1 plus 1. Although he still cannot become a 9th level civilization, Xiaoyu's strength will still improve a lot. Think about it. After I fully master these technological data, even the rebel camp will no longer be my opponent if they don't have logical weapons. Xiaoyu stood in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft and looked at it calmly. The endless dark universe outside the window. I thought lightly. There is a strange black sphere slowly rotating in Xiaoyu's hand. There is no doubt that this black sphere has extremely strong gravity, but it is extremely docile in Xiaoyu's palm. It floated in the sky above Xiaoyu's palm. Quietly. This is a black hole. A small black hole. Its field of view radius is about 7 centimeters. The event horizon radius of 7 centimeters means that the mass of this black hole is about 472 trillion tons. This number is about 8 times the mass of the Earth. At this moment, Xiaoyu held 8 Earths in his hands. After breaking away from the computer and integrating music civilization, Xiaoyu's body already has the strength of an 8th level peak alien beast. To do this with the strength of an 8th level peak beast is nothing. It can even be said to be a very simple matter. The mass of this black hole is not within the range defined by Xiaoyu, which means that it may be a primordial black hole. In fact, through analysis, Xiaoyu also confirmed this. This is a primordial black hole that Xiaoyu's huge seed network found in a medium whirlpool river system about 3 million light-years away from Xiaoyu at this moment. After finding this primordial black hole, the seeds in the seed network were immediately combined into a Stargate instrument and delivered to Xiaoyu's hands as quickly as possible, so that Xiaoyu could carry out subsequent research. This is the primordial black hole. It was born more than 10 billion years ago. It was born together with the rules of our universe. It has witnessed the development of our three-dimensional universe to what it is today. In a sense, It is the same age as our universe.
Xiao Yu lowered his head, looking at the small black hole in his hand in trance. Thinking silently, Xiao Yu noticed many things that had nothing to do with science from this primordial black hole, such as vicissitudes of life and antiquity. Millions of years pass by in a hurry. But in the eyes of this primordial black hole, it is just a fleeting moment. Time seems meaningless to it. When the rules of the universe were first born, perhaps it was because the density of matter in a certain area was too high, so they did not have the chance to undergo nuclear fusion or star explosions, and directly aggregated into such a black hole. Its luck may not be very good. At least, it did not find enough food in the next 13 plus years. Otherwise, it would not still maintain its current tiny size. Xiao Yu's hand moved slightly, and immediately, the black hole's horizon began to shrink. Obviously, the speed of light around this black hole is increased. As the speed of light increases, and as the size of the black hole continues to shrink, some things hidden inside the black hole that have never been exposed to the outside for more than 13 billion years are beginning to be released. Those things are so wonderful that even Xiao Yu cannot fully understand them. Xiao Yu knew that these things were probably the things he was pursuing so hard. But these things are incomplete. Moreover, in addition to these key things, there are many useless and messy things inside the primordial black hole. It might be a piece of light, or a piece of information, or it might be a grain of cosmic dust swallowed by the black hole under some accidental circumstances. These things are witnesses of the long time that this primordial black hole has experienced since its formation. They had no chance to see the light of day again. But now, they all appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Chapter 1054 Black Hole Pollution Plan.
The secret of the rules is hidden in this primordial black hole. Hidden in those primordial black holes, where the universe first opened and was born together with the rules.
At this moment, outside this three-dimensional universe, in a cosmic space that originally had no meaning, a message was faintly transmitted in the space. This universe originally had no rules and no meaning. But the arrival of some beings changed this phenomenon. This universe is like a wasteland without an owner. And these people who arrived began to work hard here, leveling the land, and then started planting. So far, these existential planting operations have yielded many results. These existences are undoubtedly the rebel camp that failed to strangle Xiao Yu in the three-dimensional universe, and finally escaped from the three-dimensional universe. At this moment, in this originally meaningless universe, the rules have been initially established. With the participation of the rules, all matter or energy in this universe begins to evolve in a way that has clear cause and effect and can be analyzed. Light appeared, stars appeared, and various meaningful natural or artificial creations also appeared. In the center of the universe, there are almost countless spaceships or various means of transportation that are busy. A huge building has begun to take shape. It is so big that even though its construction task has just begun, it has already revealed its aura as the center of the universe. Any star will be eclipsed in front of it. Even the most massive black hole, which is enough to dominate a river system, will be as small as an ant in front of it. Countless rules spread out from here. Any violation of established rules is strictly prohibited. A prosperous and huge universe has begun to take shape. Now, just that piece of information spread throughout this huge construction site.
Through the analysis of the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments, we confirm that the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments are the key to mastering time in the three-dimensional universe. The other two most critical things are the nature of the rules and unlimited computing power. We already have the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness. By analyzing the primordial black hole, we can also grasp the secret of the rules. It's just about unlimited computing power. How can we get it? In our camp, the 8th level computing civilization has already solved this problem. We have spent a lot of time researching on it but still found nothing. Even if we use logical weapons, we can't find a way to success. It seems that the ability of unlimited computing power is just the exclusive ability of Xiao Yu, who integrates music civilization. And although we know that analyzing a large number of primordial black holes can reveal the secrets of the rules, now we are basically unable to carry out such large-scale operations in the three-dimensional universe. The so-called essence or secret of the rules. In essence, it is just an understanding of the rules, which is different from the defenders who have mastered the rules. Even if we know the secrets of the rules, it does not mean much to improve our strength. This led to our situation in the past being okay. It's also possible that we didn't pay too much attention to this aspect during our limited activities in the three-dimensional universe. Now, we have no chance to carry out this task. Then, the question is, What should we do? Since we lack the ability to have unlimited computing power, since we have no way to control time, then we must prevent Xiaoyu from continuing to collect Taiju black holes. And we must prevent Xiaoyu from being able to control time. If Xiaoyu grasps the time, then even if we don't fight against Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu will find us and destroy us. What's more, Xiaoyu is still a pawn in the Defender's completion plan. Compared to Xiaoyu master the time, the Defender's supplementary plan is the most terrifying. Our situation is not optimistic. Very not optimistic. We have united with the Mechanical Civilization Group and the Emperor of Darkness. We originally wanted to destroy Xiaoyu in one fell swoop and make the Defender's completion plan fail. But we did not expect that not only did we fail to destroy Xiaoyu, on the contrary, use the death of the Dark Emperor to give Xiaoyu a preliminary glimpse into the mystery of time. Well, we have reason to believe that the Mechanical Civilization Group that originally planned to join our camp has also been destroyed. The spokesperson has always been with Xiaoyu standing in the same camp. The Defenders will not allow us to kill Xiaoyu. We are the only ones left.
In this message, there is an atmosphere of pessimism and despair that continues to spread.
Civilization number 2. Please pay attention to your words. Before the incident finally comes to light, and before we all die, we must not give up hope. I propose that a joint camp meeting be held immediately, and we gather the wisdom of the entire camp. Let's find a solution to the current situation together.
Another message harshly criticized the civilization that sent the first message.
Okay, let's hold a camp joint meeting. Our rebel camp is the last hope for all intelligent creatures in the three-dimensional universe that long for freedom. We must not give up. And we must not give up. Compared with being controlled by defenders of our thoughts, we from the bottom of our hearts, our number 2 civilization would rather fight to the death on the battlefield. Very well. These words are exactly what we want to say. I believe that these words should also be the common thoughts in the hearts of all the civilizations that make up our camp.
The brief exchange of information came to an end, and a moment later, in a corner of the Twilight City that was in the process of being rebuilt, the phantoms of civilized leaders appeared one after another. The meeting lasted for nearly 50 years. During the past 50 years, the reconstruction work of the Twilight City has been proceeding in an orderly manner. During this meeting, no one knew what the results of the discussions among the participating civilization leaders were. The intelligent creatures in the camp only know that after this meeting, a term called Black Hole Pollution Plan was mentioned. After that, the logical weapon was activated again. This time, the logical weapon was activated. The logic weapon fell directly into an overload state and did not return to normal for hundreds of years. Even the reconstruction of Twilight City was seriously affected. At this moment, Xiaoyu was still standing in front of the porthole of the humanity, carefully observing the primordial black hole in his hand. Because the speed of light has been increased, the size of this primordial black hole has shrunk to the size of a soybean. There were many hidden secrets exposed and captured by Xiaoyu. But this is still not enough. The most profound secret is hidden in this soybean grain. Xiaoyu sighed and increased the speed of light again. With this increase in the speed of light, the primordial black hole, which was as big as a soybean grain, once again began to shrink rapidly, and eventually shrunk to a point where it could not be seen by the naked eye. After shrinking to the limit, a terrifying violent explosion occurred. That's because at the current speed of light, the black hole's own gravity can no longer restrain itself to exist in such a high-density state. But the black hole's death process, which is more violent than a supernova explosion, is completely restricted by Xiaoyu in the palm of his hand. It was as if a transparent ball appeared in Xiaoyu's hand. Inside the ball was the most violent explosion, while outside the ball there was still gentle breeze and drizzle. Xiaoyu knew that with this last explosion, this ancient primordial black hole, which was almost the same age as the universe and had existed in the universe for more than 13 billion years, died. Its death finally exposed all its deepest secrets. Almost endless information burst out, like an information storm. Faced with this information storm, Xiaoyu not only did not dodge at all, but instead collected all the information and launched a detailed analysis. Among them, there are some mysteries of the time when the rules first appeared. But the mystery is not complete. Xiaoyu noticed this when he first obtained this primordial black hole. The reason for the incompleteness is that the black hole absorbed the rest of the information during its long years. Black holes absorb all tangible and intangible matter or energy, including light. It has existed for more than 13 billion years. During this period of time, how much light, how much material, and how much information will have entered its interior and been blocked by it? never to see the light of day again? It is this useless and messy information that affects the purity of the black hole and the integrity of the mystery of the original rules. This forced Xiaoyu to spend more energy and time to eliminate the effects of these impurities one by one. In fact, some of the effects were irreversible, and even Xiaoyu had no way of knowing the truth behind the effects. It's like a drop of ink was thrown into the bucket and contaminated the entire bucket of water. In other words, this primordial black hole was contaminated. Xiaoyu frowned.
Pollution is inevitable. Since it is a black hole and a primordial black hole, it will inevitably be polluted in these long years. The difference is just the degree of pollution. The primordial black hole in interstellar space is polluted. The smaller one, the primordial black hole in the river system, is more seriously polluted. That's it. That's all. The primordial black hole cannot be the only one I have found now. In this three-dimensional universe, there must be many primordial black holes. Then, I will find a sufficient number of primordial black holes that are not too polluted, collect the information I need bit by bit, and finally find the secret of the rules.
Xiaoyu thought lightly. Chapter 1055, Intergalactic Space. In this endless dark universe, Xiaoyu has been standing quietly in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, and has been looking at the outer universe in trance. Xiaoyu doesn't need to eat, drink water, or even rest. If we talk about the combat effectiveness of a single body, Xiaoyu's body is even more capable than the humanity spacecraft he is riding on, because Xiaoyu at this moment has integrated music civilization. Xiaoyu is an 8th level alien beast, the most peak one. Sometimes a small black hole will appear on Xiaoyu's hand. Most of these black holes are very small in size, and most of them are less than half a meter in diameter. The smallest one is only the size of a grain of rice. But these black holes generally have very amazing masses. The smallest black hole, the size of a rice grain, has a mass of hundreds of billions of tons, and the largest one has a mass greater than Jupiter. These primordial black holes of varying sizes generally experience this process in Xiaoyu's hands. That is, as the speed of light increased, these black holes slowly shrank, and finally ended with a violent explosion that lasted for a period of time, a lifespan of more than 10 billion years. And during this process, the information hidden in these primordial black holes was collected by Xiaoyu. But this situation does not satisfy Xiaoyu, because Xiaoyu discovered that most of these black holes were seriously contaminated. Even the smallest black hole, which can clearly be judged not to have absorbed much mass, has been severely polluted by the light and various ray information inside the river system. And the interstellar dust is relatively abundant. This useless information absorbed by the black hole seriously interfered with Xiaoyu's information collection process. This leads to, although Xiaoyu has collected more than 1,000 Taichu black holes, secret information about the rules has always been limited.
There is no way to avoid pollution,
Xiaoyu murmured to himself.
This is a very normal and natural cosmic phenomenon. If these primordial black holes were still very pure when I collected them in my hands and were not polluted much,
then that's a weird thing. If that's the case, I should wonder if there is a conspiracy against me, deliberately creating a false black hole, containing false information to deceive me. But it won't work if it goes on like this.
Xiaoyu sighed secretly. I began to think about whether it was time to turn my attention to the more vast and empty inter-river space. Materials tend to gather at the river system scale, but at larger scales, they tend to disperse. A good example is the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. The diameter of the Milky Way is 100,000 light-years. The diameter of the Andromeda Galaxy is larger than that of the Milky Way, but not much larger. But in the middle of these two medium-sized river systems, there is a void space of up to 2.5 million light-years. In the universe, the void space occupies a much larger area than the river system. So obviously, the primordial black hole in the void space has much less light information or matter than the primordial black hole in the river system. In comparison, the primordial black hole in the intergalactic space must have it as several orders of magnitude purer than the primordial black hole inside the river system. Just looking for and collecting the primordial black hole in the inter-river system void space, the difficulty is many times more difficult than collecting the primordial black hole in the inner space of the river system. If you don't have to. Xiaoyu didn't want to do that. Xiaoyu shook his head gently, and once again destroyed the primordial black hole in his hand, which was roughly equivalent to a moon, and took all the information contained in it into his mind. Time is still passing by little. In the process of continuous collection and destruction, there was finally a piece of information that cheered up Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu once made statistics on the mass information of the primordial black holes that he had collected. The conclusion showed that among the more than 1,000 primordial black holes that he had collected, there were 100 to 100% of the mass of the Earth. The primordial black holes are the most numerous. The primordial black holes below this mass only account for less than 5% of the total number of primordial black holes. And the primordial black holes, with a mass of more than 1/10 of the Earth, are even fewer. It only accounts for less than 2% of the total. The largest of them has a mass of 1/10 the mass of the Sun. Black holes, with a mass of more than 10 billion times the mass of the Sun, are also very likely to be primordial black holes, because very few ordinary stellar black holes can reach this magnitude. But Xiaoyu has not found such a huge primordial black hole. What he has found is it's such a small black hole. This is also a pity for Xiaoyu, because it is obvious that the bigger the black hole is, the more secrets it contains about the rules and mysteries of the beginning of the universe. The value of one large primordial black hole is even comparable to thousands of small primordial black holes. It was under such circumstances that this piece of information made Xiaoyu so excited, because Xiaoyu received a report that in a nearby river system, the seed network discovered a black hole with a mass of about 0.8 times the Sun. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that it is a primordial black hole or not, based on its mass, it is very likely that it is a primordial black hole. This goal is not too far away from Xiaoyu in the human race. So Xiaoyu decided to lead his huge fleet to the field for observation. Under Xiaoyu's control, the fleet changed its direction and sailed into the river system at a very high speed and curvature. Arriving in front of the target black hole, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a magical scene. Although Xiaoyu has seen countless wonders of the universe in this space voyage that lasts more than 1,000,000 years, Xiaoyu still feels fascinated by this phenomenon at this moment. Xiaoyu was still standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, watching this scene in trance. That's a binary star system. The target black hole is one of this binary star system. Its companion star is a red dwarf star with a mass of only about 0.4 times the mass of the Sun. These two little guys just circled each other, constantly rotating in this deep cosmic space, as if they were dancing a gorgeous dance. But this is not a peaceful dance. It seems that the relationship between them is more like that between predator and prey. There is an obvious material belt connecting the target black hole and the red dwarf star. Under the strong pulling force of the target black hole, the red dwarf star changed from a sphere into an elliptical balloon shape. The material belt connects the target black hole and the red dwarf star. The tail of this balloon. A huge amount of high temperature and hot stellar material is being transferred from the red dwarf star to the target black hole. During this process, extremely intense X-rays and gamma rays burst out, as if the red dwarf star is fighting for its life. The roar of struggle. Xiaoyu's body suddenly turned into thousands of fragments, and then passed through the porthole of the humanity spacecraft in front of him without any hindrance, and entered the empty outer universe. The harsh environment in the universe did not have the slightest impact on Xiaoyu, and even Xiaoyu's clothes were still as neat as usual. Xiaoyu stood in front of these two stars, and then stretched out his hand. The gorgeous material belt was suddenly cut off, and the red dwarf star, which was pulled into an elliptical shape by the huge gravity of the target black hole, seemed to suddenly lose the external pull at this moment and quickly return to its original shape. During this process, the rapidly moving material had a very strong impact on the star, but it quickly calmed down. Xiaoyu knew that the scene must be spectacular. If you think about it roughly, this scene is like the sea water above the earth being pulled by an invisible giant hand to an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. Then the giant hand suddenly let go, letting this huge amount of water flow. The sea water suddenly fell. In just this moment, the target black hole had been completely shielded from gravity by Xiaoyu. As an 8th level peak alien beast, Xiaoyu does not need to rely on the power of any technology at this moment. He can do this just by relying on his own body. The red dwarf star that lost the gravity of its companion star immediately changed its orbit under the laws of mechanics, and probably ran away along the tangent of its orbit without looking back. Like a lost dog, Xiaoyu waved his hand, and the target black hole began to move toward Xiaoyu like a docile kitten, and finally stayed on top of Xiaoyu's head. The target black hole, which has a mass of 0.8 times the Sun, has a radius of about 2,300 meters. Compared with the tiny Xiaoyu's body, it is like a huge black ball, pressing on the top of Xiaoyu's head, as if it will completely swallow Xiaoyu up in the next moment. But not only did it fail to swallow Xiaoyu, but after Xiaoyu raised his hand, it began to shrink.
Its radius began to decrease from 2,300 meters, getting smaller and smaller, and finally dropped to less than 2 decimeters, and slowly fell into Xiaoyu's palm. Xiaoyu still did not let it go, and continued to reduce its size. Finally, he ended the life of this black hole with a violent explosion. Xiaoyu knew that this was indeed a primordial black hole, but it had no value. Still, for the same reason, it was too polluted, not to mention the rest of the matter. Just the amount of matter absorbed from the red dwarf star was enough to destroy all the precious rule information contained inside it. Xiaoyu managed to recover some rule information through his unlimited computing power. But this little gain really did not satisfy Xiaoyu.
There is no other way.
Xiaoyu shook his head, turned around and returned to the humanity spacecraft.
Give up the search for the primordial black hole inside the river system, and completely transfer all power and resources into the intergalactic space to search for the primordial black hole.
Less polluted primordial black hole.
Chapter 1056, Pure Black Hole. Finding the primordial black hole in the intergalactic space is many times more difficult than searching for the primordial black hole in the internal space of the galactic system, because Xiaoyu mainly searched for it by measuring optics and measuring the influence of the primordial black hole on surrounding materials, such as stars, in the inner space of the galaxy. If a certain star orbits abnormally, Xiaoyu will focus on observing here. If the light of a certain star is deflected or a certain star is abnormally releasing a large amount of high-energy rays,
that would be even better. This basically proves that there is an extreme star there. In comparison, space-level detection methods can only be regarded as an auxiliary means in the process of searching for the primordial black hole. So what method should be used to find the primordial black hole in the intergalactic space? There is nothing there. The size and mass of primordial black holes are generally very small, with most of them only on the order of less than a kilometer. They are also not massive enough to have any observable impact on any distant stars. Searching for primordial black holes in intergalactic space through optical observations? This is even worse, because there isn't any light source there, compared with the intergalactic space, which can easily be measured in millions of light years. The large ones are only on the order of kilometers. The small ones are only a few millimeters, and the primordial black holes of a few centimeters are really too tiny. Looking for these tiny dots in the intergalactic space is like looking for a speck of dust that accidentally fell here in a dark hall. No, it's tens of millions of times harder than this. There is a more important point. That is, Xiaoyu does not know whether there is a primordial black hole in a certain intergalactic space. Perhaps Xiaoyu spent huge resources, taking up valuable observing and searching time in one's own seed network, but ultimately finding nothing. Compared with the internal space of the river system, searching for the primordial black hole in the inter-river system space is really not a cost-effective deal. But there is no way. Although the primordial black hole inside the river system is easier to find, the primordial black hole inside the river system is too easily contaminated. In order to get clear and complete secret information about the rules, Xiaoyu can only do this.
The only way now is to use the seed network to launch a dragnet search in this dark sea. Most of the black holes, in the beginning, are very small. This means that their gravitational fluctuations cannot be detected if you are slightly farther away from them. They can only be found by pulling a net to patrol.
Xiaoyu thought silently. As Xiaoyu's order was issued, countless particles began to arrange themselves according to certain geometric rules in the inter-river dark space of tens of millions of light years, and then began to move rapidly. The tiny primordial black holes are like gems randomly scattered in this boundless dark space. If you find them, Xiaoyu will gain endless wealth. If you can't find them, you can't find them. Xiaoyu will lose all his money. Xiaoyu has fully adjusted his search strategy, changing the strategy of mainly searching for the internal space of the river system to the strategy of mainly searching for the inter-river system space. At this time, Xiaoyu once again noticed some unusual changes in the stellar group. There was a warning sign in Xiaoyu's heart. As usual, this time stellar movements are still on a reasonable basis. But Xiaoyu knew that it was reasonable. Doesn't mean normal. Xiaoyu still vividly remembers the scene of the duel with the Dark Star civilization in the Feiyuan galaxy. At that time, through logical weapons and this seemingly premeditated change in stars, the Dark Star civilization caused countless hardships to Xiaoyu. At this moment, this kind of stellar movement reappeared, and Xiaoyu couldn't help but be vigilant. This time, the scope of stellar fluctuations has expanded much, and is not limited to one or a few river systems. Xiaoyu observed that this unnoticeable stellar movement occurred in all the river systems covered by his seed network. If it weren't for Xiaoyu's infinite computing power, Xiaoyu would have no way to separate this kind of stellar movement from normal stellar movement.
What's going on?
Xiaoyu murmured to himself.
I have reason to believe, outside of the coverage of my seed network, this kind of stellar abnormality has also occurred in other river systems. It may even be covered by the phenomena of the whole universe or most of the universe. But what is their premeditation? What purpose is this for?
This situation was so familiar that Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of the rebel camp with logical weapons. And, if these stellar movements are really caused by the rebel camp, what are they for? Is it to target yourself? But at this moment, Xiaoyu was unable to analyze these matters thoroughly because there were insufficient intelligence sources. Xiaoyu had no choice but to temporarily suppress his suspicions and continue his plan to search for the Taichu black hole. During this long search, a certain point in the dark space between river systems caught Xiaoyu's attention. Calculated in terms of distance, this point is between 4 million and 7 million light-years away from the 3 nearby river systems. There is nothingness there. No stars, no planets, no asteroids, not even interstellar dust. Under such circumstances, some of the gravitational fluctuations that occur there are extremely unusual. Xiaoyu's mood immediately became excited. Xiaoyu had a hunch that perhaps his first harvest since starting the search in the inter-river space would be now. Millions of particles followed Xiaoyu's command and immediately rushed towards that place. In order to avoid contaminating the possible primordial black hole with too much information, Xiaoyu did not use visible light or other bands of light or any ray level detection. Xiaoyu only carried out precise measurements of gravitational fluctuations and space fluctuations near that point. The measurement results told Xiaoyu that there was indeed a black hole there. This black hole is very small, with a mass of only about 10 trillion tons. This mass is roughly equivalent to a larger mountain range on the Earth. This result once again made Xiaoyu excited. Such a tiny black hole, if not created by technological power, can only be a primordial black hole. In the cosmic space after the rules appear and stabilize, such black holes cannot be born through natural evolution. Those particles immediately began to combine. They combined various instruments and even a star gate that could be used for rapid long-distance transmission. Under such circumstances, about 8 years later, this tiny black hole appeared in Xiaoyu's palm. Xiaoyu looked at the tiny black hole slowly rotating in his palm with some eager eyes, and secretly sighed in his heart.
What a beautiful little guy. I wonder what mysteries are hidden in your body. This black hole is so small that it almost belongs to the category of the microscopic world, and it is impossible to see it with the naked eye. But all this is not an obstacle to Xiaoyu. This is the first primordial black hole that Xiaoyu has searched for in the intergalactic space. A primordial black hole that has not been subject to excessive pollution. The rule information contained inside it is likely to be an opportunity for Xiaoyu to master time. Xiaoyu slowly increased the speed of light in the environment of this tiny black hole. As a result, the originally small thing became even smaller. In the process, some hidden information was slowly exposed. From this information, Xiaoyu noticed information that was completely different from the primordial black hole he had collected before, and had clear and complete information. In just a moment, Xiaoyu was sure that this information was what he wanted. This miniature black hole only existed in Xiaoyu's palm for less than 30 seconds before it was finally destroyed. But the harvest in these 30 seconds has exceeded the total of more than 1,000 Taichu black holes that he had collected before. This is the difference between the primordial black hole that is less polluted and the primordial black hole that is more polluted. An even larger data flow began to be calculated in Xiaoyu's mind. With the support of new data, the laboratory and the science spacecraft once again began busy experimental work. Just this black hole has brought great impetus to Xiaoyu's research work. Many problems that Xiaoyu had struggled to solve before were solved in one fell swoop with the support of new data. But this is still not enough. Although the effect of this miniature Taichu black hole is great, it is not enough to support Xiaoyu to completely overcome the problems he faces. Xiaoyu still needs to continue collecting the Taichu black hole and obtain more data support. Time is still passing slowly, and Xiaoyu has spent thousands of years completing the task of using his own seed network to search for the primordial black hole in the intergalactic space within tens of millions of light years. The final result was that Xiaoyu harvested a total of about 190 primordial black holes. Among them, the smallest one almost reached the lower limit of the mass of primordial black holes that can exist until now, and the largest one only had the mass of the moon. Just for these 190 small things, the largest of which is only a few millimeters in diameter, and the smallest of which is smaller than an atom. Xiaoyu used his infinite computing power
and his huge seed network to mobilize all his strength. Using his own, it also took thousands of years to master the super technological strength of almost all types of 8th level civilizations as the basis. There is no way. The universe is too big, and these things are too small. Although these 190 Taichu black holes are still not enough to support Xiaoyu to overcome all problems. They are enough to bring about a qualitative change in Xiaoyu's research. Xiaoyu had a hunch that the time was ripe for the first-time experiment. Chapter 1057. Back to 5 million years ago. Xiaoyu has mastered part of the essence of the rules. Although this did not allow Xiaoyu to completely master the meaningless characteristics of the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments. Even if he only mastered part of it, it was enough to support Xiaoyu in conducting several experiments. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiaoyu was something without any meaning. It is a thing because it is not anything. It is not like a piece of paper or a chair that can be described with specific language. It is nothing because it has no meaning. Xiaoyu couldn't see it, even if Xiaoyu at this moment had the physical strength of an 8th level peak alien beast. Xiaoyu couldn't feel it through his visual or tactile organs. There is a problem that has been circulating in the Earth era that can be used to describe the meaningless thing created by Xiaoyu. This story says that suppose there is a dragon in your room. This dragon is invisible and intangible. You cannot detect its existence in any way, and it will not have any impact on your room. Then, how do you prove whether such a dragon really exists in your room? This question seems unanswerable, but the answer is actually very simple. That is, since this dragon cannot be detected by any detection method, and it will not have any impact on the external environment, then its existence is meaningless. Since it is meaningless, why bother to prove whether it exists? At this moment, Xiaoyu created such a meaningless dragon and placed it in front of him. Xiaoyu knew that even if the humanity spacecraft exploded, even if the universe is destroyed, it won't have any impact on this thing, because the universe has no meaning to it. But it actually maintains contact with Xiaoyu, because it was created after Xiaoyu mastered some of the secrets of the rules and analyzed the meaningless properties of the Dark Emperor's flesh and blood fragments. Now, the question that has troubled Xiaoyu for a long time has been answered. How to know what is inside the box without opening the box or conducting any detection on the box? Xiaoyu replied, just let this meaningless dragon enter the box and take a look, because it doesn't make sense. Therefore, it will not have any impact on the quantum superposition state inside the box, and will not cause the quantum state to change from a superposition state to a collapsed state. It is based on these scientific and technological achievements that Xiaoyu has the basis for conducting time experiments. Xiaoyu started the first step of the time experiment. Xiaoyu still placed this invisible, intangible and meaningless dragon in front of him. At the same time, the seed network in the vast universe began to evolve at the same time. They began to follow Xiaoyu's process of creating this meaningless dragon, and transform themselves into meaningless existences. Of course, because Xiaoyu still doesn't have a complete grasp of the secrets of the rules at this moment. This change has a high chance of failure. At this moment, all the seeds that failed to transform were destroyed due to self-causes. The huge seed network covering tens of millions of light years that Xiaoyu spent a lot of time and energy on was almost completely destroyed at this moment. Only less than 1 in 100 billion seeds has completed evolution. And, even if only less than 1/100 billion of the seeds are successfully transformed now, it is enough. From now on, no matter where these seeds arrive, unless Xiaoyu intentionally does it, they will no longer have the slightest impact on the outside, including the quantum superposition state, even if Xiaoyu really saw it. Observed? Quantum superposition states also do not collapse, because these seeds are meaningless, and Xiaoyu is observing them through these meaningless seeds. Since they are meaningless, then the time progress of those unknown areas will not be unified with Xiaoyu's time progress to reach the same progress the moment Xiaoyu sees it. In other words, Xiaoyu's time will not be consistent with their time progress. The universe presented in front of Xiaoyu is still the same as before. But Xiaoyu knew that this was not the ordinary universe he saw. Xiaoyu began to measure the ages of the unknown areas where these seeds arrived, trying to measure what time period this place belonged to. Xiaoyu has many ways to complete this detection. The detection data can even be accurate enough to detect how much time has passed since the rules first appeared. The detection results came out quickly. The data showed that the time progress in this area was 13.7544230500 years after the Big Bang, or the emergence of the rules. After getting this data, even Xiaoyu couldn't help but his hands trembled slightly. Because at this moment, the theory that Xiaoyu had speculated for a long time was verified for the first time. And the ability
that Xiaoyu was eager to possess also showed its light to Xiaoyu for the first time. Xiaoyu controlled the instruments on the Humanity spacecraft and conducted an age detection on the space where the Humanity spacecraft and his huge fleet were located. The detection data soon appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. As usual, this number is still 13,759,230,500. 13,754,230,500 years versus 13,759,230,500 years. For Xiaoyu, two different ages of the universe are measured from the same time period. There is a difference of 5 million years between these two numbers. At the same time, Xiaoyu knew that both numbers were correct. So why are there such contradictory results? What went wrong? No, nothing is wrong. Everything is correct. The reason for this result is that Xiaoyu's meaningless seeds returned to 5 million years ago. They are in the universe 5 million years ago. Xiaoyu knew that he succeeded. I finally had a preliminary glimpse into the mystery of time. At the next moment, Xiaoyu removed the meaningless attributes of this part of the seeds. At this moment, the universe in front of Xiaoyu immediately became chaotic. Xiaoyu saw that the planet was orbiting crazily around the star. In this moment, it had completed the journey that would take 5 million years to complete. Xiaoyu saw that the black hole in the center of the river system was frantically devouring matter. In this moment, he swallowed the matter that originally took 5 million years to swallow. Xiaoyu also observed that the light traveling at a constant speed also increased its speed countless times at this moment. In an instant, the journey of 5 million light years was completed. In this moment, the time here has reached the same progress as Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu conducted another age test, and the data obtained was 13.759230500 years. This number is completely consistent with the number I measured on the Humanity spacecraft. Xiaoyu nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoyu knew that the scene that appeared before his eyes was not actually those planets, or black holes, or light going crazy. In essence, they have always been operating in a normal orbit, and their motion has always been in compliance with the laws of physics. The reason why they start to look crazy to me is because time is passing quickly. Of course, the so-called rapid passage of time is only for myself. If there is an intelligent creature with a lifespan of 5 million years living there, then from its perspective, it still spends its long life step by step, minute by minute, without speeding up or slowing down time. The fact is such a contradiction, and such a wonderful thing. Everything is caused by this wonderful time. At this moment, Xiaoyu has initially come into contact with the mystery of time. Xiaoyu once again adjusted the surviving seeds to meaningless mode, and then restarted a new round of testing in unknown areas. This place is already known to Xiaoyu in the traditional sense, so it has lost the value of continued detection. Of course, Xiaoyu also left a small number of seeds here to conduct long-term observations, so that he could find the mystery of how time passes at different speeds. Xiaoyu's surviving seeds are not gathered in one place. They are scattered across tens of millions of light-years covered by the original seed network. Within the scope of tens of millions of light-years, Xiaoyu found many wonderful places. Some of these places have a time progress of 3 million years before Xiaoyu. Some are a few decades before Xiaoyu. And some places have a time progress. It was tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, thousands of years before Xiaoyu. There were various situations, but it was the only one that didn't exceed Xiaoyu's time schedule. Regarding this, Xiaoyu had a little doubt in his heart, because this shows that Xiaoyu's time progress seems to be the most advanced in the universe. But this is not consistent with common sense. Xiaoyu does not think that he has any specialness above the time progress. Then there is only one explanation left. That is, a deeper law of time stipulates that one can only go back to the past, but cannot reach the future. Xiaoyu vaguely felt that all he saw was the time progress before him, and it should be related to the ultimate problem that all intelligent creatures in the universe are pursuing. This is the only reasonable explanation. Xiaoyu did not dwell on this issue for too long. It was the first time that I experienced the wonder of time. Xiaoyu still had many things to do, and many conjectures that needed to be verified. After swimming freely in the sea of time for a period of time, Xiaoyu stopped this almost meaningless venting of pure emotions. Xiaoyu knew that it was time for him to proceed to the next stage of the time experiment. Chapter 1058, Master the Time. If you can only go back to the past as you are now, then this ability is actually meaningless. Because this is different from time travel in the traditional sense. The time progress of different areas is different. But as an individual, it can only exist on one time progress. Just like Xiaoyu exists in the present, Xiaoyu cannot exist in the past. If in the time dimension of 5 million years ago,
Xiao Yu sent a robot to find himself at that time. Then it would not be able to find him. No. It could be found. But when the robot found Xiao Yu, the time progress of that robot is unified with Xiao Yu. It can only find Xiao Yu now, but cannot find Xiao Yu in the past. There is only one Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu only exists now. In the past time, there was no Xiao Yu. The known past cannot be changed, and the unknown past has infinite possibilities. It is for this reason that the ability to control time has infinite power, making it comparable to the weapons of logic, the rules of the defenders, the chaos of the Dark Emperor, and the dimension of the spokesperson, and even surpasses the other four kind. In the vast universe, there are many places that Xiao Yu has never observed, even if Xiao Yu has already observed a certain place. After the passage of time, that place has returned from known to unknown. It can be said that even with the seed network, what Xiao Yu learned was only a small area in the three-dimensional universe. Outside this range, everything is unknown. And since it is unknown, there is the possibility of it being changed. At this moment, the dark area in front of the humanity spacecraft is unknown to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has not detected this area by any means. That is to say, Xiao Yu didn't know what was in this area. But now, Xiao Yu hopes that a small spaceship will appear there. Obviously, a spaceship will not appear out of thin air there. Since a spaceship appears, there must be a reason. These reasons may be that a certain civilization has arrived here before. A spaceship was placed here. It is also possible that a civilization was developing there, and eventually a spaceship was built there. The reasons may be different, but one thing is the same. That is, if a spaceship is to appear there, then certain things in the past must be changed. Now, Xiao Yu has the ability to change the past. Detected by the meaningless seeds, the time progress is within its own past area. Xiao Yu used meaningless seeds to combine into meaningless machines. These meaningless machines created a meaningful small spacecraft. And then Xiao Yu began to control the small spacecraft to sail towards the unknown area he had designated before. That area is more than 6 million light-years away from the small spacecraft at this moment. Xiao Yu did not create a stargate there, so the small spacecraft could only sail at a regular curvature. Based on its current speed, it would take more than 1,000 years to get here. But obviously, now, Xiao Yu, who is controlling the humanity spacecraft and waiting in front of this unknown area, did not need to wait for such a long time. After Xiao Yu finally launched an exploration of this unknown area, Xiao Yu indeed discovered a small spacecraft staying there. And this small spaceship is the one created by Xiao Yu's manipulation of seeds. The small spacecraft did indeed travel for more than 1,000 years to get here. But Xiao Yu did just announce the construction of this small spacecraft and let it travel from a distance of 6 million light-years just a moment ago. Order to get here. The rapid unification of time progress and the different passing speeds of time finally created this magical scene at this moment. Through this series of operations, Xiao Yu hoped that there would be a small spaceship in front of him. And there would be a small spaceship there. This is an amazing experience. On the one hand, Xiao Yu did feel that he had spent 1,000 years in that time progress. On the other hand, Xiao Yu here only felt that he had only passed for a moment. 1,000 years and a moment are real. Xiao Yu nodded slightly.
It is not an easy task to adapt to two different time schedules at the same time and accurately analyze and control them.
Xiao Yu sighed.
This requires an unimaginable amount of computing power. Even if it is 10, even the 8-level civilizations in different calculation directions cannot cope with such huge calculations. Sure enough, unlimited computing power is one of the key factors in mastering time. Without unlimited computing power, no matter how many other conditions are met, time cannot be mastered. The person I am now has finally affected the present by changing the past. I have unified the past and the present.
The time experiment ends here. The result of the experiment is that Xiao Yu harvested a small spacecraft from the past and equipped it into his current fleet. Don't underestimate this small spaceship. Let's assume a situation. If Xiao Yu is under siege at this moment, the situation is extremely critical, and he urgently needs the support of 10 million warships. Under such circumstances, from the past to the present, it is no longer an insignificant small spaceship, but the 10 million battleships that Xiao Yu urgently needs.
Encountering this small spacecraft here, from the current perspective, I can think of it as an
accidental event.
That is, a small probability event. In other words, it is almost impossible for it to happen. And now, it has really happened. To master time is to master accidental events. If I need a regular instrument, A regular instrument will appear in front of me. If I need a star will appear in front of me. Whatever I want. What will appear ahead of me does not require any preparation time on my part. After mastering the time, I will not be afraid of any conspiracy or any trap. Because for me, I can go back to the past. Be prepared in advance to deal with any conspiracies and traps. Now that I have initially mastered time, I can probably be regarded as having initially entered the category of 9th level civilization. There is no essential strength gap between me and the defenders, rebels, spokespersons, and the Emperor of Darkness.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
Now I have the strength and qualifications to ask for the ultimate question. Of course, my current ability is not complete. I need to continue to improve it and continue to collect more primordial black holes. When I fully master this ability, I will kill the rebel world, destroy the rebels, and seize their logical weapon-related technologies will be combined with the spokesman to fight against the defenders. I will master cause and effect, time and chaos at the same time, plus the dimension controlled by the spokesperson. And together, we will have a great chance of winning against the defenders' rules. After integrating the defenders' rules, I will find the ultimate problem answer and share the answer with Chinemo.
Standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, Xiao Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if they were emitting light. Xiao Yu launched a large-scale construction operation based on the past time progress. That was in the past, so it will not affect the present at all. In other words, Xiao Yu can get a lot of what he needs without spending a little time now. Xiao Yu kept moving forward. In the process of moving forward, fleets ranging from as few as 100 million ships to as many as tens of billions of ships continued to merge into Xiao Yu's large force. The size of Xiao Yu's fleet began to expand on a large scale in a short period of time. At this moment, the number of battleships in Xiao Yu's fleet has exceeded 100 billion. Even if Xiao Yu needs it, Xiao Yu can easily increase this number to quadrillion, or even calculate it in trillions. Numbers have almost lost their meaning to Xiao Yu. During this time, the seed network was also recovering rapidly. Because of the initial grasp of time, the seed network returned to the coverage area at its peak in a very short period of time, or even exceeded it. Xiao Yu's strength has improved countless times compared to before he mastered time. It has even been completely upgraded by an order of magnitude. But Xiao Yu still did not relax his pursuit of the pure Taichu black hole. Xiao Yu is searching for the primordial black hole even more frantically than before. But things did not develop as smoothly as Xiao Yu imagined. At this moment, Xiao Yu is carefully observing the primordial black hole in his palm. This primordial black hole has a diameter of a full meter, which means that it is more massive than a Jupiter. The most critical point is that this primordial black hole was discovered by Xiao Yu in the intergalactic space, which means that it is very pure. Such a huge and very pure Taichu black hole will bring Xiao Yu a lot of information that Xiao Yu urgently needs. This is a rare huge gain for Xiao Yu. But after Xiao Yu began to increase the speed of light and absorb the information contained in the primordial black hole, Xiao Yu discovered that the primordial black hole had been contaminated, and the pollution was very serious. There is too much messy information inside it, and this messy information makes the rules and secrets it originally contained incomplete. Its pollution level is even hundreds or thousands of times more serious than the primordial black hole in the inner space of the river system.
What's going on? How could the primordial black hole in the intergalactic space be so seriously polluted? There is no matter here, and the light is weak. There is no reason for it to become like this.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself, thinking silently. At this time, Xiao Yu inadvertently raised his head and saw that in the distant river system, the stars were showing some strange beatings in a very inconspicuous and weak amplitude. Chapter 1059, Defenders Can't Do It. But I can. Xiao Yu had noticed the strange beatings of a large number of stars before. Xiao Yu guessed that this was probably the rebel camp once again launching their most powerful weapon, the logical weapon. However, Xiao Yu before did not know the logical weapons launched by the rebel camp for what purpose. Now, Xiao Yu knows. After those stars began to beat strangely and covertly, Xiao Yu's space monitoring network detected an extremely covert energy fluctuation at this moment. The power brought by the fluctuations of a huge number of stars allows this energy to be transmitted at a speed tens of millions of times exceeding the speed of light. It only took a very short time to reach a void about 3 million light-years away from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was horrified in his heart, because Xiao Yu has detected and understood that there is a primordial black hole at that location. And this energy fluctuation happened to spread to the primordial black hole. It is hard to believe that this energy fluctuation has nothing to do with the primordial black hole. And at this time, Xiao Yu noticed that where was the energy fluctuation? It was obviously an extremely huge amount of information. Like a mess of messy information. Xiao Yu only extracted such a huge amount of information from the black hole. Information? Or have only seen it when encountering an information storm. Xiao Yu just watched the huge amount of messy information enter the primordial black hole he chose without any hindrance. So Xiao Yu knew clearly that the primordial black hole was contaminated. And he could no longer extract the rule information he wanted from inside it.
Maybe the same thing happened to you?
Xiao Yu muttered to himself as he looked at the primordial black hole in his palm.
Not long ago, a huge amount of information also entered your body. This information destroyed all the rule information you originally had in your body. All of this is to prevent me from continuing to master time in depth.
Xiao Yu was very angry. Very angry. How tempting it is to master time. And what a powerful force it is at the same time. To master time, we have to look for the primordial black hole. And now, the rebel camp does not hesitate to use logical weapons to stop itself. Xiao Yu has just glimpsed a little of the mystery of time, and has only just begun to realize the power of mastering time. However, the last step before success is just like you spent countless efforts to pick up countless loads of rocks, and finally built the mountain, seeing success right in front of you. In the end, a guy jumped out of nowhere, kicked the mountain down with one kick. All your hard work, efforts and expectations are in vain. Xiao Yu can be sure that all the primordial black holes within his detection range will not be spared by the rebel camp, and will all be contaminated by them. Whichever direction your eyes look, the primordial black hole in that direction will be contaminated. In addition to looking for the primordial black hole to complete the understanding of the rules, Xiao Yu didn't know what other options there were. The primordial black hole. It is Xiao Yu's only path to success. And now, that road is destroyed. The primordial black hole can also be described as an individual. In Xiao Yu's time theory, individuals are unique. Xiao Yu can go back to 5 million years ago. But Xiao Yu has no way to find himself 5 million years ago. Because I am also an individual. I am also unique. Individuals can only exist in the present, and cannot exist in the past or future. The reason why Xiao Yu can go back 5 million years ago to see the other individuals is because, for those individuals, 5 million years ago is now. This also means that a primordial black hole was contaminated. Even if Xiao Yu masters time and can go back to the past, Xiao Yu has no way to get this primordial black hole into his hands before it is contaminated. It is polluted now. It is polluted in the present, past, and future. No matter which time period it is in. Xiao Yu has never been so angry as at this moment. The black hole in the beginning was contaminated, and could not completely control time. This meant many things. It meant that I lost the qualification to ask for the answer to the ultimate question. It meant that I lost the chance to fight with the defenders and succeed. It meant that I could no longer do anything. When you are with Shinimo, you can't destroy the defender. The defender will destroy yourself and Shinimo. This is obvious. The rebel camp destroyed almost everything about Xiao Yu. But no matter how angry Xiao Yu is, what can Xiao Yu do?
No, there are some things I can still do.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
Once the primordial black hole is contaminated, it cannot be restored. This process is irreversible. So, even if I can't control time, with what I have now ability, with my current control over time, my strength has risen above that of the rebel camp. So destroy the entire rebel camp. Bury you all in that infinite meaningless universe. And let you live forever disappear.
Even though he was angry, Xiao Yu still calmly compared the strength between himself and the rebel camp. Although Xiao Yu would pay a huge price for destroying the rebel camp, Xiao Yu still decided to do it. Because Xiao Yu was very angry in his heart. So angry that he wanted to crush all the members of the rebel camp to ashes. Xiao Yu thought of many of his past events. These past events have always existed in Xiao Yu's memory. And each of these past events can make Xiao Yu angry. But Xiao Yu has been suppressing his feelings because the time has not yet come. For example, the destruction of the 4 stars in Tianyuan, the death of the accompanying Ghost clan, the countless escapes in the Milky Way, and the Milky Way being
reversed in time.
Since his birth, there has been a black hand behind him trying to destroy him. Although Xiao Yu did not die, Xiao Yu paid a lot. Until now, Xiao Yu still remembers the scene when Tianyuan 4 exploded. Remembers the roar of the accompanying Ghost clan before they died. Remembers the pressure of the neutron battle star when it came in front of him. And remembers his own emotions every time he encounters a strong enemy. It was difficult. And I remember that when I tried to break through the 7th level barrier, I was almost transformed into the despair of Tai House civilization.
All this is because of the rebel camp. The rebel camp is to blame for all this. The defenders never took action. Neither showed any malice toward Xiao Yu nor offered any help to Xiao Yu. The defenders have been silently observing Xiao Yu and controlling Xiao Yu. The spokesperson has always been loyal to Xiao Yu and will not change his original intention even if things like the rebellion of the mechanical civilization group happen. The rebel camp has been trying to destroy Xiao Yu, using various methods and means to achieve the purpose of destroying Xiao Yu under the interception of the spokesperson camp. This is a grudge and dispute that has lasted for more than 1,000,000 years. From the moment Xiao Yu was born until now, it has never subsided. At this moment, Xiao Yu did not intend to endure it any longer. Not only because the rebel camp cut off Xiao Yu's only way forward, but also because of the endless resentment accumulated in the past. You have always dealt with me. You have constantly tried to kill me, made me hide here and there like a dog countless times, and made me live in fear all the time. Now, I want to say, enough is enough. It's really enough. Xiao Yu roared silently. Xiao Yu was still standing quietly in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft. But Xiao Yu's eyes were no longer calm. In Xiao Yu's eyes, there seemed to be a fire burning. Xiao Yu slowly tightened his hand, and the primordial black hole, which was more massive than a Jupiter, was destroyed silently. I don't want to know what your reasons are or what your difficulties are. I only know that I am me. I am Xiao Yu. If you try to destroy me, then you must be prepared to be counterattacked and destroyed by me. The grudges between them have lasted for more than 1,000,000 years. And now it is time to put an end to it all. Although you have cut off the path to completely control time, it is enough to destroy you with my current ability. Wait for me. I will soon go to the rebel universe and completely destroy you. At this moment, Xiao Yu had made up his mind. There will inevitably be a battle between Xiao Yu and the rebel camp, and only one side can survive in this battle. So, rather than being passive, it's better to be proactive. Perhaps at this moment, you are looking for a way to enter the three-dimensional universe without attracting the attention of the defenders. Now after the death of the Dark Emperor, even if I encounter a life-and-death crisis, no one or any force will come to save me. Neither can the defenders. Then, instead of waiting to be attacked by you, why don't I take the initiative to attack? In this moment, Xiao Yu thought about many things clearly. There is a very important question before Xiao Yu. Since we want to kill the rebel universe and destroy the rebel camp, we naturally need to find the coordinates of the rebel universe first. Otherwise, there are an infinite number of meaningless universes. And even if Xiao Yu keeps searching until the end of his life, he may not be able to find the rebel universe. At this moment, the rebel camp has completely closed the rebel universe. The reason for completely closing the rebel universe is to avoid the prying eyes and searches of the defenders. So this means that even the defenders don't know where the rebel camp and the rebel universe are at this moment. And the defenders don't have the ability to find the rebel camp. But Xiao Yu is not worried about this matter, because the defenders can't find the rebel camp. It doesn't mean that Xiao Yu can't find it either, because Xiao Yu has control of time. No matter where the rebel camp is hiding, Xiao Yu will find it. Chapter 1060, Rebuilding the Twilight City. Xiao Yu is not ready to find any other compromise. At this moment, Xiao Yu faced the offensive of the rebel camp, and no longer needed to hide or defend. Xiao Yu is like a bomb, and the provocations from the rebel camp are like the burning fuse. Now the lead is burning to the end. Xiao Yu once again mobilized his seed network, allowing them to spread and search in meaningless form in this cosmic space. With the point where the rebel camp escaped from the three-dimensional universe as the center, Xiao Yu believes that around this point, there must be a place where the time progress is still maintained at that time, or has only passed a short time ago. Xiao Yu will go back to the past, using the most peak technological power at this moment, at the most favorable time and place, to carefully observe every subtle sign left behind by the rebel camp after they escaped from the three-dimensional universe. Xiao Yu knew that he would be able to find the clues left by the rebel camp, and thus find the coordinates of the rebel universe. It was like a murder scene left behind by a skilled criminal. This murder scene will be destroyed over time. And if it is destroyed, even the most experienced and sharp-eyed police detectives will be unable to find any useful clues. The defender is the detective with the most experience and the sharpest eyes. But the murder scene has been destroyed, so it can't find where the rebel's universe actually is. Compared with defenders, Xiao Yu is not experienced enough and his eyes are not sharp enough. But Xiao Yu can go back to the time when the murder just happened. The murder scene at that time was still quite well preserved. There are many clues left there. So, defenders can't. But Xiao Yu can. Countless meaningless seeds
that cannot be detected or sensed by any means are floating around in this space. Looking for the right time and place, Xiao Yu finally found such a place. So the seeds began to combine the various instruments Xiao Yu wanted and began to conduct detailed observations of this place. Of course, it is impossible for Xiao Yu to see the rebel camp, because the rebel camp is also the only one. The rebel camps have gone to the present. They cannot exist in the past. But that doesn't matter, as long as there are signs that they are staying. Xiao Yu used all the top technologies he knew now to measure everything here in detail, including the tiniest fluctuations in space, the tiniest vibrations in energy, any radiation, and no light information. Xiao Yu had not let go. It has to be admitted that the rebel camp has done a lot of work to avoid being tracked by the defenders. They reduced the remaining traces that represent their whereabouts to the lowest and most minute level. Xiao Yu knew that it was within his own time schedule. Even if his technology were 10 times more advanced, even if his abilities were 10 times more advanced, he would still be unable to find the whereabouts of the rebel camp. But this is the past. Xiao Yu does not need such superb technology and abilities to achieve his goals. Xiao Yu finally found traces of information about the whereabouts of the rebel camp. Xiao Yu put all this information into his brain and started computing. Just a moment later, the result was clearly presented in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu found the coordinates of the universe where the rebel camp is located at this moment. Xiao Yu also has the technology and methods to travel to other universes. So Xiao Yu set off. It only took Xiao Yu a very short time to build an instrument that could travel between different universes. Then Xiao Yu transmitted all of his more than 100 billion battleships to the rebel universe. The changes in light and shadow, and the changes in rules before his eyes showed that Xiao Yu had left the three-dimensional universe and entered a brand new world. The moment after arriving in this new universe, Xiao Yu was certain of one thing. This must be the universe where the rebel camp is located, because Xiao Yu noticed many things that he felt very familiar with before he had mastered the rules and had not yet become an 8th level civilization. Xiao Yu had come to the rebel universe. And here, there are many very similar places to the rebel universe that I once visited. It is obvious that this is the work of the same force. Xiao Yu tried his best to hide his traces. Although Xiao Yu was angry, he did not lose his mind. Xiao Yu knew that he was facing such a powerful enemy as the rebel camp. No matter how careful you are, you can never be too careful. Moreover, Xiao Yu's goal this time is not to defeat the rebel camp, but to destroy them all. Xiao Yu will not let any civilization or creature in the rebel camp escape. This requires some preliminary preparation and planning. Xiao Yu first analyzed the rule system in this universe. The rule system here is different from that in the three-dimensional universe. If you want to do something in this universe, it is very important to have the necessary understanding. After completing the initial understanding work, Xiao Yu began to weave his own seed network again. The seed network has always been Xiao Yu's most important weapon, and it is also an essential tool for Xiao Yu to carry out time travel. A large number of meaningless seeds have been scattered into this universe. Yes, meaninglessness is meaninglessness. In the three-dimensional universe, they have no meaning and will not have any impact on the external environment. The same is true in this rebel universe. They also retain their most important characteristics. While the seed network began to be woven, Xiao Yu launched a comprehensive observation of the universe. Except for the center of the universe, Xiao Yu did not detect any signs of intelligent life. It seems that the birth of this universe is still short. This universe is very deserted, but full of vitality. Xiao Yu clearly saw that an indescribably huge building was being built in the center of the universe. And this huge building also gave Xiao Yu a very familiar feeling. Xiao Yu recalled that a long time ago, he watched the defenders attack the rebel camp in the last rebel universe. That time, with the help of the spokesperson camp's conspiracy, the defenders finally found the coordinates of the rebel camp and launched an attack on the rebel camp. There is no doubt that the defender is a more powerful being than himself. However, because of Twilight, even the defenders could not destroy the rebel camp, but allowed them to escape successfully. That's right. It's Twilight. After the Twilight City was destroyed by the defenders, the rebel camp once again began the construction of the Twilight City. The importance of Twilight and the increase in combat power it can bring cannot be underestimated. It can even be said to be crucial. There is no way for the defenders to eliminate the rebel camp with Twilight, and neither can Xiao Yu. At the moment when he saw the Twilight City being rebuilt, Xiao Yu understood all the plans of the rebel camp. From the moment they suddenly turned to help Xiao Yu and the spokesperson kill the Emperor of Darkness. Until now, and during this period of time, apart from contaminating the Taichu black hole, they never took action against Xiao Yu. who had lost the surveillance of the defenders, because they are recreating the Twilight Zone. Xiao Yu knew that the moment Twilight City was built was probably the moment he was destroyed. At that time, the rebel camp that owns Twilight will come to the three-dimensional world to deal with themselves, and they have lost the possibility of getting help from the defenders. Xiao Yu knew that his speculation was most likely true. The situation is so cruel. If Xiao Yu does not come to the rebel universe to attack the rebel camp this time, then after the rebel camp rebuilds the Twilight City, they will arrive in the three-dimensional universe to deal with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has seen the power of Twilight with his own eyes. That is a powerful weapon that even the defenders of the way can temporarily stop. Even if Xiao Yu has initially mastered the time, Xiao Yu still doesn't think he has a chance of winning against Twilight City.
Perhaps you still think that even if I pollute the primordial black hole, I can only choose to compromise or war helplessly, because I have always chosen this way before. But it is different now, because I have endured enough. This time, I plan to compromise again, and I don't plan to evade anymore.
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
Before you have completed the construction of Twilight City, before you have restored your strength to its peak, I will kill you first.
But Xiao Yu still didn't move. Xiao Yu is still waiting quietly, waiting for his seed network to slowly occupy more and more places. This meaningless universe is much smaller than the three-dimensional universe. This is obviously because the rebel camp's ability to control the rules is still inferior to the existence that secretly created the rule system in the three-dimensional universe. This means that Xiao Yu only needs a short period of time to allow his seed network to occupy a large space relative to the universe. Xiao Yu waited silently for nearly 300 years. During these 300 years, Twilight City has expanded a lot thanks to the construction of countless ant-like tools or creatures. The time has come, and the time has come. At this moment, Xiao Yu removed any concealment methods of his huge fleet and displayed it openly in the rebel universe. Then, in front of Xiao Yu's fleet, many huge black star gates suddenly appeared. Xiao Yu's battleship group entered this huge star gate and then lost track. When these battleships appeared again, they were already less than 100,000 light-years away from the Twilight City. Chapter 1061 Siege. The distance of 100,000 light-years is nothing to Xiao Yu or the rebel camp. But for a certain individual, this distance is too far. So far that it is almost impossible to cross. Just like the sun that once shined on the earth. It was so great, with such infinite light and heat. But if it were placed 100,000 light-years away, there would be almost no way for humans to see it. But Twilight is different. Even if it is 100,000 light-years away from Xiao Yu at this moment, it can still make Xiao Yu feel its greatness. Infinite golden light flows on the half-finished body, and countless stars form yellow, white, red, black, or blue ribbons floating around it. The yellow ones are yellow dwarfs. The white ones are subgiants. The red ones are red dwarfs. The blue ones are blue giants or blue supergiants. And the black ones are endless cosmic dust. This is almost the pinnacle that intelligent creatures can reach in terms of architecture. Compared with the Twilight City, even the half-finished Twilight City can eclipse the buildings that the architectural civilization has spent the entire civilization building. It was so great that it was almost impossible to describe it in words. But now, Xiao Yu wants to destroy this great building. The defenders can destroy Twilight City once, and Xiao Yu can destroy Twilight City a second time. Countless warships are arranged in neat formations, like a swarm of mighty locusts, sailing at an extremely fast curvature towards the Twilight City. And at this moment, there was clear movement in Twilight City. Xiao Yu saw that the countless colorful ribbons surrounding Twilight City began to float slowly at this moment. Xiao Yu knows every flutter of those ribbons. It all means that countless stars, large and small, have changed their orbits and positions. And it means that cosmic dust that may be more massive than the entire Milky Way is moving rapidly. Inside, there may be a larger number of battleships, defense equipment, and interstellar bases being mobilized along with these ribbons. The rebel camp has obviously discovered Xiao Yu's arrival. But Xiao Yu does not care about this. At the level of Xiao Yu and the rebel camp, all sneak attacks are meaningless. Want to completely destroy the opponent, all you can rely on is strength. Without sufficient strength, no amount of preparation will be of any use. Xiao Yu is constantly shortening the distance between his fleet and Twilight City. The closer you are to the Twilight Zone, the more you can feel the greatness and glory of the Twilight Zone. It is worthy of the title of the center of the universe. Xiao Yu is ready to fight. Xiao Yu has not yet used his seed network, which is Xiao Yu's last trump card. Xiao Yu will not use it until the most critical moment. The Twilight City suddenly shone, like an exploding star. At this moment, The brightness of the Twilight City instantly increased hundreds of times. In this moment, when the Twilight Zone shines, Xiao Yu suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling, as if a poisonous snake was staring at him secretly. A huge aura of destruction instantly descended on Xiao Yu's fleet. This is undoubtedly the most powerful rule-level attack. Under this vast aura of destruction, the rules began to collapse rapidly. Whether they are good rules or bad rules, having rules is better than having no rules. Even Xiao Yu's battleship, and even Xiao Yu himself rely on rules to exist. And at this moment, the rules completely broke down, and it was unstoppable. At this moment, Xiao Yu has already launched his own battleship. Countless battleships jointly activated the protection system at the rule level. Xiao Yu is trying hard to protect his own warship's rules from being affected. At this moment, when the distance between the two sides was more than 50,000 light years, the two sides had already started fighting. Xiao Yu's millions of battleships turned into a whole, confronting the great and glorious Twilight City in the distance. A reddish light emitted from the surface of countless battleships at the same time, which was a sign that the power of the regular instruments was turned to the maximum. But even so, Xiao Yu still couldn't resist the huge rule attack from Twilight City. Xiao Yu saw that many battleships began to slowly collapse like sculptures piled up with sand. Endless particles emerged from those battleships. And with the appearance of these particles, the complete, smooth-lined battleship is gradually disappearing. First is the bow of the battleship, then the hull, and finally the stern. At this moment, at least tens of billions of warships were reduced to ashes and completely disappeared from the universe. Even Xiao Yu's flagship, the Humanity spacecraft, disappeared. Even Xiao Yu's most powerful battleship is as small as an ant in the face of this endless power. This is the first time the Humanity spacecraft has been destroyed since it was built. Its death was not heroic. It could even be said to be silent. Just in this quiet moment, the Humanity spacecraft disappeared. But Xiao Yu was not affected. After integrating music civilization, Xiao Yu's individual strength has long surpassed the human spacecraft. The Humanity spacecraft turned into ashes. But Xiao Yu was not damaged at all. Xiao Yu was suspended quietly in this endless universe. Not even the corners of his clothes were fluttering.
Is the rule collapse meaningless space erosion attack? It seems that your rebel camp has also obtained the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness, and gained something by analyzing these fragments. I learned from the flesh and blood fragments of the Emperor of Darkness it is meaningless, and thus initially mastered time. And you realized the collapse of the rules and developed this weapon.
The different understandings of Xiao Yu and the rebel camp regarding the flesh and blood fragments of the Dark Emperor have resulted in different development results. There is no distinction between these two results. Even Xiao Yu had to admit that the attack power used by the rebel camp was very powerful. Otherwise, they would not be able to destroy their flagship. But it still doesn't matter. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a brand new Humanity spacecraft came from the past to the present. This new Humanity spacecraft is larger and more advanced than the previous Humanity spacecraft. When this new battleship, which was as huge as an asteroid, came to Xiao Yu's side, Xiao Yu's body instantly turned into thousands of particles, quietly passing through the wall of the Humanity spacecraft and entering the Humanity spacecraft. Xiao Yu was still standing quietly in front of the porthole of the Humanity spacecraft, looking quietly into the distance. After the Humanity spacecraft, more battleships have traveled from the past to the present, adding to Xiao Yu's current fleet.
Destroy my 10 billion warships, and I can create 100 billion warships. The number is meaningless to me.
Xiao Yu shook his head lightly. The first rule attack passed, and then the second rule attack came, including the Humanity spacecraft. Tens of billions of warships were destroyed. Xiao Yu was still unmoved. Another brand new Humanity battleship came to Xiao Yu's side, and many more battleships were added to Xiao Yu's fleet. It's like a war between humans in the Earth Age. One side held fast to the fortified city and used bows and arrows as its main attack method, while the other side braved the rain of arrows and moved forward, and forward again, regardless of the cost. Xiao Yu has a lot of warship reserves, which can even be said to be unlimited. Xiao Yu didn't care about the loss of the battleship and kept moving forward. At this moment, Xiao Yu has no effective means of attacking Twilight City. But Xiao Yu knows that as long as he comes to Twilight City, he can attack it, destroy it, or even destroy it. This short voyage of tens of thousands of light years caused Xiao Yu to lose nearly 10 trillion battleships. But it didn't matter, because at this moment, Xiao Yu has arrived in front of Twilight City. Xiao Yu raised his head and saw the walls of Twilight City that exuded soft brilliance. The light of countless stars complemented each other here, weaving a brilliant and confusing color. The final war has begun. Obviously, the rebel camp has also made sufficient preparations for this war. Xiao Yu discovered that the countless stars surrounding the Twilight City would turn into powerful bombs at some point, and stars would appear in the ethereal dust of the universe at some point. Star Fortress. No warships came out to confront Xiao Yu. At the beginning of the war, all members of the rebel camp entered the Twilight Zone. They are using Twilight City itself and the arrangements around Twilight City to fight against Xiao Yu. This arrangement was so effective that they even blocked Xiao Yu from moving forward 1,000 light years away from the Twilight City. None of Xiao Yu's hundreds of billions of warships can cross this red line. Xiao Yu dispersed all his warships and launched attacks on Twilight City from all angles at the same time. Countless warships were destroyed, and then countless more warships were controlled by Xiao Yu from the past to the present. Xiao Yu suffered heavy losses, but the number of Xiao Yu's battleships never dropped, but instead kept increasing. Xiao Yu, who has unlimited computing power and masters time, naturally also owns countless battleships. When it comes to wars of attrition, Xiao Yu is undoubtedly number one. Even defenders can't compare to Xiao Yu. The only way to destroy Xiao Yu is to instantly burst out an attack that exceeds Xiao Yu's endurance and kill Xiao Yu's body in one fell swoop. However, will the rebel camp have this ability? The defenders may have this ability, but Xiao Yu believes that the rebel camp definitely does not.
No matter how high the mountain is, if it is carried endlessly by ants, it will one day disappear. No matter how strong the Twilight City is, if it is endlessly besieged by me, it will one day be broken.
Xiao Yu thought lightly. Chapter 1062 Killing Xiao Yu.
If I were the leader of the rebel camp, what would I do in this situation?
Xiao Yu was thinking about this question lightly.
First of all, I would know that my enemy's warships are endless. Continuing the stalemate will not do me any good. I will also think of the enemy's weaknesses and find ways to destroy the enemy's body. As long as I am eliminated, no matter how many battleships I have, it will be useless. The dilemma faced by the rebel camp will naturally be solved.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
But the rebel camp has this ability?
Xiao Yu knew that the rebel camp would definitely think of this, and would definitely find a way to eliminate his own body. Xiao Yu also knows that the rebel camp does not have this ability. But logical weapons probably have this ability. No, it is not just logical weapons, but the unfinished Twilight City should also be included. Although Xiao Yu doesn't know the specific effect of Twilight City, Xiao Yu knows that Twilight City must be a terrifying existence that is no less powerful than a logical weapon. Twilight and logic weapons are the two most terrifying weapons in the rebel camp. The only thing Xiao Yu needs to guard against are these two things.
So, when and under what circumstances will you use these two weapons?
Looking at the ongoing war ahead, Xiao Yu's eyes were a little misty. This was a vast war that spread over tens of thousands of light years. Countless warships were destroyed here. Space was destroyed and then restored. Rules were shattered and then rebuilt. Energy, space, rule, all kinds of wonderful attack methods are performed here in turn. Xiao Yu controlled his own warship, and while trying to change the rules according to his own wishes, he also launched a fierce attack under the current rules. Endless energy and space weapons were bombarded towards the Twilight City 1,000 light years away. Countless stars that emitted different lights, and were like gems were blown up. But the walls of the Twilight City always maintained their pale gold color. The color is like being illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. The rule-breaking attacks from Twilight never stopped for a moment. Every time a rule-breaking attack was launched, Xiao Yu would have large groups of battleships turn into particles at a moment's notice. The regular attacks installed in star gems, in cosmic dust belts, or directly from the Twilight Zone are like raindrops that never stop. The space has been torn apart thousands of times, and the rules have collapsed and been rebuilt millions of times. In such a vast battlefield, Xiao Yu's fleet was slowly advancing. Distance is one of the most basic rules, and the most basic means the strongest. Even if the rest of the rule system is rebuilt, it will be based on this most basic rule. This also means that the farther the distance, the less powerful the attack. The same applies here. Then looking at it conversely, the closer the distance, the greater the power of the attack. The closer Xiao Yu's fleet is to Twilight City, the fiercer Xiao Yu's attack will be. And even with the help of Twilight City, the rebel camp will still not be Xiao Yu's opponent in terms of conventional combat power. So Xiao Yu is very confident. If this situation continues, Xiao Yu will one day push his huge fleet to the side of Twilight City, then knock down Twilight like an old house. Destroy without mercy? It was that moment that Xiao Yu had been waiting for. But Xiao Yu also knew that during this process, there would be accidents. Xiao Yu noticed something. From the beginning of the war until now, the logic weapon, one of the two ultimate weapons of the rebel camp, has never been used. This means two possibilities. 1. Logical weapons are temporarily unavailable. Second, the rebel camp believes that now is not the best time to use logical weapons. They are waiting for an opportunity to come. Xiao Yu believes that the second reason is more likely. So Xiao Yu knew that as long as the logical weapon does not move, if it moves, it will definitely be the most powerful attack.
So, what kind of orders will you give to the logic weapon? The situation has developed to such a point, and you must have put aside some scruples. Even if the consequence is that the entire rebel universe collapses again, even if the rebel camp will be affected by this. The backlash caused heavy losses. This price is worth paying compared to killing me. If I die, you will lose one of the most powerful enemies, and you can also destroy the defender's completion plan. No matter how you look at it, this is a good deal. So, how will the logical weapon kill me?
Logical weapons will definitely be used. And the orders received by logical weapons will probably no longer be the same as playing around the edges and doing tricks on the edges. That command was probably a very short, but also very important sentence.
Kill Xiao Yu.
If the rebel camp no longer cares about the consequences and directly issues this order to a logical weapon that can produce results without a cause, what will happen? Xiao Yu thought of this possibility. And Xiao Yu also confirmed that the rebel camp is likely to do this. But Xiao Yu didn't have any mood swings. Xiao Yu still stood quietly in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, quietly looking at the huge building in the distance that exuded a faint golden light.
Logical weapons are not omnipotent. I want to confront logical weapons head-on. Even if logical weapons want me to die, I refuse to die. What can you do to me?
Inside the Twilight Zone, hundreds of rebel camps form a civilization. Tens of billions of intelligent creatures, and a larger number of various buildings, instruments, spaceships, etc. are all in the Twilight City. Even so, Twilight Zone still seemed a bit empty, because Twilight City is so big that even if it contains so many things, it can still allow numerous spaceships and battleships to shuttle inside it. Countless intelligent creatures stick to their posts to fight against the powerful enemy outside. Countless data are transmitted to the data computing center and then reported layer by layer. More intelligent creatures stick to here to control the overall situation. The end of these many data computing centers, the point where the highest order is issued, is in a huge hall inside Twilight City. At this moment, another emergency meeting was held here. All the leaders of the gregarious intelligent civilization have arrived here. More than 100 of them. The alien civilization is not qualified to participate because of its low intelligence.
I would rather use Twilight than use logical weapons. Although this is the universe of our rebel camp, the backlash of using logical weapons here will be much smaller. But don't forget, logical weapons have been executed because of the previous. The order to pollute all the primordial black holes has not yet recovered from the overload state. Forcibly using logical weapons now may cause damage to the logical weapons. Moreover, the backlash of the logical weapons will directly act on our camp, and countless people may die, may cause immeasurable losses to our rebel camp. Compared with logical weapons, even if the Twilight City is destroyed, it can be rebuilt again. Even if the universe completely collapses, it is nothing. We can rebuild it, change the universe, and start over. A civilization leader said. Its statement has been endorsed by many civilized leaders. But on the podium, the rotating chairman of the rebel camp slowly shook his head. It looked a little heavy and a little weird.
No, it won't work. There is no way to rebuild the Twilight City again,
it murmured. Back then, we used the
karma
from when the rules first appeared to build logical weapons and the first Twilight City. Now,
our remaining karma
has been devoted to the reconstruction of Twilight City. If Twilight City is destroyed again, then, unless we dismantle the logical weapon, we will lose it forever. Twilight. Even if the logic weapon is damaged, even if our camp is hit hard, we will always recover. But there is only this one in Twilight City. If you lose it, it will be gone,
the rotating chairman said.
So, we can only use the logic weapon.
There was silence in the venue. After a while, a civilization leader said in a hesitant voice,
Will the logical weapon be successful? It will definitely succeed,
the rotating chairman said.
Since we had the logic weapon has executed more than 370,000 orders for us. All of these orders have been successful. and not a single one has failed. We used to only worry about the consequences of using logical weapons. Now, the situation has reached this point, and all worries are meaningless. So use logical weapons to kill Xiaoyu. Kill him completely. After Xiaoyu is killed, we may be able to absorb the music civilization that was integrated by Xiaoyu, so that our camp can also have unlimited computing power. And we can also control time. We will also integrate all of Xiaoyu's technology as long as we kill if Xiaoyu is killed. We will have the ability to compete head-on with the defenders, and even defeat them. Let the voting begin now, said the rotating chairman. More than 100 pieces of data began to shuttle through the conference room. Among these data, some represented approval and some represented opposition. The rotating chairman slowly closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. Very good. There are 109 votes in favor, which is more than 2/3. So, it is decided to use logical weapons to kill Xiaoyu. Erase Xiaoyu from all universes, and let Xiaoyu live forever. Disappear. In the name of the rotating chairman of the rebel camp, I order the activation of the logic weapon. Execute the following order to kill Xiaoyu. The execution time is immediate. Chapter 1063 Original Sin. I want to experience the power of logical weapons for myself. Xiaoyu was still standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, with an indifferent expression on his face. I don't believe that logical weapons can kill me. Xiaoyu's fleet has been continuing to move forward. This slow advance has a great mental stress effect. Both Xiaoyu and the rebel camp know very well that when Xiaoyu's fleet advances around Twilight City, the rebel camp will perish. And this feeling of watching death approaching step by step will definitely not be good. Therefore, Xiaoyu is confident that the rebel camp should use logical weapons during this period of time. It may also be possible to use Twilight, which Xiaoyu has not yet understood. But no matter which ultimate weapon the rebel camp finally uses, Xiaoyu is confident to deal with it. The reason is simple. Because Xiaoyu has initially mastered the time. Logical weapons cannot be omnipotent. It's a very simple contradiction. Can logical weapons create things that they can't even destroy themselves? Whether it can or cannot, it will prove that logical weapons are not omnipotent. Or to think about it differently, if two logical weapons issue contradictory commands at the same time, then one logical weapon will inevitably fail. Since logical weapons are not omnipotent, then I have nothing to worry about. Xiaoyu thought silently. Xiaoyu stared at the huge building hundreds of light years away in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, something suddenly happened. Xiaoyu saw that a corner of Twilight City suddenly flickered. Along with this flash, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a very strange power, and a message broadcast from that place. Logical weapons may not be omnipotent, but using logical weapons to kill you can still be done. Xiaoyu, you have been challenging our bottom line. You have been forcing us to use the ultimate weapon to kill you. Well, now it's as you wish. The message that was broadcast said. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth raised slightly. Xiaoyu responded calmly. Am I the one who has been forcing you? Or have you been forcing me? Is it because all other methods of yours cannot kill me, so you have no choice but to use this ultimate weapon? According to your argument, I should have been obedient and killed by you from the beginning, so that I wouldn't be considered forcing you. The message was silent for a moment, then responded. Xiaoyu, you should not exist in this universe. Even for the countless intelligent civilizations in this universe, you should die. Do you know that if you don't die, Wei Dao, the completion plan of the defenders, will eventually succeed, and the thoughts of all intelligent creatures in the universe. In the future, everything in the universe will be controlled by the defenders. By that time, everyone will be just a puppet. So, Xiaoyu, you must die. Xiaoyu was still standing in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, his expression still indifferent. But just in this moment, Xiaoyu's brows frowned slightly, as if he had been accidentally pricked by a needle. Xiaoyu really felt the tingling sensation. Xiaoyu knew that the logical weapon without cause had already launched an attack on him, and the order it received was undoubtedly to kill itself. Then, there will be no reason for your own death. Xiaoyu slowly raised his hands. With Xiaoyu's physical strength at the 8th level alien beast level, Xiaoyu could clearly feel everything in his hands. But at this moment, Xiaoyu saw that his hands seemed a little blurry. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering his hands, and this layer of mist that blocked Xiaoyu's sight continued to get worse. Xiaoyu tried his best to open his eyes wide, but he still couldn't see his hands clearly. I could only watch as my hands became blurry and blurry. Countless light points flew out from his hands, and as more and more light points flew out, his hands became smaller and smaller. Finally, Xiao Yu's hands disappeared. But the trend didn't stop there. The hands disappeared. And there were arms. Xiao Yu's arms were like burning firewood at this moment, getting thinner and smaller. Xiao Yu's expression remained unchanged. Xiao Yu still responded with a calm voice.
In order to prevent all intelligent creatures in the universe from being completely controlled by humans, should I sacrifice my life as a matter of course? I just want to ask you a question,
Xiao Yu said calmly. But at this moment, he started to become crazy.
When you made the decision that I should die, did you ask me? Did you ask me? Any opinions? No one should die from birth. Why should I die? Why should I?
Xiao Yu's forearm has completely disappeared, leaving only the upper part of the arm. At this time, Xiao Yu's feet began to become blurry, and spots of light gradually began to float out. At this moment, Xiao Yu's whole body was enveloped in light spots flying everywhere, as if an immortal had descended to Earth.
There is no reason, because you are a pawn in the Defender's completion plan. This is the original sin you were born with. Your birth is a sin, and you should not appear in this universe at all.
The rebel camp responded. The message was still light and very calm.
Okay, maybe all the intelligent creatures in the entire universe combined are not as important as yourself in your mind. So what about the spokesperson? You have to know. If the completion plan is implemented success, even the spokesperson Chen Mo will fall into a situation where life is worse than death. No need to answer me, because your behavior has already answered your choice. If you think Chen Mo is more important than your life, then you should be it's time to kill yourself. There's no time now. Let us rebel camp use logical weapons to kill you.
Xiao Yu's arm had completely disappeared, and those light spots began to burn Xiao Yu's chest. Xiao Yu's calves had completely disappeared, and those light spots began to burn Xiao Yu's thighs. Only half of Xiao Yu's body is now left, but Xiao Yu is still floating quietly in front of the porthole of the Humanity spacecraft, his expression unchanged. Xiao Yu truly realized the power of logical weapons. This attack ignored Xiao Yu's billions of battleships, ignored all the protections, ignored Xiao Yu's 8th level peak beast's body, and directly destroyed Xiao Yu's body in a way that Xiao Yu didn't understand the reason. But now, through personal experience during this period,
Xiao Yu has some understanding of the attack mode of logical weapons.
In the final analysis, you still don't trust me,
Xiao Yu said calmly.
You don't believe that I can fight against the defenders, even if I control time, chaos, and the dimensions controlled by the spokesperson. You still don't believe this. One point. Frankly speaking, I don't want to die, and I don't want all intelligent creatures in the universe to die. I have been working hard and preparing to fight against the defenders. I want to find a balance between these 2 points. Why do you always refuse to believe me? This is meaningless,
the rebel camp said.
The long confrontation with the defenders has convinced us of this. You are originally the creation of the defenders, and you cannot fight against the defenders. Therefore, you can only die. Only you. Only by his death can the defender's completion plan be destroyed.
Xiao Yu shook his head.
But I believe in me. And Chen Mo also believes in me,
the rebel camp replied.
We don't believe it. The mechanical civilization group doesn't believe it. The Emperor of Darkness doesn't believe it. And all the intelligent creatures in the universe don't believe it. Even the defenders don't believe you can fight it.
This is the most fundamental and irreconcilable difference between Xiao Yu and the rebel camp. It is for this reason that the rebel camp has been trying to kill Xiao Yu from the beginning.
Then there is no other way. Between the two of us, only one can survive in the end,
Xiao Yu said.
You will definitely be the one who dies. How much of your body is left now? You have to know that logical weapons will never fail.
Xiao Yu could clearly feel the damage that mysterious power had done to his body. From the time the logic weapon attacked him until now, less than a minute has passed. And within this minute, more than half of Xiao Yu's body had disappeared. There is no doubt that when Xiao Yu disappears completely, that is when Xiao Yu dies.
I don't know whether blind faith in logical weapons has blinded your eyes, or whether you all suddenly made a stupid mistake. I dare to kill you in the rebel universe. How could I not consider logical weapons factor?
Xiao Yu said slowly.
The reason why I let the logic weapon continue to cause damage to my body is just to experience it myself and try to analyze the mystery of the logic weapon. The weapon of logic cannot fail,
the rebel camp said.
No, the weapon of logic is not omnipotent,
Xiao Yu replied.
Logic is not as good as time, and I have initially mastered time.
Xiao Yu's arms and legs had disappeared, and Xiao Yu issued an order in his mind. Then, a dark star gate suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yu. With the appearance of this star gate, Xiao Yu's figure began to gradually become illusory, and finally disappeared completely. As Xiao Yu disappeared, those lingering light spots finally disappeared without a trace.
I don't exist in the present. I exist in the past. I wonder if a logical weapon could kill me 1,000,000 years ago.
After Xiao Yu disappeared, a message floated out. Chapter 1060 for the ultimate weapon. Going back to the past and avoiding obliteration from the present is Xiao Yu's way to fight against logical weapons. That's right. Xiao Yu has been able to turn his own body into a meaningless existence. It's meaningless. You can go back to the past, which is a different time schedule than now. Xiao Yu didn't believe that logical weapons could be so powerful that they could kill him even if he hid in the past. Xiao Yu is the only one. Among the countless different time progresses, there is only one Xiao Yu. Then, when Xiao Yu goes back to the past, there is no Xiao Yu now. Since there is no Xiao Yu, how can logical weapons kill Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu, who existed in the past, can still control his huge fleet to continue the siege of Twilight City through his seed network. At this moment, Xiao Yu has become a meaningless existence. No detection method can find Xiao Yu. Everything in the three-dimensional universe cannot affect Xiao Yu unless Xiao Yu is willing. Similarly, unless Xiao Yu is willing, even if Xiao Yu is willing, Xiao Yu will not have any impact on any point in the three-dimensional universe. Only half of Xiao Yu's body is left. The powerful power of logical weapons has been proved without reservation. It is a powerful force that even Xiao Yu cannot resist. But at this moment, the attack of logical weapons has been isolated by time. As a result, Xiao Yu began a slow recovery. Xiao Yu's arms and legs grew back and finally returned to their original state. However, Xiao Yu knew very well that his individual strength had been weakened by at least 70%, and it would be impossible for him to recover without tens of thousands of years. But it doesn't matter. Xiao Yu was not known for his individual strength.
It turns out that logic, or cause and effect, are also rules.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
The rules are all-encompassing. Maybe not only logic, but even the time that I have initially grasped is also included in the rules. It's just that the so-called time and cause and effect are a very special kind of rules. No wonder the defenders, who have mastered the rules, the most powerful.
Xiao Yu now has a certain understanding of logical weapons. This was achieved at the cost of paying 70% of his own strength and not being able to recover for tens of thousands of years. But Xiao Yu thinks it's worth it. After destroying the rebel camp and obtaining the technological information of the rebel camp, maybe Xiao Yu can also create logical weapons. In this way, Xiao Yu is more confident against the defenders, compared to Xiao Yu's indifference and calmness. The situation in the rebel camp was completely different. In the huge conference room, the rotating chairman of the rebel camp looked uncertain. In the audience, more than 100 civilization leaders have been waiting. For a moment, the rotating chairman of the rebel camp sighed and said in an inexplicable tone,
"Sorry, the logical weapon failed. The logical weapon did not kill Xiao Yu."
This sentence was like a bomb in the originally peaceful conference hall. There was an immediate uproar.
What? How is it possible? How could a logical weapon fail? The logic weapon has executed more than 370,000 commands for us in the past time. All of them were successful, and none of them failed. Why did it fail this time? We are willing to risk letting the logic weapon fall into an overloaded state, or even be damaged, and our camp will suffer a strong backlash by launching the logic weapon. How could we fail? This is impossible. Even logical weapons can't kill Xiao Yu. How is this possible?
The rotating chairman of the rebel camp slowly glanced at the conference hall, and after the noise calmed down, he said,
"That's true. As you can see, even if we paid such a high price, Xiao Yu was still not killed. The logical weapon can no longer be activated. Perhaps we should think about other methods. But even logical weapons can't kill Xiao Yu. Do we have any other options?"
said a civilized leader.
"Such a powerful enemy. Can we, the rebel camp, really be able to fight against it? In the process of trying to kill Xiao Yu, we were under pressure from the spokesperson camp and the defenders. We used one method after another. We have suffered failures again and again. Can we really kill Xiao Yu? If you can't kill Xiao Yu, then leave here temporarily."
The rotating chairman of the rebel camp sighed and said,
"Unless it comes at the cost of Twilight City. In this war with Xiao Yu, there is no chance of winning. Now it is time to make a decision. Give up this universe. Escape here immediately. Find a safe place. Recuperate, repair the logic weapon, and analyze the reason why the logic weapon cannot kill Xiao Yu this time. Wait for us, come and kill Xiao Yu after you are ready. But at this moment, there are more than 1 billion warships belonging to Xiaoyu surrounding our Twilight City. Can we escape? Xiaoyu is not that powerful yet. I admit that Xiaoyu's strength has now risen above that of our rebel camp. We are not Xiaoyu's opponents. But if we want to escape, Xiaoyu can't stop us. Perhaps Xiaoyu thought that our Twilight City only had the power shown at this moment. The rotating chairman said, "Launch the most powerful attack on the Twilight City. Kill a bloody path. And let's leave." As the rotating chairman issued this order, countless intelligent beings who were stationed at their posts in different places in the Twilight City, and were more than dozens of light years away from each other, reacted at the same time. Countless buttons were pressed. Countless instructions were issued. Countless energies were mobilized. Various signals and various instruments began to flow here in a seemingly chaotic, but actually orderly, manner, as countless signals finally meet in tens of thousands of different supercomputing centers. Here, these signals undergo preliminary screening and response. After a while, these tens of thousands of different supercomputing centers report to their superiors. The computing center issued a report. Just like this, one level at a time. These signals finally converged into one, and came to the center of the largest computer at the core of Twilight City. Daily maintenance alone requires an entire calculation direction, and all the power of an 8th-level civilization. In the computer, the central computer made the final operation for these instructions, and then issued an instruction. Then, a red button in front of the rotating chairman of the rebel camp began to flash. When the button starts flashing, it means that all preparations have been made. As long as the rotating chairman of the rebel camp, with the highest operating authority, presses this button, Twilight's most powerful attack will be launched. Although this attack will cause some damage to Twilight City, it will not completely destroy Twilight City. This level of damage is also within our tolerance. This is our last choice. Then, let's start. The rotating chairman's palm slapped the flashing red button hard. As the red button was pressed hard, a simple command was fed back to the central computer. Then, the central computer decomposed this simple command into tens of thousands of complex commands, which were sent to tens of thousands of computers. In the subprocessor, these tens of thousands of subprocessors decompose the commands they receive into a larger number and more complex commands, and pass them to the remaining processors. At this moment, the entire Twilight City flickered again. This flash was more intense than any other flash before. If Twilight's previous glow was like an ordinary star, then Twilight's current flash is like a supernova explosion in this star. Its brightness increased almost hundreds of millions of times in this moment, along with the instantaneous increase in light. An extremely terrifying attack mixed with energy, cause and effect, rules, dimensions, and other different properties emitted like a raging tide. At this moment, even Xiaoyu, who had been hiding in the past and had the body of an 8th-level peak alien beast, couldn't help but squint his eyes. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little movement in his heart. If the attack of logical weapons is a precise targeted strike, then the attack launched by the rebel camp at this moment is a carpet bombing. Although carpet bombing is far inferior to logical weapons in terms of unit attack strength, its attack range is too large, and the total energy intensity is far greater than logical weapons. All Xiaoyu's battleships were ready to defend at this moment. But it's no use. Xiaoyu saw that his hundreds of billions of warships were like bubbles staying on the beach at this moment. When the raging tsunami came in an instant, these bubbles had no resistance, and were washed away in an instant. These powerful battleships, manufactured by Xiaoyu using the most advanced 8th-level civilization technology, have no ability to resist this surging attack. It seems that the entire universe will be destroyed at this moment. In this attack alone, at least 30 trillion warships were destroyed. And the number of warships that suffered various degrees of damage was even greater. Xiaoyu's offensive collapsed instantly, and the defense line was instantly destroyed. At this time, Xiaoyu saw that the huge Twilight City moved. It is moving towards a certain point of nothingness in the universe in a seemingly slow, but actually very fast way. Xiaoyu knew that as long as Twilight City reached that point, then Twilight City would escape with the entire rebel camp, and he would lose this best opportunity to destroy the rebel camp. At this moment, Xiaoyu no longer has enough battleships to block Twilight's movements. Chapter 1065 Prophet. After Twilight escapes to other universes this time, Xiaoyu will not be able to find traces of the rebel camp again, because there are infinitely many meaningless universes. The rebel camp may choose any meaningless universe as its residence. And there is a very important point. The attack launched by Twilight before leaving has destroyed any traces it left. This also means
that Xiao Yu can no longer find traces of the rebel camp by analyzing traces. Even if Xiao Yu masters the time, it will be useless. Then, the rebel camp cannot be allowed to escape. This thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind instantly. However, at this moment, the number of battleships destroyed by Xiao Yu has exceeded 30 trillion. And the surviving battleships are also in chaos, unable to organize effective coordination at all. It seems that Xiao Yu can only watch twilight. The city fled and watched helplessly as the rebel camp escaped. There is a smooth road from the Twilight City to the point of nothingness, and there are no Xiao Yu's battleships in that place. It seemed that Xiao Yu had no way to stop Twilight from leaving. And obviously, the rebel camp thinks so too. But Xiao Yu did not panic. Xiao Yu's mind was still as calm as water. Our own warships were destroyed, with losses exceeding 30 trillion? It doesn't matter. Twilight is about to reach that predetermined point. But he doesn't have any power to stop it. It still doesn't matter, because Xiao Yu mastered the time. So Xiao Yu doesn't need to worry at all. Xiao Yu can use time to avoid the attack of logical weapons. And naturally he can also use time to prevent Twilight from escaping. Xiao Yu looked closely at the darkness in front of Twilight City. It was an unknown place for Xiao Yu. Maybe that area was known before. But, over time, the known becomes the unknown. Unknown means that there may be some emergencies happening there. And just in time, Xiao Yu had mastered the time, can handle all emergencies. As a result, at least 50 trillion warships suddenly appeared on the road in front of Twilight City. These battleships are as if Xiao Yu has been ambushing there a long time ago. As if Xiao Yu has expected the actions of the rebel camp at this moment. These 50 trillion warships are like heavenly soldiers descending from the sky. They dispersed quickly, coordinated quickly, surrounded Twilight City quickly, and quickly interrupted Twilight City's progress. So, Twilight had to stop again.
What is going on? Why is this? Why can Xiao Yu predict the direction of our escape in advance? Why does Xiao Yu know in advance that we will launch the ultimate weapon and escape? Otherwise, why would Xiao Yu ambush here in advance? We have captured so many battleships. Is there a traitor in our camp? Is there a traitor who has been leaking our secrets to Xiao Yu?
He was forced to stop in the Twilight City. Then, after being surrounded by Xiao Yu's battleships, the rebel camp's escape plan went bankrupt. And at this time, the rotating chairman, who had always remained calm, fell into madness. The failure of the logical weapon was an accident, and the failure of the escape plan was another accident. It yelled crazily.
What good will this do to you? Don't forget, if you can't kill Xiao Yu, we will all be finished. Those shameful traitors. Are you all idiots? Pass my order. Block Twilight all channels of communication between Twilight City and the outside world. Cut off all connections between Twilight City and the outside world. Then activate the ultimate weapon again and escape again.
The rotating chairman issued such an order naturally to prevent the traitor from leaking his own intelligence again. In such an emergency, blocking all information channels and cutting off all connections is a very reasonable response. Therefore, all civilized leaders in the conference hall did not object. Inside Twilight City, all information channels are blocked, and various surveillance equipment are turned on to maximum power. The rotating chairman believes that under such severe measures, no traitor will be able to leak his own intelligence. After taking all possible measures, Twilight begins to flicker once more. The rotating chairman once again pressed the red button in front of him. Infinite energy emerged once again. And this time, there were no surprises. The more than 100 trillion warships surrounding Twilight City were once again destroyed by more than 30 trillion. Xiao Yu's fleet once again fell into chaos. And coordination was once again broken. Once again, the Twilight Zone begins to move forward.
This time, let's go to point D and prepare to escape.
The rotating chairman issued a new order. The order to escape to point D was a decision made by the rotating chairman at the moment before Twilight began to escape. It can be said, before starting to escape. Even the rotating chairman himself did not know which point he was going to. However, an almost crazy situation happened again. The rotating chairman watched helplessly as a large number of warships suddenly appeared between Twilight City and Point D. And their number was even greater than last time. That is a huge fleet of more than 60 trillion battleships. Endless battleships suddenly appeared there like locusts, and then rushed up without stopping, surrounding Twilight City again. Twilight's second escape plan failed again. Going to Point D was an impromptu decision made by the rotating chairman. Moreover, all information channels in the Twilight Zone are blocked at this moment. No traitor can pass on the information. Even if it was passed on, Xiaoyu would not be able to make such an arrangement in such a short period of time. So it can only mean that Xiaoyu has some kind of prophetic ability. And Xiaoyu can know all his actions. Xiaoyu is very clear about the psychological activities of the leader of the rebel camp at this moment. This is of course not because Xiaoyu can predict things. The reason is simple. Xiaoyu, who has mastered time, will not be afraid of any conspiracy. The conspiracy succeeds because of its deceptiveness and suddenness. If the person behind the conspiracy knows all the details of the conspiracy and has enough time to prepare, then the so-called conspiracy is a joke. Just like at this moment, Xiaoyu didn't know where Twilight would escape to. And Xiaoyu didn't make an ambush anywhere. Xiaoyu only started to build a large number of battleships in the past after seeing Twilight City starting to go to a certain point. And then let these battleships come from the past to the present to block Twilight City's path forward. This is Xiaoyu's biggest reliance on dealing with the rebel camp. Because Xiaoyu has mastered the time, Xiaoyu will win.
I wonder how many times you can use an attack like this.
Xiaoyu thought lightly.
If I'm not mistaken, although the power of such an attack is huge, it will definitely have a great impact on Twilight City. Big damage. What will you do when you find that all your trump cards are useless?
Xiaoyu clearly saw that after every outbreak of the Twilight City, its light would quickly dim and would not recover for a long time. Even at this moment, Xiaoyu saw some subtle cracks appearing on the huge Twilight City. What this means must be very clear to the rebel camp. Xiaoyu was still hiding in the past, manipulating his own huge battleship group to launch a siege on Twilight City. After experiencing such a major change, the number of Xiaoyu's warships not only did not decrease, but instead continued to increase. The rotating chairman of the rebel camp stood there quietly, motionless. Its expression was uncertain, and it was unclear what it was thinking. There was also silence in the conference hall, and all the civilized leaders were sitting there silently thinking about something.
There is no traitor in our camp, but Xiaoyu has some kind of ability. Is this the ability he is after mastering time?
The rotating chairman of the rebel camp seemed to be muttering to himself.
The escape plan failed. We can't escape. It seems that there are only two roads left in front of us. Kill Xiaoyu, or be killed by Xiaoyu. But how should we kill Xiaoyu?
The rotating chairman looked a little confused. It had always been a pearl of wisdom, but now it finally became confused.
The damage to Twilight has exceeded 20%, and we can no longer use the ultimate weapon. What's more, this ultimate weapon is of no use to us at all. Then, we have only the last solution. The last one,
the rotating chairman said slowly, raising his head and looking at the various civilization leaders below.
Destroy the Twilight City. Let's escape. No, I don't agree. After destroying Twilight City, we will never have the ability to rebuild Twilight City. Without Twilight City, our rebel camp will never have any hope of fighting against the defenders. This is our only way,
said the rotating chairman.
Compared with the ability to control time, I think self-destruction is worth it. This is our only way out. Rely on self-destruction. Kill Xiaoyu. And after killing Xiaoyu, we will have the opportunity to see Xiaoyu's infinite computing power. And it will also be possible to control time. Even the defenders cannot resist the power of the self-destructive Twilight City. We relied on the self-destructive Twilight City to escape the pursuit of the defenders. I don't believe that Xiaoyu is worse than the defenders. Be powerful. So what if Xiaoyu masters time? We can control the self-destructive Twilight City and destroy the time system in this universe. Even the time system is gone.
What is the use of the ability to control time?
Chapter 1056, Stay. Twilight is the center of the rebel universe. Whether it is in terms of quality, energy, or rules, it is the absolute center. For the rebel camp, the Twilight City at this moment is the only one. And if it is destroyed, there will be no more. But the rebel camp still made the decision.
Logical weapons can't kill you. Ultimate weapons can't kill you. So what about the self-destructing Twilight City?
The rotating chairman looked at the vast sky and murmured to himself. Preparations are proceeding in a very fast and methodical manner. All the battleships and intelligent creatures in the Twilight City, as well as all important or unimportant supplies that could be taken away, were gathered together. At this moment, the Twilight Zone is completely controlled by remote control. But from the outside, there is still nothing strange about Twilight.
Detonate the Twilight City. At the moment the explosion begins, with the help of the torn space, we escape to the rest of the universe. In the explosion of the Twilight City, the time system will also be destroyed. Xiaoyu does not the only way is to go back in time to avoid this disaster. so Xiao Yu will definitely be killed.
The rotating chairman said. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still standing quietly in front of the porthole of the humanity spacecraft, silently recalling the scene of the decisive battle between the rebel camp and the defenders that he had seen.
Logical weapons are of no use to me, and the ultimate weapons you have are also of no use to me. So at this moment, what method will you use again?
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Probably it will be self-destruction Twilight City. When you were fighting the defenders, you faced the self-destructing Twilight City. Even the defenders had to avoid the edge for a while. Let alone me. Perhaps your plan was to sacrifice the Twilight City, the City King, to kill me, and then took away my unlimited computing power and the ability to control time. However, you have no way to escape from this universe. Even if you destroy Twilight City, it will be useless.
Xiao Yu thought lightly.
Because I am Xiao Yu, not a defender.
In this empty universe, suddenly there seemed to be a little more danger, as if the fuse of a bomb was constantly burning and was about to explode the next moment. This is not just a spiritual induction, but has many signs in the real world. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed that the time progress in different places in the universe seemed to be a little chaotic. Even the space where Xiao Yu's body was located 1,000,000 years ago began to fluctuate. Xiao Yu noticed that time was passing quickly, and any time in the past that he could detect was quickly approaching the present. Under such circumstances, Xiao Yu returned to the present from the past almost instantly. Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. Xiao Yu knows. My ability to go back to the past has been taken away. The means to achieve this goal is very simple. In the Rebel universe at this moment, all time is unified into the present, and there is no past. And since there is no past, how can Xiao Yu go back to the past?
Is this the prelude to the self-destruction explosion of Twilight City?
Xiao Yu raised his head and once again looked at the huge Twilight City in the distance. Xiao Yu saw that the color of Twilight City at this moment was no longer light golden yellow. Instead, it turned into a very blood-red color, as if it was about to bleed. All kinds of extremely terrifying energy or rule fluctuations were transmitted from Twilight City and were detected by Xiao Yu. With the actions of Twilight, more signs of instability appeared in this universe. Stars collapsed and river systems were destroyed. In the Rebel universe at this moment, they are just the most trivial things. Xiao Yu knew that he could not resist Twilight's explosion. But Xiao Yu was not panicked. Xiao Yu still has absolute confidence to survive this disaster and win the final victory in the confrontation with the rebel camp, even if Xiao Yu accidentally detected the connection channel between different universes. It was discovered that these connecting channels were destroyed due to the strong fluctuations in the rebel universe. In other words, when he couldn't leave the rebel universe, Xiao Yu still didn't panic. Instead, he had some interesting thoughts in his heart. You cut off the connection channels between different universes and prevented my ability to escape to other universes. What about you? How do you leave the Rebel universe? Perhaps you have your own unique way to escape? Your plan is really good.
Xiao Yu sighed.
Seal me in the Rebel universe. Detonate the Twilight Zone to kill me. And then escape. After the place calms down, come back to receive my inheritance. If you are lucky, you will also have unlimited computing power and time. However, have you ever thought about it? Since I am here, is it possible for you to leave the Rebel universe? Even if my ability to time travel has been taken away, you still can't leave here.
Xiao Yu also has a seed network. With a seed network, it doesn't matter even if all the battleships are destroyed. At this moment, the atmosphere in Twilight City has reached its most tense moment. Order after order was passed between the large conference hall and numerous execution terminals outside. With the issuance of these orders, all preparations have been made.
It's time for us to leave,
the rotating chairman said.
I order that 5 seconds after detonating the Twilight Zone, the cross-universe transmission channel will be opened. Let's leave this universe.
There seemed to be some suppressed sobs coming out. The rotating chairman frowned and said,
This is nothing to be sad about. The temporary sacrifice is for greater and more gains in the future. I can understand your mood. You have been operating in this universe for such a long time and spent so much effort. We just built the current Twilight City, and no one would be willing to give it up like this. But there is no way. We will come back again in the future. Now! I order. Start the cross-universe teleportation.
Before this order was issued, a powerful energy wave that was terrifying enough to destroy the world and spread to the entire universe radiated from Twilight City as its core. In this moment, the color of Twilight City instantly changed from blood-red red to dazzling white. But this extremely intense white color only lasted for a moment. After this moment, The intense color disappeared.
Oh! Is this the power of Twilight's self-destruction? No wonder you would regard Twilight as your final trump card. Even I have no chance of fighting. If we face each other head-on, I will die instantly. But unfortunately, it still can't kill me, because I won't be stupid enough to fight it from the front.
Xiaoyu murmured to himself. With the self-destruction of Twilight's explosion, the entire rebel universe has been brought to the brink of destruction. The rule system that restricted the evolution of matter in the entire universe has completely collapsed. Everything that existed based on the rule system collapsed at this moment. Even Xiaoyu's huge fleet was no exception, because they were very close to Twilight City. Xiaoyu's more than 1 million battleships were destroyed as soon as Twilight City self-destructed. This huge fleet made no resistance at all. They were like ants under a raging tsunami, being washed away without any accident and then destroyed. Even Xiaoyu's flagship at the moment, the Humanity spacecraft, is no exception, because the time system has been unified. Xiaoyu can no longer go back to the past, and there is no way to build a huge number of warships from the past to supplement the present. Xiaoyu's fleet has been completely destroyed, and not a single ship is left. But Xiaoyu is still alive, and has not been affected at all.
In the ability to master time, the most core thing is actually the 3 words meaningless. Traveling in different time progress is just an additional ability brought by the 3 words meaningless. In other words, it is meaningless. Meaning is fundamental. I am meaningless at the moment. Since I am meaningless, then, no matter how powerful the explosion is, how can it cause any damage to me?
Xiaoyu's illusory and meaningless body stood in this dark universe, thinking lightly. Next to Xiaoyu, there was huge energy roaring back and forth. These energy fluctuations were so powerful that even Xiaoyu's individual strength at the peak of the 8th level alien beast was impossible to fight against. But at this moment, these huge energies just passed through Xiaoyu's body without any hindrance, without any impact on Xiaoyu.
You can completely wipe out my fleet rebel camp. You have already achieved something that countless other beings dare not even think about. But it is still not enough, because I still have a seed network.
And the power of Twilight's self-destruction. Since it cannot if it affects me, there is no way it can affect my seed network. I have already said that if you want to escape from the rebel universe. Have you asked me for my opinion in advance?
Xiaoyu smiled lightly. Under Xiaoyu's control, the huge meaningless seed network has arrived at the original location of Twilight City and found the rebel camp that is about to leave this universe, but has not yet left this universe.
When Twilight City existed, even my seed network couldn't penetrate it. Now that Twilight City has been self-destructed by you, what other means or tools do you have to stop me?
The endless seeds quickly combined into Xiaoyu's appearance and appeared in the large conference hall, facing the astonished gaze of the rotating chairman. Xiaoyu's shadow smiled and said,
"Why leave? Just stay."
At this moment, the rotating chairman had just finished his words.
I order the transmission across the universe to begin.
Chapter 1067 The Horrifying Future. The war lasted for such a long time, and after the rebel camp destroyed the Twilight City, Xiaoyu finally used his seed network as a medium to bring his consciousness to the core area of the rebel camp. At this moment, in the entire conference hall, more than 100 civilized leaders, including the rotating chairman, were in absolute shock. Some civilized leaders suddenly stood up, staring at Xiaoyu but unable to say a word. Others seemed to have had the last bit of life sucked out of their bodies, and suddenly collapsed on their seats. But more civilized leaders did not take any action. That's because they haven't reacted yet.
It's a good plan to kill me with a self-destructive Twilight City, and at the same time escape from this universe.
Xiaoyu sighed.
But your plan is not perfect, and there are 2 most important loopholes. It is precisely because these 2 loopholes exist that you will ultimately fail. First, the self-destructive Twilight City can't kill me. Second, I can't leave this universe. And you can't leave this universe.
Xiaoyu said. The rotating chairman stared at Xiaoyu, and suddenly, as if a spring was installed on his body, he jumped up and rushed towards an operation platform not far away from it. There is a huge red button on that console. The rotating chairman knows that as long as this red button is pressed, the cross-universe teleportation will be activated. If the cross-universe transmission is not carried out as soon as possible, the powerful energy burst out by the self-destruction of Twilight City will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. The rebel camp will be completely destroyed in this moment. But Xiaoyu did not block the rotating chairman's actions. Xiaoyu just shook his head lightly.
It's useless.
Because just where the rotating chairman couldn't see it, Xiaoyu could sense it. At this moment, Endless meaningless seeds have entered there. And then the meaningless seed network has assembled various meaningful tools or instruments. And then destroyed everything here. Here. It is the instrument center for cross-universe teleportation for the rebel camp. Even the equipment for cross-universe teleportation has been destroyed. How can the rebel camp leave here? However, Xiaoyu did not damage all these instruments. Therefore, when the rotating chairman of the rebel camp pressed the huge red button, the cross-universe teleportation began. The difference is, only a few spacecraft were transported to the rest of the safe universe. Among these spaceships, there are scientific research spacecraft, data spacecraft, information spacecraft, and resource spacecraft. However, there are no combat spaceships and residential spaceships that are most important to a civilization. And some of Xiaoyu's seeds also followed these spacecraft into the new universe. After these ships are transported to the safety of the new universe, the largest number of combat ships and residential ships left behind were affected by the violent energy caused by Twilight's self-destruction in the next moment. Xiaoyu saw countless huge residential spaceships. Each of those spaceships was inhabited by at least billions of intelligent creatures. Just like when his own spaceship was destroyed. It was destroyed in an instant. There are also many remaining industrial bases, space fortresses, various creations, and communication systems. The transportation system, and so on were completely destroyed in this moment. The hundreds of billions of warships in the rebel camp were also not spared. Even the most advanced warships built by Xiaoyu cannot withstand the power of Twilight's self-destruction. How can the warships of the rebel camp do so? In an instant, just an instant, the rebel universe completely collapsed. All tangible and intangible matter or life will be destroyed. At this moment, in this vast universe of rebels, only Xiaoyu's body and Xiaoyu's seed network exist. This is the situation Xiaoyu deliberately created. The power of Twilight's self-destruction is so great that even Xiaoyu can't resist it at all. Faced with such infinite power, Xiaoyu can only ensure that he is not harmed. Therefore, Xiaoyu only destroyed the cross-universe transmission equipment to a limited extent, allowing the spacecraft that stored things he was interested in to escape to a safe place. Because Xiaoyu wanted to get the things in those spaceships and leave them in the rebel universe at this moment. They will be destroyed together in Twilight's self-destruction. As for the warships in the rebel camp and the spacecraft inhabited by intelligent creatures, Xiaoyu had no interest in paying attention to them. Let them die together with the entire rebel universe in Twilight's self-destruction. In just a few dozen seconds, the winner was completely decided. The entire rebel camp can almost be said to have perished, because they lost all their battleships. Almost the entire population was lost. All they retain is scientific research with little combat effectiveness, resources, command, data ships, etc. Moreover, part of Xiaoyu's seed network has entered these spaceships and has completely taken control of the situation. The rotating chairman of the rebel camp seems to be aware of this. It frantically started pressing countless buttons, and at the same time kept shouting loudly, "Call the first and second fleets! Call the third column! Call the logistics base! Call life number 1 inch!" The rotating chairman of the rebel camp called a total of more than 30,000 targets in this moment. But it got no response. Not a single response. No need to call anymore. My opponent! Xiaoyu's body made a seed smiled at the rotating chairman and said, "The targets you called are all left in the rebel universe. And they are all destroyed by Twilight City. The energy of the self-destruction has destroyed you. Come and see. Your rebel camp now only has these tens of thousands of spaceships left. In other words, your rebel camp has been destroyed," Xiaoyu said. "No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." The rotating chairman of the rebel camp roared crazily. "During Twilight's self-destruction, you should be the one who is destroyed. Everything was part of my plan. Among them, my plan cannot go wrong or fail. You lied to me. Right. You lied to me. Right." The rotating chairman of the rebel camp was still frantically calling for one target after another. But it still didn't get any response. Xiaoyu slowly shook his head. "Stop struggling in vain. Now! Come back with me. The rule system in the rebel universe has been completely destroyed. At this moment, it has become a meaningless universe. It's safe, and you won't be in danger again." Xiaoyu slowly waved his hand. So, the tens of thousands of most valuable spaceships that escaped to the new universe began to transmit again, and once again returned to the rebel universe. In the rebel universe at this moment, Xiaoyu has begun to control his own seed network, and has once again begun the process of manufacturing spacecraft and various instruments.
The reception work is proceeding nervously and orderly. Xiao Yu removed the protection of all the spaceships in the rebel camp, allowing the instruments he created to enter and exit these spacecrafts freely, and to extract the science from these spacecrafts without hindrance. The rebel camp has developed science that has accumulated over countless years. Material. In fact, Xiao Yu will be the most powerful weapon in the rebel camp. All logical weapons are in hand. After getting the logical weapon, Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to use the logical weapon to achieve any goals for himself. Xiao Yu just stored it for future research.
I will not only master time,
I will also master chaos and cause and effect. After getting all the technological information of your rebel camp and all your understanding of cause and effect, my strength will once again take a leap. So, now do you believe me?
Xiao Yu asked the rotating chairman of the rebel camp. However, the rotating chairman still shook his head slowly.
You cannot be the opponent of the defenders. Everything about you is expected by the defenders. Your existence is still a disaster for the entire three-dimensional universe. As long as you are not killed. If he dies, the defenders' plan to complete the plan will definitely succeed. Even if my strength has increased to what it is now, and even if I will get the full help of the spokesperson camp, you still don't think that I will be the opponent of the defenders?
Xiao Yu felt a little angry in his heart.
No one can be the opponent of the defender. The only way to fight against the defender is to destroy its completion plan. That is, to kill you. Unfortunately, we failed.
The rotating chairman closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. He shook his head and said,
I saw an endlessly terrifying future. In the future, all intelligent creatures have no thoughts of their own. And all intelligent creatures are puppets. I saw the defenders controlling everything. That was terrifying. Very scary. Xiao Yu, you have to remember. Because of your selfishness and your obsession with life, you have committed the most serious crime among all conscious beings in the entire three-dimensional universe. You will regret it one day. But, by the time you regret it, it will be too late. My selfishness?
Xiao Yu finally became angry. Xiao Yu yelled,
Is it not selfish for me to give up all efforts, accept the so-called destiny, and then commit suicide? Who are you qualified to judge my behavior? You are the losers. Why do you still refuse to believe me? Even if I reach this point, you still refuse to believe me. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The future has been determined.
The rotating chairman shook his head.
Xiao Yu, goodbye.
After saying goodbye, the rotating chairman led all the survivors in the rebel camp slowly to the porthole of the spacecraft. Then the rotating chairman pressed a button, and the hatch opened, and the millions of survivors lined up and walked into the folding door. Xiao Yu knew that that was the energy response center of the spacecraft. All the survivors in the rebel camp at this moment are all gregarious, intelligent creatures. They do not have bodies as strong as alien beasts. After entering the energy reaction center, they cannot survive. Xiao Yu watched all this quietly without blocking or interfering.
If you want to die, then just go die.
Xiao Yu looked at this scene quietly, his heart surging like a tide.
My will not change because of anyone. From the time I left the Earth until the past, it took me more than 1,000,000 years to grow to where I am now. I have struggled for more than 1,000,000 years. My efforts will not be wiped out just because of your few words. I will eventually stand in front of the defenders and defeat them. And I will use my actions to tell you that you are wrong and I am not wrong.
Millions of rebel survivors died peacefully. The team is huge, but it shrinks quickly. Before the last survivor of the rebel camp entered the energy reaction center, it turned its head, smiled at Xiao Yu and said,
We are waiting for you in HL. Goodbye.
Xiao Yu snorted and said nothing. The survivor entered the energy response center and died. The rebel camp was completely destroyed. Chapter 1068 returned to the starting point. After finally destroying the rebel camp, Xiao Yu returned to the three-dimensional universe full of gains from the rebel camp. I have to admit that the technology of the rebel camp is very advanced, and they all have important reference significance for Xiao Yu. In particular, the rebel camp's causal logic technology and the logical weapons obtained by Xiao Yu are of even greater value to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is still continuing his journey around the universe. During this journey, he is constantly sowing his own seed network and constantly researching and absorbing the scientific and technological achievements of the rebel camp. Time flies by, and in this constant journey, millions of years pass. Xiao Yu's journey around the universe was very peaceful. During this period of time,
Xiao Yu did not encounter any intelligent life again. Xiao Yu passed through river systems one after another, and visited planets one after another. Xiao Yu has witnessed countless various wonderful cosmic phenomena. As Xiao Yu went further and further, Xiao Yu discovered that the distances between various stars seemed to be constantly expanding, which meant that the density of matter was constantly decreasing. Here, Xiao Yu often cannot find a river system even after sailing tens of millions of light years. Even if river systems are found, the quality and volume of these river systems will be much smaller than those he has visited before. Xiao Yu seemed to have come from the city to the wilderness. The further he walked, the more desolate he became. Xiao Yu finally found another small river system, and then stopped here for a short rest. The weapon of logic has disappeared, because Xiao Yu has thoroughly studied and understood the working process and principles of the logical weapon. And then Xiao Yu decomposed it and merged it with his own body. From now on, Xiao Yu himself will have various abilities of logical weapons.
Let this star explode.
Xiao Yu gave an order calmly. After giving this order, Xiao Yu did not do anything else. Xiao Yu just watched quietly. As a result, the young star targeted by Xiao Yu exploded for no reason. Xiao Yu quietly felt the fluctuations in the rules that occurred during the execution of his orders. I have a clearer understanding of logical weapons in my mind.
Cause and effect, or logic, are also within the scope of the rules. So it seems like logical weapons will be of some use to defenders, but they won't be so useful as to play a decisive role.
Xiao Yu sighed slightly. He said,
if you want to fight against the defenders, you still have to rely on time. But how can I master the time?
After obtaining the logical weapon, Xiao Yu confirmed his speculation. That is, the logical weapon is not omnipotent. Just as logical weapons cannot kill oneself, logical weapons cannot kill defenders either. If not, the rebel camp had long since killed the defenders. At the same time, logical weapons cannot restore the polluted black hole in the three-dimensional universe to its original purity. Xiao Yu's plan to finally master time by collecting Taichu black holes has completely failed. Xiao Yu has been looking for something that can replace the black hole of Taichu, and has been thinking about this problem for millions of years. But Xiao Yu has never found the answer. And if you don't grasp the time, you can't be the opponent of the defender.
But even if I master the time, can I defeat the defender?
Xiao Yu thought about this question lightly, and his heart started to fluctuate again for some reason. Xiao Yu thought of a lot regarding his own past. For example, when he fought against the sweeper civilization in the galaxy. Let Xiao Yu look at it now. The so-called sweeper civilization is just an ant that can be crushed to death with one finger. But for Xiao Yu at that time, the sweeper civilization was still an invincible behemoth. At that time, Xiao Yu was stuck under the 7th level civilization. At that time, Xiao Yu also obtained a lot of technology and made sufficient preparations. Xiao Yu obtained the corpse of the MSI civilization and the 3 major Tai House civilizations. Joining forces with Xiao Yu, his accompanying Ghost Clan existence, has almost reached the extreme preparation. But Xiao Yu still failed. The situation at this moment, so similar to that time. Xiao Yu mastered the cause and effect, mastered the chaos, and merged with the music civilization, plus Chen Mo's help, as well as the time he initially mastered. This time Xiao Yu still made preparations to the extreme. But Xiao Yu still couldn't forget what the last survivor of the rebel camp said to him before he died.
Xiao Yu, we are waiting for you in HL. Is it possible that in the war against the defenders, even if I have made so many preparations, I will still fail?
Xiao Yu thought silently.
The defenders now are just like the sweepers back then. But the situation it's different.
After walking so much and seeing so much scenery, no matter how vast the universe is and how many wonderful scenery there are, Xiao Yu is no longer interested. Because Xiao Yu understands all this. If you look for any physical phenomenon, Xiao Yu can clearly explain every process of this physical phenomenon. Xiao Yu already knows almost everything in this universe. And Xiao Yu has reached a certain peak. It is almost impossible for Xiao Yu's strength to improve again. Of course, there is only one aspect that can be improved, and that is mastering time. But this road has been cut off by the rebel camp. This is different from the time when we fought against the sweeper civilization. Because at that time, Xiao Yu knew clearly that there was a 7th level civilization above him. At this moment, Xiao Yu didn't know which existence could be more powerful than himself. Xiao Yu is always calculating the abilities of the defenders, calculating the details of the completion plan, and guessing what trump cards the defenders have. He even sent his own seed network to personally detect the edge of the huge primordial black hole at the source of order many times, and even briefly fought against the defenders several times, and experienced firsthand the power of the defenders. But Xiao Yu still doesn't think the defenders are stronger than him. Xiao Yu can find ways to deal with all the abilities and trump cards of the defenders within the abilities he has mastered. The most important thing is that Xiaoyu is tired of it. It is precisely because Xiaoyu knows almost everything that the ultimate question fascinates Xiaoyu even more. Xiaoyu couldn't wait to know why the universe existed, the meaning of the universe, and the origin of the rules. To know the answer to the ultimate question, you must first go to the source of order and defeat the defenders. Xiaoyu really wanted to go to the source of order now, to start the ultimate decisive battle with the defenders. But Xiaoyu was still controlling himself. Xiaoyu is very cautious. Xiaoyu does not allow himself to make the same mistakes he made when he fought against the sweeper civilization. Xiaoyu will not take this last step until he is sure that he is 100% sure of victory. Xiaoyu finally determined his action plan. That is, he must first seize the time and raise his strength to its peak before looking for the defenders to start a decisive battle.
Perhaps the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations that are going on a space voyage with me, but moving in different directions, may bring me some enlightenment.
Xiaoyu thought silently. Xiaoyu has vaguely found a way to grasp time without going through the primordial black hole. But whether this method is feasible or not can only be verified after converging with the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations.
Then, let me continue my voyage around the universe, and at the same time, continue to test the defenders.
Through the technological information of the rebel camp, Xiaoyu learned about the source of order, and also knew that the defenders lived in the source of order. So naturally, the source of order became an area under Xiaoyu's close surveillance. Xiaoyu will not let his body rush to the source of order. It is still okay to send some meaningless seeds. As a result, the source of order, which had been peaceful for countless years, started a war again. Xiaoyu controlled the seed network there, created countless war tools, went deep into the huge black hole of the beginning, and started a confrontation with the defenders. Personally experienced the abilities and arrangements of the defenders, and feel the power of the rules of the defenders. One thing caught Xiaoyu's attention. Xiaoyu realized that if he launched an attack, the defenders would react. If you stop attacking, the defenders will also remain quiet. It seems that the defenders are simply trying to protect themselves. As for what this means, Xiaoyu has no way to guess. This war has been going on for millions of years. That's right. While Xiaoyu continued his voyage around the universe, Xiaoyu and the defenders had been fighting for millions of years. For a total of more than tens of millions of years, Xiaoyu has been advancing, even to the point where no macroscopic star can be found within billions of light years. But Xiaoyu is still moving forward, because Xiaoyu knows that if he continues to move forward, one day he can return to a place where matter is rich and there are many stars. Because the three-dimensional universe is a sphere at the four-dimensional level. Xiaoyu has been fighting with the defenders for as long as he has been walking, until Xiaoyu returned to his place of space navigation again, and waited there for millions of years, until a small spacecraft came from a distance. The fight between Xiaoyu and the defenders did not stop. From the small spaceship, Xiaoyu noticed the obvious style of the creations of Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations. That's right. At the agreed place, what Xiaoyu waited for was not the entire civilization, but just a small spaceship.
During this journey around the universe, what happened to the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations?
Xiaoyu had a little doubt in his heart. Chapter 1069 Good Wine. Xiaoyu's seed network has already entered this small spacecraft, with a strong Shinjo and Pegasus civilization style in advance, and has seen everything inside. This is just a relatively small spacecraft. In fact, it is still over 100 meters long, according to the current construction technology of this small spaceship, which is equivalent to the technological strength of an 8th-level civilization. Xiaoyu would not be surprised even if there are billions of people living in it. But Xiaoyu was still a little surprised, because there was only one person in this small spaceship, and Xiaoyu was very familiar with this person. He was Ares, the leader of the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations.
Hello, Xiaoyu. I'm glad to see you at the appointed place. Sorry, I'm a little late because there are many scenery on this road waiting for me to see my old friend. Are you okay?
Ares first sent a message to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's body disappeared from the humanity spacecraft, turned into particles, came to the small spacecraft, and reassembled. At the moment when he saw Xiaoyu, Ares laughed and stood up, walked over, and gave Xiaoyu a firm hug. Xiaoyu also laughed and responded enthusiastically to Ares. Both of them slapped each other hard on the back. More than 10 million years have passed. After this long time, it is indeed not easy for the two to meet again.
This is a good thing I found on a poor planet orbiting a blue supergiant star. The wine made from this stuff can be regarded as the best in the universe. I stayed there for more than 30,000 years. I just collected this bottle. I have kept it for more than 7 million years. Just waiting to meet you. Come on. Xiao Yu. Drink some. This is real aged wine.
Ares let go of Xiao Yu, turn around and take out a bottle of liquid from the cabinet. Those liquids showed a golden color, and there was a faint brilliance flowing around them. Ares took out 2 more cups, and was still mumbling.
It's a pity that the blue supergiant star exploded as a supernova soon, destroying everything around it. Otherwise, I could have gotten a little more. This thing.
Xiao Yu took the cup and just smelled it. Even his 8th level peak beast body felt a sense of comfort flowing throughout his body. Xiao Yu couldn't help but praise.
It's such a good wine. Don't be in a hurry to drink,
Ares said. And like a magic trick, he took out something that looked like dishes from a cabinet. And Ares stretched out his hand. Flames burst out from his hands. Ares heated these things a little, and an extremely tempting fragrance came out. Even though Xiao Yu had no need to eat for a long time, Xiao Yu was still aroused.
These are also good things,
Ares said.
They are tiny creatures that only live in the black hole accretion disk. Normally they can grow to the size of a grain of rice, which is great. I finally found one of them. The gathering point. It took them 100,000 years to grow to such a big size. After cooking them briefly with ultra-high temperature flames, they became an amazing delicacy. I couldn't help but eat one myself on the way. And now there is only one left. Got off this one. It seems that you have been very happy during this time,
Xiao Yu said with a smile.
It's very comfortable,
Ares said.
I feel that this is the life we should pursue. Traveling in this endless universe. Doing whatever you want to do, without caring about time at all, and the energy comes, and it's done.
Ares raised the wine glass, clinked the glass with Xiao Yu, and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Yu felt the golden liquid flowing in his body, and took another bite of the dish. I couldn't help but sigh again.
What a great wine! What a great dish! Good wine and good food should be accompanied by worthy people,
Ares said.
In this universe,
you are probably the only person qualified to enjoy these things. That's my honor,
Xiao Yu said. The two of them were just chatting normally, each talking about their various experiences during these tens of millions of years. All kinds of weird and interesting things I encountered. Even later, even Xiao Yu felt a little drunk.
The Xinzhou and Pegasus civilizations were disbanded,
Ares said. There was a slight sadness in his tone.
You single-handedly established the Xinzhou and Pegasus civilizations, and then handed them over to me. But they disbanded in my hands. Alas, speaking of it, I still feel a little bit regretful. It doesn't matter if I can be treated with good wine and food like you. I don't blame you,
Xiao Yu said with a smile.
There is a saying that is really true.
Ares sighed and said,
when the survival needs are met, intelligent creatures will pursue spiritual satisfaction. Xiao Yu, before we start sailing 5 million people around the universe, years later, we will become an 8th level civilization. Oh, by the way, a long time ago, I don't know what happened in the universe, but we suddenly discovered that we can all improve our body's strength through some means. We call this process of improving one's own strength cultivation. Xiao Yu, you see, my body now has the strength of almost a 6th level alien beast. Since then, the Xinzhou and Pegasus civilizations have become a civilization that combines the two systems of technology and alien beasts. The combination of technology and self-cultivation has exploded with great power. Therefore, our survival needs we are further satisfied. Because basically nothing in this universe can threaten us, and we can basically do whatever we want.
Xiao Yu nodded to express his understanding.
At this time, group life is no longer suitable for us, because each of us has the ability to sail alone. Group life has too many constraints and too many worries. You have to know that sometimes in order to satisfy your own ideas, it will inevitably affect others. The most important point is that if the group living model is still maintained, then everyone must always maintain unified actions. And this will go against the wishes of many people. For example, I am interested in this place, and if you want to stay here, but another person is not interested here and wants to leave, what should you do? So, people began to declare that they were leaving civilization and wanted to fly out on their own spaceships and explore the universe alone. Anyway, there is the technology of an 8th level civilization. The strength and physical quality of the alien beasts are here, and they will not encounter any danger. Well, more and more people choose to leave civilization. So I simply held a referendum and made the decision to disband the civilization based on public opinion. Those who like to live in groups can choose to continue living in groups with different groups. And those who like to explore alone can go out on their own and arrange their own itinerary.
Aries seemed to have drunk a little too much, and he was still talking excitedly with his face flushed.
We have made some agreement clauses. For example, everyone who is nearby after receiving a distress signal must go to the rescue. For example, certain places are designated for trading. After things like the center, civilization disbanded, and I was finally free. But I still remember the agreement I made with you. So I came here to join you. Oh, by the way, your tribe and the arrow beasts are still together. They seem to have gone to explore a large river system. They even asked me to bring you a letter.
No. Aries, with that said, he took out an envelope from his body and handed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took it, without opening the envelope, but just shook it casually, and the envelope and the letter inside it were reduced to ashes. Aries looked at Xiaoyu in astonishment, and Xiaoyu said with a smile,
"It's great to be free like this. Aya and the Yaja beasts finally found a life that suits them. There is a saying that if we care about each other, we will never forget each other. Jianghu. Well, if we are destined, we will meet again."
Aries patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and continued,
"That's your business. I don't care. Well, here is all the information I have seen and heard along the way, traveling around the universe. I know you need this. Take the stuff."
"There's no hurry. Come on. Let's drink first,"
Xiaoyu said.
"I haven't had a drink in almost 20 million years. Ha ha. Come on. Come on."
With a bottle of wine and the same dish, Xiaoyu and Aries chatted for several days while eating. In the end, Aries and Xiaoyu hugged again, and then drove away in their own small spaceship, not knowing where they went to find food. Aries never asked Xiaoyu about his subsequent plans, and Xiaoyu also did not tell Aries about his subsequent plans. Xiaoyu knew that he and Aries had embarked on a completely different path from all the former members of the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations.
We all have different pursuits, and we are all walking firmly on this path. Aries, Aya, Lena, and all members of the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations wish you good luck.
Xiaoyu, looking at the direction Aries was going away, he said silently in his heart. Xiaoyu calmed down his mood and began to analyze the information about space navigation brought to him by Aries. There was a lot of information, and it was very complicated. But Xiaoyu still only took a moment to absorb all of it. So, Xiaoyu found the method that he had been pursuing but had never found. The way to grasp time without going through the black hole of Taichu.
Defender, wait for me. The fight between us has lasted for millions of years. It's time for the final battle. When I fully grasp the time, I will set off to the source of order. The answer to the ultimate question. Between you and me, only one person is qualified to know.
Chapter 1070, 5 minutes gap. The ultimate question is not just a question. And the answer to the ultimate question is not just an answer. The ultimate question is very broad and encompasses many things. For example, where does the universe come from? What is the meaning of its existence? Where do the rules come from? What is the initial driving force of the universe? What is the meaning of life? Etc. These questions all belong to the category of ultimate questions. And after getting the answer to the ultimate question, knowing where the universe comes from, and knowing the meaning of the existence of the universe, does that mean that we can recreate a real universe? Knowing the origin of the rules, can we recreate a rule system similar to the one in the three-dimensional universe now? If we know the meaning of life, can we recreate it? The answer to the ultimate question also means the true ultimate ability. Since it is the ultimate ability, then only one person in the entire universe can know it. Either Xiaoyu, or a defender. Now, Xiaoyu has found a way to grasp the essence of the rules without going through the primordial black hole, and thus completely control time, which is equivalent to gaining the qualification to truly fight against the defenders. To explain this method, we must first explain the process of obtaining the essence of the rules through the primordial black hole. When the rules first appeared, the primordial black hole was the first star to be born. So it was inevitable that there would be information related to the rules in it. It was through this process that Xiaoyu collected information about the rules bit by bit. But now, all the primordial black holes are contaminated. It seemed that Xiaoyu would never have the chance to grasp the essence of the rules. But that was not the case. The primordial black hole is only the carrier of relevant information when the rules first appear. It's like a person who wants to eat bananas. But bananas are not produced locally. All freight channels for transporting bananas here have been cut off. So, will this person never eat bananas again? No. The person can still eat the banana. Bananas can't be transported here. So we might as well go to the origin of bananas. That's it. Not only does this person get enough bananas, but the bananas here are even fresher. This is what Xiaoyu found. A way to grasp the essence of the rules without going through the black hole of the beginning. Since all the primordial black holes have been contaminated, I will personally go back to the time when the rules first appeared. If you go there yourself to collect information, why bother looking for it in the black hole of the beginning? The rule information in the primordial black hole is not only messy, but also limited. How can it be compared to the place of origin? The method is simple, but difficult to implement. Just like eating bananas. This person knows that there will be endless fresh bananas for him to eat when he reaches the origin of bananas. But how to get to the origin of bananas? Don't forget, this man didn't have a map to where the bananas originated. Same. The original Xiaoyu did not return to the map when the rules first appeared. But things are different now. With the information about the voyage around the universe said by the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations, Xiaoyu can already draw a map back to the time when the rules first appeared. You know, this is not an ordinary map. And the place Xiaoyu is going to is not an ordinary place. But the past, Xiaoyu knew it. And at the same time, he started sailing around the universe with himself. Moreover, the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations, which have not had any contact with each other during the process, will also enter a different time schedule from themselves after being separated from themselves. By analyzing the navigation trajectories of the Shinjo and Pegasus civilizations, as well as the differences in time progress, coupled with the huge information and time collection capabilities of the meaningless seed network, and with the infinite computing power of Xiaoyu's body, Xiaoyu can complete a massive undertaking. Draw a three-dimensional time distribution map of the entire universe. Xiaoyu will be able to calculate which time period any region of the current universe is in. Xiaoyu believes that the universe is so vast that there must be a corner that has never been discovered that is still in the time period shortly after the rules first appeared. This place is useless to anyone except Xiaoyu, because as long as meaningful existence reaches that place, the time progress of that place will quickly become unified with this existence, thereby losing its own value. But Xiaoyu is different. Xiaoyu could already make his seed network, and even his own body, in a meaningless state. Xiaoyu's arrival will not affect the time progress here. Then the next step is very simple. As long as Xiaoyu finds this place, then arriving here is equivalent to arriving at the origin of bananas. There will be endless fresh bananas waiting for Xiaoyu to enjoy. Since there is such a good place, who would want those bananas that have been transported over long distances and are no longer fresh? There is a key prerequisite for drawing a three-dimensional time distribution map. That is, there must be two meaningful travel and time trajectory maps of travelers on different orbits. This also means that Xiaoyu cannot complete this task by himself. Xiaoyu must have a helper. Fortunately, Shinjo and the Pegasus civilization started a voyage around the universe with Xiaoyu, and finally successfully reunited with Xiaoyu and delivered the information that Xiaoyu urgently needed.
Then the time is ripe now.
Xiaoyu closed his eyes and began to perform an incredibly complex and huge calculation process. However, no matter how complicated and difficult the calculation process was, it still only took Xiaoyu a moment to complete the work, because Xiaoyu's computing power is unlimited. An extremely large virtual image appeared in front of Xiaoyu, which was full of dense numbers and parameters. Almost any being would feel dizzy just by looking at this image. But Xiaoyu would not. Xiaoyu searched carefully on this image. After a while, Xiaoyu found a point that best suited his requirements.
This is it,
Xiaoyu thought. It was a place more than 7 billion light-years away from Xiaoyu's current position. It was a vacuum zone between about 3 small river systems. The time progress there was 5 minutes after the rules first appeared. 5 minutes is not a long time. And this time is not much later than the time when the black hole appeared in the beginning. This place meets Xiaoyu's requirements very well. Xiaoyu knows that he can definitely find what he wants in that place. So, Xiaoyu set out for that place. The voyage around the universe has ended, and there is no need for Xiaoyu to continue to advance slowly on the road. Xiaoyu used his Stargate technology to set off there as quickly as possible. Even so, it took Xiaoyu more than 1,000 years to get there.
That's when the rules first appeared and the world first opened.
Xiaoyu sighed silently.
I don't know what a magical scene there will be.
Xiaoyu allowed himself to enter a meaningless state and ensured that he would not have any impact there. Then he turned his attention there and walked to this area in person. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a vast and incredible picture. There is no light and no radiation here. But there is a lot of matter. Extremely simple matter. There are only protons, electrons, and other microscopic particles. There are no atoms, let alone molecules. This is because the time for the rules to appear is too short. and matter has not had time to combine into atoms or molecules. But at this time, the black hole in the beginning had already appeared. Xiaoyu saw that under the control of the new and thriving rule system, there were many places where matter was so dense that it exceeded the limit, and was suddenly compressed together, and then a black hole was born. Those substances were directly sealed into the black hole before they were even combined into microscopic particles. The universe is expanding rapidly, under the control of the invisible and intangible hand of rules. The universe is like a newborn baby, full of vitality and vitality. Xiaoyu felt a lot of pure rule information. Almost at this moment, Xiaoyu completed the accumulation of the rule information he needed. But Xiaoyu still refused to leave this place. Xiaoyu stayed here foolishly, unwilling to leave for a long time. Because Xiaoyu knew that the being who created the rule system in the three-dimensional universe created the rules for this universe just a few minutes ago. The gap between himself and that unknown existence was only 5 minutes. But the 5-minute gap is a gap that Xiaoyu can never cross. 5 minutes ago, there was time, and time began to flow from there. Even if Xiaoyu masters time, Xiaoyu cannot go back to the past. There is no time before time. How can Xiaoyu get there? As soon as the unknown existence left, Xiaoyu came here with his hind legs. But it's still useless. No matter how Xiaoyu pursues, Xiaoyu can't catch up with the unknown existence. The 5-minute time difference is already a limit.
Perhaps I shouldn't expect so much. Even in this place where the universe was born just 5 minutes ago, it is impossible for me to find the answer to the ultimate question. If I want to know the answer to the ultimate question, there is only one way, and that is to defeat the defenders and find everything that the defenders have mastered, and then search for it in the source of order. Or maybe the defenders have completed the completion plan, and then the defenders will find the answer to the ultimate question. The final battle, no matter who wins or loses between me and the defender. After this final battle, there will be someone who will find the answer to the ultimate question.
Xiaoyu thought silently and left here. The information collection was enough, and Xiaoyu could soon fully grasp the time. After Xiaoyu completely grasps the time, the final battle begins. Chapter 1071 Defenders. Here we come. Based on the analysis of Xiaoyu's current technological strength and the information he has obtained, although Xiaoyu still cannot know the specific details of the completion plan, he can already roughly understand the content of the so-called completion plan. Completion. There must be incompleteness before there can be completion. However, the incomplete part may not be unable to become the leader of the entire plan.
The defender and I can be regarded as two halves of a mirror after being cut open. When all the knowledge I master and all the knowledge mastered by the defender are integrated, there will no longer be unknowns in the entire universe. After mastering this, after all the knowledge in the universe, we can find the answer to the ultimate question through the source of order. But there is a very crucial point. Should I complete the defenders? Or will you, the defenders, complete me?
Just like Xiaoyu's question before. Is it the incomplete part of himself or the incomplete part of the defender? Who is in charge? Who is the nourishment?
Everything I have mastered, whether it's time, cause and effect, or chaos, is a bargaining chip to fight for dominance. The defenders will also have their own bargaining chips. If I win in the final battle, it will be the defenders' complement. If the defenders win, I will complete the defenders. This is the meaning of the final battle. This may be the reason why the defenders created me in the first place. Maybe there is something that the defenders cannot grasp. So they created me and let me wander around the universe like a vacuum cleaner, absorbing everything I see, technology and knowledge. Then he would eventually devour me and use me as nourishment to supplement himself. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I think that the real content of the Defender's supplement plan should not be far from what I speculated. That's probably it.
Xiaoyu thought silently and returned to the humanity spacecraft. In this place where the time progress was only 5 minutes after the rules first appeared, Xiaoyu got everything he wanted. Then, it's time to take full control of time. Xiaoyu calculated silently. The time analysis information slowly flowed in Xiaoyu's mind, and the huge seed network also moved slowly. During Xiaoyu's thinking process, the humanity spacecraft slowly disappeared. Dream number. The Honor and other spaceships also slowly disappeared. All the big spacecraft disappeared, and all the small spacecraft also slowly disappeared. Even in the end, even the seed network Xiaoyu had painstakingly laid out disappeared. They did not enter a state of meaninglessness, but completely disappeared. In this dark universe, only Xiaoyu himself was left, wearing a suit and the tie set by Chen Mo, an earth creature with short hair and a calm expression. Xiao Yu lost everything. But Xiao Yu gained everything again, losing his possession. There are no instruments or spaceships that can be used by Xiao Yu, because Xiao Yu no longer needs those things. Xiao Yu's body has all the abilities. In other words, Xiao Yu integrated everything he had into his body. Xiao Yu does not have a seed network, but Xiao Yu can still detect movement at any point in the distant universe. Xiao Yu does not have a spaceship, but Xiao Yu can still launch rapid curvature navigation. Xiao Yu does not have a stargate, so Xiao Yu can still travel through time. Xiao Yu doesn't have a computer, but you can still have unlimited computing power. Time, cause and effect, logic, and chaos are all in Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a huge river system appeared in the empty space in front of him. There are hundreds of billions of stars orbiting in this galaxy, and more cosmic dust and tiny stars are mixed in it. There are black holes. There are neutron stars. And there are white dwarfs. Even those stars have many different classifications. This is completely a real river system. Even if an 8th level technological civilization comes here, it will not be able to find the difference between this river system and any other river systems. But just a moment ago, there was nothing here. No, that's not accurate. Because for Xiao Yu, who has mastered time, there is no difference between a moment ago and a million, 10 million or even 10 billion years ago. Xiao Yu's body disappeared and reappeared instantly. This time, Xiao Yu's body appeared on a planet orbiting an ordinary star. Xiao Yu waved, and a thick atmosphere appeared on the planet. Xiao Yu waved again, and abundant water sources appeared on the planet. Xiao Yu waved again, and some seeds of life were sown on this planet. Xiao Yu still waved, as if a button that could adjust fast forward or rewind appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pressed it, and the time progress of the river system became very fast, as if he was watching like a fast-forwarding movie. Countless stars in this galaxy began to rotate crazily. Stars were formed and destroyed quickly. Black holes, neutron stars, or white dwarfs were born one after another, and new stars were born one after another. The appearance of, as time goes by, the seeds of life on this planet are growing rapidly, until they have grown to the point of wisdom. But this seems to be different from what Xiao Yu wants. So Xiao Yu pressed the button again. So the stars in this galaxy began to rotate crazily again. But this time, they were rotating backwards. Xiao Yu saw that the countless newly formed stars decomposed into cosmic dust. The cosmic dust was combined with the black holes, or neutron stars, or white dwarfs, left over after the explosion, and turned into the previous stars. Xiao Yu made some adjustments to the life seeds he had sown, and then accelerated the time schedule. But this time Xiao Yu was still not satisfied. So Xiao Yu adjusted the time back, and made another adjustment. Xiao Yu is still not satisfied. The difference is that Xiao Yu has no patience this time. So Xiao Yu waved his hand. The huge river system in front of us, with a diameter of more than 150,000 light years, and a number of more than 250 billion stars, disappeared in this instant, as if it had never appeared before. The void space here has returned to silence. In this process, Xiao Yu used various abilities such as chaos, cause and effect, time, etc. Xiao Yu knew that he had reached his peak state. If he did not let the defenders complete him, his strength and knowledge would not be able to increase at all. Or, if the defender does not allow himself to complete it, the defender's strength and knowledge will not be able to increase at all. The time that is completely controlled is like lubricant, integrating all Xiao Yu's abilities and knowledge, allowing Xiao Yu to return to his original nature and reach this most powerful moment. It's time to go to the source of order and find the defenders for the final battle. Xiao Yu thought silently. Defeat the defenders, fuse with the defenders, or be defeated by the defenders and fuse with the defenders. You finally succeeded. At this moment, Xiao Yu received a message that he didn't know where it came from or who sent it. Xiao Yu replied without any thought. Yes, I succeeded. Although there was no sign, Xiao Yu knew just by feeling that this message must have been conveyed to him by Chen Mo. After Xiao Yu sent that response, Xiao Yu's eyes flashed, and there was an Earth girl wearing a white sportswear, a ponytail, and glasses. Xiao Yu noticed that the moment this Earth girl appeared, there were some weak and extremely clever fluctuations in the space that even he had to expend a lot of effort to detect. Even Xiao Yu, who had completely mastered time, could not detect this kind of fluctuation. Obviously, this is an extreme Chengdu dimension, or space technology. The Earth girl looked at Xiao Yu with a smile, her face still as familiar and friendly as when she was on Earth tens of millions of years ago. Xiao Yu didn't speak, but walked over directly and held the girl in his arms. The Earth girl didn't say anything. She just rewarded Xiaoyu harder. This is a belated embrace. More than 20 million years late. But it doesn't matter. It gets there eventually, doesn't it?
The defenders are also preparing for the final battle. They no longer have the energy to deal with me. So I can leave the spokesperson universe without any scruples and come here to meet you.
Chinemo said.
I'm waiting for this hug. I have been waiting for more than 20 million years. Starting from the moment I fell in love with you in the age of the Earth. And have been waiting until now. I have been waiting for more than 20 million years.
Xiaoyu said.
From the time I left the Earth until now.
There seems to be a lot of information exchanged between the two people's minds. These messages are just pure feelings without any information. Such as missing. Such as love. Such as concern. Such as happiness and sadness. Tears and smiles.
We will never be separated again. Even if there is death ahead. We will be together. I will fight side by side with you and help you defeat the defenders. Okay. Let's go!
Xiaoyu said. Then the two separated, holding hands, and disappeared from the dark space. The next moment, the two of them appeared in an unknown distance. Here, an extremely huge black hole was slowly rotating. This is the core of the three-dimensional universe. Here is the source of all rules. Here is the residence of defenders. And here is the source of order.
Defenders? We are here,
Xiaoyu said. Chapter 1072 on the road. The huge source of order is still running slowly, without any changes due to Xiaoyu's arrival. But Xiaoyu knew that the defenders must know this information, because Xiaoyu and the defenders have been fighting for millions of years. Although Xiaoyu has never been here personally, Xiaoyu knows it very well, whether it's outside or inside this black hole. After saying that, Xiaoyu didn't stop at all, and took Chenmo's hand across the horizon boundary and entered the huge primordial black hole. Before this, the spacecraft belonging to Xiaoyu had entered the primordial black hole too many times, and had fought against the defenders too many times in terms of rules, cause and effect, logic, time, order and other levels. However, Xiaoyu still could not find the way to the singularity. The source of order is the core of the three-dimensional universe, and the singularity is the core of the source of order. The defender must be there, and cannot be anywhere else. Xiaoyu does not have the ability to reach that place. But Xiaoyu is not worried because at this moment, Chinemo is by Xiaoyu's side. Chinemo masters dimensions, and is most familiar with various transformations of space.
I will lead the way for you,
Chinemo said.
However, you need to resist all attacks encountered on this road. I do not have the ability to resist the attacks of the defenders. Don't worry,
Xiaoyu replied. Before, Xiaoyu was leading Chinemo forward. But now, it is Chinemo who is leading Xiaoyu. The spatial rules inside the source of order are very strange, and are different from any other black hole Xiaoyu has ever encountered. It seems like stars are coming and going here. It seems that everything is created. It seems that there are rules for evolution. And it seems that everything is there. A star suddenly appeared next to Xiaoyu and Chinemo. Its color changed drastically, from red to yellow in an instant. Then it became white, then blue. The change in color also represents the change in its mass. For some unknown reason, in this short period of time, it completed the process from a red dwarf star to a blue supergiant star. Then, it exploded. This was certainly not an ordinary supernova explosion. Xiaoyu knows that inside this source of order, no changes will be ordinary. Just like this supernova explosion. Because of this strange regulatory environment and the secret control of the defenders, it possesses some strange abilities. These powers were enough to destroy Xiaoyu's most powerful battleship before, the humanity spacecraft, thousands of times. And there were even faint shadows of Twilight's self-destruction in it. But Xiaoyu was not moved at all. Xiaoyu knew that this was the defender attacking him. Although the power of this attack was powerful, it still could not stop Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu waved his hand. An invisible barrier appeared, protecting Xiaoyu and Chinemo inside. This powerful supernova explosion did not affect Xiaoyu and Chinemo. Chinemo has been looking ahead. Even Xiaoyu doesn't know what calculations Chinemo is doing. However, Chinemo took every step very firmly without hesitation. Xiaoyu knew that the direction led by Chinemo must be the right direction. A meteorite as huge as Mount Everest slammed into Xiaoyu and Chinemo. This is undoubtedly a big guy. But it is not an ordinary big guy. Xiaoyu wouldn't care even if a star exploded, let alone the impact of an asteroid. But this asteroid strike was different. Xiaoyu must respond carefully. Because this is inside the source of order, and because of this asteroid impact, There are defenders behind it. Xiao Yu didn't want to be hit by this asteroid. But Xiao Yu felt it. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, he could not avoid the impact of this asteroid. Because at this moment, in the source of order, the rule,
there is only one direction inside the black hole,
is so strong that even Xiao Yu cannot change it. Since there is only one direction, and the speed of this asteroid is faster than Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, it is inevitable that Xiao Yu and Chen Mo will be hit by this asteroid. But it still doesn't matter. Xiao Yu looked at the asteroid and said,
"You can't hit me, and you can't have any impact on me and Chen Mo."
Then, this asteroid did not hit Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. When it arrived at Xiao Yu and Chen Mo, for some reason, the rules suddenly fluctuated a little. So a second direction appeared inside the source of order, and the asteroid followed this second direction, and Xiao Yu and Chen Mo passed by each other.
The space here is too complicated, and I can't decipher the spatial changes here.
At this time, Chen Mo said to Xiao Yu uneasily.
It doesn't matter.
Xiao Yu waved, and the time progress here suddenly began to become regular, and the progress accelerated. And Xiao Yu just looked at everything here, relying on his infinite computing power to collect all the information here. After a while, Xiao Yu noticed all the changes here, and then handed all the information to Chen Mo.
Let's go,
Chen Mo said, holding Xiao Yu's hand and taking another step. So this almost impossible obstacle was overcome. A ray of light suddenly came from a distance, and Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Xiao Yu knew the terrifying power contained in this beam of light. So Xiao Yu said again,
"You can't hit me and Chen Mo."
As expected, this light did not hit Xiao Yu and Chen Mo, but rubbed the edge of Xiao Yu and Chen Mo. But after this beam of light, endless battleships suddenly appeared in this wonderful space.
"Destroy them all,"
Xiao Yu said. So all these endless battleships were destroyed. Behind these endless battleships are countless alien beasts, coming like a tide. There are many kinds of these alien beasts. Among them, Xiao Yu saw many familiar faces, including the white dwarf alien beasts that he encountered before, the tree tribe alien beasts, the python alien beasts, the crocodile alien beasts, and the alien beasts he once encountered. He had encountered level 7 or level 8 beasts, and Xiao Yu even vaguely saw the figure of the Emperor of Darkness. Xiao Yu knew that all of this was fake, but Xiao Yu also knew that these fake beasts were more powerful than the real ones. Xiao Yu still said,
"Destroy them all."
All these strange beasts were destroyed. However, with Xiao Yu's logical attack, a certain string in the source of order seemed to be lightly touched. The rule system left by the unknown existence in the three-dimensional universe was touched. Xiao Yu suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling and snorted softly. Xiao Yu knew that this was because he used logical weapons, and the rule system backfired on him. This is the source of order in the three-dimensional universe, and it is also the place where the rules are strongest in the three-dimensional universe. On the contrary, if you use logical weapons here, you will suffer the strongest backlash. Countless rays of light appeared in front of him, as if they were the light emitted by hundreds of millions of stars gathered together. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but squint his eyes in the face of this strong light. After a while, Xiao Yu discovered that these lights were not just lights. Under the illumination of these lights, Xiao Yu felt hot all over and seemed to be sweating. As for Chen Mo, fine beads of sweat were already oozing out on his forehead at this time. This time, Xiao Yu did not use the logical weapon, but waved his hand. As a result, the progress of time in this birthplace of light accelerated thousands of times. In this moment, tens of millions of years passed, but the light is still as bright as ever.
It doesn't matter. If tens of millions of years don't work, then if it takes hundreds of billions of years, you will burn out eventually,
Xiao Yu said. So, in the next moment, the light went out. Peace once again returned to the source of order. Xiao Yu and Chen Mo kept moving forward, constantly moving forward, never stopping for a moment. Xiao Yu and Chen Mo encountered many different types of attacks. Each of these attacks would make people feel extremely incredible. But there was no doubt that they were all extremely powerful. Even at the back, even Xiao Yu felt a little tired. Xiao Yu has almost used his abilities to the limit. But Xiao Yu and Chen Mo's steps remained firm, and they kept moving forward without stopping. If reaching the singularity of the source of order and meeting the defenders is the final battle, then everything encountered at this moment is just a test on the road. Only after passing these tests can one be qualified to fight against the defenders. Xiao Yu can no longer remember how long and how far he and Chen Mo walk hand in hand. Chen Mo has been walking resolutely, and Xiao Yu has been dealing with the attacks encountered on the road. Until now, when Chen Mo took Xiao Yu to take the final step, everything changed. What appeared in front of the two of them was no longer a chaotic space and strange rules, but a quiet space, just like those places that can be seen everywhere in the three-dimensional universe. In front of the two of them, there was a magnificent golden palace floating quietly in the space. The moment he saw this palace, Xiao Yu knew that the singularity of the source of order was here, and the defenders were also here. Xiao Yu saw a man from the door of this huge palace. A man with the appearance of a human on Earth. This man has the same short hair as Xiao Yu, wears the same clothes as Xiao Yu, and has the same smile as Xiao Yu. It is exactly the same as Xiao Yu. It was standing in front of the huge palace, seemingly waiting for someone. After seeing Xiao Yu and Shinemo coming side by side, it smiled and said,
"You are finally here. Well, since you are here, why don't you come in and sit down?"
Chapter 1073 Finale. At this moment, Shinemo glanced at the man in surprise, then turned to look at Xiao Yu beside him, his eyes full of confusion. But at this moment, Xiao Yu felt a sense of relief. Xiao Yu also smiled and said,
"Why not? You must already know who I am. But to show my respect for you, I still have to introduce myself. I am the Defender, the one who executed the completion plan, created you, and allowed the spokesperson Shinemo to be born on the Earth, go to the civilization of the lizard people instead of the Defender of the Law, and then fall in love with you. Oh, Lo, I'm Xiao Yu,"
Xiao Yu also said with a smile. Then Xiao Yu took Shinemo and walked through the void towards this magnificent palace. The Defender was leading the way, guiding Xiao Yu and Shinemo all the way to a magnificent small living room with a strong Earth-era architectural style. On this road, the Defenders never looked back at Xiao Yu and Shinemo. It seemed that he knew that Shinemo and Xiao Yu would definitely follow him here and would not attack him halfway.
"Would you like something to drink?"
The Defender picked up a bottle of what seemed to be wine and asked Shinemo and Xiao Yu. Before Xiao Yu could answer, he poured a glass for Xiao Yu, but did not pour it for Shinemo. It seemed that he knew that Xiao Yu would definitely accept his invitation to have a drink, but Shinemo would choose to refuse. Shinemo looked at Xiao Yu with some worry, but Xiao Yu let go of Shinmo's hand, picked up the wine glass, touched it with the Defender, and drank it all in one gulp. After putting down the wine glass, Xiao Yu praised,
"Yes, good wine. This is better than the wine that a friend of mine spent tens of thousands of years collecting and then stored for 7 million years. It's hard to come by a long way. It's good to have a glass of light wine to wash away the dust,"
the Defender said. Xiao Yu stood up and walked slowly in the small living room. After looking at all the decorations here, Xiao Yu opened his mouth and wanted to ask a question. Unexpectedly, before Xiao Yu asked this question, the Defender answered in advance,
"This is not the battlefield for our final battle."
Xiao Yu was stunned, and another question popped up in his mind. And then also while not speaking out about this problem, the Defender replied,
"Nowhere will be the battlefield for our final battle."
Before Xiao Yu could speak, the Defender replied,
"No reason. There is no need for the final battle at all. Between you and me,
there is no need for a war to declare who wins and who loses, because the result has already been announced,"
the Defender said.
"Okay, I'll let you say it."
This feeling is very bad. The Defender seems to be able to detect every thought in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and said,
"Since there is no final battle, should you complete me or should I complete you? Between you and me, who is qualified to get the answer to the final question?"
The Defender laughed.
I said, "The answer has already been revealed. I don't need you to complete me, and you don't need me to complete you, because you have already completed me without knowing it. At this moment, I am already qualified to get the answer to the final question, but unless I allow it, you will never be qualified to get the answer to the final question. You want to attack me. In your mind, 304,672 thoughts flash through your mind at this moment. You are calculating how to attack me at this moment and my possible reaction. But please believe it. I have no ill will towards you, and your attacks on me will not be of any use. So, stay quiet. Please be quiet,"
the Defender said. Xiao Yu's clenched fists loosened. Xiao Yu's eyes were full of doubts and confusion.
"When did I complete you?"
Xiao Yu asked.
"From the moment you and Shinemo appeared in front of this palace,"
the Defender replied.
"Why?"
Xiao Yu asked.
"Because haven't you discovered it yet? I am you, and you are me,"
the Defender sighed.
"I don't know if you have heard a sentence. The most difficult person to understand in the world is not your life and death enemy, nor is he your best friend, but yourself."
The Defender stood up, looked at Xiao Yu steadily, and said,
I have had unlimited computing power a long time ago. I have occupied the source of order. And I have mastered the rules. But I found that I have never been able to completely know everything in this universe. Note that everything I say includes not only the past and present of the universe, but also the future of the universe. I want any changes in the universe in the future to be under my control. I not only want omniscient, I also want to be omnipotent. It turns out that my inference was correct. You are the Laplace demon.
Xiao Yu said.
No, I am not a Laplace demon yet. At least, until I grasp the answer to the ultimate question, I can only be regarded as an incomplete Laplace demon. Continuing with the topic just now, I know that at this moment among them, I know the position, speed and direction of rotation of any microscopic particles in the universe. I know all the physical rules in the universe. I know almost everything, according to common sense. Knowing these, you can also know what will happen in the universe in the future, any state at a point in time. But I found that I couldn't do it. Do you know why?
Without waiting for Xiao Yu to answer, the defender continued to talk to himself.
Because the most difficult person to understand in this world is yourself.
The defender sighed and said,
Intelligent creatures are also a combination of microscopic particles. Any of their thoughts and ideas can be known to me. However, I don't know myself well enough. It is precisely because of this that I am the leader of this universe, the largest variable in the universe. According to chaos theory, any initial small variable, after a long enough time, can produce changes that can affect the entire universe. Precisely because I don't know what I will do in a moment. Therefore, even if I master everything in this universe, I cannot know the future of this universe. So there is a supplementary plan.
The defender said,
I created another me, which is you. I created the Milky Way, the solar system, the Earth. Let life multiply on the Earth. And then in the appropriate time I let you and Shinimo appear on the Earth. Then I detonated the Earth and forced you to embark on a journey into the universe. All of this was to observe another me, who was exactly the same as me and encountered various situations. At that time, what kind of judgments and choices will I make to help me understand myself more completely and control myself? So I will not interfere in any of your actions. And because the supplementary plan is destined to suffer if you are blocked, I can't come forward. That's why the spokesperson Shinimo was born next to you. I am using the spokesperson Shinimo to protect you from growing up safely.
This is the entire content of the supplementary plan.
The defender spread his hands, said,
So, when you finally choose to come to the gate of this palace, the completion plan has been successfully completed. Oh, maybe it can be said that even if you finally choose not to come here, the completion plan will still be successful. Because this is your last choice. I don't care which option you will choose. I just want to know which one you will choose in the end. As long as there is a choice, I will understand that the completion plan will succeed. So there will be no the final battle. So there won't be a question of whether you will complete me, or I will complete you. It turns out that not only Xiao Yu is a chess piece. It turns out that I, the rebel, the Emperor of Darkness, the Mechanical Civilization Group, and everyone else are chess pieces. Everyone is part of your plan to complete the plan. You calculated everyone and everything. It's under your control.
Shinimo stood up suddenly and said in a faint tone. Xiao Yu was silent. Xiao Yu remembered what the last survivor of the rebel camp said to him before he died.
Xiao Yu, we are waiting for you in H.L.
Xiao Yu remembered what the rotating chairman of the rebel camp had said to him.
No matter how powerful you are, you cannot be a match for the defenders. Your existence is the biggest mistake in the universe. You should die. Only if you die can the completion plan be destroyed. We don't know what the completion plan is. But we know that once the defender's completion plan is successfully implemented, all intelligent creatures in the universe will be worse than death. Every thought and idea we have will be destroyed by the defender. Mastery. Each of us becomes a puppet.
The defender will be omniscient and omnipotent. When the defenders become omniscient and omnipotent, all intelligent creatures in the universe will become puppets. This is a very simple cause and effect relationship, Xiao Yu said.
So now you have grasped the future of this universe? Now you not only know everything in this universe, but by completing the plan, you also completely understand yourself. What does this universe mean to you? Said, there is no unknown anymore. You can already understand every thought and thought of mine. And now I am probably just a puppet in your hands. Sorry, not yet,
the defender said.
I have completely understood myself and the universe, but I still have not grasped the future of the universe. That can only be done after I get the answer to the ultimate question. But it's very fast. Xiao Yu, look,
The defender stretched out his hand and pointed at the chandelier on the roof of the small living room that exuded a faint white light. The defender made no move, and the chandelier went out. A black particle floated down from above and fell into the hands of the defender. This black particle seems to be infinitely small, but it also seems to be infinitely heavy. There is an inexplicable and faint meaning constantly conveyed from it.
This is the singularity of the source of order,
said the defender.
After thoroughly understanding the universe and yourself, you can use it to get the answer to the ultimate question. And after getting the answer to the ultimate question, you can completely master the universe and know the past, present, future of the universe. All of it. Now, it's time.
Xiao Yu's body was shaking slightly. Xiao Yu doesn't want his every thought and thought to be known and controlled by others. Xiao Yu doesn't want to be a puppet on strings and continue to exist according to his arranged destiny. Xiao Yu didn't want to. No intelligent creature in this universe would want this. But Xiao Yu still didn't move. Because Xiao Yu couldn't move at this moment. Because the defenders don't know what means. Perhaps because of their understanding of Xiao Yu. Or their understanding of the universe. The defenders have completely imprisoned Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was completely desperate. Xiao Yu finally understood why the rebel camp said that no matter how far he grew, he would never be an opponent of the defenders. Because the defender is another self. The process of one's own growth is the process of completion of a defender. Defenders can only be stronger than themselves. Know more. And master more. He has no chance of winning. The source of order is the center of the three-dimensional universe. The singularity is the center of the source of order. Now, the singularity lies in the hands of defenders. The defender smiled lightly and looked at Xiao Yu lightly. There seems to be some mysterious information circulating between the defender's palm and the singularity. But the smile on the defender's face was fading quickly. And he finally calmed down completely. The defender removed his palm. But the black singularity was still suspended in the space. The defender walked to the sofa, sat down, picked up the wine glass and poured some wine. Then drank it all in one gulp. His face remained expressionless.
You have completely mastered everything in this universe. You know all the information about the past, present and future of this universe. You know the position of a microscopic particle in any time period. Even 1 trillion years later. You already know the answer to the ultimate question. You know where the universe comes from, why it exists, the meaning of the universe, and the meaning of life. You know it all, right?
Xiao Yu asked.
Yes, I know everything.
The defender nodded.
From now on, I know everything in this universe. Just because I know everything, I can do anything. Then, can you tell me the answer to the ultimate question?
Xiao Yu said tremblingly.
It is impossible for me to compete with you. Even if I know the answer to the ultimate question, I will not be your opponent. So, can you tell me I?
At this moment, Xiao Yu was like a drug addict. At Xiao Yu's level. Although it cannot be said that he knows everything in the universe. What he doesn't know is limited after all. And they are all trivial things. Nothing in the universe can arouse Xiao Yu's interest anymore. But there is only one thing that Xiao Yu wants to know at any cost. That's the answer to the ultimate question. Xiao Yu has an infinite desire to know where this universe comes from. Where the rules come from. And an infinite desire to know the meaning of this universe.
Okay,
the defender said indifferently.
The singularity of the source of order is where it is. With your knowledge and strength at the moment, plus my permission, you can completely know the ultimate problem through it. The answer. Go ahead and I won't stop you.
This is the biggest temptation for Xiao Yu. After millions of years of pursuit, Xiao Yu has been looking forward to it since he first recognized the first word, came into contact with the first formula, began to make the first calculation, and set his sights on the infinite universe for the first time. For this day, Xiao Yu almost went crazy waiting for this day. Now, this final opportunity is placed in front of Xiao Yu. As long as Xiao Yu reaches out and puts his hand on the singular point of the source of order, Xiao Yu will know everything. The defender's eyes were calm, without any fluctuation. Xiao Yu's body swayed, and after a moment, he arrived next to the singularity. Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and touched the singularity without any hesitation. However, just after Xiao Yu's palm was less than 1 centimeter away from the singularity, Xiao Yu's palm stopped. Xiao Yu's eyes were very complicated, containing many things, including desires, conflicts, and struggles. Xiao Yu slowly retracted his hand and left the singularity.
As expected?
The defender sighed.
Is it true that the future cannot be changed? Even the huge temptation of mastering the answer to the ultimate question cannot break the boredom of a destined future. It is really boring.
The defender picked up the wine bottle, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one of the glasses to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu caught it hesitantly. The defender stretched out his wine glass, clinked it with Xiao Yu's wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp.
This glass of wine is a farewell,
the defender said.
This universe will be yours from now on.
As he spoke, the defender's body began to gradually fade away.
No one in this universe can kill me or hurt me, except myself,
the defender said.
Yes, I am committing suicide. I will completely disappear from this universe and never be seen again.
There will be some traces left. Xiao Yu, goodbye. The singularity of the source of order remains here. If you want to know the answer to the ultimate question, you can put your hand on it at any time. As long as you come into contact with the singularity, you will know everything in this universe. And you will know the past, present, and future of this universe. Know why the universe exists. And know where the rules come from. Know the meaning of the universe. And know that you will take my place. And all intelligent creatures in this universe will become yours. Marionette.
Xiao Yu, goodbye. No, we will never see each other again.
After saying this, the defender's body disappeared without any trace of his existence. Xiao Yu, Chinemo stood up and looked at Xiao Yu worriedly. Xiao Yu waved his hand as if he was a little tired and said,
Let me be quiet for a while.
Xiao Yu also sat on the sofa, picked up his wine glass, and poured a full glass of wine, but never drank it. Xiao Yu maintained this posture. I have been thinking here for an unknown amount of time. Chinemo has been sitting opposite Xiao Yu. He kept looking at Xiao Yu with eyes full of admiration. Time seems to have passed hundreds of millions of years. And it seems to have passed only a moment. Time has no meaning here. Xiao Yu finally picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, then stood up and took Chinmo's hand.
Let's go home,
Xiao Yu said.
Okay.
Chinemo followed Xiao Yu and stood up without any hesitation. Before leaving, Chinemo asked,
Is this a singularity like this? That's it,
Xiao Yu said.
I support any decision you make,
Chinemo said.
But I'm curious why the defenders would choose to commit suicide after knowing the answer to the ultimate question and mastering everything in the universe. And why did you give up on your own initiative? Have you been pursuing this opportunity for thousands of years? Let me tell you a story,
Xiao Yu said.
In the past, there was a person who hated another person extremely. He always dreamed of killing his enemy. But his enemy was very powerful. He did less than this. So, he began to manage his own power. He started from the bottom of society and gradually gained huge wealth, a beautiful wife, and lovely children. Of course, in this, he made sacrifices that ordinary people cannot. The hardships you can imagine. In the end, his power became large enough, and he finally made his enemies kneel at his feet and killed his enemies with his own hands. But, after killing his enemy, he committed suicide,
Xiao Yu said.
Do you know why?
Chinemo shook his head. Xiao Yu sighed and said,
Because the goal of killing his enemy has become his spiritual support and the meaning of his life. His life exists just to achieve this goal. Those past experiences on the journey of life, such as he could not see any of the superior life, huge wealth, beautiful wife, and lovely children. When he completed his ultimate goal, his life was meaningless. So he chose to die. Did you know? All intelligent beings are addicts. And one unknown after another is the only fatal poison that can temporarily relieve the addiction. In this process of constant pursuit of the unknown, the addicts continue to become addicted to drugs. When the earth was satisfied, science and technology began to make continuous progress. However, the unknown in this universe is limited.
Xiao Yu continued to sigh and said,
At the point where the defenders and I have reached the point where there is basically nothing left in the universe. It's unknown. And the only unknown thing is the ultimate question. But after knowing the answer to the ultimate question, what else can we pursue that is unknown? The defenders know the answer to any question. The defenders know what they will be doing even 1 trillion years from now. They know the position and speed of any microscopic particle in the universe even 1 trillion years from now. For the defenders, tomorrow it's just a repetition of today. Because the defender knows everything about tomorrow. In other words, when the defender knows the answer to the ultimate question and knows everything, the defender has been living according to the written script. The defender's life will not be without any passion and expectation. The defender will have no goal worth fighting for. So what is the meaning of the defender's life? What else can he do except die? Why is it necessary to explore all the unknowns in this universe?
Xiao Yu said.
It may be better to keep a little unknown, a little sense of mystery and expectation.
But Chen Imo said hesitantly,
Can you resist the temptation of the ultimate question? Don't you want to know the answers to questions such as why the universe exists, and where the rules come from? I want to know. I want to know so desperately that I would even sacrifice my life. But I also know that when I know the ultimate unknown, my life will be more painful than my death. I don't want to give up on you and everything I have now. I will not be that person who kills his enemy and then commits suicide. If I were him,
I would rather give up hatred and concentrate on enjoying the huge wealth I have now. My beautiful wife and cute child.
Xiao Yu looked at Chen Imo affectionately and continued.
I don't want to give up on you. I have no choice but to give up on the answer to the ultimate question. I support you in any decision you make.
Chen Imo snuggled into Xiao Yu's arms, his eyes full of inextricable tenderness.
Although I gave up the opportunity to know the answer to the ultimate question, there is one question that I have always wondered about.
Xiao Yu said,
Why do you always love me? You know, we have only been together for a few years on Earth. When you became the spokesperson and I was still struggling between life and death, why didn't you give up on this relationship? It won't be because of the arrangement of the defenders.
Xiao Yu said,
I know that. Absolutely not.
Chen Imo chuckled and said,
As you said, isn't it good to keep a little unknown and mysterious? Why do you want to know everything? I gave up the chance to know the answer to the ultimate question. Can't I even know this question?
Xiao Yu said,
Okay.
Chen Imo hugged Xiao Yu gently, and both of them remained silent. Neither of them spoke. After a while, a few words came out of Chen Mo's mouth.
Because I am a woman.
Xiao Yu and Chen Imo finally walked out of the source of order, came to the outer starry sky. Xiao Yu took Chen Mo's hand and disappeared from here. And the next moment, he came to an ordinary medium-sized river system.
This is the Milky Way.
Xiao Yu said.
Let's start over.
Chen Imo nodded, and Xiao Yu waved. As a result, under the control of a mysterious force, the entire Milky Way, and even the Andromeda Galaxy, the Triangulum Galaxy, the large and small Magellanic Clouds and more satellite galaxies began to undergo crazy particle reorganization and time reversal. This magical scene unfolded before Xiao Yu's eyes, until the familiar sun reappeared in Xiao Yu's eyes, until the long-exploded Earth reappeared in an orbit about 1.5 billion kilometers away from the sun. A large number of satellites of various purposes reappeared in the Earth's synchronous orbit. Among these many spacecrafts, Xiao Yu saw a very familiar figure. Xiao Yu used it to escape from the Earth that was about to explode. At this moment, it has not been completed yet.
There is no need for it to exist anymore,
Xiao Yu said. As a result, the unassembled spacecraft disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Yu took Chen Mo's hand and returned to the ground again. All the scenery above the ground felt very familiar to Xiao Yu, because all of this was originally restored by Xiao Yu in the form of particle reorganization and time reversal based on the pictures he had seen before. Xiao Yu raised his head. I saw a tall building in front of me, and there was a plaque hanging on it with the word Xiao Institute of Physics written on it. It's morning now. The sun is rising. The weather is neither hot nor cold. It's a good time for spring. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, took Chen Mo's hand and walked into the research institute.
Director Xiao. Morning.
A girl hurried in, seemingly anxious because she was going to be late for work. But even though she was anxious, she didn't forget to say hello when she saw Xiao Yu. After saying this, she hurried over without waiting for Xiao Yu to reply. But suddenly, she stopped, and then turned around slowly like a robot, looking at Xiao Yu and Chen Imo holding hands with Xiao Yu with incredible eyes. Chen Imo also smiled slightly and said,
Xiao Fei. Good morning. Good morning.
Xiao Fei started to stutter a little when speaking. Xiao Yu said with a smile,
Xiao Fei. Go inform all employees to put down their work and go to the large conference room on the second floor for a meeting. I want to tell you a big news.
Okay, Xiao Fei said, turned around and walked away. He walked smoothly at first, but when he turned the corridor, Xiao Yu heard a burst of chaotic footsteps, mixed with Xiao Fei's unique girlish sound. Voice.
Everyone, come and see. Everyone, come and see. Director Xiao is in love. Director Xiao and Chen Imo are holding hands. They are holding hands.
Xiao Yu smiled lightly and said,
Xiao Fei is still so lively.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Chen Imo said. The two continued walking and reached the large conference hall on the second floor. All the employees have arrived here in advance and are waiting for something noisily here. There are constant exclamations inside.
Xiao Fei. Are you telling the truth? Is Demu really in love? Who is it? Who is it? What? Chinemo? Oh, what a pity. I have no chance. Wow. It's Chinemo. No. I'm going to have a fair duel with Director Xiao. Come on. You, with your size, are no match for Director Xiao. Why don't you consider me? What do you think of me?
Xiao Yu coughed slightly, opened the door and walked in. The noisy conference hall immediately became quiet.
Today, I want to announce 2 pieces of news to you.
Xiao Yu looked around, said,
The first news is that I am getting married to Chinemo. The wedding date is set for 3 days. Everyone here should listen to me. No one is allowed to be missing. They must come to help me with the wedding. Who dares to be absent at the end of the year? All bonuses will be deducted. Every person who comes to help will be counted as one. And the bonus at the end of the year will be paid 5 times. The second message is, from now on, all employees of our institute will take a paid vacation for 1 month. After attending the meeting, Chinemo and I after your wedding. It's time for everyone to relax and unwind. Right? Yeah. That's great. Moo moo. Oh no. Director Xiao. I love you.
Waves of cheers immediately erupted in the conference room.
Okay. Dismissal.
Xiao Yu announced that the meeting was dismissed, and everyone quickly rushed out. Xiao Yu also returned to his office. Looking at that familiar outfit, Xiao Yu felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Xiao Yu turned on his computer, opened his research institute's homepage, and posted a message.
I'm sorry. Because of the malfunction of our institute's instruments, I mistakenly announced the prediction that the Earth would explode. Now that the alarm has been lifted, I deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone.
Just after this message was posted, there was a comment. Xiao Yu clicked on it. I saw a message.
Is your research institute a pig farm? Are all the instruments in your research institute operated by a group of pigs?
This review is in English and originates from Europe. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and ignored the message, but said to himself,
I scolded you like this at the beginning. And now you scold me like this. It's even. No one owes anyone anything.
Xiao Yu shut down the computer. At this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly saw a black stone sitting quietly on his desk out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Yu picked up the black stone and played with it quietly. After a while, Xiao Yu put the stone on the table again and said to himself,
It seems appropriate to use it as a paperweight.
Xiao Yu stood up and opened the window, and the warm spring breeze blew in. The sky is cloudless, and it is a nice warm spring weather.